Chapter 247, Flaming Serpent. Flaming Serpent. Faced with the little boy's head exploding like a watermelon, the green mist distorted, revealing a heavily muscled figure that was more than 2 meters in height. For a moment, his head was visible, but he covered his head, his eyes bloodshot and glowing red. You actually killed him. Giant roared, as if the little boy was very important to him. Seeing Leyland unceremoniously kill the little boy instead of letting him go, Giant was on the brink of going ballistic. Tendrils of green mist rushed towards Leyland, looking like a swarm of moths and bees, and appeared to envelop Leyland like a huge cloud. Green meridians crawled over the muscles of Giant's body like small snakes. Then his body grew instantly, increasing in height by more than 3 meters. The hairs on his head stood straight up, facing the sky like small thorns. Why are you in such a hurry? Are you afraid? Leyland sneered, and immediately, black smoke billowed from his body, rising and dispersing into the air. A trace of the black gas condensed to form numerous black snakes. The bodies of those black snakes had fine black scales, and each had a pair of bean-sized eyes that exuded an unnatural, devilish red light. The snakes constantly hissed, and went to meet that green swarm of bees and moths. Pang! For a moment, the two big groups, the wisp of green gas and the den of black snakes, immediately mingled, and there were all kinds of sounds of biting, hissing, and other sounds all constantly emanating from within the green mist. Ah! I will kill you, I swear. I shall break all the bones in your body, I will make you regret being born into this world. Giant howled as he crouched and jumped. Boom! A huge pit immediately appeared on the ground, soil and rocks flying outwards like bullets, and creating sparks in the air. With this momentum, Giant's body was like a fiery arrow heading straight for Leyland. Kamoyan's scales. A layer of fine black scales covered Leyland's hands, from which spreaded rings of black light. The black color from the scales turned even more vivid, and vaguely formed a design that was similar to a rune. Following which, the muscles on Leyland's arm bulged, and his strength of 20.1 was then displayed. Boom! Green and black figures fiercely slammed into each other, explosions continuously sounding out. The two human figures flickered as they fought. Anything that the shockwaves from their battle brushed past, whether it was rocks or wood, would immediately explode into pieces. Bang! Leyland's left hand blocked Giant's fist. As quick as lightning, his right hand turned into a claw, blood-red flames burning as it headed straight for Giant's chest, where his heart was. Currently, Giant's two hands were rendered immobile by Leyland, and it was basically impossible to evade an attack that was so close. Giant's expression became resolute and he adjusted his position, avoiding that fatal claw at his chest. However, his right chest had been caught by Leyland's crimson palm, and a huge chunk of flesh and blood flew out. Bone-piercing technique. Giant yelled, and his arms spread wide. Not dodging nor avoiding any attacks, he charged straight for Leyland. TSS. 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 TSS, star. White bone spikes rapidly pierced through Giant's skin, growing out from inside his body. Kacha! Leyland's right hand was the first to be struck by the bone spike. There were some spiral designs on the bone spikes that, upon contact, drilled into whatever it hit. The revolving spikes first broke through the crimson flames, and then struck the surface of Leyland's right arm, which was covered in Kamoyan's scales. The extremely piercing sound of metal scraping against metal sounded, it could also be said to sound like a woman's screams. Leyland's brows furrowed, and he quickly moved back. Ha ha! If you're only thinking of leaving now, it's much too late. Giant laughed heartily, ignoring the blood that was gushing all over his body, and spread his arms. His posture was like someone giving a bear hug. He brought his arms together and was ready to prick Leyland till he became like a porcupine. This distance. Shadow stealth. A large amount of light appeared on the surface of Leyland's black, scaly armor. He then disappeared into thin air. You thought that I wouldn't have prepared against this? After losing track of Leyland, Giant looked around and suddenly shouted, and then breathed in deeply. 2 streams of white gas that even the naked eye could see entered Giant's nostrils like dragons, bulging his chest to a noticeable degree. After this, Giant made a lengthy howl, a whoa. The piercing sound traveled in all directions, and one could even see ripples in the air, with Giant at the epicenter. An entire layer of the ground was peeled off by the sound waves, and the green fog of moth and bees in the air, as well as Leyland's little black snakes, exploded from the sound waves, turning into vapor. The fog was pushed further and further away by the sound waves and eventually disappeared. As Giant's voice increased to a higher pitch, the insects and moles in the area simply exploded in the air, forming a bloody mist. Wah! With some undulations in the air and a flash of black light, Leyland's body flickered from his camouflage. I found you, you damned worm! Giant snarled, the spikes on his body growing more densely and constantly rotating. He was like a human killing machine, charging ahead blindly and turning all the trees and rocks that obstructed him into powder. Latent fireball. Leyland's gestured, and countless black fireballs converged into a giant jet black, flaming fireball. With the added bonus from Leyland's elemental essence conversion, the latent fireball currently had a power of 57 degrees. It could even be said to be the maximum amount of power that a rank 1 Magus could produce. The moment the black fireball appeared, the temperature of the surroundings rose, and the earth began to melt, with some of it evaporating into black smoke. Go! Leyland pointed at Giant, and the black fireball kept stretching until it formed a python that blazed with black flames. The python's eyes were brimming with intelligence as it nimbly floated around, sometimes spitting out flames and blocking Giant's path. Giant's eyes were fixed on the flaming serpent, the fear in his expression more apparent. Being able to manipulate such a powerful spell that required immense precision showed Leyland's immense talent in this area. His rate of improvement had far exceeded Giant's expectations. Hisses. The flaming black serpent hissed while coiling around Giant's body. Kacha, the black flames that brought blazing heat with them crashed into the white armor made of bone spikes. Rumble, the raging flames constantly ascended, turning into a giant black inferno. At the heart of the inferno, Giant's figure that was filled with bone spikes stood silently within, looking quite pale. The air constantly distorted, shrinking inwardly and seemingly turning into a black hole. It kept sucking in all matter around, getting smaller and smaller. Rumble. Then, a huge black mushroom cloud gradually rose from the ground. Immense energy waves constantly dispersed in all directions, to the point that even magi from both factions who were battling at the Four Seasons Gardens headquarters could feel this power, which could destroy the heavens and the earth. Has the two great rank 2 magi's fight brought them here? A young light magus stopped what he was doing. What do we do? Should we go take a look? Those are rank 2 magi. I've never seen one fight before. Pack. Immediately after, the back of his head was firmly struck. The youthful light magus turned back and pitifully looked at a magus with a white beard. Teacher. Did I say anything wrong? The old light magus' face was full of wrinkles, but his eyes sparkled with wisdom. He did not hesitate in the least and struck the young magus' head again. Why are you still in a daze? Get out of here. Just the aftershocks from the rank 2 magi's battle is enough to annihilate you without leaving a speck of dust behind. The old magus was obviously very wise and had many life experiences. He knew that this high-level battle between magi was a disaster for regular people and even low-ranked magi such as themselves. What? The young light magus had yet to react. Look. The old magus yanked him by the hair and made him look in the direction of the battle. At this moment, the young magus suddenly discovered that the dark and light magi who had been battling had all given up. As if they had reached a mutual understanding, and were moving in the opposite direction of the mushroom cloud. Do you see that now? Only a rookie like you would even think of watching a battle between rank 2 magi. The old magus pulled the young magus along as he spoke, green hurricanes under his feet as he used invisible gusts to wind to send both of them far away. In the middle of the black mushroom cloud. The previous explosion had left a large crater that was more than 10 meters wide. At the heart of the pit was a seemingly bottomless hole that was sending out black luster, as if it was a direct pathway to the core of the earth. Boom! A white human figure surrounded by green mist fell to the ground, along with shards of bone that had shattered. Pack, Giant struck the ground, carving out long troughs as his body plowed through the floor. He looked to be extremely pitiful, with more than half the bone spikes on his body gone and his right arm missing. There were serious injuries all over his body. Shio! A black figure appeared in front of him, and what appeared next was a pair of phantom, blood-red flaming claws. Crimson Palm. Leyland, on the other hand, was completely fine. He was also very satisfied with the strength of the latent fireball, which he had released with his full strength. There was no expression on his face as he calmly dealt out the final blow to Giant. Giant struggled and crawled a little, but the phantom crimson claws mercilessly caught hold of his two legs. Ka-cha! Giant's legs snapped, and there were even crimson flames climbing towards his body from the legs. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 248, The Appearance of Rank 2 Magus. The Appearance of Rank 2 Magus. Giant, when you first decided to exploit me to detonate the seal, did you ever imagine that things would turn out like this? Leyland slowly walked forward, a strange look in his eyes. He calmly raised his blood-red right hand, preparing to send out another magical attack. At this very moment, a figure separated from Giant's body, the energy waves from its body indicating that it was also a peak rank 1 Magus. It pounced towards Leyland at a very high speed. Eye of hallucination. After this command, an apparition of a vertical eye appeared behind this figure. The apparition let out dusky light with various colors flashing past. Anyone who even chanced to glance at it would be dazzled and feel dizzy. Two black magic artifacts in the form of daggers appeared in the figure's hands, moving like a viper as they struck towards Leyland's vital areas. This attack was very sudden, and the assailant was a peak rank 1 magus who specialized in sneak attacks. Even if it was a magus like Marb, he would suffer greatly. Strangely enough, there were no signs of shock on Leyland's face. Instead, what appeared was a grin as if he had expected it. You finally appeared? Next, a cross-shaped, dark red pendant over his neck produced large amounts of dull red rays of light, and his body was covered with a layer of dense scales. Leyland's eyes had also turned into amber vertical pupils. 2 rays of petrifying light were shot out of his eyes, piercing into the apparition of the vertical eye. Ah! Ashen gray rays of petrification ripped open the apparition, and a circle of petrification spread throughout the body of the black figure, causing him to yell miserably. Crimson palm. Leyland's hands were covered with 3 layers of protection. The innermost layer was black, the Kamoyan scales. The middle one was a dull red, an apparition from the falling star pendant, and the outermost one was the protection from Crimson Palm's flames. The 3 layers produced different colors as they alternately sparkled on Leyland's hands. Leyland welcomed the 2 black daggers that were headed for him. Asterisk boom. Boom, star. Though the black daggers emitted the energy waves of middle-grade magic artifacts, they bounced away from Leyland. Leyland's crimson palm then unhesitatingly struck the chest of the black figure. Rumble. It was obvious that the black figure's chest had caved in, and it was coupled with the ear-piercing sound of bones breaking. Boom, the figure was flung to the ground, revealing a magus that Leyland was very familiar with. Team leader Caesar, what are you doing here? And can you also explain why you chose to appear in such a strange way? Leyland came before Caesar and inquired. From his tone, it was obvious that Leyland was not surprised at Caesar's appearance here. Cough cough, the dark figure who had launched a sneak attack was, as expected, Caesar. However, he looked to be in a bad state, constantly coughing out blood, and his face ashen. Around his 3rd vertical eye on his forehead, there was a ring of gray stone. This was the effect of the eye of petrification, and it was still spreading. You? When did you find out? Caesar did not reply to Leyland's question, and instead, countered with another question. From the very beginning. In all honesty, I really admire you for daring to train in 3 spirits in a body, which is an extremely dangerous ancient secret technique. You actually succeeded and forcefully separated your spirit into 3 portions. Admiration was apparent in Leyland's expression. He had previously used the AI chip to simulate Caesar's trump card, and then heavily researched about ancient secret techniques like these. Even in ancient times, these kinds of techniques were considered to be very dangerous. Only lunatics would choose to train in them, as they forcefully separated a mega soul into 3 parts, each having their own will, and having the ability to be spread apart or merged together in crucial moments. In other words, a person would be separated into 3 individuals. As long as a single body remained alive, the other 2 bodies could be resurrected given enough resources. This was basically a secret technique that defied the heavens. The situation was now very obvious. Caesar, Giant, and the little boy were the different bodies of a single magus who practiced 3 spirits in a body, and Caesar was a spy who was buried the deepest in 4 Seasons Garden, and the instigator of this entire thing. Leyland had found it strange that the 1,000 meddling hands knew so much about the 4 Seasons Garden, were able to come up with a spell designed to destroy the seal linked to the core body of consciousness, and possessed a map of the locations of the defense squads. From the looks of it, with Caesar, the leader of the hunting team, as a spy, everything made sense. Caesar forced to laugh. It's far from a success. Originally, if the boy had been able to become a peak rank 1 magus as well, I would have been able to merge all 3 bodies and try to advance to become a rank 2 magus. It's a pity, though. While speaking, a ring of stone-like skin had spread from the sides of Caesar's 3rd eye, almost reaching his nose. Why did you lure us here? Caesar asked while lying on the ground, without activating any defense formation. He was now aware that he would not be able to withstand even a blow from Leyland and was not going to humiliate himself by trying to protect himself. You're smart. I want to make a trade with you. I hope that. No. Don't listen to him. Kill him. I want to kill him. Giant, who was seriously injured, began to yell. Leyland sighed as he held his head. Looks like I have to take care of all the troublesome matters first. He could clearly tell that out of all the 3 bodies that Caesar had, only Caesar himself was relatively sane. Giant and the little boy obviously had a few screws loose, which might have been a side effect of the technique. The little boy's craziness was possibly even a level above Giant. After his death, his maniacal tendencies were transferred to Giant. Out of everyone present, Caesar was probably the only one willing to listen to his proposition. Giant was just an obstruction. At this thought, Leyland's eyes were filled with a murderous aura. He was prepared to act right away. Even if Giant and the little boy died, Caesar would still be able to revive them given a lot of resources, and as long as he was still around. It would just take a little more time. Caesar and Giant were currently heavily injured, and it was impossible for them to fight back. "Young man, can you stop now?" Just as Leyland was about to move forward and deal the final blow to Giant, an aged voice sounded by his ear. A silver ring of spiritual force descended upon the battlefield. This spiritual force was incredibly malicious and strong, to the point that the air was distorting. Silver spiritual force formed a large hand, which picked up Giant. The silver hand formed out of spiritual force was extremely sturdy. The flames from Leyland's crimson palm were still burning fiercely, but there seemed to be no effect on the hand. Grains of solidified spiritual force constantly fluttered around, slowly extinguishing the crimson flames on Giant's legs. Spiritual force solidification. As he watched the silver, solidified spiritual force, Leyland suddenly thought back to the Gargamel that he had seen previously. That being formed out of evilness also had the strength of a rank 2 Magus, and at that point in time, Leyland was basically helpless against it. A rank 2 Magus from the 1,000 meddling hands? Leyland halted his footsteps. The silver hand sent the heavily wounded Giant before a Magus donned in black robes. This Magus was tall and slender but was surrounded by a terrifying spiritual force that even Leyland was fearful of. His eyes were a sparkling green, and anyone who saw him would feel immense fear from the evilness they gave off. "Father! Father! After killing my little boy spirit, he actually tried to kill me, the only member of your bloodline. He must pay the price in blood." Giant curled up beside the dark Magus, beginning to wail like a little child. Caesar, on the other side, called out "Father," his face ashen. So this dark Magus is actually Caesar's father. Leyland realized. However, something that the rank 2 dark Magus threw over made him feel anxious. It was the head of a Magus. Its skin was pale, and its face was full of wrinkles. Leyland was extremely familiar with this face, as he had actually seen it not long ago. "Reynold! You actually killed him!" Leyland's eyes widened. This rank 2 Magus was even more powerful than Leyland had expected, to actually be able to behead Reynold, who was also a rank 2 Magus. At this moment, the petrification on Caesar's face had extended to his neck, and his expression was still as if he had become a statue. Rumble! A streak of green flames began to burn, and the dark Magus traversed through space and arrived in front of Caesar. Ancient petrification technique? His voice was hoarse, like two metal pieces scraping against each other. "Don't worry, my child." The dark Magus extended a pair of thin arms, which had green spores on them, and caressed Caesar's stone head. Bzzz, milky white light descended onto Caesar's head. Within the light, grayish-white stone skin fell off bit by bit, revealing Caesar's original skin tone. "Thank you, Father." Also, Caesar began to whisper in the dark Magus' ear, and the Magus constantly nodded. Upon seeing this scene, Giant, who was not far away, glared furiously like a child who had his sweets stolen. There was even some jealousy as he stared hard at Caesar. "Aren't you all the same person? Are you jealous of yourself?" Leyland was speechless. At this point, Caesar was done speaking. The rank 2 Magus turned his gaze to Leyland. A powerful burst of spiritual force was fixed upon Leyland, to the point that he felt as if he was standing stark naked in a field of snow. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 249, Concede. Concede. Your name is Leyland, and Blood Rogue is your alias, yes? Very good. You actually dared to thwart my plan. The dark Magus laughed coldly, and suddenly made his move. Silver solidified spiritual force controlled the energy particles in the air, turning into a large, colorful tide that was several times larger what Leyland was able to produce. It rushed towards Leyland like a tempest, covering the heavens and the earth. So strong. Whether it's to catalyze or cast a spell using solidified spiritual force, the effects are far greater than that of us rank 1 Magi with our invisible spiritual force, but Leyland's expression was grim as his pupils turned amber. Behind him, large amounts of dark energy particles converged, turning into the terrifying form of a large, black python. The python was 10 meters long, its eyes were the same amber color as Leyland's, and the scales on its body emitted rings of black rays while it kept hissing. Rumble, the python slammed into the tide of elemental particles like a huge ocean wave crashing against a reef, producing a monstrous sound like that of said ocean waves. In the midst of the colorful rays of light, the apparition of the black python and the elemental wave were extinguished. Immense pillars of wind rose towards the heavens and then rushed down low, before forming immense gales that swept across the surrounding area. Leyland quickly retreated 4 or 5 steps, his face pale, and 2 streams of blood dripping from his nostrils. Ho ho, you're not half bad. Out of all the rank 1 magi that I've seen, you're probably the strongest. You're currently bordering a rank 2 magus. The dark magus was unmoving, the only sound being the wind rustling his clothes. But it's a pity. A rank 1 magus is still only rank 1, and there still remains a huge gap between us. The feeling of personally killing a genius is really making me feel intoxicated. The dark magus mumbled to himself, the dark green light in his eyes suddenly intensifying to the point that it started to solidify into 2 beams of light. Anguished howl of cough cough. Just as the dark magus was about to attack, the light from his body began to flicker, and he started to violently cough. Rings of green light flashed as things that looked like plants began to emerge from his body. The green spores on his hands began to sprout, and green plant tendrils grew and spreaded across his body. So, killing a rank 2 magus like Reynold was not without a price. While observing this scene, Leyland came to a conclusion. The dark magus must have suffered some serious injuries in killing a rank 2 magus like Reynold. This was advantageous to him for the next part of his plan. At this moment, the platinum gate to the secret plane suddenly rumbled. The energy waves produced were very distinct, to the point that Leyland could feel them from his current location. Afterwards, an unknown existence that must have been at least a rank 2 magus passed through the gate of the secret plane and approached them. You darn dark bastards! Receive the judgment of lightning. This voice was full of anger, seemingly full of raging flames. Walala! Countless blue bolts of lightning that were like crazed serpents scattered all over the sky and fell like raindrops. Kacha! An electric current that was as wide as a bucket struck a dark magus who did not have the opportunity to dodge. This dark magus immediately turned into ashes in the midst of the lightning, his body crumbling away. Asterisk boom. Boom. Boom! Asterisk the platinum entrance to the secret plane spat out light. Every time it flashed, groups of light magi descended into the area. These light magi were dressed in uniform, and the metallic smell of blood was apparent on their bodies. Compared to the dark magi, who were already experts in battles, the division of work between the light magi was even more efficient. The magi who were specialized in battles were extremely experienced in bloody battles. Some even had a strength that rivaled the dark magi. With the help of these light magi, the tide was turned. Rather than the Four Seasons Garden, the dark magi of Thousand Meddling Hands lost their advantage. They're here. The reinforcements from the Light Magi Alliance. Leyland mumbled. He quickly glanced at the dark magi, who were being suppressed by the bolts of lightning. Look, my lord. The reinforcements of the Light Magi have arrived. Are you still confident in destroying the gate to the secret plane? Leyland gave a slight smile as he asked. No, but I think this little bit of time I have left is enough for me to kill you before I retreat. The dark magus was silent for a moment, and then sneered. Is that so? The rune of the suction spell formation on Leyland's back lit up, and a brownish-yellow spell formation emerged in front of his chest. In that moment, a brownish-yellow light covered the earth, and the gravity around the area intensified by a factor of almost 30. The ancient suction spell formation and the gravitational spell formation? You're actually using both of them here? There was a subtle hint of fear in the dark magus voice. With the added bonus of these 2 spells, even if he were in his best condition, he did not have the confidence that he would be able to take down Leyland. Presently, his strength was depleted and his opponent would definitely be able to escape. I'm actually still on the dark magi's side. After all, a leopard can't change its spots. Leyland spoke hurriedly and quickly. Rather than completely destroying the gate to the secret plane, I believe that gaining possession of it will be of even more value. His voice had a bewitching quality to it. What does that mean? The dark magus asked coldly but stopped his attack. Currently, Reynolds already dead, the team leaders of all the main divisions are dead, and Caesar and I may very well be the magi with the most authority here. The reinforcements from the light magi will have to leave eventually. Once that happens, and before a new member is assigned here from headquarters, we'll be the people with the highest authority, and will consequently be in charge. Leyland was expressionless. Once that happens, we'll continue to cooperate with you in secret, and give you access to the spell formations and defense formations here. Wouldn't that make everything easier? The dark magus considered for a while, and then solemnly pondered over this question. It must be noted that this was a very attractive proposal, and was very much viable. After Leyland said this, he could even feel the Dark Magus tremble a little. We can assassinate him or make him a scapegoat. Anyways, all we need is some time. By the time headquarters finds out what had happened, we'd be long gone, Leyland answered swiftly. What do you think? The Dark Magus glanced at Caesar, who was already standing. Caesar was silent. I think it's possible. Considering that our original plan has already failed, the situation can't possibly get any worse than this. There was actually something else that both Leyland and the Dark Magus had not pointed out. When that happened, even if the rank 2 Dark Magus would be able to escape, his sons, Caesar and Giant, would definitely die here. Leyland was, of course, not so daring as to blackmail them so blatantly, but his hidden threat had been understood. I don't trust you. Unless you let me give you a branding of your consciousness, the Dark Magus slowly spoke. Impossible. Leyland resolutely refused. Though receiving a branding of consciousness was slightly better than receiving a branding of the spirit, who knew what a rank 2 Magus could do. He didn't want to be in a situation where he was unknowingly being controlled. Leyland had a rascally attitude. In front of real power, only a person with a strength that others would be jealous of could have the guts to say this. Though Leyland was not yet on equal grounds with a rank 2 Magi, he was confident that he could survive and escape, resulting in his more brazen attitude. A contract with the Trial's Eye. That's the furthest I can go. The Dark Magus pondered silently, and then responded in a low voice. Fine. Leyland hesitated for a moment and then agreed. As compensation for helping you, I'll need a large amount of resources in magic crystals, as well as some high-grade knowledge. After this, you also have to guarantee that I'll be able to enter Lighthouse of the Night. All of these things have to be written into the contract. The Magi acted quickly, and minutes later, the Dark Magus left with Giant. Leyland glanced at Caesar, who was standing strangely, with a smile appearing on his face. Team leader Caesar. Do you need me to help you back? After signing another agreement that could be said to be very harsh with the Trial's Eye, Leyland and Caesar were now allies once more. In the eyes of the Light Magi, the sight of two Magi who were always at odds with each other suddenly becoming friendly was quite strange. However, for the Dark Magi, this was just an everyday occurrence. In the Dark Magi faction, all sorts of battles happened every day. Betraying one's alliance for the prospects of more benefits was very common. Then I'll leave it to you. Caesar glanced at Leyland and actually let him assist him back. Doing something like exposing one's vulnerabilities was unthinkable to the Dark Magi, but Leyland could understand what he was thinking. Previously, Leyland and the rank 2 Magus from the 1,000 Meddling Hands had agreed and signed another contract. Through the Caesar's scrutiny of the contract, the conditions were very harsh. In order to prevent Leyland from making use of any loopholes, Caesar had practically gone through the contract word by word. He had basically made it impossible for Leyland to do whatever he wanted, not even giving him the chance to go back on his words. As he had to deal with a rank 2 Magus and the Dark Magi alliance, Leyland could only be placed at a slight disadvantage. In other words, the moment Leyland expressed bad intentions towards Caesar, the power of the contract would devour him before he could even use his magic. Hence, Caesar was quite trusting of Leyland now. We need to work quickly for our objectives regarding Wade. Caesar's lips moved slightly, his low voice traveling into Leyland's ear. As the one in charge of the hunting team, which actually had true authority, Caesar had a very high position in the Four Seasons Garden. He was second only to Reynold, and only a handful of people could match his authority. What was even more coincidental was that a few peak rank 1 Magi had died on the battlefield for a variety of reasons. Some had even been personally killed by Leyland. As long as Wade was disposed of, Caesar would immediately be in control of everything. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 250, Lightning Corp. Lightning Corp. Leyland reflected briefly. Currently, in the entire Eternal River Plain's secret plane, the Four Seasons Garden had received a fatal blow. Other than Reynold, a great elder, the combat and defense team leaders had all died in battle. The person in charge of the Merit Points Exchange Center had been killed by Leyland, and it was unknown whether Wade, the envoy from the headquarters, was dead or alive. Leyland was stunned at the discovery that in the headquarters of Four Seasons Garden in the secret plane, there might only be two peak rank 1 Magi here, Caesar and himself. Under these circumstances, it would be an easy task to exploit his authority in the headquarters. Though the headquarters in the external world was sure to react quickly, dispatching large numbers of Magi and even rank 2 Magi here to investigate, that would take time. Caesar and Leyland could use this time to further diminish the power of the Four Seasons Garden and create opportunities for the Dark Magi. By the time the Light Magi found out, the battle array of the defense would have been controlled thoroughly by Dark Magi, and the situation would be set. Even if there were to be another large war, with the Dark Magi in charge of 4 entrances and 3 under the Light Magi's control, the Dark Magi would have an advantage. Leyland had thrown out such tempting bait, which was how he had gotten the Dark Magus to bite. "It's Lord Caesar!" and Patrolling Inspector Leyland. As they approached the headquarters of the Four Seasons Garden, the figures of Leyland and Caesar were quickly noticed by the large remaining numbers of the Light Magi. The surviving members quickly came forward to greet them. Leyland ran his eyes over everyone. These Magi's robes were in tatters, and there were traces of dust and blood on their faces. To all these Magi who had seen Caesar and Leyland, it was as if they had seen the pillars of their organizations. "It seems like the loss of the higher levels in Four Seasons Garden is worse than I thought." Leyland admitted to himself that in the time he had been a patrolling inspector, he'd done nothing good, instead extorting much from every department. However, after these Magi saw Leyland, they gathered and greeted him, their enthusiasm surprising him to no end. Unfortunately, there were no longer any peak rank 1 Magus in the Four Seasons Garden. That meant that Caesar and Leyland were the only 2 peak rank 1 Magi on the Light Magi's side, which was why they were welcomed with such enthusiasm and ardent hope. If they found out that Caesar and I were the instigators of this recent attack, who knows what expression they would be wearing. Leyland was slightly dumbfounded, but he still put on a solemn expression. "May I know who currently has the highest authority in the Four Seasons Garden?" Not. At this moment, a Magus with lightning designs on his silver-white robes separated the Magi and approached them. "I'm Caesar, the team leader of the hunting team. This person here is Magus Leyland, the newly appointed patrolling inspector." Caesar's face was pale as he spoke. "We are the Lightning Corps of the Light Magi Alliance. The leader of our corps would like to meet you." The Magus' expression was blank, as if he was incapable of expressing emotion. Not caring about Caesar's serious injuries, he forged ahead and led the way. The surrounding Magi of the Four Seasons Garden cowered and did not dare to move forward. Compared to something as large as the Light Magi Alliance, the Four Seasons Garden was just one of many allies. Also, every single member of the Lightning Corps was at least a semi-converted Magus, which would make them equivalent to the elites of the Four Seasons Corps. Their numbers were greater, and the leader was coincidentally a rank 2 Magus, which was something they could not contend against. Leyland shrugged his shoulders, met Caesar's gaze, and walked on. They were naturally familiar with the headquarters here. After walking through an area with destroyed walls, Leyland and Caesar met the leader of the Lightning Corps in a temporary guest hall. "Are you Caesar? 19 years ago, we met at Reynolds' wine reception." Unexpectedly, this Magus knew Caesar. Caesar quickly bowed in greeting, "So it's Lord Desmond." Leyland ducked his head and bowed slightly, chancing a glance at this rank 2 Magus. Desmond had a blue robe draped over his sturdy body, which proudly displayed his chest and bulging muscles. Under his blonde fringe, there was a blue lightning mark on the forehead. What garnered the majority of Leyland's attention was Desmond's eyes. Every time they blinked, slight electric currents flickered. It was rather astonishing. "Where did you go?" the rank 2 Magus asked right away. "My lord, I was previously leading the hunting team in a battle with the Dark Magi, which resulted in many casualties. In the end, even I sustained injuries, and it was thanks to Magus Leyland rushing over that I managed to survive." Caesar began to narrate a story that he had previously made up. The gist of it was that he had been defeated in battle, but had been saved by Leyland in the nick of time. This was a version that he had previously discussed with Leyland, and they had recorded all of the casualties as well. Of course, Caesar was the sole culprit for the annihilation of his own team members, and the two of them had also shifted a few Dark Magus corpses from elsewhere to create the illusion of a battle. With a rank 2 Magus helping to conceal this matter, it was a large possibility that they would not be found out. What made Leyland feel relieved the most was that Desmond merely had asked in passing. He nodded, and did not continue with more questions. Though they were all part of the Light Magi Alliance, Desmond was an outsider, after all. These were things that required the Four Seasons Garden to dispatch their investigation team and investigate everything properly. You 2 peak rank 1 Magi, and also Wade, would be the Four Seasons Garden's final force." Desmond looked solemn. "Ton. Caesar fell back a few steps, his face full of disbelief. "The last force? Does that mean Lord Reynolds?" Seeing Caesar's Oscar-worthy acting skills, Leyland was speechless. Although Leyland had appeared to be shocked, his expression was formed with the manipulation of his facial muscles by the AI chip. If not, with his current acting skills, he would have definitely been seen through by Desmond, a sly old fox. No matter how boorish he looked, he was still a rank 2 Magus, and he would not lose to anyone in terms of intelligence or observational skills. In comparison, Caesar's performance was remarkable. "No. I don't believe it. Lord Reynolds is a rank 2 Magus," and Caesar's eyes glazed over as he kept muttering. Though I also find it hard to believe, this is the truth. Reynold has fallen. I felt the extinguishment of his life force. Unfortunately, I arrived too late, else I would have definitely been able to save him. I'm sorry, Desmond touched his chest, his expression showing regret. As Reynolds' good friend, I will inherit his dying wish and carry out revenge on the Dark Magi. This corps leader guaranteed. Thank you, esteemed lord. Caesar's face showed his resolution. After I'm healed, I will immediately apply for missions to take revenge. HN. Desmond nodded, and then clapped his hands. Asterisk rumble, asterisk the floorboards at two ends of the temporary room split open, and a large, translucent, metallic pillar rose from the middle of the room. The sounds of turning gears sounded from the heart of the pillar. Streams of glowing runes constantly traveled upwards, creating a magical sight. This is the core control of the Four Seasons Garden's defensive formation. There had been a powerful interference, and the procedural spell design also had some issues. Don't worry about that though, as I've already fixed it. Based on the rules stated in the Alliance's proposed laws, I now announce, in my capacity as the leader of the Lightning Corps, the formation of the Four Seasons Garden's Crisis Team, which will be in charge of the defensive and spell formations. The members will consist of Caesar, Leyland, and Wade. If you have differences in opinions, you should decide based on the majority's decision, but... Desmond spoke as if he were reciting, and circles of light that represented a contract and celebration twinkled around the three of them. Now then, complete the ceremony for the formation genie to recognize its master. Desmond pointed at the metallic pillar in the center of the room. Press your palm on it. The formation genie will automatically record the aura of your spirit and give you authority. Caesar nodded, and then placed his palm on the surface of the metal pillar, closing his eyes and seemingly communicating with a body of consciousness. Moments later, while beaming with admiration, he withdrew his hand. Your turn. Leyland nodded and also placed his hand on the pillar. The surface of the metallic pillar was very glossy, and there was a strange feeling when he touched it. It was very soft, as if it were not metal, but rather cotton. It was also different from the iciness of metal. The surface of this pillar gave Leyland a rather warm feeling. Recording spiritual aura. Conferring an authority of 7 stars. A robotic female voice sounded in Leyland's mind. It was different from the AI chip's genderless voice, and was instead a crisp feminine voice. Is this a formation genie? Leyland was a little rueful. Whether science or magic, when it came down to it, there were basically different means to achieve the same end. However, this formation genie obviously did not have any intelligence, and could only robotically answer Leyland's queries. Communication with this conscious was quick, and in a quick 10 seconds, Leyland was able to largely grasp what his authority extended to, and the function of the formation genie. This formation genie was the core of all the defensive spell formations that the Four Seasons Garden had set up. Through the formation genie, one could easily check any single region. However, this spell formation had previously been heavily interfered with by the Dark Magi, which resulted in the unexpectedness of the attack this time. As for the limits of his authority, this referred to how much manpower he could command. The chain of command consisted of a total of 9 stars, with 1 having the least authority, and 9 commanding the most. Leyland currently had a ranking of 7 stars, and was therefore capable of dispatching most of the defensive forces in the Four Seasons Garden to besiege anybody, as well as having access to all available information, save a few top-secret documents. In the past, Reynold had had 9 stars, and was capable of ordering the formation genie to self-destruct. Leyland, Wade, and Caesar were merely granted 7 stars temporarily to deal with this emergency. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 251, Bribery. Bribery. Where's Wade? Why don't I see him right now? Caesar asked carelessly after Leyland had also completed the ceremony, and the metal pillar had automatically retracted into the ground. He sustained serious injuries and was also cursed by a very troublesome spell. Hearing this, Desmond's expression darkened. It was caused by a dagger soaked in the poison of the abyssal spider. I've never seen such a cruel matchup. Though he's already awoken, the poison and curse will eat his flesh and spirit, consuming all the nutrients in his body and turning him into a dried-up corpse. In this situation, I suggest that he return to the Four Seasons Garden headquarters as soon as possible. The high-energy purification pool is there, and the elders may be able to find a solution, but unfortunately... Desmond spread his arms. After receiving news of his teacher's death, Wade has been insisting that he stay behind and return only after the investigation's end, but... This was troublesome. It would be the best situation for them if Wade had died or returned to the academy after having sustained injuries. For them right now, what had been a two-man team had now been joined by another, who would be an impediment to them. Find an opportunity and kill him. In Caesar's eyes, Leyland could see a glint of vehemence. After that, Desmond, Caesar, and Leyland chatted for a while about the Lightning Corps being stationed here, and other matters concerning living arrangements. Leyland had never concerned himself with these matters before, so he just shut his mouth and watched Caesar and Desmond speak. After everything was over, Caesar gave the excuse of treating his injuries and brought Leyland into his room. Pooh! A curtain that seemed like a spider web rose in the room, the light covering all blind spots. All right. This is an early warning system that I designed myself. With it around, I'll be able to know even if a rank 2 Magus were to eavesdrop on our conversation. Caesar carelessly picked a chair and sat down. Using the silk of the 8-clawed spider, which is extremely sensitive to spiritual force. What an interesting way of thinking. Leyland surveyed this curtain, eyes flashing with understanding as he sat beside Caesar. You're very learned. This type of material is very rare, and only a few people in Nightless City's scholarly institutions are able to recognize this. You should be able to go and pass the exam to become a professor there. Caesar sighed in admiration. It astounded him to no end that this spell formation, which had been developed for him by his father, had easily been recognized by Leyland. You don't seem to be that worried about Desmond. He's made his stance clear that before the reinforcements and investigation team from the Four Seasons Garden arrive, he will keep watch here. Rank 2 Magi have a lot of tricks, aren't you afraid that he'll discover something? Leyland showed no politeness as he asked this team leader, who had once been his superior. His relationship with Caesar was quite unique. He could now tell that the person who let out the word of his identity within the 1,000 meddling hands and transferred him here from Nightless City was definitely Caesar. His goal was probably to obtain another helper in the inner circle of the Four Seasons Garden, or perhaps just cannon fodder. Hence, after seeing through this scheme, Leyland unhesitatingly chose to betray them and injured Caesar to the point that he was near death. However, with the knowledge that he was backed by a rank 2 Magus, Leyland did not dare to go too far. After all, offending a rank 2 Magus was not a very sensible decision. Don't worry about Desmond. Caesar waved his arms. Rank 2 Magi all shoulder different responsibilities. When they oversee a place, they are usually unable to leave. I'm familiar with the place Desmond has been guarding. It's the lightning region at entrance number 2 to the Eternal River Plain's secret plane. As long as the Dark Magi apply pressure to him from there, Desmond will eventually be transferred back there. After all, that was the region that his academy is in charge of. Let's be real here, even if we fall to the enemy, their academy won't really be affected at all, but if entrance number 2 is taken over, their academy will receive a large blow. Caesar analyzed it very logically, displaying his exceptional situational skills and ability to think of the big picture. In order to attack entrance number 2 and put pressure on them, at the very least, a rank 2 Dark Magus has to attack. If only we had someone backing us, Leyland was speechless. Even he was able to come up with such a plan, but he lacked Caesar's background and backing, as to where Dark Magi could be dispatched according to his orders. I'll take care of everything regarding Desmond. Just focus on one person. Caesar turned to gaze at Leyland, his third vertical eye on his forehead blinking. Wade? Leyland touched his chin. Wade was the first Magus from the Four Seasons Garden that he had met. At the beginning, he had even passed the examination with his help. That's right. Desmond is an outsider, after all, and there are many things that he can't do. However, Wade is different. He's an envoy from the headquarters, so he holds a lot of power, and he is also the student of Reynold. He can easily take over the connections and resources that Reynold had, and is a huge obstruction to our plan. Caesar's tone was extremely serious and was practically one of fear. You don't want this plan to ultimately fail either, do you? You've signed the agreement, and the moment things fail, your spirit will self-destruct and leave nothing behind. Caesar's eyes seemed to give out dark rays that shot towards Leyland. Don't worry. I'll silence him. Leyland was silent for a while and then spoke. All right. I've contacted the Four Seasons Garden's headquarters in the external world. The elders are in a frenzy, and the entirety of the Four Seasons Corps will be dispatched here, along with a rank 2 Magus. Caesar also gave more news, 5 days. We have, at most, 5 more days. What he and Leyland needed to do within this time period was to push out Desmond and Wade, and hand over the defensive spell formation and core of the secret plane to the Dark Magi. As long as all of that was done, all entrances to the secret plane would belong to the Dark Magi. 5 days is enough. Leyland stood up and left. As he walked out the door, he turned back and smiled at Caesar. Also, remember. I don't like the look in that middle eye of yours. It's disgusting. Pack, the door slammed shut, and the expression on Caesar's face darkened. Despicable. With a swipe of his arm, the cup, documents, and other items on the table fell to the ground, producing the crisp sound of objects colliding. If not for my 3 spirits in a body still being incomplete, and me needing him to help me in my plan, I'll kill him. I swear on it. Caesar's facial muscles contorted. For him to be defeated by Lyle, who he had looked down upon in the past, was an absolute humiliation. Also, as he was not better than Lyle, and even had to concede in some matters, it was like reopening old wounds and exposing them to the scorching sun. What made him more furious was that Lyle had actually killed the little boy, and had inflicted heavy injuries on Giant, but these 2 magi were the other spirits that were part of the trio from his body. Though they had different personalities, it could be said that out of the 3 people, including himself, 1 had been killed and the other 2 had been seriously injured. This hatred was definitely not something that a contract could restrict. Caesar had concealed it well, but Lyle could see through it. It's a pity. So what if he knows? I admit that you're a genius and even the kind that's 1 in a million. But so what? You're now bound by the contract and don't have much time to grow any further. Once the plan succeeds and you lose all your value, I'll retrieve your spirit and torture you for 200 years. I swear on it. Caesar lowered his head and began to laugh, like the murmurings of a patient who was nearing death. Caesar moved extremely quickly, and on just the next day, Lyle heard news of increased dark magus activity at entrance number 2 to the secret plane. For the sake of security, Desmond had led the lightning corps to guard the area again. Though there were many intelligent magi who could tell this was a ploy to lure him away, Desmond still left. For Desmond and his superiors, if the Four Seasons Garden was able to eventually maintain the possession of their entrance, not only would the Four Seasons Garden would benefit, and they themselves would be able to obtain 10 to 20% of the resources. But entrance number 2 was different. There were resources there that they were in charge of, and as long as they took care of the entrance, profits would come in like a wave. Hence, even if there was just a slight possibility, Desmond did not want to risk anything. As for his good friend, Reynold? Too bad. Magi were a bunch of practical people, and a dead friendship was a friendship no more. Without a similar strength and position, this friendship could not continue. After considering both sides of the situation, Desmond made the decision to return. After all, most magi were selfish people. When it came to their own benefits, even rank 2 magi could not resist temptation. However, Desmond still had to put on a superficial front and pacify the Four Seasons Garden members. Lyle strolled around, and the magi who walked past respectfully bowed to him. Whether it was in terms of power or authority, Lyle was one of the core existences in the headquarters within the secret plane. The rest of the magi in Four Seasons Garden could only duck their heads. What was more interesting was that most of the team leaders of those divisions that Lyle had extorted had died in battle. Furthermore, the remaining members of those teams bribed Lyle by sending over even more resources and ingredients as they wanted to shirk their responsibilities. In the past, Lyle had needed to do the work himself, but now, bribes would appear on his doorstep on their own, and they were only afraid that he would not accept it. This treatment was vastly different from before. In this situation, Lyle, of course, accepted all these and promised them blindly to everything they requested. After all, the amount of time he would stay here could be counted in days. Once he was to leave, these magi would only be left in shock. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 252, Unrestrained. Unrestrained. When the time comes, these magi who bribed me before will, unfortunately, be apprehended and accused of helping the enemy. I wonder what expression will be on their faces when that happens. Lyle thought to himself as a sly grin appeared on his face. His feet did not stop moving until he came to a building that was still being rebuilt. This had once been the Merit Points Exchange Center, and after having experienced the attack from the Dark Magi, which Lyle had been the leader of, it was now destroyed to a terrible extent. Most of the main structure had been destroyed and, what was even more serious, the huge loss of a few resource-based warehouses. Besides the main warehouse, the greedy Magi also went after a few small-scale branch warehouses. There were some slightly valuable magic crystals, and if they had not already been stolen by the Dark Magi, then they had self-destructed under the protection of their spell formations. In the end, the Dark Magi who had grown green with envy had even burnt up the whole area and torched everything. On the bare surface of the stones in the surroundings, one could also see the burn marks here. Lord Lyle. A light magus who appeared to be the person in charge here quickly came over and greeted him. HN. Lyle nodded. He had never bothered remembering this light magus name, and could only vaguely remember that he was the person in charge. How's the progress of the rebuilding? He asked. Though it seemed as if Leyland had posed the question on a whim, sweat beaded on the forehead of the light magus who was waiting by the side. Over 80% of our main infrastructure has been lost. This is not a large problem with earth elemental magic, but the key issue is that the spell formations have to be remade. This light magus pulled out a white handkerchief from his robes and unceasingly wiped his shiny forehead. I'm not worried about that. When is the latest we can start working again? Leyland stared hard at this magus who was slightly plump. 3. No, 2 days. At the latest, we'll be able to resume our work in 2 days. The light magus could feel himself tremble under Leyland's gaze and quickly promised. 2 days? Leyland furrowed his brows and then shook his head. Far too long. I'll give you 2 more magi and 20 acolytes. The progress has to be 20% faster. Yes, my lord. From the aura that Leyland was unwittingly giving off, the light magus became even more afraid and the sweat on his forehead flowed quicker. He didn't even have time to wipe it off with his white handkerchief as he agreed. Leyland nodded, waved his hand, dismissed the person in charge, and began to stroll around the construction site. Leyland had experiences from an alternate world and was naturally aware that the protection from the headquarters in the secret plane was as good as the rebuilding work after wars in his previous life. There were 2 main points in this operation. 1. Regain the credibility of the administration, and 2. Guarantee the flow of trade. In terms of credibility, even though a rank 2 magus from Four Seasons Garden had died, the main organization in the external world was still significant enough that no magus could look down upon them. There was no issue at all. What was more urgent now was to make the Merit Points Exchange Center operational. From what Leyland knew, contribution points were the currency in this world. In order to make things work in this place via getting many light magi to take on missions to help rebuild the area, what did they need? Merit points. But merit points were a virtual currency that could not be used to trade for material resources directly, and were thus meaningless. With the Merit Points Exchange Center, large amounts of merit points could be given out as the light magi performed specific tasks, which could then be exchanged. This process would allow Four Seasons Garden to quickly regain their power. For this reason, even under these conditions, Leyland and Caesar quickly transferred a batch of resources over so that the Merit Points Exchange Center could resume operations. Though he and Leyland were dark magi spies, they were extremely cautious, and before they officially took action, they were as dutiful as any other magus from Four Seasons Garden. Hence, Leyland would come over occasionally and closely watch the progress of the reconstruction. Caesar was buried in a sea of documents and had to deal with a pile of urgent and frustrating work. However, this was something he himself had instigated, and it could be said that he had caused himself trouble. Leyland looked past the acolytes who were busily using earth elemental magic to create large numbers of stone pillars and bricks and approached a few people who were vigilantly surveying the area. They were all wearing the uniform of Four Seasons Garden, which had lightning insignias on it. They were members of Dismund's Lightning Corps. Though a rank 2 magus had left, there was still a vice team leader and 2 large groups staying guard here. They were all official magi who had experienced multiple battles and combined with the formation genie and defensive spell formation. Even if a rank 2 magus were to attack, Leyland and the others had the confidence that they could withstand the attack for a period of time until reinforcements from the nearby Light Magi Alliance arrived. The system of our defense has been rebuilt. It can't be said to be watertight, but it's no problem if we talk about maintaining our current situation. If not for me and Caesar being traitors. Leyland felt some pity in his heart. To be honest, Four Seasons Garden had not treated him very badly. If not for the fact that he had little choice, he did not want to betray them either. Compared to the dark magi who would often change their minds, he actually preferred having to deal with the light magi, who kept their promises, even if this was only applicable to those on the same level of strength as them. With Reynold and Caesar pushing him into a corner, Leyland had little choice. Caesar had first let out news of his identity as Thousand Meddling Hands Blood Rogue, causing Reynold to become suspicious of him. Caesar had then assigned him to continuously participate in the battlefield, and wherever it was dangerous was everywhere Leyland would go. It was a pace where he could possibly work Leyland to death. At the end, Reynold had even personally tried to identify Leyland's identity. This was a very dangerous sign, as this implied that the higher-ups in Four Seasons Garden were already beginning to lose trust in Leyland. Or perhaps, they had never trusted him at all. Hence, whatever Leyland had done till now to increase his strength was for the sake of survival, but now, after his bloodline's second transition and seeing firsthand the strength of a rank 2 magus from Thousand Meddling Hands, he could now somewhat defend himself and escape. It was for this reason that he could temporarily leave this cycle and worry about Four Seasons Garden and others. Leyland was not a heartless person. In a situation where his interests were not affected, he would definitely not mind helping friends and perhaps organizations. Under the name of changing the guards, George and the others have been transferred far behind the front lines, so they should be fine. Dark Magi wouldn't have any interests in a few pitifully poor acolytes. Leyland indifferently pondered. He was pretty much in possession of a third of the power within Four Seasons Garden's headquarters in the Eternal River Plain's secret plane. This amount of power was simply astonishing. But it was certain that he was going to betray them. In order not to implicate George and others, he could only work in a roundabout way. Are you ready? At this moment, Caesar appeared like a ghost behind Leyland and asked. All ready. We can start any time. Leyland nodded. With us together, he definitely won't be able to escape even with just what the formation genie grants us access to. He and Caesar's conversations were transmitted using spiritual force, and nobody would find out. Wade expressionlessly got up from a bed that had a strange smell to it. His face was stiff as he came before a large crystal mirror. Like a transparent crystal mirror, what was reflected was a person whose hair had withered, facial features sunken and two eyes caved in, much like the corpse of a mummy. The curse on the dagger that had been used in sneaking in attack on him had constantly been eating at his life, causing his external appearance to undergo changes. Wade could be considered a pretty boy in the past, but now, any Magus from Four Seasons Garden definitely wouldn't be able to recognize him. Teacher. A low mumble emerged from Wade's dry and cracked lips. For Wade, the first half of his life was the model of someone who was treasured by the heavens. Since he was young, he had been tested to have the first-rate talent in becoming a Magus, and successfully entered Four Seasons Garden without much trouble. He had even become the student of a powerful rank 2 Magus. He had then advanced to become an official Magus, and even the bottleneck that happened while he was a semi-converted Magus was easily overcome. However, everything had been destroyed the day before. In what seemed like the blink of an eye, his entire world had altered. Four Seasons Garden's entrance to the secret plane had been attacked, causing his teacher, Reynold, to die in battle. Even he himself had been struck with a curse that had maggots that burrowed into his flesh and bones, and could not be ridden of. This resulted in his current appearance, where he looked like an abomination. Teacher. I'll definitely avenge you. The corpse-like Wade in front of the mirror let out a low howl and a resolute look appeared on his face. For official Magi like Wade, external appearances were of no concern. As long as he had time, he could slowly choose a look and make changes to achieve it. This curse was directed at his life force and even his spirit. The moment both were diminished, no healing techniques would be useful. Originally, he could have chosen to return to the headquarters in the external world and be treated. With the methods of the Magi there, even if they were unable to heal him, it was a large possibility that they could slow the development of the curse and give him more time to come up with more ways to deal with it. However, for the sake of his teacher, Reynold, Wade firmly chose to stay behind. He had too many questions regarding his teacher's death. There were also a few suspicious points that he needed to make sense with the help of the investigation team from Four Seasons Garden before he would leave. Hence, even if the conditions here were simply terrible and the curse was constantly eating at his body and turning him into a horrific state, he would still choose to stay behind. My lord. How do you feel today? A Magus wearing an armor of thorns entered. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 253, Divulged. Divulged. Goro. It's you. Wade glanced at one of the few surviving members of the Four Seasons Corps, his tone displaying his regret. That day, he had sustained serious injuries, and practically all of the small team from the Four Seasons Corps had died. All that was left was Goro. As he had fainted because of the explosion, he had narrowly escaped death. At the sight of Goro, Wade couldn't help but think back to that scene. Explosion. Figures. Green mist. Everything had happened so suddenly that even his secretary, who was also his girlfriend, had died in the attack. Now, even Goro is probably ridiculing me as well. Wade shook his head as he thought, and spoke in a hoarse voice. What's the matter? My lord, I've brought you your breakfast. Goro placed a silver tray on the table, on which were fruit salad, white bread, and steaming hot milk. Thank you. Wade was silent for a while before he spoke. My lord, please be careful. Goro bent his head slightly and quickly left. Wade did not have much of an appetite, but for the sake of his teacher and as well as his own well-being, he still forced himself to go to the dining table. He picked up a slice of white bread, preparing to slather some jam on it, but a slip of paper sandwiched in the loaf caught his attention. Wade retrieved the slip and spread it out. After being in contact with the warmth of Wade's fingers, rows of little letters appeared on the originally white paper. Danger. Dark Magi have infiltrated the headquarters and are planning to attack you. Leave immediately. The words were very strikingly written in red. Wade stared hard and immediately got up to set up a few detection and isolation spells. Next, with some astonishment, he focused on the slip in his hands. Like I thought, the Dark Magi's attack was way too ferocious, and they knew too much about our defense system. The Formation Genie was also interfered with, and could not be used at all. There has to be a spy. Hatred appeared on his face. If not for there being a spy, we definitely wouldn't be in this position, and even Teacher Reynolds wouldn't. His fists were clenched tightly, to the point that a few drops of crimson blood flowed out through the bandages on his hands. I'll definitely find you and avenge my teacher. I swear on it. A glint of resolution appeared in Wade's eyes, and he then rubbed the slip of paper in his hands. The paper used is the most ordinary parchment paper. The words were designed to show after coming into contact with my body temperature, so the sender has to be someone I'm familiar with. If he was able to warn me, that means that he's very clear on whatever's happened here, but who could it be? Face after face appeared in Wade's mind, but he quickly pushed this thought down. It's not the time to think about this. Danger? Does this mean someone is planning on attacking me? Within the headquarters? Wade didn't quite believe it. Poo. Poo. Poo, star dot. At this moment, explosions sounded in the air, and numerous black needles as fine as cow hair penetrated the air. They were sharp glints in the air, launching towards Wade like raindrops. Really? A green shield of vines appeared, and the numerous thin needles struck the surface and produced sparks. He then dropped to the ground and rolled. Boom, a black dagger punctured the area that he had previously been, and the bench split apart like tofu. Even the air had been cut, producing two pure, white gusts of wind. TSS, from the area where the chair had been sliced, the sound of an object corroding was heard, with much white smoke accompanying it. The bench that Wade had been sitting on was corroded in a few seconds, not even leaving behind any residue. The person holding the dagger was a dwarf-like figure. The dwarf was surrounded by a layer of black gauze, and his movements were extremely agile. After seeing Wade avoid the attack, he pounced towards him like the wind. The black dagger was like the tooth of a poisonous snake, searching for Wade's weak points. Formation Genie, activate the defense spell formation here, and inform the Lightning Corps. Wade looked pitiful as he dodged a few attacks, and quickly swiped at a ring on his hand. Boom, green mist exploded at the scene, and with this chance, he began to yell. Order received. Activating defense at Zone B7. Beep. Received a different command, canceling out both. Your authority has temporarily been superseded. A robotic female voice sounded by Wade's ear, causing his heart to sink. The Formation Genie had control over a large area, which practically included the entire headquarters of the Four Seasons Garden at the Eternal River Plains secret plane. The moment he activated the power of the Formation Genie, he would definitely be able to break away from danger and arrest this killer. But now, the enemy was even able to control the Formation Genie. Didn't this mean that the headquarters was now being controlled by the Dark Magi? A huge sense of fear suddenly made itself known. Despite the strong defense here, he could not feel any security and rather, felt like he was being caged in. At this moment, the green mist in the room dispersed, and the dwarf-like killer's eyes had a cold glint within them. He seemed to transform into a black hurricane, which swept towards Wade. Tang. Tai. Tongue, star. Outside the room, footsteps kept sounding. The guard magi who were outside had heard noises inside and quickly rushed here. The dwarf suddenly flung something, and the dagger in his hand turned into black lightning, streaking across the air and flying straight for Wade's heart. If I weren't seriously injured and cursed, this type of attack, an unresigned expression appeared on Wade's face, and he quickly tried to avoid the attack. Poo, the black dagger stabbed his shoulder, leaving behind just the handle exposed. Large amounts of fresh blood spurted out, and Wade's face paled as he collapsed. The dwarf quickly ran forward, preparing to deal the final blow. Protect the Lord. At this moment, the door to the room was forcibly kicked open and was turned into wood shavings. A few magi wearing uniforms with lightning designs on them broke in. Seeing Wade collapsed on the floor, they roared, and a few people produced blue and white electric currents. The bolt of electricity arced across the air and arrived in front of Wade. Pack, star. The blue and white electric arcs struck the dwarf, causing green smoke and the smell of charred flesh to spread throughout the room. The dwarf's body trembled, before he glared hard at Wade as if staring at his prey, and suddenly threw two black balls to the ground. Poof, a large amount of black gas billowed out and concealed the dwarf's figure. After the gas had dissipated, the dwarf assassin had already disappeared. My lord, are you all right? Inform and warn Lord Caesar and Leyland about this. The Magi of the Lightning Corps supported Wade and then instructed. Half an hour later, Wade had already moved to another room, his injuries having been treated. However, while he glanced at his surroundings, terror was beginning to engulf him. The assassination attempt just now made him feel like something was wrong. Within the headquarters, an assassin had actually managed to enter without obstruction and suppressed the activation of the formation genie. What did this mean? Who could be the thief who seized the authority to command the formation genie? Or is it Caesar? Leyland? Did they both join hands? Wade was expressionless as the gears turned in his mind. No. The headquarters are extremely dangerous, and there are too many hidden enemies that I don't know of. If things really are like the what slip of paper said, where the dark magi have infiltrated here, I'm in even more danger. Wade glanced around his surroundings. A few magi were patrolling the area, walking back and forth. After the attack, Caesar had brought over guards, but all he could feel were bad intentions in their gazes, causing him to sweat profusely. This isn't going to work. I need to leave here as quickly as possible. It'll be best to meet with the Academy's investigation team. Wade's eyes showed his staunch resolve. What? Wade's missing? Leyland glanced at Caesar, shocked. How did this happen? You couldn't even carry out such a simple task. He must be suspecting us now. In front of Leyland was the three-eyed magus, Caesar, who did not look to be in a good mood. Even if he's an idiot, he'll definitely know there's something up with both of us after his authority in using the formation genie was suspended. If he were to report this to the investigation team, That's impossible. Leyland shook his head. The entrance to the secret plane is in our hands. I've checked all the recent records of people entering and exiting, there are no problems. Communication between the secret plane and the external world is very unstable, and the few communication towers we have don't work unless we use a spell formation exclusively for communication. Unfortunately, with our access to the formation genie, we can seal this entire area and turn him into a caged bird. So the only thing he can do is to escape to other light magi regions. Caesar added. Exactly. A very daring decision. Leyland nodded. The area of the Eternal River Plain's secret plane was enormous, and the distance between each entrance was vast. One even needed to pass through a few extremely dangerous zones. The difficulty would be too much for Wade while he was in his best condition, much less while he was cursed. This is your problem. You solve it. Caesar answered in annoyance. All right. This situation is actually what we wanted, though, isn't it? Leyland got up while he continued speaking. Desmond has been transferred away, and nobody knows whether Wade is dead or alive. In these next few days, he won't have the chance to communicate with any magus from the external world. Hence, the entire headquarters of the Eternal River Plain's secret plane now belongs to us. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 254, Query. Query. After having spoken, Leyland made a show of flinging his robes, with the intention to leave. What are you doing? To take care of the mess that was left behind, and arrange for the Dark Magi to receive access to the information about our defenses and resources, Leyland's figure eventually disappeared into the distance, leaving behind the echo of his voice. Leyland went straight to his room, opened a secret door and revealed a basement. My lord! A dwarf in black clothing bowed towards Leyland. Leyland nodded, and then pointed at the dwarf. A bright light was sent out from his fingertips and disappeared into the dwarf's forehead. The dwarf's body swelled in an instant, green veins wriggling on his flesh like little snakes. Ka-cha! The dwarf's body constantly expanded, and actually transformed from a little dwarf to an adult, burly male. With the change in his body, his black clothes burst and revealed a manly and handsome figure. However, on what had once been a beautiful male body, all sorts of runic brands now covered it all over that formed a bizarre spell formation. The man's body, which was laden with brands, trembled involuntarily as bead-sized sweat constantly dripping. From the looks of it, such a transformation was extremely uncomfortable, but the burly man gritted his teeth and did not make a sound. You did well, number 2. Leyland glanced at the burly man and praised him. It's my honor to be able to serve master. This burly man was actually one of the branded swordsmen that served Leyland. With his strength as a branded swordsman, the only way for number 2 to fail in killing Wade, who was already injured and weakened, was according to Leyland's special instructions. Even the slip of paper that warned Wade was arranged by Leyland. I've already helped you. Everything that happens next depends on your luck. Leyland lightly sighed, his pupils seemed to penetrate the void and see Wade, who was already fleeing. He had gone out of the way to do all this. After all, he was on somewhat good terms with Wade and allowed him to enter Four Seasons Garden. He did somewhat owe Wade. Though Reynolds had bad intentions towards Leyland, and Leyland had struck back mercilessly and indirectly caused Reynolds' death, this had nothing to do with Wade. Hence, Leyland did not mind letting him off when it was convenient. To take it further, Wade right now still had some talent in being a magus and was not someone Leyland had in his sights. Even if Wade wanted to avenge his father or anything like that, he could just kill Wade. After this act, Leyland believed he had repaid the debt he owed Wade. If he stupidly decided to provoke Leyland, Wade would immediately be killed. There would be no hesitation. In Leyland's mind, there was a very clear line. Wade was now a tiny bit helpful to Leyland, and they were on somewhat good terms, so he could let him off. If they were even closer, Leyland might even arrange for number 2 and number 3 to escort him out, rather than letting him fend for himself. Of course, before all that, the prerequisite was that none of this would harm Leyland's interests. If not, favors and things of that nature were not even worth considering. I won't chase after him anymore, but to make sure everything goes well, Caesar will definitely mobilize dark magi from 1,000 meddling hands to kill him. Good luck to you. Leyland estimated that the chances of Wade's survival in the external world were no more than 40%. This was in a situation where his own luck was factored in. However, this was much better than staying behind in the headquarters, where he was sure to die. Hence, Leyland sighed a little and quickly pushed this matter to the back of his mind, and ordered number 2 and number 3 to conceal themselves in order to be his trump cards. Without telling anyone, Leyland came to the region where the core of the formation genie was. Whatever Caesar had ordered him to do, had naturally been disregarded. Did Caesar dare to fall out with him just over such a trivial matter? The core of the formation genie was now situated at the heart of the headquarters of Four Seasons Gardens, not far from what had been Reynolds' office. Here, with every step he took, he could see many light magi who appeared quite solemn as they went about their tasks. Amongst these magi, not only were there magi from Four Seasons Garden, there were also a few magi from the Lightning Corps. In Leyland's eyes, the core of the formation genie was just like a generator room essential for the upkeep of the defense spell formation. The defense spell formation that guarded Four Seasons Garden was extremely important, and with the previous attack, the status and need for such defensive mechanisms was elevated by several times. However, it was but a decoration in Leyland's eyes. He was one of the 2 most important people in Four Seasons Garden now, and not only did these magi not question his being here, but they bowed to him. After sending away the magi outside, Leyland entered the room in which the spirit genie was located. This room was very empty, and wisps of cool air floated about, which caused the temperature to drop. In the center of the room, the metal pillars within what was the main body of the formation genie that Leyland had seen the previous time were standing tall. Usually, this sort of formation genie was a being that had no consciousness and only carried out procedures. It could not compare to Leyland's AI chip, but to be able to construct this thing with magic was something that astounded Leyland to no end. This was the product formed by a rank 1 and rank 2 magus. Did that mean that rank 3 or 4 magi could use magic and produce artificial intelligence, and even generate life? There was a level of excitement in Leyland's heart, as well as some vigilance. Though he had the AI chip and had a much better start than the other magi, the developed brains of highly ranked magi were comparable to regular computers. His advantage was becoming less obvious, and would eventually be rendered obsolete. However, he was still very confident. Even if there was a day where the advantages the AI chip granted him were evened out, or even surpassed by other magi, he was confident he would accumulate enough power before that happened and would not fear any challenges. With a grin on his face, Leyland pressed the palm of his hand to the surface of the metal pillar. Welcome, Magus Leyland Farlier, an authority of 7 stars. Please choose the function you require. The formation genie's voice sounded in Leyland's mind, instantly separating a few fundamental modules, which included the monitoring of the spell formation, checking information, alteration of basic runes and so on. Leyland's spiritual force touched the module that allowed him to check for information. Immediately afterwards, a large amount of information appeared in his mind. This formation genie was, in actuality, a massive central computer, with large amounts of information about the magi of Four Seasons Garden, recorded in its database. What he had right now was access to everything except a few absolutely secret documents. Map to the Eternal River Plain's secret plane. Distribution of resources. The best missions. Inventory of each warehouse. Backup of academic knowledge. A subdirectory dazzled Leyland as it streamed past his eyes. This was just a newly formed formation genie, and if it were a high-level formation genie that had recorded over 1,000 years of history in Four Seasons Garden, all the information within would cause Leyland's brain to explode. A platform to control data entry has been discovered. Proceed with remote control? At this moment, the AI chip's voice sounded by Leyland's ear. Yes. Leyland nodded. Next, a streak of spiritual force covered the metal pillar. AI chip. Make a copy of the information stored in the Formation Genie, and establish a catalog for browsing. Leyland ordered. Beep. Mission established. Beginning copy of information. Progress, 1%, 34%. 100%. The AI chip's efficiency was extremely shocking, and the amount it could store far exceeded Leyland's expectations. All the information stored in the Formation Genie only required a few seconds to be duplicated, and it had not taken up that much space either. It looks like after transmigrating, not only did the AI chip fuse with my spirit, its storage space has also been increased. Even if I were to copy information from a high-level Formation Genie like the one in Four Seasons Garden that has over 1,000 years' worth of information stored within, there wouldn't be any problems. Glee flashed by Leyland's face, and he then commanded, search. Rare items column. Instantly after, a picture was sent to the AI chip to be compared with. It was a bizarre honeycomb coal briquette, with many pearls that looked like eyeballs, was dazzling and demonic. This was what Leyland had found after sweeping through the main warehouse of the headquarters of Four Seasons Garden. It was definitely a top-grade item found within the secret plane. Though Leyland had no idea what it was, and there was no record of it in the AI chip's database, the Rank 2 Magus Reynold was sure to recognize it. If not, he would not have treated it so preciously and protected it well. With this image, there was sure to be a record of it in the Formation Genie. As expected, after adding the database from the Formation Genie, the AI chip quickly produced an answer. The fossil of the flesh from a thousand-eyes starfish. Degree of rarity, level 5S. Place of discovery, Lima Channel in the Eternal River Plains Secret Plane. Note taker, Reynold. Thousand-eyes starfish. It seems to be an ancient creature. Leyland rubbed his chin and looked through the introduction to its uses. The flesh of the thousand-eyes starfish contains extremely rich life energy, and can instantly regenerate a broken limb, and even give magi at the brink of death a chance to live. It is also very effective in the strengthening of organs. With just a gram of the flesh of the thousand-eyes starfish, it can increase the rate of the organ's adaptability by 2 levels. Leyland had a crazed look of excitement in his eyes as he read up to this point. Adaptability of the organ? Doesn't that mean it's useful in the remodeling of my heart? The progress of the remodeling of his heart had been stuck at 69%. After all, reforming the body was a very dangerous process, especially as Leyland intended to transform his heart such that it was similar to that of the giant Chamoyan serpent. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 255, Contribution Token. Contribution Token. Even in Leyland's previous life, during the process of transplanting organs, there would always be the possibility of the body rejecting the new organ. It was like this for transplanting between human bodies, and especially so for an exceptionally powerful organ such as the heart of an ancient being that was to be stuck into the body of an ordinary magus. Even with the help of magic, Leyland had to spend large amounts of time to increase the compatibility of his body and the heart. The progress of the remodeling of his heart had slowed considerably. Now, however, the flesh of the thousand-eyes starfish was actually able to suppress the body's antibodies and increase the rate at which organs adapted to the host body. How could this not get Leyland excited? After knowing the uses of the flesh of the thousand-eyes starfish that he now possessed, Leyland left the room in a better mood. Soon after, a message came for him. What? Does someone want to see me? And is holding a rank 1 contribution token? Leyland rubbed his chin and asked, who is it? The person who came forward to notify him was a young female magus, who reverently gazed at Leyland. Well, after being transformed by his bloodline, his appearance would be lauded as handsome no matter where he went. Also, for him to have reached the level of rank 1 magus at such a young age showed that he was frighteningly strong. This caused a reasonably large commotion, which resulted in admiration and adoration from many female magi. It's an old, and very, haughty lady. The female magus ducked her head and thought for a moment, and then chose these words. An old, haughty lady? Leyland was stunned, and then a slight smile appeared on his lips. He had already guessed who it was. Bring her to conference room 3. I'll meet her there. The female magus bowed and quickly retreated. Leyland was left behind, looking as if he was deep in thought. From the curse he had planted on Manla and Jenna's body, he could somewhat tell what was happening around them. After seeing the curses on Manla's body detonate, Leyland had a feeling that the family behind Jenna would try to compromise with him. From the looks of the current situation, this had come true. Come to think of it, the time for the curse to take full effect was nearing. They must have tried all the methods they had access to, and only after having no other way did they choose to compromise with him. What should I ask for this time? Leyland scratched his chin. He did not have any good feelings towards this family that considered themselves above others and was preparing to make them pay a high price and watch them fall to rock bottom. However, to be so arrogant on my territory, a cold glint flashed in Leyland's eyes. 3 hours later, in conference room 3, the piercing screech of an old woman's voice could be heard. I don't care what he's doing, but I've already been waiting here for over 3 hours. No matter what you do, I want to see him now. Immediately. If not, I'll use my contribution token and fire you. I swear on it. Crash. Next, the sound of glass breaking could be heard. The female magus who had notified Leyland ran out, her expression unhappy. That darned old lady. Is she commanding just because she has a contribution token? One day. The female magus cursed under her breath. All of a sudden, a shadow loomed over her, revealing the figure of a magus. Lord Leyland. There's a guest who wants to see you. She was shocked and immediately bowed, her cheeks rosy red. I understand. Leyland restrained his laughter with great difficulty, and the female magus walked into the room looking a little dazed. He had purposefully taken a longer period of time to come over here so that she would calm her anger. However, for people like her, whose spirit had affected her neurotic characteristic, time was not going to change anything. Didn't I say to call Leyland over? Conference room 3 was very large, with a few long leather sofas and a few tables in the middle. This was where guests could comfortably sit, have a drink and chat. Now, however, one of the tables had been flipped over, and there were the shattered remains of a few cups and plates on the ground. An old woman who had on the clothes of the upper class had her face covered with gauze. She wore black gloves and held onto a small bag, her temper foul. Upon seeing Leyland, she was at first stunned, and then hatred shot out of her eyes. The old woman's chest constantly heaved up and down, as if trying to suppress the fury in her heart. Then, with a haughty accent, she spoke. Leyland, is it? You actually dare to offend our noble Botelli family. This is an absolute sin. However, the Mother of Power and Peace is benevolent and merciful. Now, confess to your wrongdoings and cure Jenna. I can even consider lightening your sentence. While she spoke, she acted as if she was being noble to him by allowing him to repent, as if he had committed a huge sin that required her forgiveness. Hold on. Such a pitying gaze made Leyland extremely annoyed, and he rudely interrupted her. What? Are you preparing to confess? The old woman held her head high. No. I just wanted to ask you, are you crazy? Leyland did not beat around the bush. What did you say? The old woman's expression showed her shock. She could not believe that someone dared to speak to her in such a manner. If you didn't hear it clearly, I'll say it again. Leyland's voice rose a couple of notches. Are you crazy? You actually dare? The old woman pointed at Leyland, the joints in her fingers turning white and trembling in her anger. You actually dare to speak to me, the current wielder of power in the Botelli family, in such a manner? You even dare tarnish my family's reputation. Hell forbid. I'd even been so kind as to hope that I could pardon you. Oh, powerful and merciful Mother of Peace, please forgive my stupidity. Stop. Leyland did not wish to listen to this any longer. He was now clear of the situation. Jenna's family, which was the Botelli family, must have a family illness of craziness. I'm just going to say one thing. Only I am able to undo the curse on Jenna's body, and she is very important to you. After trying all available methods, you had no choice but to come here and ask me for help. Since you're here to ask for a favor, you must first have a good attitude. Leyland raised a finger. If not, you can only watch as Jenna dies. Such an unrestrained way of speech seemed to pierce through the old lady's pretense of being honorable, the redness on her face quickly dying away, and leaving her looking pale. I knew it. There's no use in bargaining with sinners like you because you'll just try to make use of us. The only thing awaiting you is eternal death. The old woman incessantly muttered. The anger in his heart stirred. However, immediately after, his facial expression slightly changed and he calmed down. At this moment, the old lady took out a gold token that was the size of her palm, swaying it in front of Leyland and grinning proudly. See this? This is a rank 1 contribution token my ancestors received from the Four Seasons Garden. It makes me a noble here, and if I choose to use it, the Four Seasons Garden has to fulfill one of my requests. I wonder if I want them to expel you, what would happen? So the reason why you were this unrestrained was because you have a token, but... Leyland suddenly felt the urge to laugh. Not even counting the fact that he was planning to leave the Four Seasons Garden, he did not view them very highly in the first place. However, this old woman seemed to be banking her hopes on the Four Seasons Garden, and used it as a method to threaten him. Whatever it is, you now have two choices. The first is to obediently admit to your wrongdoings and come back with me to cure Jenna. The second is to be banished from the Four Seasons garden, and eventually, be chased down and killed. A victorious smile emerged on her face. Leyland was speechless as he glanced at this old woman, suddenly finding her a little pitiful. The Four Seasons did have such a rule, and the rank 1 contribution token in her hands was also authentic. Unfortunately, she was a few days late. If she had arrived here a few days earlier, she might have been able to use the power of this token, and, with the Four Seasons garden to suppress him. But now? Leyland looked at the token in her hands. That's right. She probably still doesn't know about us being attacked, Reynolds' death, and me taking over. The attack had been classified as top secret, and the Four Seasons garden entrance to the secret plane had even been sealed for a period of time. It was impossible for regular magi to know about this. As a result of a time difference and various other factors, this old woman was obviously still not aware that this branch of the Four Seasons garden had already changed owners, what with her charging in so loudly and brazenly. What's wrong? Can't make a choice? Do you want me to help you? Leyland's long silence gave her the impression that he was afraid. Hence, the expression on her face was more arrogant, and she loudly bellowed, "Guards! Guards! What is the matter?" Minutes later, a few magi in white robes charged in. "In the name of the Four Seasons garden, I command you to arrest Leyland." The old woman raised the gold token in her hands, which flashed and glinted to form a four-colored ring. An energy wave with a very recognizable frequency was emitted. It's a rank 1 contribution token. It can't be fake. The guard magi glanced at it, bowed to greet the old woman. She nodded, still exuding arrogance. "Capture him." She pointed at Leyland. "Him?" A few guard magi looked at the old woman, then at Leyland, finding this situation difficult to handle. "What's wrong?" Her voice was piercing, to the point that one wanted to close their ears. "Do you wish to go against an age-old agreement? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 256, Threats. Threats. I guess I should let you know, dot. Seeing this old lady acting like this, Leyland suddenly found her quite pitiful and lost the urge to play with her any further. He waved at the few guards. "You may return first." "Yes, my lord." The guards gave Leyland a deep bow, appearing as if a heavy weight had been lifted off their shoulders, and quickly dashed out of the room. "Wait. What did they call you?" "My lord? Aren't you just a regular magus from the potioneering team? Aren't you also ostracized?" The old woman spoke agitatedly. She could feel that things were beyond her control, as if a stone had lodged deep in her heart. "It seems like you've investigated me quite thoroughly." "Unfortunately, I've climbed up the ranks a little faster than that." Leyland spread his hands, a mischievous grin on his face. Was he merely fast in climbing to this position? He had practically flown here. First, by killing large numbers of dark magi, he had obtained the position of the vice-team leader of the hunting team. With his battle achievement of killing Marb, he had been named the patrolling inspector of the headquarters. In theory, he was just as powerful as Caesar, the leader of the hunting team. After the attack of the Dark Magi and Reynolds' death, he had seized a third of the power within this branch of Four Seasons garden. But wait, there's more. After chasing Wade out, the authority he possessed had increased to 2/3. His position was infinitely nearing the chairman with this much power. This old woman only had a rank 1 contribution token, which was useless against a team leader, much less Leyland. Next, the smirk on his face vanished, and his expression turned solemn. "Formation Genie, record this down. This. Ahem. This person who holds the power in the Botelli family overstepped her authority and ordered for my arrest, with a rank 1 contribution token. I hereby announce that she be stripped of the authority and the contribution token in her hands. Asterisk wang, asterisk magical light brightened in the middle of the room, and the walls were filled with a ring of wandering illuminated runes. Recorded. Verifying. Verification complete. Removing authority from rank 1 contribution token. A robotic female voice was heard, and the rays of light from magic suddenly flashed outwards. The old lady seemed to be scared silly by such a strong energy wave. If all the spell formations around them exploded in one go, her body would simply vanish. The colorful magic rays did not attack her, but transformed into a hand the size of an adult, grabbing the rank 1 contribution token in her possession. Then, the fingers exerted force. Asterisk Kacha. Kacha, star. The sound of an object breaking sounded. A web of cracks spread across the surface of the entire token, and under the hopeless gaze of the old woman, it turned into little bits of dust. TSS, the magical light receded after destroying the token. Even the spell formation on the wall vanished. The old woman was now like a duck grasped at the neck, unable to utter a word. She naturally knew the amount of authority needed to be able to order the formation genie to destroy a rank 1 contribution token. That was something only the chairman was able to do. Could it be that this young man had already advanced to become a rank 2 magus, and had become the chairman of the Four Seasons Garden? This world was just too crazy. The old woman supported her head, feeling as if she was dreaming. How is it? Do you have any other trump cards? You can try using them. Leyland crossed his arms, staring icily at this old woman. Her heart fell. Her family was now not in a very good position. This token, which was something their ancestors had left behind, was the last resort, but had been rendered useless without properly being made use of. She herself would even be in trouble upon returning. What do you want? Her voice was hoarse as if she had aged by 10 years. She bent her back and then released the pride from her tone, completely defeated. What do you want? Leyland sounded innocent. Your granddaughter came up to me, saying I'm the main cause of a war and wanted to purify me. I was forced to strike back and gave them a lifeline when I could have simply just killed them. I'm already being very kind, and now you even want to threaten me. Leyland was indeed the victim in this affair, except for the fact that he had retaliated with just a little too much strength. Jenna is the seer of our generation. Her predictions can't be wrong. The old woman persisted. Leyland was exasperated but calmed his heart. There was no point in arguing over a trivial matter such as this. Alright, now it's time for me to name my conditions. My requirements are simple. I'm interested in that divination ability of Jenna's. Impart me this technique, and I'll release the curse on her. Oh, Mother of Peace. Not only does a sinner like you want to control us, you even dare to covet our family's meditation technique. She clutched her chest as if she was on the verge of going crazy. Is it a meditation technique? Or even a high-grade meditation technique? Leyland was suddenly very interested. Don't even think about it, you monster. Devil. Don't even think about trying to obtain our Botelli family's meditation technique. The old woman resolutely rejected him, a cold glint that could not be concealed flashing past her eyes. You may not know this, but the curse on Jenna's body can only be released by me. Otherwise, you could try finding a Morningstar Magus, or else you'll just be waiting for a dead body. I'll give you 1 day. Think it through. Leyland clapped his hands and 2 guards immediately entered. Send this lady away to get some rest. Do not be negligent. Leyland's tone was slightly different, and the 2 magi who knew what he was implying quickly came before the old woman, ready to take care of her. Leyland nodded and left. Though the old woman had concealed it well, the coldness in her eyes was still apparent to Leyland. All that she was thinking had long since been discovered by Leyland. Trying to swindle me with a fake meditation technique? No. Magi are intelligent people. If you give me a fake one, I'll definitely know. If I can't tell, I can just find a few acolytes and perform tests on them. Unless. If she really gives me a high-grade meditation technique, but it has a very obvious flaw. Only with these conditions will magi who lack high-grade meditation techniques be tempted to use it. What a pity. Leyland cracked a smile. If he was a magus without a high-grade meditation technique, he would definitely be unable to resist the temptation, and would end up training in it. After all, it represented an increased chance of advancing, as well as ensuring a better future. Unfortunately, he already had a high-grade meditation technique of his own, Komoyan's pupil. No matter how amazing the Botelli family's meditation technique was, he would only use it as a reference, and wouldn't do something so stupid as to switch meditation techniques. With a smile on his lips, Leyland went inside a secret room. The 4 walls of this secret room were made of thick stone, with numerous runes that could isolate energy placed all over. In the middle was a rather strangely shaped, little stone counter. 3 pillars supported a triangular section, large amounts of green vines crawled along it. Formation Genie, activate the communication spell formation. Leyland spoke. Authority verified. Activating communication spell formation. As the Formation Genie spoke, a dusky splendor shot out from the little stone counter, and all the runes in the room began to glimmer. Leyland nodded upon seeing this. Communication between the secret plane and the external world was all but impossible, and could only work through a particular communication spell formation. This was a specially constructed communication spell formation that could penetrate the isolation effect of the secret plane and was considerably expensive. The Four Seasons Garden only had this one formation in the entire Eternal River Plain's secret plane. Before, Wade's authority to communicate with the outside world was sealed through the combined efforts of Leyland and Caesar. Hence, in a situation where he could not contact anyone, Wade had no choice but to flee. Leyland took out his own secret imprint book and flipped through to the most recent page. At the end was a blue imprint that looked like a beacon. Leyland lightly tapped it. Boom, the blue beacon suddenly became bigger, and the runes in the room unceasingly lit up. A red line shot out of the stone counter, connecting to the surface of the blue beacon's secret imprint. Is this Sir Hyder? How have you been feeling recently? Leyland asked, full of smiles. It's you. Quick. Give me the cure. From within the blue secret imprint, a haggard voice came on and off, as if the owner had been severely injured or was being tortured by some illness. The owner of this voice was Hyder, the magus who was on good terms with the Botelli family, who had been invited by the old woman to treat Jenna. Previously, he had failed in his treatment methods. Not only had he been infected by a poison that Leyland had made himself, but the poison had also come with a communication imprint. Hence, Leyland was able to know a lot about the Botelli family. The grin on Leyland's face widened. Sir Hyder, I want to tell you something quite unfortunate. The wielder of power in the Botelli family has already approached me. She implored me to remove Jenna's curse, but never said anything about you. Upon hearing his words, the imprint became quiet, and then came the sound of something breaking. That whore, that lunatic. To think I worked so hard for her. Cough, cough. After just 2 sentences, Hyder began to cough violently. Leyland's smile was even brighter. Sir Hyder. How's the effect of my shadow corrosion? I spent a lot of effort on it. You're also a very outstanding healing magus. I would like to know your evaluation of it. After a long time, Leyland once again heard Hyder's voice from the secret imprint. You've won. The composition of the poison is much too complicated, and they're intricately linked together. I really have no way to remove it. Give me the cure, and not just medication to suppress it, and I'll tell you everything I know. Fine. I want to know everything, especially your knowledge regarding the contents of the meditation technique, but if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 257, Thousand-Eyed Starfish. Thousand-Eyed Starfish. A day later, Leyland met the old woman from the Botelli family once more. This time, however, she looked to be pale and in a bad state, as if she had not rested well. At the sight of Leyland, her eyes seemed to come to life and she spoke in a low voice. I can give you information regarding the secret high-grade meditation technique that belongs to our family. However, I want to make this clear first. This technique is incomplete, and there are stringent limits and restrictions applied to those who train in it. If you were to forcefully train in it, there are sure to be residual effects. That's my problem. Just give me the meditation technique, and I'll give you the solution to releasing the curse. It's as easy as that. Leaning against the comfy back of his reclining chair, Leyland's fingers were crossed as he calmly spoke. Fine. But we will first need to make a contract with the presence of the trial's eye. The old woman straightened her back. Of course. I don't trust you either. Leyland nodded. Let's start. A moment later, the old woman took what she wanted and left. Leyland was left on his chair, fiddling with a light golden crystal ball, and looking to be deep in thought. What an interesting meditation technique. He had briefly looked through the contents of the meditation technique the old woman had given him. Due to the contract under the watch of the trial's eye, she did not dare cheat him, though Leyland had found out she had pulled a few tricks as well. For instance, she had either exaggerated or understated a few facts. Based on what Hyder had said, male magi in the Botelli family who had forcefully trained in this high-grade meditation technique had all died after going mad. However, all that was written here was that there would be aftereffects that would affect one's mind. The old woman had also exaggerated the effects of training in this meditation technique, distorting the fact that one could catch glimpses of some vague fragments of the future into one being able to see the future. Upon seeing the frightening effects of a high-grade meditation technique that could aid one in seeing the future, most magi would not hesitate to train in it. They would then fall into the old woman's trap. How clever, but that's it. Leyland assessed as he played with the crystal ball that had information about the meditation technique recorded within it. As the meditation technique the old woman had given him was real, it complied with the trial's eye contract. There were only a couple of small changes that she made to the results and side effects, which would not cause the trial's eye to retaliate against her. However, in Leyland's eyes, whatever she did was just a joke. However, the fact that there is an ability to predict the future is quite alarming. Through the spiritual force from the supernatural world, one can sense fragments of what's to happen in the future. Leyland rubbed his chin. He had briefly looked through the technique, through which, with training, Magi could practice and form a unique type of spiritual force. With the extension of this spiritual force, one could then gain information and see images relating to the future. In general, the results were astounding, but unfortunately, the technique was incomplete. AI chip, how's the scanning and recording process going? Leyland asked inwardly. Deep. Information on Sacred Flame, a high-grade meditation technique, has been recorded. Inputted into database, meditation techniques. Classified information as 5 stars. The AI chip intoned. After scanning through, the percentage of incompleteness of the meditation technique is at least 79.52%. If this technique is trained in, it will result in mental issues. Chances of developing bipolarism is at 98%. 98%. Then there's definitely going to be a problem. Leyland sighed and then asked, AI chip, is it possible to complete this meditation technique? He suspected that the strict limitations of one's body and bloodline, as well as the horrifying aftereffects, were all issues born from the incomplete state of the technique. If the rest of it could be filled in, most of the problems would be solved. Deep. Due to a lack of information regarding high-grade meditation techniques, this technique cannot be completed. Unsurprisingly, this was the AI chip's answer. There was nothing he could do. High-grade meditation techniques were connected to the life or death of a Magi organization or family. Even with his power now, he could only get a hold of 2 high-grade meditation techniques. One was his own Kamoyan's pupil, and the other was the incomplete Sacred Flame. Based on his guess, the AI chip would need a large number of samples to analyze and compare. Only after that would it be able to analyze and complete the Sacred Flame technique. The samples required would be around 10 high-grade meditation techniques. They also would have to be completed. 10 high-grade meditation techniques? Leyland gave a long sigh. Even in the entire South Coast, it was uncertain if there were that many high-grade meditation techniques. With his current power, it would be impossible for him to obtain them. No matter what it is, this is still a high-grade meditation technique. It's priceless. Leyland caressed the golden crystal ball in his hands. All of a sudden, black mist appeared within his hands. Asterisk kacha. Kacha asterisk cracks appeared on the surface of the crystal ball, and the ball turned into dust in front of Leyland's eyes. All the information about Sacred Flame had already been recorded in the AI chip's database, and he would not be able to lose it. There was no point in keeping this crystal ball, and Leyland was naturally a little suspicious of anything the old woman left behind, and he found it best to destroy it. Within Leyland's room, in a laboratory. As one of the 2 current leaders of the Four Seasons Gardens branch in the Eternal River Plains secret plane, arranging a better room and a laboratory for himself was nothing difficult. This laboratory had once been provided to Magi who were team leaders. The equipment here was the best and newest technology brought in from the external world. No laboratory that Leyland had worked in his previous world could compare to this. Leyland was currently in front of a large, silver experiment table. On the surface of the metallic table, there was a black honeycomb-like coal briquette that silently lay there. There were many depressions on the surface of it, in the middles of which were dark green pearls that emitted dazzlingly bright lights. This was one of the 3 most precious ingredients found in the main warehouse of Four Seasons Garden, the fossil of the thousand-eyed starfish. After receiving the information regarding its name and uses from the formation genie, Leyland quickly found himself a laboratory, and prepared himself to make good use of it. The flesh of the thousand-eyed starfish has already turned into a fossil. It's going to be troublesome to extract and use the useful portions of it. I'm going to need many potions to do that. Thankfully, I have this. Leyland laughed, retrieving a mysterious test tube from his pouch. After obtaining the spatial high-grade magic artifact made from the skin of the void white-eyed snake, Leyland had placed all his belongings into it. As all of his baggage was gone, Leyland now looked much slimmer. The entire test tube was made from glass, and the liquid contained within had a very strange color. The top half was an olive color, while the bottom half was a grayish-black. There was a clear line of separation between these two. A high-grade reactive potion. Even in ancient times, this was one of the most precious potions used to awaken the life energy hidden deep within an item. The formula for making this ancient potion had been found within the database of the formation genie. As a few of the ingredients required to brew it had already gone extinct, this formula was not made confidential. For Reynold, this was probably something of little interest. But Leyland was different. The resources he possessed through looting and extortion were plentiful, and he was easily able to gather the required ingredients. As for the ingredients that were extinct, fortunately, Leyland had them. While he was still a level 3 acolyte exploring the Dylan Gardens, not only had he gained the high-grade meditation technique and the Book of Giant Serpents, he had even obtained a few extremely precious plants. These ingredients were much too precious, so Leyland could not bear to use them. He kept all of them after going through some procedures to keep them fresh. Now, however, after obtaining the formula to make the high-grade active potion, he suddenly came to the realization that the few ingredients that were known to be extinct were, in fact, plants that he possessed. This was simply too lucky for him. Now that he had gathered all the ingredients, coupled with the fact that Leyland himself was a highly accomplished potion master, brewing the potion was a very simple task. Along with Leyland's chance, the test tube opened up like a flower, and a putrid stench spread around the room. Drip by drip, Leyland carefully positioned each droplet onto the green pearls of the thousand-eyed starfish. Leyland's movements were extremely careful, smearing the amount evenly on every pearl. By the time the last of the olive-colored potion was used up, the fossils suddenly began to squirm. Awaken! His eyes flashing with excitement, Leyland's lips moved as he softly murmured. He had used the ancient Byron language, which seemed to draw power from the supernatural world. Wang Wang! Invisible strength wrapped the thousand-eyed starfish within, and the potion evaporated and emitted black and white gases. The black and white gases merged in the air, forming the multiple black and white eyes. Whoosh! With what sounded like a big wave, the flesh of the thousand-eyed starfish constantly trembled, layers of rock falling off of it. TSS. Green eyes blinked open, those olive pearls in the depressions were actually the eyes of the thousand-eyed starfish. Begin deep heating. Preset temperature at 1548 degrees. Complying with Leyland's voice, two large, mechanical arms suddenly rose from under the table. They were extremely shiny and seemed to be made of metal, but at the joints, there were traces of the slight movements that were reminiscent of real flesh. The large arms scooped up the thousand-eyed starfish and placed it into what looked like a furnace. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 258, Accomplishment. Accomplishment. Prepare the centrifuge. Beginning cooperation. Leyland shut his eyes, and black threads shot out from between his brows, connecting to the various apparatus in the laboratory. Asterisk Kacha. Kacha, star. The light flickered, and the apparatus in the laboratory were activated. Any instrument that had a measuring function began to show numbers and pointers on gauges moved. With the threads of spiritual force, Leyland worked on purifying his spiritual force and began the complicated separation process. 2 hours later, Leyland looked at the half-finished product on the table and nodded. On the surface of the table was a piece of pink flesh. This had been the fossil of the thousand-eyed starfish. Leyland had fully expended the life force within it and had gotten rid of all the olive-colored eyes. There was a very troublesome poison held within the eyes of the thousand-eyed starfish, and as such, they needed to be removed. The thousand-eyed starfish currently seemed to have returned to its original state, the tender flesh having a gleaming luster, as if it had only just been dug out, and was still covered in a layer of liquid. Yes. The separation operation was very successful. All that's left is the last step. Leyland took out the gray-black, high-grade reactive potion, of which only half remained. He poured all of it onto the pink flesh. TSS. The moment the gray-black potion was poured onto the flesh, large amounts of steam were produced. Through it, one could see the pink flesh decreasing in size at a rate that could be seen with the human eye. The flesh seemed to shrivel up and turn black. Leyland expressionlessly used up all the liquid, and then chanted some ancient incantations. Woo woo woo, these incantations were ancient, with a very boundless aura. It sounded like countless conch shells being blown at the same time. Blue waves of energy were like sweeping tides, wrapping around the flesh of the thousand-eyed starfish. After the blue light dissipated, all that was left was an object the size of a longan. The object was gray in color and even had lines that characterized muscle. It looked like salt-cured meat that had not been properly preserved. The salty meat began to emit the smell of something burning. Rumble. Upon smelling this, Leyland actually couldn't help but swallow his saliva, a distinct look of longing appearing from the depths of his heart. Eat it. Eat it. Hungry. 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 This thirst seemed to come from every cell in his body. It was extremely difficult to resist, and this feeling was the strongest at his chest, where his heart was. Leyland could feel every blood vessel in his body pumping in excitement, urging him to swallow that piece of flesh on the table. Ah, ha ha. Primal desires? How can a mere thing like it control me? Leyland's eyes turned a little red, and even his hands began to tremble. However, he did not choose to consume the flesh of the thousand-eyed starfish right away. He first used the AI chip to analyze its composition and nature in detail. During this whole time, the meat in his hand was a huge temptation for him. However, even though every cell in his body shook with excitement, his expression stayed the same, as if he was unaffected, as cool and grim as a glacier that had existed for thousands of years. In his previous life, he had already developed an extremely staunch willpower. No matter how fierce and deadly the temptation, he could still control and stabilize his inner desires. Recorded composition of this object. Saved in folder, material type ancient creature thousand-eyed starfish. The AI chip replied. Only after the stream of data finished working did Leyland gobble down Longan-sized meat. Boom! Like a bomb that had exploded, his entire body was paralyzed by lightning, like a drunkard who had abstained for years and once more had fine liquor, or like a traveler who was on the verge of death from his thirst and had finally savored the sweet taste of spring water. Leyland felt as if his body was floating, lying on the peak of white clouds. There was joy coming from every cell in his body. An exceptionally sweet and refreshing feeling spread from his mouth and down his throat. The flesh of the thousand-eyed starfish first went to his stomach. Gastric fluid rushed forward, and in just a few seconds, digested it completely. Streams of water like from a hot spring spread throughout Leyland's body, and especially his heart was like a person dying of thirst, greedily absorbing this warm flow. Leyland closed his eyes. He felt as if he was naked, flowing along a warm and comfortable large river. A droplet of something moist suddenly rolled down his face. It was exceptionally sweet, exciting his taste buds to the extreme to the point that he unconsciously began to tear up. For him, who had a physique that far exceeded that of a regular person, it was basically impossible for him to react in such a way, but the flesh of the thousand-eyed starfish was able to do it. I'm afraid such a taste might make one addicted. Leyland exclaimed in satisfaction. The process of consuming the thousand-eyed starfish was just too comfortable and pleasurable. The stimulation of one's body and mind was definitely enough to make any regular human addicted. However, Leyland was a magus, and he was basically invulnerable in terms of his mind. His awareness of himself was as strong as steel, which was how he was able to keep a hold of himself and resist this temptation. At this moment, the robotic voice of the AI chip was heard. Beep. Detected that the essence from the flesh of the thousand-eyed starfish has entered host's body. Determined to be useful to host body. Beginning absorption. In that moment, Leyland retreated 2 steps. He could feel the rate at which he was absorbing the hot stream increase by another level. At the place where his heart was, it was practically a black hole which steadily absorbed the essence. Beep. Host body has absorbed flesh of the thousand-eyed starfish. Rate of modification of host body's heart has substantially increased. The AI chip began to work hard, the screen in front of him changing rapidly. Immediately after, Leyland could see in the column that displayed his stats, the number that showed the progress of the modification of his heart flying up quickly. 70%, 75%, 80%, 85%, 90%. The number rose like a fiery arrow but faltered slightly at the 90% mark. What came next was an eruption of heat, and the progress broke through 90% to reach 91%, and continued to rise. 97%. 98%. 99%. 100%. When the modification of his heart reached 100%, Leyland suddenly felt faint, as if he had been pounded on the head with a large metal hammer. Asterisk bang. Bang. Bang, star. His heart, surrounded by purple-red light, seemed to stop for a while. Next, his heart began to once again pump with a huge amount of force. Asterisk bang. Bang. Bang, star. This force was extremely powerful, to the point that people would be able to hear his heart beating from outside Leyland's body. Blood that held hints of purplish red began to form at his heart. Through his arteries, they were transported all over his body. The purplish-red blood, which had a slight chilling quality to it, formed a stark contrast with the heat from the flesh of the thousand-eyed starfish. Leyland suddenly felt an overwhelming orgasmic feeling coursing through his body. Minutes later, the heat dissipated, and what replaced it was an extremely comfortable, refreshing feeling. Beep. Modification of host body's heart is complete. Detection of an increase in all body stats. Beginning recalculation of data. The sound of the AI chip's voice was heard, and Leyland found the column with his stats being refreshed again. Beep. Leyland Farlier. Rank 1 Warlock, Bloodline, Giant Chamoyan Serpent. Strength, 21.1, Agility, 14.4, Vitality, 27.9, Spiritual Force, 85.6, Magic Power, 85, Magic Power is in synchronization with Spiritual Force. Elemental essence conversion, 99%. In a moment, a feeling of extreme power spread and seeped into his limbs and bones. After modifying my heart, it means that I have achieved a fusion of the deepest level with the bloodline of the giant Chamoyan serpent. Now, it is replacing my blood. In the future, if I have children, they will automatically inherit this warlock bloodline. Leyland seemed to sigh, and looked at his stats once again. Although my strength and agility did not increase by much, my vitality had increased by a large amount, which makes sense. The physical body is a carrier for the mind and spirit. With a rise in spiritual force, it would naturally require an even more sturdy body to support it. From Leyland's perspective, the body was like a glass, and the spiritual force was like the water in it. The bigger the glass was, the more water and thus, spiritual force it could contain. Conversely, no matter how much water there was, it would be useless if the glass was not large enough to hold it. It might even cause the glass to break. Hence, many official magi would think up ways to strengthen their body to adjust and balance their powerful spiritual force. However, what shocked Leyland the most was the rise in his spiritual force and elemental essence conversion. Spiritual force actually went up to 85.6, and elemental essence conversion is even more terrifying. It actually rose to 99%. I think even ancient elemental beings would just be at this level. With these results, I can try my hand at advancing to become a rank 2 warlock. Leyland sighed in contentment. The requirements for a warlock to advance was largely similar to a magus, with the only difference being requirements in the bloodline. Leyland's current bloodline was directly from the ancient creature, the giant Chamoyan serpent, so there was definitely no problem at all. The conditions to advance to become a rank 2 magus was for one's spiritual force to reach 80, and one's elemental essence conversion to be above 80%. These were the basic requirements to be promoted to be a rank 2 magus. In terms of spiritual force, many magi were able to reach it. However, they were often stuck in terms of their elemental essence conversion and were hence unable to proceed further. There were also ambitious people like Caesar and Descartes who had reached the requirements to advance but had not done so. They wanted to push their elemental essence conversion to above 90% to build a stronger foundation and pave the way for their future. Not only had Leyland currently exceeded the basic requirements in spiritual force, but his elemental essence conversion had even reached the shocking number of 99%. Besides ancient elemental beings that were made of elemental particles, there was nothing that could have a higher percentage than this. Leyland was a being made of flesh and blood, rather than elemental particles. To be able to reach 99% was basically reaching the extremes of his limits. He was extremely clear about this and did not look to increase it any further. With the bonus from my bloodline, all of my body's stats far exceed that of a regular magus. Now, my elemental essence conversion has even reached 99%. Even in the entire South Coast, I doubt that there's a rank 1 magus who's stronger than me. Leyland was extremely clear of his ranking. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 259, Preparation. Preparation. Compared to the regular magi who did not have high-grade meditation techniques and were unsure of their futures, Leyland knew exactly what he was going to do. Over a long period of time, regular magi would need to search for or create a rank 2 spell that was compatible with the spell model they had chosen when they had become a rank 1 magus and then try to solidify their sea of consciousness within it. This would, of course, all be done after their spiritual force and elemental essence conversion had achieved a certain level. This was all a matter of luck. Even if one were able to succeed by chance, the two spell models could result in disharmony and wear and tear, having an adverse effect on the power of a rank 2 magus. But Leyland was different. He had a high-grade meditation technique. Every time he advanced, he would generate an innate spell that completely suited his body. What he needed to do now was raise the level of his meditation technique, and train till Chamoyan's pupil went up to another level. Only then would he be able to be promoted to a rank 2 warlock. For magi who trained in high-grade meditation techniques, as long as they reached a certain level, the technique would automatically push and help a magus to advance at a rate far faster than regular magi. I've already reached the basic requirements for Chamoyan's pupil to advance to the second level. Next, I'll have to gather spiritual force and produce immense energy to make a breakthrough in Chamoyan's pupil. Information regarding breaking through the second level of Chamoyan's pupil flashed by Leyland's eyes. This is a process that requires constant accumulation. With my current condition, this would need around 2 or 3 years. However, with some special methods, such as burning up large amounts of spiritual force, for instance, the process can be quickened. Leyland serenely closed his eyes, seeming to emit dangerous rays of light. Time passed slowly, and it was soon night. The sky was filled with clouds blocking the moon and they had no intentions of moving. In the Eternal River Plane's secret plane, it was immersed in darkness. Magical lights began to light up, connecting together like pearls as they brought light to the Four Seasons Garden headquarters. However, even if they used large amounts of light magic, in a huge area like that the headquarters occupied, there would still be much darkness and many shadows. Beside a flower terrace, dark figures emerged from the shadows, one after another. All of these figures were wearing black robes with traces of blood on them. The smell of blood on their bodies was so strong that it did not seem like it could dissipate, and their eyes showed no sense of human emotion, all there was a pure desire to kill and vent. How is this? It's the Magi army from the Dark Magi's headquarters. They're not that different from the Light Magi, are they? Leyland and Caesar stood aside. This time, they had used their authority to transfer the patrolling Magi away, personally removed the defense mechanism here, and welcomed these people. Caesar grinned at Leyland. They're not bad, and are perhaps a lot stronger. Leyland sucked in a huge breath. Due to the harsh environments they lived in, they had to have great battling prowess. In general, being able to live until now was only possible with their own two hands. The army trained by the Light Magi had also gone through arduous and bloody battles, but the only way in which they surpassed the Dark Magi army was in their cooperation. In terms of individual battle power, they could not compare. It's been already 2 days since the previous attack. We only have 3 more days before the investigation team from headquarters arrive. It'll be troublesome when that happens. Caesar's expression revealed his discontent. How about Wade? Haven't you taken care of him yet? He's concealed himself quite well. The people I sent to search for him haven't discovered anything yet. Leyland waved his arms, looking helpless. He won't be able to flee out of the secret plane anyway, so he won't leak any information. 2 days later, it won't matter even if he meets up with the investigation team. Let's hope so. Caesar stared coldly at Leyland for a long while and then forced the words out of his mouth. He had guessed that Leyland was not doing this work himself and had intentionally let Wade off. However, as long as Wade was not able to spread any information, it would only be a small matter. In terms of general benefits, as long as there were limitations from the contract with Trials I, Caesar believed Leyland wouldn't do anything that harmed their interests. After all, if this operation failed, it was impossible for Leyland to return to Four Seasons Garden. Instead, he'd become a fugitive. Isn't it too conspicuous to bring over all these people? What's going to happen if we get found out? Leyland looked at the line of Dark Magi trailing behind Caesar and asked, a little worried. The Light Magi from headquarters were no fools. With the Lightning Corps around, every single action either he or Caesar took was susceptible to scrutiny, and if they were discovered to have dealings with Dark Magi, they would immediately be stared closely at. There's no other choice, we have no more time. In at most 3 days, or 2 days at best, we need to bring in enough people and transfer the authority to control the defense system to them. Caesar's face was stern. I can temporarily arrange for them to stay in a few abandoned laboratories and warehouses. They're going to leave in a day or 2 anyway, so we don't even need to prepare a lot of food or water. Hide in the western warehouse. I've already minimized the patrolling officers and sentries there. Here's the map of the changing of the guards and the warning systems. Caesar instructed the Dark Magi behind him, and passed a piece of parchment paper to him. The leader took it silently, and with a fling of his robes he turned into black smoke and left with the Dark Magi behind him. The entire process was extremely quiet, displaying the results of the Dark Magi's training. Leyland was extremely aware that during the past few days, Caesar and himself had abused their own authority and brought several batches of Dark Magi into the headquarters of Four Seasons Garden. Due to the chaos after the attack, as well as he and Caesar helping to cover up this plan, not a single Magus had discovered that something was amiss. By the time the authority to command the Formation Genie was transferred, the Dark Magi would cooperate with those in the external world. Even if all the official Magi within the secret plane now, as well as the 2 large groups from the Lightning Corps were gathered, they would still be powerless. Leyland sighed deeply and closed his eyes. He could already imagine the confusion and puzzlement on these Magi as they died. Tomorrow, you'll come with me to unseal the core body of consciousness of the secret plane. After the attack, Desmond added another seal, and without enough authority, the Formation Genie will fight back. Caesar's face was grim. In the contest to seize the gate, what was most important was obtaining the core body of consciousness belonging to the gate into the secret plane. As long as this was in their possession, they could control the Platinum Gate outside and prevent Light Magi from the external world from entering. It could be said that the key to seizing control of the secret plane was the core body of consciousness. After Desmond had reinforced the sealing spell formation, just Leyland's or Caesar's authority was not enough to undo the spell formation and retrieve the body of consciousness. Only if they worked together would they have enough power to do so. This was why Caesar was so tolerant of Leyland. Don't worry. This has already been stated clearly in the contract, so I can't go back on my word. Leyland turned to look at Caesar. What's more important is what I requested of you. How has the preparation for that been coming along, Dut? When he had made a contract with the rank 2 Dark Magi that the trials I had bore witness to, Leyland was also able to gain some benefits. He had requested for a large amount of resources that were only available to certain Dark Magi regions, high-grade academic knowledge, research information, and even a promise that allowed him to enter Lighthouse of the Night. Lighthouse of the Night. That was the Holy Land for Dark Magi. It had a rank 3 Dark Magus in charge, and its reputation was spread everywhere. The original leader had even used his own strength and defeated, with a single blow, the combined attack from the director of Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, Siley, and a few other rank 2 Magi. Leyland's request was a little difficult for the rank 2 Dark Magus to handle at first. Though he was a delegate from the Dark Magi Alliance, recommending someone so that they could enter Lighthouse of the Night also required him using a lot of resources and favors. As for materials, knowledge, and the like, it was another huge issue. However, Leyland had absolutely insisted on this, and the Dark Magus had no choice but to include this in the contract. The moment he thought of this, Caesar's expression became dark and his chest heaved up and down fiercely. Even his breathing had become harsh. Don't worry. The black blood ores, bone flowers, and other resources have already been sent to your room. As for the promise for you to enter the Lighthouse of the Night, you'll get it after we succeed here. Very well. Leyland nodded, and then disappeared into the darkness. Behind him, there was the sound of something shattering. 2 days later, the day before the investigation team arrived. It was noon, and the blazing heat shined hard upon the ground, resulting in a heat wave. Four Seasons Gardens headquarters in the Eternal River Plain's secret plane had already regained its vitality. Many light magi were entering and leaving the Merit Exchange Center as they completed all sorts of tasks. The magi from the outside with neutral stances went out to gather all sorts of resources within the secret plane before coming to the exchange point set up by the Four Seasons Garden and traded them for magic crystals to purchase useful potions and high-grade information. Everything seemed to be in order. With Caesar and Leyland heading this work, the headquarters had already returned to its previous prosperity and stability. Of course, this was just on the surface. Within the shadows, at least 50 Dark Magi had been smuggled in, and a few important places with defense spell formations were taken over by Dark Magi. The busy Light Magi had absolutely no idea that the headquarters of the secret plane here had already changed ownership. How is it? How does it feel to see the headquarters that you built up yourself be destroyed by your own hand? A voice traveled from behind Leyland. Leyland expressionlessly turned, and answered Caesar, who approached. I feel nothing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 260, Another Round. Another round. After speaking, Leyland turned to gaze at the bustling market. Life and death happened all the time, much like the way flowers bloomed and withered away. Everything was being transformed in front of his eyes. Nothing in the world can escape the decay of time. This is why I'm so set on seeking eternity, which is something I live by. Leyland sighed deeply in his heart. The rebuilding of this market was not entirely without reason. At the very least, Leyland had gained quite a bit of experience from managing it. In the future, if he ever needed to take charge of an area where magi gathered, he knew he could do it much better than before. Seeing Leyland's expression, Caesar snickered inside without showing anything on his face. Then let us begin as quickly as possible. Someone will move the core body of consciousness today. All right. Are we finally going to make a move? Anticipation flashed in Leyland's eyes as they walked side by side as they left. Caliste wore the robes unique to Magi from Four Seasons Garden and ambled over to the region he was in charge of. Along the way, acolytes stood by the road and bowed to him. He walked past them expressionlessly and occasionally nodded aloofly. This is it. Respect. Reverence. This is what it feels like to be an official magus. As someone who had just been promoted to be an official magus, Caliste had yet to adjust to this situation. Such treatment that was reserved for those who were more powerful than the regular human had him feel a little intoxicated. However, all these thoughts vanished after seeing the large hole beside the fort. At the outer layer of the headquarters of Four Seasons Garden, there was a huge hole. This was the masterpiece done by the Dark Magi in their previous attack. Leyland and Caesar had ordered for people to mend this, but it had yet to return to its original state. As he looked at the light magi and acolytes who were carrying out construction work, Caliste felt as if all the wounds had been reopened as they sniggered at him. This huge wound was a disgrace to all the magi of Four Seasons Garden. Those darned Dark Magi. One day, Calist's complaints and curses suddenly stopped as he recalled the insane power the dark magi had displayed. For a magus like him who had grown up in a safe environment, every movement from the dark magi, which were filled with bloodthirstiness and violence, made him feel a little stifled. In this condition, even those who were of the same rank might lose quite badly. If they attack once again, will I be able to do anything? Calist was filled with self-doubt. After all, it was his luck that had allowed him to survive while other, more powerful, light magi had died in battle. I don't care anymore. There's still the lightning core, large-scale defense, and amplification spell formations here, as well Lord Caesar and Lord Leyland. With this level of power, there's definitely no problem for us to hang on for 1 or 2 more days. Besides, the people from the headquarters are going to arrive tomorrow. Calist exhaled slowly. Boom! At this moment, green flame suddenly streaked across the sky like a meteor, a tail of light following behind it. Accompanying the flames was the piercing sound of friction with the air. Green flames rumbled as they exploded in the middle of the sky, forming the image of a green skull. This is the symbol of the dark magi. Calist's voice became hoarse, his expression displaying his disbelief. Enemy attack! The patrolling magi bellowed, and layers of black magical beasts charged forth like a tide. The biochemical army of the dark magi. This is an army made out of cannon fodder, formed due to the radiation and poisoning of beasts in the secret plane. The real enemy is still behind. Activate the defense formation and notify the 2 lords. Atop the watchtower, a magus who seemed to be the leader of a team icily roared immediately. Activate the heavenly fire spell formation. Magi on the ground are to prepare wind spells and fire rain scrolls. This little leader was obviously the commander of a zone, and he immediately began to seek permission from the formation genie with his spiritual force. Formation genie. Activate the energy amplification spell formation again. The targets are all magi of Four Seasons Garden. The energy amplification spell formation was a large-scale spell formation that would cover the entire area of the headquarters at the secret plane. It could cause magi who were semi-converted and below to have their power to increase by 10%. Received request, verifying authority. He could hear the emotionless voice of the formation genie in his mind. Verification failed. Spell formation will not be activated. However, the formation genie's next words seemed to throw him down into the abyss. What? It didn't go through? The commander's face changed and he fiercely smashed the stone railing beside him. A huge chunk of green stone fell. It happened again. There's a traitor. He turned his head, glancing in the direction of Reynolds' office. Is it Caesar? Leyland? Or both of them? Magi were not fools in general. The failure to activate the formation genie could be said to be a fluke the previous time, but it had happened again. The scope of people he suspected had been made smaller, and no amount of concealing would work. Caesar and Leyland did not bother doing that either, as they were already prepared to leave Four Seasons Garden. Leader, what do we do? The female magus behind him asked anxiously. Let's go. This magus looked at the beast horde that was going to arrive soon, and then the platinum gate of the secret plane a distance away. He gritted his teeth and made his choice. The situation now is extremely dangerous, and there are also traitors here. The casualties here will definitely be more than the previous time. If you want to survive, leave with me. Immediately. Now. The leader quickly explained. He was deemed to be very trustworthy in this team, and a few members chose to leave with him. The rest stayed behind. At this point, those who chose to stay behind were completely loyal to Four Seasons Garden. The expression on this commander's face changed, becoming icy as he led his team members and broke away from the beast wave. Before leaving, he turned back to look at Four Seasons Garden's defensive line. Though the ranged spell formation of the formation genie could not be activated, there were still a lot of defense magi who chose to stay behind. Hailstones, storms, flashes of lightning and thunder, and fire raining from the sky could be seen on the defensive line. I'm sorry. This leader apologized in his heart and immediately turned to leave. Magi were a bunch of logical and practical people. The team leader was very clear that the enemies were very aggressive in their attacks, and they even had a highly ranked spy to provide support. The magi of Four Seasons Garden here would not end up well. As the defense magi battled with the army of magical beasts, immense energy waves swept through Four Seasons Garden. In a second, Four Seasons Garden was in chaos once again. Wandering magi with no affiliation thought back to the previous time this happened and quickly chose to leave. Acolytes were as powerless as ants in this situation, and they could only wail in hopelessness. On top of that, a few magi also took the opportunity to conduct some illegal activities, and in a short period of time, the sound from quarrels, wails, and on top of that, the roars from magical beasts coupled with the aura of magic traveled throughout the region.
How terrifying! Oh, Four Seasons, did my nightmare reappear? Too terrifying. It's too terrifying. Caliste mumbled away.
As a defense magus of Four Seasons Garden, it was his duty to protect his homeland. However, his legs were becoming jelly and started to shift backwards. Boom! At this moment, half a body, from which the other half had been ripped off by a beast, fell from the sky. As the corpse dropped, it sprayed a rain of blood that covered his entire face.
Caliste's facial muscles twitched, and he no longer hesitated to run in the opposite direction.
While running, his lips moved slightly and a ring of green energy particles appeared, causing his weight to decrease by half.
A layer of dense earth armor also emerged on his body.
I'm sorry. While Caliste dashed off wildly, he apologized in his heart.
Boom!
Just when he passed by a building, the building suddenly began to shake violently, and then exploded in flames. The wave of flames and heat spread out in all four directions, with sparks and rocks flying everywhere. A few acolytes who were nearby turned into ashes instantly in this explosion.
Bang! Bang! Bang, star! Caliste had his innate defensive spell formation, so he was physically alright.
However, a few larger rocks had struck his chest, causing him to pale and fall backwards.
What happened?
How could the dark magi enter so quickly? Confusion was apparent on his face, which would be the last expression that he would ever make. TSS, a large crimson sword that was still burning with yellow flames pierced through this magus' innate defensive spell formation, sticking into the area where his heart was.
So there was one more official magus here. I almost let him escape.
Behind the cold voice, a magus in black robes appeared before Caliste's corpse and pulled out the crimson sword. He gazed at the ruins around him, unexpectedly producing a crazed look of enjoyment. Kill!
Cry!
Only after feeling the deepest sense of hopelessness will my weeping skeleton sword be able to exhibit its most formidable power. He glanced at the acolytes around him that were completely stunned, and the sword in his hand began to flame once more, charging into the crowd of magi.
Corpses that piled as high as mountains, blood that flowed like the sea.
Caesar had brought in many elite dark magi troops secretly using his authority, situating them at various core areas and had them unleash attacks together. Immediately, Four Seasons Garden was turned into a sea of flames once more.
Dozens of areas went up in green smoke.
Dark magi brazenly slashed and killed as they liked, venting their innermost desires. In this situation where attacks were coming from both within and outside, Four Seasons Garden was definitely not going to last long. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 261, Conflict. Conflict. How is it? This is the masterpiece we created together.
In what had originally been Reynolds' office, Caesar used the Formation Genie's observation spell formation to survey the situation in the headquarters of Four Seasons Garden within the secret plane. The sea of blood and flames gave rise to a morbid look of pleasure on his face.
I don't feel much.
Every living being is born, grows, and dies. Such is the law of nature.
Leyland answered expressionlessly like a preacher.
The reason why he and Caesar were here was naturally to do something of utmost importance, to move the secret plane's gate's core body of consciousness.
This process was extremely troublesome, and getting past the defense of the Formation Genie and sealing spell formation were trivial matters.
A consciousness core was a very delicate and fragile thing that could be obtained from a body.
If there was the slightest attack from the external world, it would instantly die.
Previously, Caesar had planned on destroying it and had not thought through the process but simply used the most violent methods.
However, it was different now.
The person who would hand over the core body of consciousness to the dark magi needed to ensure its safety.
This was an extremely delicate job and there were immense benefits to it.
As long as they possessed the core body of consciousness, that meant that they could control the entrance of the Eternal River Plane's secret plane. Such a benefit would cause the Light Magi Association to lose their senses, much less the Dark Magi.
Who's going to take over? Can you tell me now?
Leyland stared hard at Caesar.
Within the office were a huge crowd of Dark Magi.
The group of commanders in charge of the core in the secret plane had been completely infiltrated and taken over by Dark Magi.
This was simply hilarious.
However, no Light Magus inside could laugh at the situation because they had all become corpses in the corridor outside. The Dark Magi gave off the feeling of people who had gone through specialized military training. They were swift and decisive in their actions. The smell of blood was so dense on their bodies that it could not dissipate.
These were the elites of the Dark Magi. Their battle power was far from what an ordinary magus could compare to. Even the troops from the Lightning Corps were a level lower than them. Just standing there gave off a very intimidating pressure.
Compared to them, Leyland only had number 2 and number 3 beside him, looking rather pathetic in strength.
You should be quite familiar with who it is. Caesar laughed, seeming to be rejoicing in Leyland's misfortune. It's me.
A hoarse voice sounded in the room. Dark green flames spread in the air, eventually turning into a door. A tall and slender magus with green eyes and a black robe emerged from the door of flames. Silver solidified spiritual force particles were hovering around his body.
The waves from the spiritual force were like ocean waves spreading across the area. Lord Cabourn.
The surrounding magi quickly bowed.
This rank 2 Dark Magus was the one that Leyland had seen previously.
He was also the person that backed Thousand Meddling Hands, Caesar and Giant's biological father.
Kiki. We meet again, young man.
The dark green flames in Cabourn's eyes was extremely vigorous, and he was measuring Leyland up with what seemed to be bad intentions.
So it's Lord Cabourn. Leyland's expression did not change and he gave a small bow.
Inside, however, he was beginning to get nervous, and worked even harder at using the spiritual force compression method from the old witch. Fortunately, the rank 2 Dark Magus fixed his attention on the core body of consciousness.
Cabourn approached the place where the seal had once been.
The seal had already been mostly removed by Leyland and Caesar, and this rank 2 Magus would be able to easily dispel the rest.
Cabourn lightly tapped on the floorboard with his shoes. 2 sides of the desk split open, revealing the ceiling formation below.
At this point, the spell formation had mostly been destroyed and the runes of the spell were dim. At the center of the spell formation that had split open, a translucent depression emerged. White gold flames the size of a pea were burning steadily.
Is this the core body of consciousness of the Platinum Gate?
Though these white gold flames were tiny and looked ready to go out, Leyland was able to sense the immense energy and solidified spiritual force within. This feeling was like lava that had yet to explode. It was like the sea during its tranquil stage, deep and enigmatic, enormous beyond belief.
This is it. This is it.
The rank 2 Magus, Cabourn, mumbled in a bewitched manner. Next, he turned to the magi present. What happens next is that I'll take over here until our people completely occupy this place. The core body of consciousness of the gate of the secret plane was basically like a key to the gate. It was extremely important. In order to prevent any accidents or unexpected situations, the rank 2 Dark Magus was going to take the core far away or destroy it right away.
Black Blood Core.
You are to guard the corridor that leads to this area.
Unless I order you to do otherwise, do not let anyone enter. Cabourn immediately began to arrange defensive duties.
After giving the Dark Magi in the room their orders, the rank 2 Dark Magus switched his attention to Leyland, eyes unable to conceal his desire to toy around with him.
It looked like he was eyeing a white mouse inside a laboratory. Magus Leyland. The Dark Magi Alliance has seen your efforts. I wonder if I can get you to do a little more. Caesar, who was standing behind Cabourn, began to snicker.
From his point of view, Leyland now held no value, and anyone controlled by his father in this situation would not have a good ending.
What is it? Leyland's face did not change. Please die, dot. Cabourn grinned strangely, and suddenly made his move.
Silver solidified spiritual force unhesitatingly swept through the office, books and bookshelves flying everywhere and turning into dust under the silver light. The rank 2 Magus, Cabourn, was actually not at all afraid of the contract with the Trial's Eye and had brazenly raised his hand against Leyland. Silver solidified spiritual force transformed into strange, huge bony claws, and bright red blood seemed to drip from the joints.
You dare threaten me?
A rank 1 Magus like you actually dared to threaten me, Cabourn?
You even treated Caesar that way.
I want to extract your spirit and roast it under white bone flames for 10,000 years.
Cabourn roared. Schwa. Leyland's expression was solemn as he faced a rank 2 Magus who was going all out against him and in peak condition. A layer of dense black scales emerged on his body.
At the same time, the defensive layer from the fallen star pendant formed on his body, turning into a phantom set of armor. Leyland immediately entered his strongest defensive state. Wang, brownish-yellow gravitational spell formation appeared in front of his chest, instantly covering an area of over 100 meters. A gravitational power of more than 40 times stronger than normal descended. As if affected by gravity, the strange white bone claws sunk down a little, their speed also slowing.
Latent fireball.
Leyland rapidly chanted incantations, and a huge black fireball emerged, constantly expanding in midair. 2 blood-red eyeballs were formed, as well as a blazing tongue that emerged from its mouth. A huge serpent blazing with black flames hissed as it went forward, mercilessly colliding with the strange white claws.
Rumble. An immense explosion swept through the office.
Cabourn was alarmed and immediately swung his arms. A black defensive layer immediately protected the area where the core body of consciousness was. Next, black and silver-white energy began to extend and wreak havoc in the surroundings. First the floorboards, then the window ledges, roof. A giant black mushroom cloud ascended at the place where the two spells had collided and constantly became larger, eventually turning into a large round shape that devoured everything. The tremendous explosion even caused the battle going on not far away to be silenced. The dark magi who were manipulating the magical beasts and the light magi who were defending to the death had all halted, fearfully glancing at the scene at the center of the headquarters. By the time everything quietened down, what had been Reynolds' office had been leveled, and the buildings nearby had all disappeared. Even a few layers of the ground had been shaved off. The dark magi who Cabourn had sent to stand guard had all been hit and they were lying around, fresh blood and broken limbs all over the place. If not for their immense power and formidable innate defensive spells, they would most likely be corpses instead of being heavily injured. Caesar, who was behind Cabourn, was in an even worse state. He had been swept by the immense energy to over 100 meters away, buried in a pile of ruins. It was unknown whether he was still alive or dead. Leyland staggered backwards, paling. Behind him, number 2 and number 3 had lost their robes, revealing their firm muscles and the runes branded onto their bodies. Cabourn raised a bony finger and pointed it at Leyland, his expression full of disbelief. Though he had split his attention to taking care of the core body of consciousness, he had spent 70 to 80% of his power on the white bony claws, and Leyland had actually been able to take it on. Compared to a few days ago, he was now able to exhibit his full strength. He had not held back at all. To think that this level of attack had been taken on by Leyland. Had he reached the level of a rank 2 magus? Cabourn was speechless. Looks like my guess was right. You still have a way to evade the contract made with the Trial's Eye. At one side, Leyland fell back and stared hard at Cabourn. For him, there was only one magus, Cabourn, who would be able to threaten him. Everyone else could be disregarded. Though Leyland and Cabourn had signed the contract with the Trial's Eye, how could he, who liked to engage in wordplay, actually believe in it? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 262, To Inform. To inform. It wasn't as if there was no way to undo the contract with the Trial's Eye. The last time, 1,000 meddling hands had given Leyland the solution of the nefarious filthbird feathers which had destroyed one side of the contract. What made Leyland more uneasy was that this liquid had come from the hands of Cabourn, this rank 2 magus. Though it was impossible to find another solution of the nefarious filthbird feathers, for magi like them, they did have ways to achieve a similar effect. After all, the people behind 1,000 meddling hands was the Dark Magi Alliance, which had at least a rank 3 dark magus in charge. If Leyland actually believed in that contract, then he must be a fool. Caesar in front of him was a very good example. He was a magus of 4 Seasons Garden that was highly regarded. The force of the contract on him must be even stricter, and yet he had been able to betray 4 Seasons Garden without the slightest hesitation. He must have used some method to break away from the effect of the contract. Hence, though they had stated in the contract that they would not attack each other, Leyland did not take this to heart. Just as expected, the rank 2 magus had outrageously attacked him after obtaining what he'd wanted, not caring about the effects of the contract. This meant that he had destroyed his side of the contract. Fortunately, Leyland had been wary of this rank 2 magus from the start and been able to improve his strength after modifying his heart. Only then was he able to take on the attack. How? How were you able to retaliate? How are you able to break away from the influence of the contract? Cabourn first disregarded his shock at Leyland's strength, and first asked this question. The contract with the Trial's Eye was not something to be made light of, otherwise it would not be used so extensively. Besides its mortal enemy the nefarious filthbird, there were few other ways to deal with this sort of contract. Even he himself needed guidance and help from the rank 3 magus in charge of the Dark Magi Alliance and paid a large price to eliminate the limitations of the contract on his end. The meaning of eliminating the limitations of the contract on his end was to remove the effect of the Trial's Eye on him, while Leyland would still be bound by the contract. In other words, he could attack Leyland, but Leyland would not be able to strike back. The moment he did, the Trial's Eye would punish him. It was because of this that he had been so fearless and brazen in wanting to eliminate this untrustworthy factor first. However, the powerful effects of Trial's Eye did not work on Leyland. How could this not surprise him? Could it be that Leyland also trained in some magic that is similar to 3 souls in a body? Cabourn was beginning to realize that he could not fathom this young magus. His son, Caesar, had used the special effects of 3 souls in a body that allowed Caesar to violate the contract with 4 Seasons Garden. He had died once, and after the effects of trials I had completely disappeared, he had come back to life and thus evaded the power of the contract.
Caboran did not think Leyland had any rank 3 magus aiding him, and the only other way for this situation to happen was that he trained in some ancient techniques. Fools! Caboran glanced around coldly, and then coldly hummed. Due to the immense explosion, they had exposed themselves entirely to the light magi. There were already a few wandering light magi that wanted to investigate and find out what was happening. Their surroundings had turned into barren land, and only the place sealing the core body of consciousness had a layer of black energy guarding it. A few magi wearing the uniform of the Lightning Corps had quickly made their way here. The leader was someone Leyland was extremely familiar with. It was the vice leader that Desmond had left behind, who was a formidable peak rank 1 magus. The Lightning Corps? What an eyesore! Caboran let out a roar as if he had some animosity towards them, and he moved his arms forward, withering breath. A ring of silver gray stream was generated between his hands, and like a tornado violently revolved towards the Lightning Corps. This stream seemed to have an immense corrosive effect and produced long, deep tracks on the ground. In an instant, it arrived before these magi. TSS. The stream charged towards a Lightning Corps magus. With a strange expression on his face, he suddenly began to wither. In the blink of an eye, this powerful magus had turned into a dried-up corpse and collapsed to the ground. Kiki! Caboran laughed in a way that sent shivers down one's spine, and the silver-gray tornado killed the magi one by one. It then pounced towards the face of the vice leader, who was struck with hopelessness. The rank 2 magus, Deathbringer Caboran. Lightning's fury! The vice leader of the Lightning Corps obviously recognized Caboran and roared, raised his metal arm and struck towards the tornado. With his movement, 2 large balls of lightning appeared in front of his fists. The huge lightning fists brought with it thunder, flames, and inexhaustible fury, and hissed as it pounced towards the silver-gray tornado in the air. Unexpectedly, the 2 lightning fists charged into the tornado and somehow completely disappeared without even having produced a sound. Pooh! The vice leader paled and coughed out black-red blood that emitted some gray gas. Kiki! Ever since I suffered a loss the previous time, did you think I wouldn't research your lightning magic? Caboran could not stop with his strange laughter, and the huge tornado continued to howl as it sucked this man in. Woo-woo! The tornado constantly revolved where it was, and in a few seconds, dissipated, revealing the scene within. Pack, a spotlessly white skeleton fell the moment the tornado disappeared, which cracked in many places before turning into powder. What had been the vice team leader had had his flesh and blood stripped from him. Even the life force in his bones had not been let off. Caboran was able to take care of the Lightning Corps in a single blow. Such fearsome power intimidated the light magi nearby, and the magi of Four Seasons Garden unhesitatingly turned to leave quickly. Though they were loyal to Four Seasons Garden, they were no fools. A person able to kill a peak rank 1 magus had to have reached the level of a rank 2 magus. If they went up against this sort of magus, then they were simply committing suicide. Caboran nodded in satisfaction and turned to look at Leyland. I've taken care of the hindrance. Now it's time for us to start again. Leyland had been standing quietly while Caboran had attacked and slaughtered the members of the Lightning Corps. Nobody had an idea of what he was thinking about. It's time! All of a sudden, Leyland exclaimed quietly. What time is it? Caboran suddenly felt cold, having a bad premonition. Wang Wang. The sound of something vibrating emerged, and the metal gate to the secret plane across the center of Four Seasons Garden began to buzz. The Magi were no strangers to this situation. This had happened just once before, and this was when a rank 2 magus had brought in a whole army of Magi through the gate of the secret plane. TSSSS. Blue electric currents swept along the metallic gate. What had been a cloudless blue sky suddenly dimmed, and dark clouds appeared. A pair of large hands formed out of lightning charged in through the gate and swept through the dark Magi around. In an instant, the dark Magi who had been brazenly plundering and looting turned into ash with shock still apparent on their faces. What followed the large hands was a blonde, burly man with a lightning symbol on his forehead that gave off eye-catching rays. Desmond! Caboran gritted his teeth as he forced out this name. Next, he gave Leyland a withering look. Did you do this? Within the Eternal River Plain's secret plane, the only person who was so clear about their plan and was able to communicate with the external world was Leyland. What Caboran just could not understand was how this would benefit Leyland. What he had done was enough for the Light Magi Alliance to kill him hundreds of times. Even if he disclosed this information, he would still not be let off lightly. In addition, Leyland had offended both the Dark and Light Magi, so there was no way he would be in a good situation. However, Caboran did not have any time to think about this. Desmond looked at the scene around them, shocked, and blue rays of light floated from the bodies of what had been the Lightning Corps,
launching into the mark at Desmond's forehead.
This burly man was immediately overcome by fury. "Cabourn, you despicable maggot! A cowardly fool that only knows to run.
I'll definitely twist off your head and trample it for 10,000 years at my Parliament Hall." Desmond roared and covered himself in blue lightning.
Ka-cha!
A tremendous lightning bolt split open the heavens and, in a straight line, landed on Desmond's hand, turning it into a weapon that looked like a pike. Show, Desmond's figure streaked across the sky and appeared before Cabourn.
Repulsive!
Cabourn's eyelids blinked rapidly, and 2 lines of silver-gray tornadoes shot out from his hands. Large tornadoes thundered and combined into a larger tornado that wrapped him within. Like a lightning god, Desmond charged into the midst of the tornado, and one could vaguely see 2 figures wandering within. The violent tornado floundered around at will, and any magus which came into contact with it instantly turned into a withered corpse or was burnt to ashes by stray lightning bolts.
"They're finally gone." Leyland glanced at the 2 rank 2 magi that were fighting and revealed a smile of relief.
Though he had already modified his heart and was indefinitely closer to the world of a rank 2 magus and could be said to be the strongest rank 1 magus in history, he was still a rank 1 magus. There was still a huge divide behind him and a rank 2 magus. Though he had been able to take on an attack from Cabourn, but if they were to continue battling, he was only confident in his abilities to escape.
This was something that was simply unacceptable. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 263, Activation. Activation. Though there were a few issues, everything is mostly going to plan.
With a smile about his face, he walked towards the ceiling spell formation that Cabourn was protecting. "Leave this place." All of a sudden, a familiar voice traveled to his ears. The instant he heard this voice, 10 black figures appeared and surrounded Leyland. Leyland was very familiar with the leader. It was Giant of the 1,000 meddling hands. His legs had been regenerated, and the mist about him was denser than ever before. Beside him, Caesar had been rescued and was full of dust. He looked to be in a sorry state, and stared hatefully at Leyland. "Leyland, you dare betray us? You dare betray the honor of us dark magi? Stop!" Leyland was a little speechless as he interrupted Giant's speech. "Aren't dark magi a group of creatures that only look up to benefits? Since when was there anything about honor?" He glanced at Giant, who looked pale. "If you want to seek revenge, tell me. Don't bother with the pretense." Giant paused, his face turning red. "Yes, I want to seek revenge. What I have here are elite dark magi whose elemental essence conversions are all over 70%. I admit that you're strong, but as long as you're not a rank 2 magus, you definitely won't be able to survive the attack of so many of us magi." Giant pointed at the dark magi around him. "You actually dared to kill little boy and treat me this way." His facial muscles began to twitch. Being defeated so thoroughly by Leyland was the worst kind of humiliation for him. "Ah! I want to kill you, peel off your skin, and make it my carpet." Giant roared. "Your threat is absolutely lacking in creativity." Leyland heaved a tiny sigh. Even though he was encircled by so many dark magi, he still had the mood to scan his eyes over the situation in the Four Seasons garden. Even number 2 and number 3 behind him seemed to be influenced by him, and were not the slightest bit worried. With the addition of the Lightning Corps, the complete defeat of Four Seasons Garden's end seemed to less certain. The dark and light magi had now broken into countless smaller groups and were battling. In the heart of it all was the large tornado, within which Desmond and Cabourn were fighting. The tyrannical tornado turned everything, whether it was magi or buildings, into powder in an instant. At the heart of the tornado, 2 figures could be seen rapidly exchanging blows. Lightning currents were scattered everywhere, sometimes penetrating through the tornado and causing large numbers of casualties. "It's really chaotic." Leyland sighed, seeming to pity Caesar and Giant while he looked at them. "Leave immediately, and I might even let you off." "Are you trying to humiliate me?" Caesar and Giant spoke at the same time. Though they had seen how formidable Leyland was, they did not think that Leyland would be able to survive the joint attack of so many magi. Naturally, they thought of Leyland's words as a bluff. Giant was even more angered, and he waved his arm. "Attack!" Immediately, all the dark magi around him attacked. Corrosive curses, exhausting hand, toxic clouds, acid lightning, ice bolts, and all sorts of insidious spells turned into colorful rays of light that hurtled towards Leyland like a wave. Every single attack had an offensive power of at least 45 degrees. This level of attack was something a peak rank 1 magus would definitely be unable to handle. Without even being able to flee, they would be seriously injured and die under this joint attack. However, Leyland was different. After the successful modification of his heart and the mixing of his bloodline with the bloodline of the giant Chamoyan serpent, he was infinitely close to a rank 2 Magus, despite not yet reaching that point. It could be said that he was the strongest peak rank 1 Magus in history. Shadow Domain. In the face of such an attack, Leyland loudly chanted an incantation and made a weird sign with his hands, and then pressed them to the ground. Wang, a strange ring of black quickly extended everywhere with Leyland in the center, instantly covering hundreds of meters. This was a domain-type attack which Leyland had come up with by studying shadows. Though the effect could not compare to true domain-specific magic, its power was still rather similar. In the Book of Giant Serpent, the great Magus Serholm had once mentioned that magi of high ranking had a skill that could affect large areas. They were able to control a large territory and suppress the innate skills of any Magus with a lower ability than them, causing the power of lower-leveled magi within the area to become weakened. If a Magus was of a high enough ranking, they could even come up with their own laws within the domain. It could be said that in one's own domain, a highly ranked Magus was basically a godly existence. Leyland obviously had yet to reach that level. The shadow domain he had come up with was just an imitation that didn't even have the effect of suppressing the abilities of magi within. All it did was amplify his own attacks, but this also represented his ambition. Shadow Domain. Rank 1 area attack effects instantly produce a shadow domain of 100m x 100m, within which the host body's agility is increased by 30%, rate of recovery of spiritual force is increased by 10%, and resistance to elements is increased by 10%. Duration, 5 minutes. Consumption, 15 spiritual force and 15 magical power. In the blink of an eye, darkness consumed the dark magi beside Leyland. All types of magical attacks soundlessly vanished after the appearance of the shadow. Not a single wave of energy was produced. Immediately after, like a fish in water, Leyland seemed to become the devil king of the night. He began to harvest the lives of the magi within the domain. The low and horrifying shrieks of exclamation was heard in the darkness. In just 10 or so seconds, the shadows in this area pulled back and returned to Leyland's feet. The dark magi who had surrounded him were in a state of shock, their emotions frozen on their faces. Pooh, a stream of air blew past, and a sound was heard. A Magus in front of Leyland exploded into foam. Asterisk pooh. 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 Pooh, star. As if causing some chain reaction, the dark magi exploded one by one, turning into pulps of human flesh. Bright red blood mist pervaded this area. Within the blood mist, there were still 2 figures that were not dead. They were the Caesar and Giant, who were parts of a single spirit that had been split into different bodies. They were now full of wounds that looked like they had been caused by metal slicing against their flesh, blood dyeing their clothes as they collapsed into an unconscious heap. Leyland was still not a rank 2 Magus after all, and did not want to attract Caborn's attention. If Caborn ever decided on giving up on his current opponent, and decided to cause him trouble, it would be a huge headache for him. Hence, Leyland had chosen to leave them alive. Latent Fireball. Seeing the dark magi elites having been taken care of in an instant, whether it was the dark or light magi, nobody dared to provoke Leyland, and they came to a tacit understanding, leaving the area right away. They left this place to Leyland. Leyland came to the place where Caborn had set up the black layer, and raised his hand, a black fireball the size of a fist appearing in his palm. Go! Leyland made a tossing motion, and a black fireball streaked through the air, colliding against the layer and beginning to burn. Drops of black liquid melted on the layer, and were quickly evaporated. Leyland's control over his spiritual force was now extremely refined. In his hands, the latent fireball was able to have an immense destructive force, and even attack while not making any sound and limiting its power. Pa! The black layer kept vibrating and was eventually unable to endure the attack, cracking into little pieces, and revealing the sealing spell formation within. Due to the special attention Caborn, a rank 2 Dark Magus had put into protecting it, the area in which the sealing spell formation was perfectly fine despite Leyland's previous attack. One could even see a circular trace on the floor as the boundaries of the layer broke off. The core body of consciousness of the gate to the secret plane. Leyland's eyes saw nothing else. He concentrated on the white gold flames of the core within the sealing spell formation, eyes revealing his enchantment by it. Go according to the original plan. He spoke to number 2 and number 3 behind him, and headed into the spell formation. Understood, Master. Number 2 and number 3 glanced at each other. In their eyes, one could see a resolute expression and even preparation to die. As slaves bound spiritually to Leyland, even if Leyland wanted them to commit suicide, they would do so without any qualms. Next, they each produced a crimson, diamond-shaped crystal. For the glory of Master. Number 2 and number 3 roared, and shattered the crystals. A crimson screen emerged from the fragments of the crystal, and encased the area encompassed by the spell formation. These two crimson crystals were actually single-use spell formations. Judging the defensive power of the crimson screen, it could be said that this was very valuable.
Woo-woo.
Like the howls of a grieving spirit, or perhaps the laments of suffering, the wails of sorrow that came from the spirits sounded throughout the headquarters of the Four Seasons Garden.
Along with the sound, tiny black runes appeared on the buildings around them.
These runes twisted here and there like little tadpoles or stretched-out snakes, seeming to be very mysterious and strange. The runes assembled and eventually formed a large-scale spell formation. The spell formation had quite a wide range and included basically the entire headquarters. Whether it was the defensive area at the front lines or the entrance to the secret plane at the back, they were all covered in these black runes. Streams of black light constantly combined, and due to the continuous battles, even a few layers of the earth were scraped off. However, these black streams arranged themselves and immediately filled in the craters.
This massive spell formation had been immediately activated.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 264, Spiritual Force Crystallization. Spiritual Force Crystallization. Woo-woo.
Along with the sound of wails, milky white and dull red rays began to appear and shine all around the battlefield. These spots of light were very bright, with some of them even illuminating a vague human face.
The Magi nearby kept crying out in alarm because what they saw within were the faces of their family and friends.
Spirits. This is a spell formation that specifically targets the spirits of those who died in battle, but
a magus not far away immediately yelled, "Where have I seen something that can cover such a large area and not destroy anything before?"
These white and red spots seemed to be attracted by an immense force and shot towards the surface of the crimson light screen at the center of the spell formation.
TSS.
The spirits dissolved into the crimson screen the moment they touched it. The crimson screen did not refuse anything that approached it. Whether it was the spirit of an acolyte or a magus, whether dark or light magi, all of these spots of light which represented spirits were absorbed into it.
As the number of spirits that it absorbed increased, the reddish layer became darker until, in the end, it became a dark red large-scale defensive spell formation.
It targets just spirits.
This is magic that the Light Magi Alliance ordered to be made a forbidden technique. It even dares to gather the spirits of magi. This is simply blasphemous.
The eyes of a magus with a snowy white beard turned red. Just now, he had personally witnessed his lover's spirit being absorbed by that sinister screen. Even without using his brain, it was obvious that Lyle did not have any good intentions in gathering these spirits.
Destroy it quickly.
This sinister black spell formation immediately caused the magicians present much fear. Whether dark or light magi, neither wanted their spirits to be extracted and used by anyone else. All sorts of magic such as frost arrows, fireballs, mysterious spirit spells and holy magic of the light element struck and exploded against the building that was filled with runes.
Rumble.
Under the joint attack of the Magi, the building was quickly reduced to ashes, but the black runes were like brands deeply etched into the air. Even the residual energy of the battle and the tornado between two rank 2 Magi was not enough to destroy these runes.
I remember what this is. It's the large formation of 10,000 spirits, Hades' sacrificial rites.
The magus who had previously recognized the function of the spell formation yelled again. This is a forbidden technique that was considered taboo even in ancient times. It's able to absorb all the spiritual energy from the spirits of the dead within its range. As it has a trace of protection from Hades, before the time limit is up, it will not disappear.
I've heard about this spell formation too. Hasn't it been lost though?
The Magi stopped their attacks and turned their attention to the dark red screen in the center of Four Seasons Gardens, their eyes displaying their fear.
The huge black spell formation constantly thundered as it absorbed large numbers of spirits.
Such a strange sight caused even the magical beings outside to feel a sense of dread. The battlefield was silent. Whether it was the dark or light magi or even the rank 2 magi who were battling shifted their attention to find out what was happening with the crimson screen. Within the crimson screen, Lyle gazed at the white gold flame in his hand and grinned.
Power. He spoke. He had not had any intentions of abiding by the rules of the contract made with the Trial's Eye. All that he did was for this thing that was now in his hands. All that talk about a recommendation to enter Lighthouse of the Night was just a smokescreen. Compared to relying on another organization, how could it be any better than the thrill of freedom? As for the contract with the Trial's Eye, that was just a joke in Lyle's eyes. Using the solution from the feathers of the nefarious filthy bird, he was easily able to remove traces of the contract from his body. Though there was only one portion of the solution, Lyle still possessed many void hallucination flowers. This flower had a very unique property in that with some simple methods it could imitate all sorts of complicated ingredients. It was for this reason that the void hallucination flower was an essential ingredient in ancient potions. Giant had delivered the solution of the feathers of the nefarious filthbird into Leyland's hands. Leyland had confirmed the authenticity of the item and did not consume it straight away, but had instead used the AI chip to record the details concerning the composition of this solution. Next, after many rounds of testing and a little help from the AI chip at the atomic level, Leyland successfully made use of the void hallucination flower and simulated the composition of the solution. What happened next was obvious. With his authority of 7 stars for the formation genie, he had naturally secretly carved the runes for the large formation of 10,000 spirits and prepared for today. The runes and the setting up of the energy points was naturally information that he had gathered from the Book of Giant Serpent. Based on records regarding Kamoyan's pupils, Leyland needed to burn up large amounts of spiritual force and stimulate his high-grade meditation technique in order to spur on his own advancement to becoming a rank 2 warlock. Rather than accumulating slowly, he could use large amounts of ownerless spiritual force to replace what he required with this method. Spiritual force was as precious as one's own blood. If one were to burn up large amounts of their own spiritual force, this would definitely result in very dire consequences. And even if one could advance, a long period of time would be needed to recover from the damage. If he were to use spiritual force from the external world, this would not be a problem. If there was enough spiritual force and it was pure enough, it might even support the Magus and set up a strong foundation for them. After being made aware of this fact, Leyland immediately fixed his attention on the core body of consciousness. This core body of consciousness had formed after tens of thousands of years, and had a tremendous amount of spiritual force. However, its intelligence was very weak and was not even comparable to a 3-year-old. It was for this reason that it was so easily caught and sealed by Magi. The spiritual force that would stimulate the meditation technique to power up would require refinement and purification of his own foundations. Hence, Leyland chose to use the large formation of 10,000 spirits in the Book of Giant Serpent, which was a formidable forbidden technique used specifically to accumulate spiritual power. What this formation needed was a battlefield, and the deaths of many Magi who were extremely powerful in terms of their spiritual force. Leyland had therefore decided to activate it at this point of time. In the external world, most of the light and dark Magi had already died. The spirits of these Magi and acolytes, and even magical beasts, had turned into fuel for Leyland's advancement. Let's not waste time. Let's begin. With a thought from Leyland, milky white and dark red spiritual spots were like moths flying into flames, pouncing towards the white gold light in the palm of his hand. At this moment, Leyland seemed to feel the howls of a confined consciousness at the heart of the white gold flame. The spiritual spots were numerous but were heterogeneous. The core body of consciousness had a boundless spiritual force, but had a very weak consciousness. As these two collided, it was like boiling oil meeting water. They created a violent reaction. With the interference from the large formation of 10,000 spirits, Hades' sacrificial rites, the script that Leyland had prepared was beginning to put on a good show. The flames, which had only been the size of a bean, suddenly expanded and burned furiously. Just like that, the spirit spots were raised to ashes. However, these spots seemed to be boundless. Even though the spots in front of them had been burnt to nothingness, they still did not hesitate to pounce towards the flames. This was especially so for the spiritual spots that belonged to official Magi. They could survive in the flame for a long time, almost extinguishing the white gold flames. Eventually, the consciousness of the white gold flame became increasingly weak. All the impurities in the spiritual spots had disappeared, and the consciousness vanished, causing it to be extremely pure. A clean, pure, ownerless spiritual force began to be produced from the heart of the flames. Sometime later, Leyland focused on the silver flames in front of him. His eyes revealed his joy. This was the crystallized spiritual force that he had refined. It combined the spiritual force that the Platinum Gate had gathered after many years, with the spiritual force essence from the Magi that had died in battle. The effects are even better than I expected. Total amount of spiritual force has increased by 22%. Leyland mumbled quietly, and then looked towards the silver flame. There, a white gold ball of light like a ping-pong ball hovered, emitting spiritual waves that Leyland almost did not notice. However, the spiritual waves seemed to communicate with the silver flames, and there was even an urge to return to within the silver flames. This was the consciousness that he had separated. After fights with other spirits, it had become very weak and would probably be destroyed with just a blow from Leyland. However, as long as it was still not destroyed, the crystallized spiritual force flames in Leyland's possession would never be able to be considered pure. My apologies. Leyland spoke to the ball of light, and then blew. Asterisk poo, asterisk like a bubble, it popped, and the ball completely broke open and it was on the verge of disappearing in the air. With the destruction of the core body of consciousness, the crystallization of the silver flames in Leyland's hands were transparent, like a totem of flames created using crystal.
It produced a very pure feeling.
This was its form after removing its pure consciousness.
Large amounts of crystallization of spiritual force. Purity, 100%, the AI chip came up with a conclusion.
100%? Leyland shook his head.
He was clear that at this point, he would not be able to identify the impurities in the spiritual force, and it could not be said to be perfect.
The spirit was a wondrous thing.
Even the AI chip right now was unable to examine it properly. Though it might not be able to detect a few ingredients, this did not mean that rank 4 or 5 grade magi would not be able to find out. In the Book of Giant Serpents, there was a warning from the great Magus Serhom. This spiritual force seemed to be very pure, but in actuality, there were still a few spiritual marks left behind and could not be absorbed. Otherwise, the road ahead would be difficult, and might even cause residual effects. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 265, Self-Destruct Runes. Self-Destruct Runes.
However, I don't want to absorb it, but to use it as a single-use stimulant to level up the meditation technique. Leyland chuckled and reached for the crystal in the heart of the flames.
Wah!
The spiritual force crystal glistened as it turned into a large silvery flame that engulfed Leyland within. Where the crimson light screen formation was. The magi outside would naturally not know what happened in here, but at this moment Leyland destroyed the secret plane's core body of consciousness.
Wang, Wan, Wang.
The giant metal gate of the Four Seasons Garden headquarters creaked loudly as various runes on it dimmed. Right after, large cracks began to appear on the surface of the gate.
Ka-cha, ka-cha.
The noise produced from the giant metal gate was akin to that of ice cubes melting, as chunks of the gate began to melt like lava and rolled to the ground. Under these circumstances, even the two rank 2 magi inside the tornado stopped fighting and directed their gaze towards the scene. Finally, with the faces of the dark and light magi showing their disbelief, the gate collapsed and produced a large amount of grime and dust.
The secret plane's entrance has self-destructed. Damn it! That Leyland must have destroyed the core.
Cabourn, who was in the tornado, charged at the crimson light screen formation. As for Desmond, his eyes gleamed as he remained rooted to the spot, not planning to stop Cabourn. At this moment, outside of the crimson light screen formation, number 2 and number 3 brandished their metal greatswords, which were even larger than they were. The brands on their bodies shone resplendently, and surrounding them lay the bodies of countless magicians. All these were magicians who had foolishly rushed forward earlier to stop Leyland from harvesting the spirits from both dark and light faction. However, under the two branded swordsmen's teamwork, they were all slain here. Branded swordsmen had always been one of the stronger classes in ancient times.
This could clearly be seen from the mighty battle prowess stemming from number 2 and 3. Regular semi-converted magi were not their match at all.
Even if those magi were a tad stronger, under the combination of the instantaneous spell casting innate to their bodies and their battle techniques, the magi were still easily disposed of. Formidable physical qualities with an expert fighting technique, combined with instantaneous spell casting abilities, have granted number 2 and number 3 the title of meat grinders on the battlefield. It required at least a peak rank 1 magus to finish both of them. However, how rare was a peak rank 1 magus? Previously, Leyland had already swept the battlefield clean of the peak rank 1 magi. Not to mention those dark magi spies who were now dead, and even Caesar and Giant were severely injured and unconscious. At this moment, number 2 and number 3 were unstoppable. However, no matter how powerful a branded swordsman was before they advanced, they weren't a match for rank 2 magi. With the attack from Cabourn, number 2 and number 3 looked at each other with undying loyalty written over their faces. For our master. They grunted as the brand and runes on their bodies flashed 10 times more powerful than before as they charged to receive Cabourn's attack.
You're overestimating your abilities. Cabourn smirked and released 2 black tornadoes from his hands. Sigh.
The tornadoes, which contained a corrosive effect, hit the branded swordsman bodies, but it only left several white marks.
Their skin was even intact. And? What kind of modification is this?
This time, it was Cabourn who was astonished.
However, he no longer had any time.
At this moment, number 2 and number 3 bodies began to bloat, like 2 overinflated balloons, as they came to Cabourn's side.
Boom, boom. 2 huge explosions sounded. As a branded swordsman, in front of an unbeatable foe, there was always a final move.
This was to fully detonate all of the brands on their body to generate a powerful one-time attack. In theory, this attack was to use the life force of the branded swordsman, the energy particles attracted by the runes, and even the spirit that would be detonated all at once.
A rank 1 branded swordsman's self-detonation, which could even be a threat to a rank 2 magus. When Leyland made modifications to the branded swordsman, he also increased the explosive effect of the detonation. As this information of the branded swordsman's trump card was not known to many, even Cabourn as a rank 2 magus had never heard of it before. Hence, he had received 2 such explosive attacks without any suspicions. 2 giant red mushroom clouds formed in the air, whistling through the skies as they engulfed Cabourn completely. These flaming mushroom clouds even had scarlet flames at their edges. Anything that the flames touched, be it magi or concrete, would be instantly dissolved. What kind of spell is this? The might is infinitely nearing that of a rank 2 spell, but... The eyes of the surroundings magi twitched as they scrambled away as if having seen a ghost. Rumble, the splendor of the giant red mushroom cloud displayed its terrifying radiation and might. Several minutes later, the 2 clouds completely dissipated, revealing a black-robed figure within. Cough cough, Cabourn's appearance now was terribly miserable. His robes were all tattered and torn like a beggar's. Especially noteworthy was his left hand, which was in an unusual angle with evident traces of burns. It seemed like the effects of the self-detonation of number 2 and number 3 were substantial. Damn it! Cabourn was now enraged. After advancing to a rank 2 magus, when did he ever receive such a large loss like this? All the more so done by 2 unremarkable-looking fellows, how could he be appeased? Right now, Cabourn was in fits. If not for number 2 and number 3's spirit being destroyed in that explosion, he would have definitely held their souls captive and let them feel the greatest pain and despair. Bang, 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 star. At this moment there were some changes coming from the crimson light screen formation again. The formation continuously shrunk and expanded like that of a heart beating. On the surface of the light screen, the Hades sacrificial rites had black patterns inscribed on it, just like veins which bulged. With the continuous beating of this red heart, an energy so immense and overpowering which made Cabourn feel apprehensive began to form and grew increasingly bigger. This aura even caught the attention of Desmond, who was merely spectating, as his expression turned solemn. A rank 2 aura. That Leyland is advancing into a rank 2 magus. Cabourn's eyes opened wide. How is this possible? However, he was extremely clear that no matter how Leyland reached this stage with the advancement requirements, he could not let him advance, no matter what it took. Cabourn retrieved several items from his robes as he chanted an incantation. Along with the incantation, layers after layers of energy waves emanated from Cabourn's body. It's a rank 2 spell. Several magi who were looking on at a distance exclaimed in shock. At Cabourn's level, casting rank 1 spells was almost instantaneous and required no chanting. However, once he was to use ingredients to aid him in spellcasting, there was only one possibility. He was going to use a mighty rank 2 spell. In the South Coast, a rank 1 spell model was extremely difficult to acquire. Regular level 3 acolytes had to at least amass contributions points for over 5 years before they could have enough to exchange for a spell model. If rank 1 spell models were this difficult to acquire, one can only imagine how much rarer a rank 2 spell model was. Even most rank 2 magus did not own many rank 2 spell models. Each and every one of the spells were enough to obliterate a small village. As for now, Cabourn was casting a spell which contained such a might. As Cabourn chanted, he continuously fused the magic items which he took out, and eventually it held the form of a giant lance used by knights. The lance seemed to be metallic with a green sheen on it. At the same time, malevolent skulls began to emerge from the void and attached themselves to the lance. Wailing lance? Cabourn even used this rank 2 spell. It seems like he's really agitated now. Desmond, who was watching from the sideline, sniggered. He dispersed the golden blue lightning ball on his hands. It seems like I don't need to strike anymore, but... Although Cabourn was his enemy, Leyland, who had destroyed the secret plane's core, was not a good person either. Right now, Leyland was about to be killed by Cabourn, so naturally, Desmond would not stop this. Furthermore, if Cabourn were to fail, Desmond could then strike after and kill Leyland. The skulls on the giant green lance wailed loudly, emitting a loud whistling sound as they struck the crimson light screen formation. Sigh. The crimson light screen shuddered as the red and green merged and spread through the skies. The air in the surroundings contorted wildly as energy waves were violently released. Rumble. The green and red light began to shrink after stretching to their limits, and a mighty explosion erupted as the flames lapped everything in the surroundings. The surround buildings had previously gone through a large-scale battle and were already damaged. This time, the explosion shattered them to pieces and turned them into a rubble. The rebuilding efforts that Leyland and Caesar had put in were now completely destroyed by this explosion. Pooh. This Hades sacrificial rites that was harvesting spirits finally succumbed to the pressure and completely shattered. What was left now was Leyland's final line of defense, the crimson light screen. The crimson light shuddered and then black cracks began to appear on the surface. Ka-cha, ka-cha. The light screen shuddered and finally shattered. The green lance that contained a monstrous might pierced the center of the light formation. Under the dazzling light, a barely visible human figure was seen. This figure was wrapped in a silvery flame which very soon was extinguished. Crimson palm. The human figure in the center spoke softly. Immediately, his hands turned into a fresh blood-red color. Two burning holographic claws appeared and grabbed the green lance, which created a whistling noise. As the red flames touched the green light was extinguished. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 266, Toxic. Toxic. Although Wailing Lance was a rank 2 spell, after going through Hades' sacrificial rites and the Crimson Light Screen defensive spell formation, it had been weakened, and eventually perished under Leyland's Crimson Palm. The might of his Crimson Palm caused Cabourn, who was not far away, to turn pale and exclaim, "You've advanced to become a rank 2 Magus." Only a rank 2 Magus would be able to withstand his magic so easily. Phew. Leyland heaved a huge sigh, feeling the transformation completing in his body. And could not help but mumble, such formidable strength really makes one feel intoxicated. The AI chip had also shown a few notifications. Beep. Detected the burning of large amounts of ownerless spiritual force. Kamoyan's pupil in the process of advancing, host body's high-grade meditation technique, Kamoyan's pupil, has risen to the 2nd level. Driving the advancement in host's rank. Host has advanced to become a rank 2 warlock. Rank 2 innate spells have been generated. Modifying host body's sea of consciousness. Beep. Host has advanced to become a rank 2 warlock. Stats have been substantially increased. Recalculating data. Next, the AI chip refreshed and displayed his new stats. Beep. Leyland Farlier. Rank 2 warlock, bloodline, giant Kamoyan serpent. Strength, 21.1, Agility, 14.4, Vitality, 27.9, Spiritual Force, 104.3, Magic Power, 104, Magic Power is in synchronization with Spiritual Force. Leyland took note of the large changes within his Sea of Consciousness. His red Sea of Consciousness had now expanded by a huge amount, but the core essence in the middle had experienced the most changes. Originally, there had been a prismatic crimson crystallization of his spiritual force. This was Leyland's foundation as a warlock, and all sorts of complicated runes were carved onto it. These runes were like little black snakes seemed to be formed from nature, and made up his 2 rank 1 innate spells. Currently, within the crystal, another smaller prism-shaped crystal had been produced. It looked exactly like the outer prism except for the size. It looked as if a tinier version of the original crystal had been placed inside of itself. The only difference was that the runes on the surface of the inner crystal were different from the runes for Leyland's innate spells on the outer crystal. These runes formed even more formidable innate spells. If one peered at the 2 crystals from the outside, they would observe that the runes on the outer and inner layer were integrated to create an image of a crimson symbol-looking rune. This symbol was very mysterious, and seemed to contain some terrifying strength that could communicate with strange entities from the underworld. However, as it was not complete, it could not exhibit its strength. This was the innate spell that completely suited Leyland, something that was only possible for those who had high-grade meditation techniques. As these spells perfectly complemented him, they would not have any negative effects. If he were like a regular magus, the runes and imprint would clash, and the 2 layers of the core essence would not be able to stabilize. Even if one found a rank 2 spell that suited them well, it would still have a high consumption rate, and they would not be able to fully exhibit the strength of a rank 2 magus. However, Leyland did not have to worry about this. Glancing at the rank 2 magus, Cabourn, who was a distance away, Leyland sucked in a deep breath and looked at the rank 2 innate spell that Kamoyan's pupil had generated. Toxic Bile. This was the name of the rank 2 spell that Kamoyan's pupil had formed. After sensing the information emitted from the crystal in his Sea of Consciousness, Leyland was left a little speechless. Looks like it's another ability from the modification of the body. This probably has to do with awakening the poisonous nature of the giant Kamoyan serpent. Every time a high-grade meditation technique advanced by another level, it would generate an innate spell for the magus. However, the magus would have no choice in this method, and likewise, Leyland had no choice but to accept it. However, the innate spells produced by these high-grade meditation techniques were extremely powerful and would not leave Leyland disappointed. At this point, the AI chip had finished organizing all the information regarding Toxic Bile, and displayed it in numerical form. Toxic Bile, rank 2 spell. The ancient giant Kamoyan serpent possessed terrifying toxic abilities, and its mature form could even corrode the void. Through modification of their bodies and bloodline, ancient warlocks were able to transplant this ability into their own bodies. Prerequisites: modification of heart to that of giant Kamoyan serpent to 100%.
Effect: through neurotoxins let out of any part of the body, carry out an area of effect attack that attacks all living beings. Consumption: 10 spiritual force, 10 magic power. As a rank 2 Magus, the consumption of his spiritual force and magical power were simply both to a degree of 10. This was obviously because it was an innate spell. In addition, Leyland had needed to modify his heart, and had cultivated his body to be able to use this power, causing him to be even more expectant for the power of this rank 2 spell.
I'll use you as a guinea pig.
Leyland glanced at Kaborin, who was not far away, and the spiritual force in his sea of consciousness rushed out, the twice-layered core essence flickering with dim light. Leyland could feel from deep within that in his body, the purple-red blood of the giant Kamoyan serpent was congealing inside his gallbladder. Following the consumption of energy and spiritual force, a mysterious liquid was produced.
This liquid could disseminate to all parts of Leyland's body and be secreted from any pore on his skin. With a single thought, the poison from the giant Kamoyan serpent spread through the air.
Mysteriously enough, when his rank 2 innate spell, Toxic Bile, was used, there was no energy fluctuation, nor was there any special scent or color.
It concealed itself very well.
From the time Leyland broke through to rank 2, to when he used Crimson Palm and let out Toxic Bile, only a few seconds had passed, and even the Magi outside had not been able to react. Opposite to him, Kaborin looked at Leyland, who had just emerged, the expression on his face complicated. First was regret, then pity, and then fear and the will to kill him.
Leyland Farlier.
To be able to advance to rank 2 before reaching the age of 30 means that you're a genius found only once every 1,000 years in the South Coast. But today, you destroyed the gate to the secret plane and have committed an unforgivable sin.
We Dark Magi shall judge and punish you. Kaborin spoke righteously, finding an excuse for him to kill Leyland.
The more potential Leyland had, the more danger he posed to Kaborin. Currently, Leyland had just advanced to rank 2, so other than his own innate skill, he would surely not have a rank 2 spell.
This was the best opportunity to eliminate him.
Desmond, who had originally come to watch the show, now slowly walked behind Leyland upon finding out he had advanced to rank 2. Together with Kaborin, he surrounded Leyland. After seeing the strange methods Leyland had used to advance, Desmond had become fearful of this newly advanced rank 2 Magus. He did not mind joining hands with Kaborin if it meant that he could take care of Leyland. For a moment, the Magi of both factions were extremely coordinated. The 2 rank 2 Magi surrounded Leyland, while the other dark and light Magi encircled him as well.
It seems like they aren't afraid of death.
Glancing at the official Magi who had encircled him, Leyland was expressionless, though he was sighing inside. The degree of power of a rank 2 spell was at least 80. An attack of such a level was basically fatal to any rank 1 Magus. The attack of Toxic Bile was invisible and did not differentiate between enemies and allies. The nearer people were to Leyland, the faster they would die. Thump, the light Magus who was closest to him collapsed, a strange purplish-black color appearing on his face. Thump, like a chain reaction, whether it was light or dark Magi, all who were around Leyland turned stiff and collapsed to the ground.
What's happening?
He's poisoned. Be careful, it's a toxic attack. Use a spell that stops you from breathing or a barrier. TSS, large amounts of white gas were emitted, and the bodies of the Magi who had collapsed began to corrode.
One could even see the white bones within.
The white bones eventually darkened, and then melted into a black liquid. The Magi who saw the scene instantly paled, shrieks and yells sounding everywhere.
Yet another miserable shout was heard.
A Magus with a thick barrier fell to the ground, his body beginning to rot. The official Magi near Leyland instantly collapsed and turned into black liquid. There was no time for anyone to rescue or move them. Such a terrifying effect intimidated the 2 rank 2 Magi. Even a protective layer is useless.
Blinking rapidly, Kaborin and Desmond flew backwards.
Desmond produced large amounts of lightning, cleansing his body over and over again, while Kaborin grew huge green warts that continuously absorbed something.
Hoo-hoo!
With the passing of time, the poisonous attack increased its range. It started where Leyland was, and then spread to the entirety of the Four Seasons garden. In the end, even the magical beings in the external world began to collapse in large groups and turn into black liquid, the tart smell of decay spreading everywhere. Besides the Magi who had quickly retreated from the very beginning, there were no living beings apart from Leyland and the 2 rank 2 Magi. This situation surprised even Leyland, who had caused this. This is akin to the biochemical attacks in my previous world. For there not to be a single living being within the area of his attack shocked Leyland to no end. In addition, he knew the method through which his poison was spread. The toxin from the giant Kamoyan serpent could penetrate through any protective layer made from energy, and enter a magus circulatory system through his skin. For spells that helped one hold their breath, that was even more useless. This sort of poison not only corroded one's physical body but also did not let off one's spirit. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 267, Scorching Touch. Scorching Touch.
The largest issue Leyland had with this was that the poison worked too quickly, and even he himself did not have any methods to save the poisoned ones.
The poison from the giant Chamoyan serpent was not simply a neurotoxin.
Some ancient sinister thoughts and intentions had been mixed within, which made it difficult to dispel. The reason that Leyland was not afraid was because after modifying his heart, he was now considered to be partially a giant Chamoyan serpent. Naturally, he would not be affected by his own poison, but it would be too difficult for him to save someone else. Based on his estimations, even a rank 3 magus would find it nearly impossible to deal with this poison.
Perhaps only a rank 4 Morningstar magus would have a solution to this. Looks like I can't use this ability as I like.
It can only act as a trump card.
Leyland forced a smile.
The area of attack was much too vast, and it did not differentiate friend from foe. If he used this, it would definitely result in the loss of many innocent lives and give rise to public anger.
Though Leyland would not feel any guilt or shame, he did not want to become hated by many due to a simple accident.
For instance, after seeing all their subordinates dead, the two rank 2 magi, Cabourn and Desmond, were on the exploding with rage.
You actually.
Desmond howled, the lightning imprint on his forehead shining crazily. You actually destroyed my lightning core.
I will kill you.
He had brought all the elites of his lightning corps here. On top of that, he had left 2 large armies here. In other words, Leyland's toxic bile had utterly decimated his subordinates, which caused Desmond's eyes to turn red.
A violent aura undulated around his body.
Compared to Desmond, Cabourn was dealing with this situation much better. After all, he was a dark magus, and was used to massacres. No matter how many of his underlings were killed, it wouldn't affect him. His mind was focused only on the strange spell that Leyland had displayed that intimidated him.
What a terrifying ability. Is this his innate spell? A toxic area of effect attack that even a rank 1 magi cannot withstand?
As a veteran dark magus, Cabourn immediately began to estimate Leyland's battle power. He could envision how terrifying such an ability would be in a war. This was a battle power that had a destructive power that could rival a natural disaster.
Crap!
Cabourn and Desmond paled at the same time, and their bodies, which were in midair, began to tremble. A purplish-black gas rose in front of their faces. This was the poison of the giant Chamoyan serpent.
Even a rank 2 magus could not completely dispel it. Seal of 10,000 poisons.
The lumps on Cabourn's shoulders exploded, and a red ring of flesh twisted into a circle rune, sealing the purplish-black gas within. Only after the poison was sealed did he have the time to look at the state of his old rival. Desmond was in worse shape than he was. Great amounts of lightning were in front of Desmond's face, and the lightning rune between his brows was moving around, forcing the black poison to coalesce into his right arm. With a resolute look, his left arm struck down as quick as lightning, and he chopped off his entire right arm. Though magi could use all sorts of methods to regenerate their limbs, their battle power would be largely diminished if they had just lost an arm. Old fart, how are you?
Cabourn and Desmond were old rivals, and in front of Leyland, whose strength was sterilely powerful, these two had joined hands to oppose this enemy. It's nothing. Desmond huffed.
A ring of lightning flashed by his wounds and immediately stopped the bleeding.
It's just that I can only use 70% of my peak strength. How about you?
A little better than that. I can exhibit 80% of my strength. Any more than that and my seal will lose effectiveness. Cabourn forced a bitter smile. Leyland actually dared to kill my kin.
I will definitely kill him.
Under Leyland's all-encompassing toxic attack, Giant and Caesar, peak rank 1 magi who were seriously hurt and in a coma, were obviously not spared. In addition, since the little boy who Leyland had previously killed did not come back to life, Caesar's 3 spirits were all dead. In other words, he had really died. Cabourn was Caesar's father, and was not on good terms with Leyland. In this situation, he had another grudge, which was for the death of his son. It looks like we need to work together.
Desmond looked grim.
I have no idea how that freak trains.
Cabourn and Desmond inched a little closer to each other.
Sigh. Leyland sighed at this moment and approached Cabourn and Desmond. Kill. Leyland initiated the first attack, and huge black fireballs filled the sky like large stars. At this point, Leyland's conflict with these 2 rank 2 magi could no longer be resolved peacefully.
This fight would only end when one side was completely eliminated.
After being promoted to a rank 2 Magus, the might of the rank 1 spells that Leyland used had also obtained a huge boost. The latent fireball now held a power that was more than several levels stronger than when Leyland had used it while being a rank 1 warlock.
Huge waves of black fire streaked through the sky, almost evaporating the molecules in the air into nothingness.
He's only just advanced and has yet to record the spell model of his rank 2 spell. Beware of his poison innate spell.
Cabourn and Desmond exchanged glances.
One person produced tremendous amounts of lightning, while the other sent out grayish-black tornadoes that charged towards Leyland. Lightning, tornadoes, and black flames mercilessly collided against each other. Silver spiritual power split the air, giving rise to a huge spiritual force maelstrom. Under the manipulation of solidified spiritual power, the rank 2 Magi exhibited magic that far exceeded the might in rank 1 Magi, reducing the Four Seasons Garden's headquarters into rubble. 3 large silver hands that were over 10 meters long wrestled like giants from ancient times.
Toxic bile.
This fight continued for over 10 turns, and with a glint in Leyland's eye, a formless ripple of poison dashed towards the two opposite rank 2 Magi. This time, even the air slightly rippled.
Be careful of his poison attack. Cabourn and Desmond retreated as if they had seen a poisonous snake. Wang Wang.
Formless ripples smashed into the two Magi's innate defensive spell formations, producing sounds of corrosion. A strange glint flashed through Leyland's eyes, and the formless ripples turned into transparent hands that grasped towards Cabourn. The innate defensive spell formation in front of Cabourn could not withstand the attack from this transparent hand, and a large hole was made.
Ah! Omni Decay. Cabourn looked torn as he yelled the incantation.
Black tornadoes whirled in all directions, looking like a black flower bud that was blooming.
Rumble. The large transparent hand and black flower collided. Both attacks dissipated, and the stray energy spread outwards.
A transparent tear in the sky exploded, and black spatial cracks formed. Leyland and Cabourn attacked in 2 different directions. At this moment, a sinister smile flashed in Leyland's lips. With a wave of his hand, a large amount of red powder spread into the air like a red cloud of fire, scorching touch. 2 lines of fiery energy shot out, and in an instant, they streaked through the air and appeared before Cabourn. The energy fluctuations from the attack caused Cabourn's face to change. Rank 2 magic. How can this be? Hasn't he only just advanced? Pooh. The 2 fiery streaks drilled through Cabourn's lower abdomen and right shoulder, creating 2 large wounds that had been charred black. The reason why Leyland had been in a tussle with these 2 rank 2 Magi was to stall for time, so that he could analyze the rank 2 spells in the Book of Giant Serpent. After obtaining the Book of Giant Serpent, Leyland had received 3 rank 2 spell models. However, while he was still a rank 1 warlock, the AI chip had been unable to make anything of them.
Only now, after his advancement, could the AI chip finally analyze these spell models.
Leyland chose a fire elemental offensive spell and ordered the AI chip to analyze it. With the powerful calculative abilities of the AI chip, the spell model was finally analyzed, and the information was sent to Leyland's mind.
Thunder Tempest.
Upon seeing his ally injured, Desmond immediately charged out to help. A powerful storm of lightning surged up like a wave and swept towards Leyland.
Chamoyan Scales.
Leyland steeled his expression, and fine black scales appeared all over his body. After advancing to a rank 2 warlock, the scales on Leyland's body emitted an even deeper black luster, and there were even incomplete patterns on the surface of the scales, which vaguely formed dark elemental rune barrier. The barrier instantly shaped into a huge, solid black runic shield that situated itself in front of the tempest. Leyland did not care for Desmond's attack from behind, and his eyes turned into amber vertical pupils that stared straight at Cabourn, who was quickly retreating while spitting out blood.
Eyes of Petrification.
From Leyland's amber vertical pupils, 2 lines of petrification rays caught up to Cabourn, who was in the middle of retreating. Cabourn let out blood-curdling screams and covered his eyes, from which a layer of ashen-white stone skin began to extend. The power of a rank 2 warlock was even more powerful than a rank 1 magus, and the 2 rank 1 innate spells Leyland originally had received a huge boost. Even a rank 2 magus was affected. Leyland's speed increased rapidly, and in an instant, he caught up to Cabourn, who was still fleeing. There was no trace of emotion in his eyes.
The fiery red scorching touch was casted again. 3 fiery streaks combined and became as thick as a person's arm, and penetrated through Cabourn's brain. Bang!
Cabourn's head exploded open like a watermelon, and red and white cerebrospinal fluids and blood dripped all over the ground.
Boom! The large black shield shattered, and lightning leaked through the cracks and headed towards Leyland. TSS. Blue lightning exploded behind Leyland, and he turned pale.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 268, Obliteration. Chapter 268, Obliteration. Now, it's your turn.
Leyland turned back, coldly staring at Desmond.
Days later, shocking news spread throughout the south coast.
The Dark Magi had attacked the Four Seasons Gardens headquarters once again, and all the Magi there had been completely wiped out. The entrance to the secret plane had been destroyed, and even the rank 2 Magus who had come to provide support had died in battle. What made this news even more shocking was that in this battle, even the Dark Magi who had attacked had not garnered any benefits. Not only had the leader, Cabourn, died, even the elites of the Dark Magi had been completely annihilated too.
After the battle, Leyland's name was spread far and wide.
As someone who had killed off 2 rank 2 Magi and even destroying the entrance to the secret plane, Leyland was now on the wanted list of both the Light and Dark Magi.
Any rank 2 Magi held immense power in the south coast, and were highly regarded.
A rank 2 Magi going solo and not bound by any restriction, and who also possessed the terrifying ability to control a battle.
Leyland's existence was now one feared by many highly ranked Magi.
His nickname as the Demonic Poison King began to spread. In a region called the Land of Eternal Light.
A castle-like building that was upside down was somehow standing upright.
The defensive runes on the surface of the building constantly flickered. This was where the Botelli family, who were rumored to hold divination abilities, resided. Though their power had declined in the past few hundred years, they still retained some of the power from when they were at their peak. Beside the gate to the castle were 2 strange stone guards. In front of the gate were 2 statues with large swords plunged into the ground. These 2 statues were over 10 meters tall and 2 to 3 meters wide.
Whether it was their appearance or weapons, they gave off an intimidating aura.
Within the castle, in a basement filled with white chilly air.
It was filled with translucent blocks of ice. At the center of the cold room was a transparent ice coffin. With a pair of hands placed on her lower abdomen, a girl of noble blood and an elegant temperament was quietly lying within. Though Jenna was still in a coma, the curse on her body was already beginning to spread. Black lumps of flesh and veins constantly spread. On Jenna's face, black gas would not dissipate, and it looked something like little snakes constantly spiraling. With these snakes attached to her, Jenna's eyelids kept moving and she looked to be in immense pain. It had been almost a month since Leyland had set up the curse, and it was already on the verge of completely exploding. Without a cure, Jenna would likely end up like Manla, who had turned into a set of dried-up bones. Boom, the door to the ice room was pulled open, and the old woman who had met with Leyland walked in. Jenna, the guide of our generation.
Based on the will of the mighty Mother of Peace, you shall continue to exist in this world. The old woman mumbled, and then placed a blood-red key on the freezer.
Wang wang, red rays were emitted from the key and began to seep into the ice coffin. The red light covered Jenna's body in an instant.
Under the illumination of the red light, the black gas on Jenna's face began to vanish. The terrifying might of the curse waned at a rate that could be seen by the naked eye. The talisman to undo the curse provided by Leyland is effective, as expected. The old woman looked at the freezer that was emitting red light, and her expression brightened. After having traded to Leyland the incomplete high-grade meditation technique that was inherited generation to generation in exchange for the talisman, she was able to rush back before the curse completely exploded.
Leyland Farlier, you sinner! You shall be punished and judged by the Mother of Peace.
The old woman made a few hand signs and prayed in a low voice.
Drip. Drip, star. Droplets of blood-red liquid formed from the key and penetrated through the layer of ice, and dripped onto Jenna's pale, snow-white neck. TSS, white gas rose from the area on Jenna's neck that was covered by the blood-red liquid as it began to recover at a visible rate.
Wah! Jenna, who had been unconscious all this time, suddenly opened her eyes.
Boom. Boom. Boom, the ice coffin shattered into pieces, and strange undulations traveled throughout the ice room.
The old woman was extremely familiar with this energy fluctuation.
This was a phenomenon that happened when their guide was making a prophecy. She's going to start now?
A bewildered look appeared on her face.
I see countless deaths. Demon King. A demon king with toxic abilities is approaching.
Jenna's eyes suddenly rolled back to show whiteness, and a low and gasping voice was heard.
Toxic? Demon King?
Could it be? The old woman was startled and suddenly recalled the latest news.
Wang wang.
The blood-red key from before suddenly hovered in the air, producing glaring rays of light.
A tracking imprint? This is bad. The old woman's eyes widened. At this moment, outside the upside-down castle, Leyland in black robes appeared. Is this the rumored upside-down castle? It really is quite strange.
Leyland lifted his hood and sized up the building in front of him, sighing in admiration. After killing 2 Rank 2 Magi, he knew that he would be chased by both Light and Dark Magi factions. Hence, he had changed his clothes and escaped out of the secret plane via another exit. Though there were strict testing methods at each entrance, these were all tests that picked out the aura of precious materials gathered from the Eternal River Plane's secret plane, preventing them from being smuggled out. With Leyland's abilities as a Rank 2 warlock, it was naturally effortless for him to escape. As for the sensing of any items, Leyland had placed them in the spatial leather pouch. With the isolation from spatial runes, even the most refined detection spell formations would not discover any traces.
Leyland raised his right hand, and on his wrist, a red key-shaped imprint was pulsating with light. "It's here." Leyland grinned as he looked at the tracking imprint.
The place where Jenna's family was located was hard to find.
It could be said that even Hyder needed the old woman's directions in order to enter. There was no real map.
In the trade with this old woman, Jenna's family's grandmother did not have good intentions and wanted Leyland to take this incomplete high-grade meditation technique and be taken over by it.
Leyland, similarly, was not kind and added a tracking imprint into the talisman.
With the help of the imprint, he was finally able to locate the nest of Jenna's family.
Though the high-grade meditation technique, Sacred Flame, is incomplete, it is still unique. Its nature is extremely troublesome, and only one person in the world is able to train in it at a time. Leyland's lips curved as bloodlust overcame in. He did not have a good impression of this egocentric family.
Since he'd found where they were, it was natural that he would want to get things over and done with.
"Halt!"
The 2 statue guards at the gate came to life and their muscles rippled as they yelled in a low tone.
2 magical beings? Together, their power is almost equivalent to a Rank 1 Magus. Leyland's eyes flashed, already pinpointing information about these guards. This level of defense for a Magus family is not half bad.
Leyland waved his arm and 2 large black fireballs flew out, meeting the large statue guards that had whipped out their weapons.
Asterisk bang. Boom, star.
The fireballs smashed into the large stone swords, and like water engulfed the bodies of the guards. The 2 guards immediately turned into 2 huge, black torches that burned furiously. Under the attack of Leyland's latent fireball, the 2 statue guards that had been around for thousands of years instantly turned into a pile of black powder.
Enemy attack. Who is it?
Countless urgent voices sounded in the castle, and then the mournful, piercing sound of a copper bell. The runes on the surface of the castle began to move. For the defense of such an ancient family, even a peak Rank 1 Magus would not be able to penetrate through if it was completely activated. Ha! Leyland let out a long sigh, and streaks of silver spiritual force extended from his body. His body then mysteriously hovered in midair, forming a huge silver face.
Toxic bile.
From the lips of the large silver face, a cold incantation was exclaimed. The poison from the terrifying ancient creature, the giant Chamoyan serpent, soundlessly penetrated throughout the insides of the castle.
The runes outside were entirely useless towards poison attacks.
Every single person inside, whether it was an acolyte, servant or even official magi, collapsed to the ground, their bodies beginning to rot. Not only the castle but in a range of half a km away, all the plants were beginning to dry up and rot.
Silence. The eerie silence of death.
It shrouded the area, with the castle at the center of it all. In this large area, no being was lucky enough to survive and sunk into the eternity of death. Bang! The old grey gate that was still full of patterns had an ancient aura that silently toppled. Under the corrosion of the poison, not only the defensive formation, but even the building itself was affected by the destructive force. In the granite that seemed to be extremely solid, there were hundreds of thousands of little holes that were the result of the corrosion.
The entire building swayed and looked on the verge of falling.
Leyland felt as if at a light push, the entire castle would fall with a huge rumble. In the corridor that was filled with a putrid smell, rotting corpses were everywhere.
Leyland followed the tracking imprint and advanced further, finally reaching the ice room that was far into the castle.
He entered the ice room filled with chilly white gas and saw the 2 corpses. The old woman had died extremely painfully, holding test tubes that held all types of antidotes. Of course, there did not seem to be any use in it and her flesh was still rotting. As an official magus, her resistance was obviously more powerful than a regular person. Even when dead, her body was still more difficult to destroy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 269, Arrangement. Chapter 269, Arrangement.
On the icy counter in the middle, Jenna's corpse lay silently. On her face, which had mostly been eaten into, all sorts of craziness could be seen, as if the expressions of different people had been mixed together. There was even a trace of relief in her smile, which made it even stranger. The poison from the giant Kamoyan serpent had a vigorous corrosive effect, and the spirits of all the spirits residing in Jenna's body were being eaten into by the terrifying toxins. How pitiful! After obtaining the high-grade meditation technique, Sacred Flame, Leyland had used the AI chip and simulated the characteristics of this meditation technique. Gathering generations of ancestors and keeping it in the body of descendants, this high-grade meditation technique was something even dark magi would find furtive and terrifying. In addition, Jenna, who was the host body, would become schizophrenic and turn into a pitiful state. To some extent, after training in Sacred Flame and inheriting the spirits of her ancestors, Jenna had already died. What a strange meditation technique, and a pitiful family. Leyland touched his chin. The properties of Sacred Flame caused him some hints of fear. Before he completely made sense of it and researched methods to evade these effects, he was not willing to go anywhere near it. Half a day later, Leyland left the castle. Crash after he left, little stones constantly slid off the castle, and huge cracks appeared on it. Rumble. The castle completely collapsed and turned into a pile of rubble. From here on, the Botelli family was no more. Dense clouds covered the sky, thunder and lightning occasionally could be heard. Moments later, black raindrops descended from the horizon. At the Tel Jose volcano that was not far away, a great pillar of flames suddenly erupted towards the heavens. Large amounts of volcanic ash flew to the air, and along with some man-made structures, they turned into fertilizing raindrops and descended, which provided the Tel Jose plains with great vitality. The peasants who were farming quickly knelt by the roadside, singing praises to the Magi of Nightless City. With the protection of the Magi, they had plentiful harvests that were enough for them to live on without fear for lack of food or clothing, even after paying the large taxes and contributions to their lords. A large black handsome horse streaked through the rain, and one could vaguely see the figure of a young man. Hawk! What a shame! While urging on his horse, he lamented inside. In the Eternal River Plain's secret plane, the range of his toxic bile was too fast and powerful. Even Hawk, who had been kept at the edges of the headquarters, could not escape. In this attack that did not differentiate friend from foe, Leyland lost this very convenient mode of transportation. Leyland had needed to deal with Caesar and set up the 10,000 spirit spell formation. He even needed to secretly notify Desmond, and his mind had been whirling at high speeds. The Venom Wyvern Hawk was just a pet that was a means of transportation. Without taking it into account, it had died together with the Magi on the outer layers under Leyland's poisonous attack. However, due to the limitations of its kind, the Venom Wyvern can only become as strong as a rank 1 Magus. After I was promoted to a rank 2 Warlock, Hawk's usefulness will only decrease bit by bit. I was going to find an opportunity to set it free, but... Leyland sighed, taking a moment of silence for Hawk's unfortunate passing. He then tossed this thought to the back of his mind, focusing his attention on the large nightless city that was towering in the rain, a cold smile about his face. He turned the horse's head, and it diverged from its original route and galloped towards a little town inhabited by regular humans. Due to its huge popularity, there were tens of large towns near Nightless City where regular humans lived. Like satellites, they surrounded Nightless City. Everyday regular humans from all walks of life, people having the desire to become a Magus, fugitives, or even people who were only here because of their youth and adventurous nature discovered the brutality of reality. These humans were chased out of Nightless City and could only dither around in this sort of town. Leyland came to a town called Clint, found a bar and entered, ordered mead, and drank it silently. Master. 10 or so minutes later, a few people dressed in black clothes with hoods arrived, and an old man who was the leader exclaimed, "N. Come with me." Leyland tossed out a silver coin and brought this group of people away from the bar. Next, the old man brought Leyland to a villa on the outskirts of the town. Master. After receiving your message, we immediately tidied up the supplies and left Nightless City. We rented this house and have been awaiting your return. After entering the villa, the leader removed the hood and revealed a silver-haired old man. This was Damien, the level 3 acolyte slave Leyland had bought, who was also his butler. He was in charge of Leyland's property in Nightless City. Number 4 and Number 5, the 2 female Grand Knights were also around. Like guards, they were vigilant by the door. The first time he had met the boy and accepted Thousand Meddling Hands' mission to be a spy, Leyland had had a bad feeling about the whole situation and passed down the order for Damien and the rest to leave Nightless City as soon as possible. Upon hindsight, his initial decision was the correct one. If not, Damien and the rest would have long since been taken captive by the Light Magi. Damien. Number 4. Number 5. Can I trust you? Leyland looked grim. Master. Your wish is our command. Hearing Leyland ask this so seriously, Damien and Number 4 and Number 5 immediately knelt on one knee, chanting the reply. They were slaves spiritually bonded to Leyland.
Like number 2 and number 3, they could not disobey even if Leyland wanted them to kill themselves. Good. Now, I want you to cross the Death Channel and return to my hometown, the Chernobyl Islands, and protect my family. Understood.
Damien and the other two immediately agreed. I want you to leave inheritances on Chernobyl Islands, and make an oath that your students will continue this mission till the end of the world. Leyland's voice became hoarse.
Understood, Master.
The 3 spiritually branded slaves trembled and bowed their heads lower.
Good. Leyland nodded. With a wave of his hand, 3 black streaks flew from his hand and entered the foreheads of the 3 people. TSS TSS, the spiritually branded slaves immediately grimaced, hands tightly grasping the ground.
On their foreheads, Leyland's own secret imprint emerged.
This is my blessing. Within is a magic attack that is as powerful as an attack from me going all out. With some rituals, it can also be passed down.
Leyland was now a rank 2 warlock, and there were few who had this level of strength in the entire South Coast. Just an attack would cause an official magus to be seriously injured, or even die.
The secret imprint had even more uses.
The South Coast had a few magi who were proficient in divination, such as by astrology and making prophecies.
With this imprint, they would be mostly immune to these spells. Just Leyland's current might as a rank 2 warlock meant that ordinary divination methods were useless against him.
Magi were a source of terrifying radiation and pollution, and this was even more potent for a rank 2 magus. Leyland could feel that he was like a constant energy furnace, constantly emitting frightful energy undulations that even caused the air to distort. At a certain level of strength, even the external world would be affected. If there was anyone who wanted to make a prophecy about Leyland right now, an ordinary rank 2 magus was far from enough. At least a rank 3 magus who was proficient in divination would be able to do so. With the protection from the imprint, the 3 of them could find a place to find and take care of the Farlier family. Leyland did not bank on them being able to withstand the attacks from dark and light magi. All he wished for was for them to safeguard and defend the Farlier family from dangers in the Chernobyl Islands. Based on standard practice in the magus world, before confirming that Leyland was dead, any dark and light magi would not dare strike against the Farlier family. If not, they would be met with the crazy retaliation from a magus who had already reached rank 2 and had a terrifying destructive might. But this level of attack was something that not even the Lighthouse of the Night, which had a rank 3 magus, would be willing to go up against. Hence, with the protection from these spiritually bound slaves, the Farlier family that was on the Chernobyl Islands were completely safe, and would also receive a huge boost to develop further. These 3 people and their successors should be able to protect the Farlier family for at least 500 years. In that case, I do not have to feel any more guilt towards them.
Leyland huffed out a sigh.
His body belonged to the original Leyland Farlier. No matter what kind of person he had been, he was still apologetic for having possessed someone's flesh and blood. But if he had to return and acknowledge a bunch of strangers to be his relatives and even parents, then he was not going to do that. In the end, not concerning himself with them was his best choice. If that did not work, it was still possible for him to wait a few hundred years and wait till everyone Leyland knew died, and then give their family some advantages.
And this? Leyland pondered for a moment, and then removed the dark red cross pendant from around his neck.
This was the middle-grade magic artifact he had carefully made, the Fallen Star Pendant. After becoming a rank 2 warlock, the help this magic artifact rendered him was insurmountable. Due to the limitations of the resources he had, it was difficult for the Fallen Star Pendant to be powered up any further.
Bring this back too.
If a successor of the Farlier family with potential to become a magus appears, give it to him. Leyland handed the Fallen Star Pendant over, and at the same time, he felt as if a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 270, Returning to Town. Returning to Town.
The cold breeze swept past, leaving behind pieces of dried leaves swirling in the air, which danced like butterflies. The crystal-clear stream flowed silently, adding to the tranquility in this area.
A gray squirrel shook its fluffy tail and ascended the tree as fast as lightning, and rapidly gnawed on the acorn it held.
From time to time, it would twist its little head to observe its surroundings. Kacha, a dried piece of wood was stepped on and broke.
The squirrel was startled as it let go of the acorn it held and climbed even higher in the tree.
It looked down in apprehension at the human figure who had broken the piece in the area.
The last time I've been here was less than a year ago, wasn't it? To think that it had actually changed this much. Leyland exclaimed as he glanced at his surroundings.
He had returned back to the small town where the old devil had brought him on an expedition to the ancient spirit-slaying sect. Only this town had already been reduced to ruins. A murky green vine crept around the town's ruins, in which the occasional figures of animals could be seen flitting past. However, there were no signs of human traces at all. From the many visible indications, the inhabitants of this town had voluntarily chosen to forsake their homes soon after Leyland's expedition.
This is the fear towards Magi. Leyland shook his head and did not feel the slightest shock regarding this turn of events. Although Leyland and the others came here covertly and did not slay any of the inhabitants, they still put the townspeople in a deep slumber for 3 days. However, the residents would only associate these eerie methods with Magi. It was known that Magi of the light Magi domain would be more friendly to regular humans on the surface. However, who could have guaranteed that the residents would not see a dark Magus? Hence the flustered residents immediately chose to report it to the authorities. However, during that time the Eternal River's secret plane had just been made public knowledge to all Magi. The strength of the light Magi had been concentrated there, so no one had the leisure to bother with a desolate little town who had suspected dark Magi activities. Furthermore, no deaths were reported. Hence, the Light Magi Alliance only sent out several level 3 acolytes to investigate the matter. Naturally, these acolytes would not be able to see past the disguise set up by an official Magus. Hence, the entrance of the ancient spirit-slaying sect's secret plane was not discovered. After searching the area to no avail, the group of acolytes could only conclude and report that there were dark Magi who had long since left, apparently achieving their goals in the area. This degree of danger would naturally not attract the attention of the Light Magi Alliance, and things had been dragged till this state. Even if the Light Magi did not treat it with importance, how could the residents who had been living in the town their whole lives not mind? After all, under the influence of the Light Magi, they had often heard of dark Magi eradicating kingdoms throughout their childhood and as they aged into adults. Although the investigators had already concluded that the dark Magi left, there was always the what-ifs. Hence, without any further support, the residents chose to leave this town. Afterwards, several supernatural incidents in the area had caused the few elderly folks in the town, who had chosen to stay back, to disappear without a trace. These incidents had caused the town to be fully abandoned by all. Leyland indifferently thought back to the news he had received of the town. After instructing Damien and the rest to defend his family, he had journeyed to this area and prepared to look at the ancient teleporting spell formation once again. For the sake of advancing into a rank 2 warlock, he had destroyed one of the gates to the secret plane and even killed 2 rank 2 Magi. This animosity that was created was unusually huge. Although Leyland had confidence in his own strength, he still had to be wary of the fact that the light and dark Magi had their trumps cards, Magi who had reached rank 3. Right now, Leyland was admittedly not a match for opponents of that level, hence he had decided not to tarry after choosing his escape route. The dark and white Magi had already infiltrated every corner of the south coast, hence it was not possible to hide here. Many terrifying and dangerous regions were also located on the south coast. Even for official Magi, going there would mean a 90% chance of death. If Leyland were to wander in those areas without any detailed information, then he would be a fool. Moreover, even if Leyland's luck was good and he successfully managed to traverse past those domains, he might arrive in a barren wasteland like the Chernobyl Islands. Leyland still wished to walk further down the path of a Magus, hence he would not be willing to go to such an area. However, the ancient teleporting spell formation was different. The distance of the teleportation was vast, it would at least span a distance several times that of the south coast. There was even a possibility that it would lead to another world. Around the Magus world, there were several mighty worlds and planes. In ancient times, the ancient Magi conquered one world after another, and analyzed the unique laws in those worlds to strengthen themselves. This ancient teleporting spell formation was very likely linked to a world or domain that the ancient spirit-slaying sect had once dominated. Moreover, the place that the teleportation would lead to was definitely a place abundant with resources, at the very least on par with the south coast. Otherwise, why would the ancient Magi have the leisure to create this teleporting spell formation? The cost of creating one was not a small figure, it was enough to cripple the finances of a faction like the ancient spirit-slaying sect. Leyland strongly believed that its creation was not merely for the sake of having a means to escape. Speaking of which, I wonder how that Gargamel, Old Devil, and Jr. Leyland stroked his chin. Although he had already advanced into a rank 2 warlock, he still had fear towards the Gargamel which had been born through the fusion of countless vengeful spirits. After all, it had been sealed for God knows how many years by the sect, and actually had the strength of a rank 2 Magus immediately upon its return, but one must know that the black horror snake back in the Dylan Gardens had regressed from a rank 3 Magus into an acolyte's level after such a long sealing period. According to Leyland's estimation, the Gargamel inside the secret plane had at least reached the strength of a rank 4 Magus before it was sealed. In ancient times, Magi of these levels had another term coined after them, Morningstar Magi. According to the description of the Book of Giant Serpent by the great Magus Serhom,
after a Magus enters rank 3, their body will undergo a very long bottleneck period. For a rank 3 Magus to advance into a rank 4 Magus, the difficulty will surpass every prior advancement. It could even be likened to the fact that the difficulty of a regular human into a rank 3 Magus was far simpler than that of from a rank 3 Magus to a rank 4 Magus. Even in ancient times, rank 4 Magi were rulers of their regions. As for their title, it was Morning Star. What was a morning star? High above in the sky. Unparalleled. Eternal. Magus who were able to advance in rank 4 were worthy of such a title. Moreover, their lifespan would be lengthened by a massive amount. Even living to 1,000 years old was just child's play. To regular humans or even lowly ranked Magi, this was already reaching the realm of being immortal. At this level, Magi would really be able to control the devastating powers of flipping mountains and burning seas. It was ineffective to use a sea of people to fight against such power. Just one of them would rival the existence of an army of lower-leveled Magi. It was a totally different idea from the Lightning Corps. Magus armies back in ancient times had at least tens of thousands of official Magi, including several tens of rank 2 Magi. As for captains and vice-captains, rank 3 Magi were definitely the ones who held these posts. If the Lightning Corps was of a standard like this, Leyland would have long since been dead. However, a Morningstar Magus could obliterate the forces of the ancient Magus army. The Gargamel which Leyland had seen before had already undergone a long sealing period. However, upon its return, it had the strength of a rank 2 Magus. The strength it had before must have at least been that of a Morningstar Magus. To put it bluntly, such an existence could kill Leyland with just a finger. If not for several sources of information which had confirmed the departure of the Gargamel from this area, Leyland would have never dared step foot in here again. In an area close to the Nightless City, Leyland had given several of his spiritually bonded slaves missions before infiltrating the city. With his methods now as a rank 2 warlock, he could even avoid detection from a fellow rank 2 Magus, not to mention regular guards, by using the spiritual force compression technique. After spending some of his magic crystals, he then easily obtained the information he needed. All of the attention in the south coast was still on the Eternal River Plain's secret plane. As for the latest and hottest news, it was the birth of a newly advanced rank 2 Magus, Leyland. As someone who had destroyed a gate to the secret plane and killed 2 rank 2 Magus, Leyland had already been put in the crosshairs of the Dark and Light Magi alliances. Even the danger level attributed to him was of the highest level. In the south coast, a rank 2 Magus was already a force to be reckoned with, like Chairman Siley of Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. If Leyland was still in the academy, he could even participate in the turmoil for the chairman's successor. Although Leyland was listed as wanted on the surface, many organizations had secretly offered him a position and even promised abundant benefits. However, Leyland only chuckled at such ideas. The resources he had pilfered were enough for him as a rank 2 Magus. Moreover, it was not easy to come out from this mess. He did not wish to be embroiled in such troublesome issues once again. Apart from his information, the other news which had piqued his interest was the spirit plague in the western part of the south coast. In several regular human kingdoms, there had been a very odd disease spreading. People who had caught this disease would not suffer from any illness. Only that several tiny black spots would appear on their face and waist areas, where they would slowly be thinned down. After 7 days, when the black spots became extremely huge, the diseased would then die without a sound. After the Light Magi's investigation, the spirits of the afflicted had disappeared without a trace. As for such methods, they were very similar to the spirit plague released by the ancient spirit-slaying sect. This disease had a high contamination rate, which had already amounted to a casualty number of over 100,000 regular humans. Even the Light Magi Alliance, who had their sights set on the Eternal River Plain's secret plane, sent a rank 2 Magus as the investigation head for this matter. The most useful piece of information they had acquired was that in areas where the contamination rate was the highest, they had discovered the traces of the devout from the ancient spirit-slaying sect. As for their leader, it was none other than the Gargamel. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 271, Materialization. Materialization. Ha! It's harvesting spirits to recover its strength, huh? Leyland figured out the purpose behind this Gargamel's actions. This Gargamel, which had apparently regressed from the Morningstar Magus rank, would most likely be harvesting a massive amount of human spirits in order to regain its former strength. As a collective body that was fused from countless vengeful spirits, the Gargamel did not have to increase its spiritual force through meditation like other magi. What it needed to do was to absorb vengeful spirits. The more afraid and in anguish they were, the faster it could recover its strength. And after it had collected all the spirits it needed, the Gargamel would regain the power it had once wielded.
For the South Coast, this was a calamity. To regain back its strength, the Gargamel had to absorb the spirits of at least 30 million regular humans. This number was equivalent to 1/3 of the total population in the South Coast. The Dark and Light Magi would definitely not agree to it. Moreover, no one could say for sure what the Gargamel would do after regaining its strength. Leyland sneered. But what has all this got to do with me? I'll leave this headache to the respective chairman of the Dark and Light Magi Alliance. He was no saint, nor was he like that bunch of lunatics from the Botelli family, who had assumed the role of the protector of the world. With his memory, Leyland was extremely familiar with the route to the small town. He walked towards what had once been the town center, to where the 2-story wooden house was. This location itself was rather remote, and cobwebs and dust were strewn in the entrance. This appearance made it look extremely unstable, as if a gentle breeze would blow the house down. However, Leyland was not fooled by such an appearance. He raised his finger, on which a white glow of light converged. Wang Wang! Leyland's finger seemed to have caused some sort of resonance, and covert runes began to crawl like ants to where Leyland's foot was. The barrier to hide this area is actually still present? Leyland was somewhat astonished. Soon afterwards, he walked to the second level, to where there was an oil painting of an upper-class lady. This was the entrance to the secret plane that had long since been destroyed by Leyland. This secret plane was only a small-scale one, and the barrier of the space and isolation were not so strong. If they had strength comparable to the ones in the Eternal River Plane's secret plane, that Gargamel would most likely still be confined in here. Leyland reached out his right hand and touched the rough, black surface of the wall. There was a thin layer of grayish-black material, which had a granule-like feel to the touch. Leyland's expression was extremely solemn. On the wall, apart from him feeling that his fire energy particles were affected, there was an additional spiritual force. This force was extremely subtle, and could not have been discovered if one was not being cautious enough. It gave Leyland a vaguely familiar feeling. This spiritual force is filled with evil intent. There's no doubt about it, it's the spirit residue from that Gargamel. It had already escaped. Although he could surmise the escape of the Gargamel from the information that he had received, Leyland could only relax after confirming the evidence with his own eyes. However, it even laid an alert-type barrier, huh? It seems to have been set up for me. Leyland grinned. This Gargamel's methods were extremely covert. However, it was only useful against regular magi. The Leyland from before might already have noticed it using the AI chip, not to mention now, when he had the strength of a rank 2 warlock. This Gargamel's tricks were ineffective against him. Furthermore, Leyland's strength had increased by leaps and bounds, and that Gargamel had only set this alert to match the strength it had witnessed when it had first seen Leyland. Hence, such a miscalculation could occur. AI chip. Scan. Leyland ordered. Very soon, a layer of scanning ripple that only Leyland could see was on the field. After Leyland advanced into a rank 2 Magus, the AI chip seemed to have received a very large improvement. The task of scanning was completed in an instant. A concealed type of spiritual force was discovered, determined to have been left behind by a rank 2 creature. The type is attributed to that of an ancient spirit's barrier of the second form. Analyzing, the AI chip's voice intoned. In the database of the AI chip, there was an immense collection of pictures and information. Furthermore, after Leyland had gained control of the headquarters of the Four Seasons Garden in the secret plane, he had obtained all of the data that were available to him, and had saved it inside the AI chip's database. Right now, Leyland could be said to be a true scholar, an existence that was extremely rare on the South Coast. A silver thread of spiritual force released a unique glow that was filled with a strong yet mysterious quality. It stretched out from between Leyland's brows and spiraled in midair, before writhing into the shape of a rune and imprinting itself onto the wall. Kacha, as if something had been shattered, the alert-type barrier that the Gargamel had left behind was completely destroyed. With Leyland's current strength as a rank 2 warlock, the act of breaking such a barrier was extremely easy, and would not raise the awareness of the other party. The might of the materialization of spiritual force is definitely not ordinary. The corners of Leyland's lips curled up as he felt the firmness and power of his own spiritual force. A rank 2 Magus had definitely reached a higher realm than a rank 1 Magus. Between the levels, not only did they have superb control over the modification of their own body and obtain various types of power, but they could then choose from the various paths and specializations and walk further down the path of their own specialization. However, there was one ability that all rank 2 Magus had to cultivate in. That was the materialization of their spiritual force. This process was to materialize a faintly discernible spiritual force from nothingness using energy particles. This type of materialization could only be performed after having their elemental essence conversion reach at least 80%. The materialization of the spiritual force using energy particles far surpassed the might of regular spiritual force.
It was also one of the criteria needed to advance into a rank 3 Magus. Breaking through to a rank 3 Magus required a minimum amount of spiritual force, and also a certain threshold where a rank 2 Magus could materialize their spiritual force. Right now, Leyland was only at the starting point for the materialization of his spiritual force, but he had already discovered the benefits of using such materialized spiritual force. Spiritual force was, in fact, a catalyst for spells. After increasing in power through the use of a spell model and conversion, it would draw from the energy particles in the surroundings? Right now, the spiritual force, which was acting as the catalyst, had been strengthened. No matter which spell was cast, its might would be increased. Hence, the power of a rank 1 spell from a rank 2 Magus would far surpass the one that a rank 1 Magus had cast. Fortunately, I made preparations to overcome the isolation of the secret plane. After expelling the Gargamel's spiritual force, Leyland looked at the already broken entrance, and sized up the surroundings, before withdrawing various items from his spatial pouch. Through several past instances of extortion and plundering, Leyland had amassed a huge cache of resources that would even leave a rank 2 Magus gaping. The insatiable bottomless pouch was almost filled with stocks of various ingredients. Hence, setting up a spell formation was not a problem. Leyland's movements were extremely quick as he withdrew many different colored gems and other bizarre items from the pouch and placed them on the floor. He also used a silver powder to draw out a triangular magic symbol on the floor. Schwa schwa schwa. Leyland's right hand turned into claws. And several crucial spots in the spell formation were hollowed out to form the necessary shapes. Soon after, he crushed the gems and energy jewels on the floor with his left hand. Gotcha! Resplendent layers of light slowly spread out from the energy nodes of the gems, and like water, they slowly filled up the boundaries of the formation. The spell formation seemed to have come alive, and it began to tremble, emitting beams of light. Large amounts of visible distortion began to appear in midair above the spell formation. Tiny specks of red light seemed like fireflies as they flickered within these distortions. What's next is the localization of the secret plane's position. Leyland shut both his eyes and recalled the memory of when he was last in the secret plane of the ancient spirit slaying sect, searching for this familiar aura within the distortions in the air. The various red specks of light, which were the weak spots of the void, flickered. If Leyland were to choose the wrong one, he would immediately be lost in the chaos of space and ripped into shreds by it. At this moment, a darker colored red glow appeared, and in it was an aura of spirits that Leyland was familiar with. Leyland opened his eyes in solemnity, and a silver light flashed from his pupils. It's in here. Sword of Memphis. Leyland raised his right hand and clenched his fist as he slashed downwards. In the twinkling of the silver light, a transparent longsword appeared in his hands. The slim blade accurately slashed at the darker red glow of light. Ka-cha! The slash was as fast as lightning, and very soon, the darker red glow exploded, turning into a pitch-black tunnel. Without the slightest hesitation, Leyland dashed into it. Moments later, after traveling through the darkness, Leyland once again emerged in the ancient spirit-slaying sect's secret plane. Woo! Leyland rubbed his forehead, opening the isolation tunnel of space is, indeed, very troublesome. It's very difficult to pinpoint it through the chaos of space. Very soon, he sized up his surroundings. It was not very far away from the entrance that he had entered before, and Leyland still had some recollections of this place. However, what was different from before was that the surroundings here seemed to have been abused by a hurricane that was over magnitude 10. The surroundings were in shambles. Gargamel definitely threw a tantrum in here. I hope the teleporting spell formation is still alright. Leyland thought, before sitting cross-legged on the floor. Hiss! A huge black mist spread from behind his body, turning into many tiny black snakes with red eyes. Go forth! Leyland whispered. With his command, the countless tiny black snakes began to roam around in the surroundings. As for Leyland, he closed his eyes and used his spiritual force to sense everything inside the secret plane. As he had the map of the secret plane that he had previously recorded, the searching was much simpler this time around. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 272, Mending. Mending. Previously, on the peak of the mountain of white bones where the Gargamel was sealed, Leyland had made a map. He later found out that this was the main map of the ancient spirit-slaying sect, and it was essential in his escape from there. What he now needed to do was to explore the area and make a comparison with the map that he possessed. Time passed slowly, and the state of the secret plane was presented in front of Leyland. The secret plane of the spirit-slaying sect was largely ruined. Not only had all sorts of mechanisms been completely destroyed, but Leyland could not even find a single complete building. It seemed that the Gargamel that had been sealed here must have been full of grievances. That huge mountain of white bones and all the materials in the laboratory were all gone. Even the cabinets full of information were all empty, and it was obvious that the Gargamel had ransacked the area. The little black snake that Leyland controlled with his mind approached a silver passageway meant to be used as an emergency exit. The metal was well preserved and seemed to emanate a strong power that could subdue spirits. However, there were a few large stones that had been thrown inside, which were now obstructing the way. The black snake easily slipped through the gaps in between the rocks and came to the place where Leyland had initially found the secret room. Asterisk rumble, asterisk after pressing the power switch, a side of the wall slowly opened to reveal a secret room. This room was extremely small, with a black spell formation in the center that was surrounded by 4 stone pillars. Beside one of the pillars was the remains of a magus. Sigh. The little black snake circled the spell formation and suddenly began to hiss. Black flames began to burn from the surface of its scales. The flames became increasingly intense, gradually forming a doorway with abstruse spatial runes on its frame. It's here. Leyland came out from the door of flames, and upon seeing that the spell formation had not been damaged, he looked satisfied. AI chip. Scan the teleportation spell formation. Leyland pressed his temples, and a blue light that only he could see began to sweep the spell formation. Beep. Scanning complete. Intactness of spell formation is 98.7%. Lack of energy present. The AI chip quickly responded. Compared to 98.8% from the previous time, it has slightly been worn down. Looks like the area of destruction by that Gargamel was quite substantial, for even this place to have been affected. Leyland rubbed his chin and ordered, based on the information I received regarding teleportation, begin test simulating the restoration of the formation. In his previous exploration, Leyland had obtained a diary from the skeleton here, which included information regarding the teleportation formation. With additional information that he later gathered, he had learned the complete technique of the ancient teleportation spell formation. Correcting this little imperfection would not be the least bit difficult. Based on the calculations of the AI chip, the formation only needed to be 97% completed to work, but it was still possible for there to be problems. Leyland was not going to risk anything when it came to this long-distance teleportation. Whether it was spatial distortions or the explosions of spatial elemental particles, anything could leave him dead without leaving any traces. He did not want to die in some stupid accident. Beep. Scan incomplete portion, beginning simulation of restoration process. As the AI chip sounded, Leyland felt as if he had arrived right at the spell formation. His fingers slid like the most precise surgical scalpel as he mended the teleportation spell formation. The runes carved onto the spell formation were extremely dense and complicated. They were more than 10 times tinier than a strand of hair, and Leyland himself did not have the confidence that he could do this in one try and without errors. However, with the aid of the AI chip, his every movement was filled with grace and fluidity. In less than an hour, he had already completed mending the few areas that were incomplete. Wang, the blue light disappeared, and Leyland returned to normal. The feeling he had just experienced lingered in his mind. In front of him, the black teleportation spell formation still retained its original state without any signs of change. The AI chip's simulated experiments are becoming increasingly vivid. Leyland's hands flashed as they moved, his fingers forming all sorts of symbols and hand gestures. These were techniques that he had used while mending the spell formation. All sorts of complicated and profound signs were flawlessly made with his hands, as if they had been practiced countless times. Such a unique feeling had already been put to muscle memory. Seeing the signs being made so fluently despite only being used once in the simulation, it looked as if Leyland had trained for a decade. A flash of awe appeared on his face. Leyland immediately thought of other areas in which this would be useful. For instance, learning rank 2 spells. Though he had used the AI chip to aid him in using magic spells through the use of spell models, the movements were stiff and robotic, just like magi who were training in something for the first time. But this situation was different. If he used the AI chip's simulation, his manipulation of his spells would reach a whole new level. Though this was just a short simulation, Leyland now had a rather in-depth knowledge regarding the teleportation spell formation. Though he might not be able to set it up, simple maintenance was not a problem. Leyland approached the side of the spell formation. "Thank you for your teleportation spell formation, Lord Magus." He first went to the skeletal remains of the Magus and bowed towards it. A large black hand then descended, countless tendrils extending and propping up the skeleton. Boom, a huge pit was dug with the hand and the skeleton was placed within. Soil and stones fell, and this became a grave. "The area is ugly, so this is the only way to give you a proper burial." Leyland sighed and then came to the front of the spell formation. Naz's hand, third formation. Leyland made a spell pattern, and from the tip of his fingers, silver threads were sent out and entwined themselves along the surface of the spell formation. 2 hours later, the teleportation spell formation was now completely restored to its original state, as if it were brand new. Not only were a few damaged portions mended, even some of the original runes were improved using the AI chip. Leyland looked at the surface of this new spell formation, and his breathing became a little coarse. Next is the most important step, which is to test whether this spell formation is functional. The leather pouch at his waist automatically opened, and a black crystal flew out and dropped into the energy groove in the teleportation spell formation. Within this crystal was a pure darkness, with even some transparent, distorted flames burning within. This was the essence of the magic crystals he had purified. The consumed had totaled over 1,000 magic crystal cards, which meant a value of over 10 million magic crystals. Although the ancient teleportation spell formation could send a magus far away, the energy required to do was also monstrous. If not for Leyland's recent successes in plundering, it would be difficult to gather this amount of magic crystals. Rumble. After the essence of the magic crystal was deposited into the groove, the spell formation began to rumble. Mysterious magic runes began to light up, and bright rays lit up every corner of the spell formation.
Kacha. 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 Kacha, star.
Threads of pure energy from the magic crystal was extracted from the spell formation and poured into the ancient spell formation. From the bottoms of the 4 stone pillars, rings of light emerged and spread to the tops of the pillars, until the top suddenly exploded to reveal a hole. Piercing light rushed out of the center of the pillars and formed 4 differently colored bundles of light, which hovered at the tops of the pillars. Earthen brown, fiery red, heavily green, and azure balls of light silently appeared in midair.
Oh! This power!
Within these 4 balls of light, Leyland could feel the familiar air of energy particles.
These are earth, fire, wind, and water?
Leyland was dazed and immediately recognized the natures of these balls of light. He touched his chin and pondered deeply. In a few ancient schools of thought, there had once been a concept that earth, fire, wind, and water formed the foundations of the world. From the looks of it, the spirit-slaying sect also held such a thought.
Activate!
Leyland exclaimed loudly, using a language that he had never utilized, which was full of a cryptic and ancient aura. This was the Turian language that the spirit-slaying sect used. After recording information regarding this with the AI chip, Leyland had effortlessly learnt this language.
Wang Wang.
For energy balls constantly fluctuated, and different colored rays extended from the balls, converging above the heart of the teleportation spell formation.
Kacha.
As if the fabric of space had been split in two, and as if lightning had descended, huge spatial distortions appeared in front of Leyland and became a depthless hole.
Now the teleportation is working. Leyland immediately came up with a backup plan.
No matter whether or not he would need this teleportation spell formation, it would be an escape route if he ever required one.
Should I go over?
A tempting thought appeared in his mind, but he mercilessly suppressed it.
Based on his conjectures and the AI
chip's estimations regarding space, spell formations like these did not consume a lot energy from the magic crystals, but the moment a real and living subject went through, the required energy would be enough to extract and consume all the power in the essence of the magic crystals. Leyland was still not clear about the situation at the other end of the teleportation formation, and naturally could not take such a risky chance. In addition, the magic crystal consumption from the trip was bound to break Leyland's heart. Without seeing the teleportation spell formation at the other end, Leyland was unable to tell if he could return safely.
What if it was a one-way trip? Spiritual force can't penetrate through, and detection spells are useless. There has to be another way.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 273, Bramble's Iron Door. Bramble's Iron Door.
After that, Leyland used a couple of different methods to try to investigate the situation at the other end of the tunnel, but none of them worked. His spiritual force still wasn't able to see through space, and every detection magus spell was connected directly to spiritual forces, so all of his plans didn't work.
After taking one last deep look at the tunnel, Leyland was extremely reluctant as he deactivated the magus formation. Ka-cha!
The magic stone crystal in the groove of the magic formation automatically flew to Leyland's hand, and the various light rays emitted from it became slightly dimmer.
10% of its power was consumed?
Leyland frowned a little when he felt the loss in power of the magic stone crystal. It was similar to using 1 million magic stones in the span of a short moment.
Moreover, Leyland didn't send any living creature through it and just used his spiritual force to investigate it. Otherwise, the magic stone crystal would have been instantly depleted.
In this case, I must use something like a puppet or spirit slave that can automatically move by itself so that it can head in to check it out before being summoned back.
Leyland rubbed his lower jaw. Following this thought, he did not hesitate any longer to leave the secret plane of the spirit-slaying sect.
As he was leaving, he purposefully set a formation at the entrance to replicate the scene before he arrived as much as possible. Even though he could observe from various signs that the Gargamel would not be able to break through to the interior emergency pathway, Leyland did not want to take the risk. With the help of the AI chip's meticulous calculations, even if the Gargamel were to personally come here, it would not be able to discover anything. This meant that his personal safety had greatly increased.
After laying down the formation, Leyland left the place.
Bramble's Iron Door, located in the western part of the south coast, was a large-scaled Magus market. The reason why this place had this name was due to an enormous iron door that was completely covered with thistles and thorns that was nearby. Behind it was a medium-sized Magus' secret plane. In the south coast, the secret planes were mostly controlled by the various large Magi organizations, and this particular resource secret plane was being controlled by the Wandering Magi Alliance, Iron Crown. Since the Dark and Light Magi had suppressed them both openly and secretly and, after having experienced countless suppressions, many Wandering Magi who were sitting on the fence had finally chosen to rebel against the major alliances. This Iron Crown was a power that had been formed from Wandering Magi. In this location, numerous Wandering Magi grouped together, took charge of the nearby domains, and even controlled a middle-scaled secret plane. Even though the middle-scaled secret plane could not be compared with the Four Seasons Garden's large-scaled secret plane, it was still extremely rare and precious. The existence of the Iron Crown was like a torch in the dark. It attracted the various Wandering Magi and acolytes from the various lands of the south coast and constantly expanded.
However, it was to this point only.
Since it was a Magi alliance and controlled the management and contract agreements, the Iron Crown had always been weaker than the powerful Magi alliances. When it dealt with the outside world, it always kept a neutral position. Moreover, it only recently had flourished to the point to being just slightly stronger than the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. Furthermore, the Dark Magi organization Abyssal Bone Forest was only ranked as a mid-tier power, but it was also unknown what the higher-ups of the Dark and Light Magi organizations were thinking. Perhaps they couldn't be bothered to make a plot to share that piece of land and just allowed the Iron Crown to continue existing. This place had also turned into an enormous bazaar for all Magi. Since the Wandering Magi kept a neutral position, it had become the South Coast's irreplaceable free market. No matter if it was a Dark Magus or a Light Magus, non-affiliated Magus or one from an alliance, all Magi had free entry to this place. Since the Iron Crown watched over this area, the security could be said to be great as there were no terrible incidences that happened, which resulted the rapid creation of a good reputation. Leyland climbed to the summit of the mountain and looked with an elated gaze at the unfortified gathering city within the flat plain not far from his position.
Is that the Bramble's Iron Door? Its scale is almost comparable to the Nightless City, thought. He took advantage of his high altitude and surveyed the area. He could see flat summits and large infrastructure gathered together. It seemed to be like a spider web that was expanding outwards from the numerous pathways. Moreover, what made him feel amazed the most was that the gathering city unexpectedly did not have fortified walls or guards. Leyland could casually see various Magi moving about in various transportation devices as they moved in the gathering city in all directions. Leyland had not felt this kind of atmosphere when he was in the Nightless City.
When the Iron Crown was first founded, it was born from blood and flames. Initially, the 13 Wandering Magi had their hands covered with the blood of the Dark and Light Magi in order to run this place and to enable a place for the Wandering Magi to live. Leyland sighed as he put on his hat before heading towards the Bramble's Iron Door. The specialty of the gathering city was that there were no obvious boundaries. After entering the perimeter of the Bramble Iron Door, Leyland saw various kinds and types of stalls on the roadside.
Those stalls were set up by the Wandering Magi. Leyland could also see acolytes, Magi, and even humans that were mending the stalls. It seems that this place isn't inferior to the Nightless City. I wonder if I'll be able to obtain the materials that I need here.
Leyland thought to himself that his motives in coming here were to gather information, to replenish the ingredients he used most often, and to test his luck on whether he would be able to find any detection spell models. If it really was not possible to obtain them, then he would purchase a few puppets or spirit slaves to explore the plane.
Leyland walked without a destination in mind, but his gaze suddenly focused.
At the side of the main road, a group of Magi gathered and they appeared to be looking at some form of public notice. Various images and words were shown onto an enormous black wall so that Magi from a few hundred meters away would still be able to see it. The words were blood red with the words wanted list written in large. Below the words, pictured of the Magi, their danger levels, and bounty rewards were mentioned. Leyland had seen this before in Nightless City, but here, he was the top on the wanted list and was described to be incredibly dangerous. His valiant achievements in his life up until this point in time were recorded, including the fact that he killed 2 great rank 2 magi. What made Leyland astonished was that currently on the wanted list his picture had shifted a position as he was replaced by an unfamiliar magus. It seems that during the period that I disappeared, the South Coast has experienced some major events. Leyland was a little curious, so he walked forward to see the words that were being shown. In the South Coast, the majority of the wanted people were people that gathered souls, such as a black magus that committed crimes including slaying cities and eliminating countries. Once a rank 2 magus entered the board, it would definitely be enormous news. A rank 2 magus would be counted as a big shot that oversaw an area on the South Coast. There was not any news about such a person being wanted within the past few hundred years. The rank 2 magi on the wanted list had always been those few, and there wasn't any news that they made a blunder and were caught.
Moreover, in this few short months, there was unexpectedly 2 rank 2 magi on the board, instantly attracting the gazes of numerous magi.
That was right. The person that was positioned in front of Leyland was a rank 2 magus. Leyland squeezed to the front row to read up on that magus.
Alistair Farron, rank 2 magus.
Title: Solitary Wolf. Crimes: during an exploration, he had killed the tree protector Ailcan from the same faction, resulting in 3 army squads of the Light Magi Alliance to be annihilated, and vast resources from the Eternal River Plain's secret plane to be stolen. Risk level: extremely high. If any magus has any news regarding his locations and report it to a member of a nearby Light Magi Alliance, they will immediately be rewarded with 1,000,000 magic stones as their reward. Killing the target will enable them to earn 1 billion magic stones or resources and rewards of equivalent value. In the image on the wall, Alistair had a mix of gold and white hair and was a youth which was smiling candidly. His eyes expressed the intelligence that he had accumulated from the passing of time.
He had an extremely peculiar personal charm and a scholarly temperament.
After becoming an official magus, magi were able to undergo local surgery to change their appearance. Rank 2 magi were able to undergo more extensive flesh and body alterations. Since Alistair could kill 2 level 2 magi, he definitely would be at least at the rank 2 magi's level. After all, he definitely would not be young, since not everyone could be as perverted as Leyland, who could succeed in breaking through to being a rank 2 magus level before he was 40. As a matter of fact, when he broke through to the rank 2 magus level, the entire magi realm of the South had viewed him as an unprecedented genius. According to what the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy had said, they were extremely regretful of their initial actions. However, there were 3 level 2 magi. They seemed to be the guards of the Magi of the Light Magi's Alliance at the Eternal River Plain's secret plane.
It looks like something major has happened there again.
Leyland rubbed his chin as he was extremely interested in the Eternal River Plain's secret plane. It was vast and had everlasting resources.
It wasn't something that ordinary ancient Magi organizations could establish. According to Leyland's hypothesis, those who built it should be an alliance with a few Morningstar Magi. Moreover, the secrets in the secret plane still had a lot of areas to be investigated.
It was to the point that it was unknown which Magi organization had created this secret plane. Currently, the Dark and Light Magi were also unable to give an accurate answer. From the circumstances that made rank 2 Magi to fall out with one another and even kill each other, including the high rewards that were to be given out by the Light Magi Alliance, there should be a remarkable incident that happened in the Eternal River Plain's secret plane. Leyland's lips curled up into an interest-filled smile. He wore his cap as he re-entered the crowd. After a short moment and spending sufficient magic stones, Leyland received a report that he had wanted. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 274, Information Gathering. Information Gathering. An important treasure? What is it?
Leyland had now changed his appearance to that of a middle-aged man.
As he stared hard at the human figure made entirely out of black fog, discontent appeared on his face.
We don't know either, but it's definitely extremely valuable and has to be very tempting for rank 2 Magi. Upon seeing that treasure, Alistair betrayed the Light Magi Alliance without any qualms and plotted against Alex and Juna, and then snatched it away. The voice of the person in the black fog was very hoarse and its body seemed to be on the verge of disappearing at any moment.
All right. One last question, where is he now?
Leyland heaved a long sigh and asked.
I'm not sure. Somebody seemed to have found traces of him in Nightless City. We made a conjecture of where he's going, and he's probably fleeing towards the Endless Ocean. Upon hearing this answer, Leyland shook his head.
The Endless Ocean was on the east side of Nightless City, and was in the complete opposite direction from the Bramble's iron door.
Even if he were to chase after him right now, he would not make it in time.
Also, to dispatch a large number of people for a piece of news that he was still unsure whether it was genuine was simply not worth it.
There were definitely a lot of magi after Alistair. There were even rumors of a rank 3 magus around, and Leyland was not going to participate. He himself was a significant fugitive as well. Do you have any more questions? The figure in the fog asked. No. Leyland got up to leave this room. Clang, the large door rumbled as it closed shut, and the room sunk into darkness while the figure in the fog gradually dissipated. Dear customer, you have asked a total of 2 4A level and 3B level questions. The total cost comes to. After Leyland walked out, a woman dressed in a revealing manner emerged, swinging her enchanting hips. She looked like the boss of a pub. A pair of ample breasts were almost pressed onto Leyland's chest. All right, I understand. Leyland seemed to be provoking her as he smiled, and a small black pouch with gold edges made a long arc in the air and accurately fell between the female boss' ample breasts, causing her to pop playfully. After rejecting her intentions and attempts to make him stay, Leyland quickly left. Walala, the bricks on both sides of the door shifted, revealing a secluded and dirty pathway. A distance away the sounds of magi clamoring could be heard. Leyland turned back, only to find that the door had already vanished without a trace. There was only a regular wall there, and the place where he had first entered was completely different from where he was now. These magi organizations that sold information as a living usually had a perfect mastery over methods in concealing themselves. Leyland could guarantee that their entrance at the Bramble's iron door was definitely one of many others, and it was impossible to find out where their headquarters were from these entrances. Even this female boss was not easily dealt with. Leyland rubbed his fingers and left with a smile about his face. After Leyland left, in the place where the trade had taken place, the female boss' face changed and she collapsed onto a sofa, revealing her beautiful curves. At the same time, the immense spiritual force that did not lose out to a peak rank 1 magus was gradually exhibited. This female boss was actually a peak rank 1 magus. Even in the entire South Coast, such strength could be enough to awe or intimidate anyone. Now, however, cold sweat rolled down her face. How terrifying! This spiritual force, the female boss patted her chest, fear still lingering in her heart. He's definitely a powerful rank 2 existence. Why is he here? She could sense Leyland's probing at the beginning, and in actuality if not for Leyland holding back at the end, she would definitely be in a worse state. The alluring female boss lay on her sofa for a while longer, thoughts rapidly running through her mind. All of a sudden, her expression changed. Could it be that he's here because he received that information as well? Immediately, she paled and murmured in a low voice, "It's getting harder and harder to do business here. This is not good. I need to leave as soon as possible. These kind of things happens every 2 or 3 days. I can't take it any longer." Leyland, who was elsewhere, was also recalling the whole matter. Strictly speaking, this matter did have a connection to him. After he had destroyed one of the gates into the secret plane, some mechanism seemed to have been triggered and resulted in the mysterious changes in the Eternal River Plane's secret plane. A huge ruin had appeared at the heart of the secret plane. Overjoyed at the unexpected good fortune, the Dark and Light Magi broke out in battle and, after much difficulty, settled on an agreement and developed this place. The Light and Dark Magi had put in a lot of effort in their exploration. These were the remnants left behind by the Magus who had created the secret plane. If there was a possibility of gaining some inheritance, then who wouldn't jump at the chance? The Light and Dark Magi immediately dispatched their elites and teams that were headed by at least rank 2 Magi entered and explored the ruins. In this exploration, Alistair, Alex and Juna's 3 teams worked together and overcame a few difficulties. It seemed like they had obtained some incredible item. This treasure seemed to be an amazing item effective for rank 2 Magi. Alistair had chosen to betray his teammates for this item, and after dealing with Alex and Juna on the sly, he had swept up the treasure and fled. Upon receiving this news, Dark Magi immediately attacked, and this had serious repercussions on the Light Magi's end. Not only had 2 rank 2 Magi died, even the core that were guarding the area outside the ruins were attacked. At least 3 core had been systematically annihilated. Ever since that matter, the Dark and Light Magi in the South Coast were in a tense situation. Though the Light Magi had had the upper hand previously, it was not as if the Dark Magi were completely powerless. The difference in their might was not very big. Now, in the span of a few months, including Alistair, the Light Magi Alliance had lost a total of 4 rank 2 Magi. This definitely had an effect on the ratio of the power between the 2 factions. Though there were no losses in terms of their rank 3 Magi, which were the strongest they had, the Dark Magi were starting to become restless. Of course, this had nothing to do with Leyland. He was mostly attracted by that mysterious treasure. What could it be that would cause a rank 2 Magus to betray his faction and even plot against his companions? Traces of red appeared in Leyland's eyes, and there seemed to be a voice inside shouting, "Snatch! Snatch it! Snatch the treasure!"
A desire that he could feel deep inside his bones invaded Leyland's senses.
That's weird. When did I become so irrational? Leyland's expression changed and he grimly looked at the crystal at his wrist.
The crystal at his wrist was currently emitting a circle of red rays, looking about to drip fresh blood.
The situation is getting worse.
An imposing look flashed by his eyes, and he opened a flask and drank from it.
Gulp. Gulp, star dot.
Large amounts of liquid that had a medicinal taste to it traveled down his throat, and Leyland's expression seemed to calm down. As time passed, the rays from the crystal dimmed, and it turned into a transparent, colorless crystal.
It's getting increasingly serious. Leyland kept the crystal and a solemn expression appeared on his face. After drinking the potion he had brewed, Leyland could feel his spirit becoming tranquil, the impulse from before vanishing. The effects of being a warlock are really troublesome to deal with.
Leyland furrowed his brows. After his heart had been modified such that he had completely fused with the bloodline of the giant Chamoyan serpent, Leyland could feel that the intense emotions due to the bloodline, which he had suppressed with this potion of tranquility, were now beginning to stir restlessly. After advancing to become a rank 2 warlock, this situation had become increasingly serious. Leyland now had no choice but to set up an early warning spell design on his wrist. This colorless crystal was a ward that Leyland had set up. The moment bloodline-induced emotions began to affect his rationality, the crystal would immediately emit blood-red rays. The graver this issue was, the more piercing the red rays on the surface of the crystal would be. Leyland now had no choice but to prepare potions of tranquility and keep it at hand, occasionally drinking some to prevent the emotions from affecting his mind. After all, for him to be able to come so far, the AI chip was an important factor, the other being a clear mind. If he lost this factor, no matter how powerful he became, it would simply be a tragedy. These emotional issues of warlocks were definitely complications in ancient times. Though the great Magus Serholm had come up with this potion of tranquility, it can only treat the symptoms but not the root cause.
I need to find a way that can permanently deal with it. Leyland looked grim. As for that Alistair, it's not my place to think about that. Also, he's so much further away.
After regaining a clear mind, Leyland touched his chin.
Of course, if he's so blind as to offend me, then that's a different matter altogether.
After thinking this through, Leyland wore his hood once more and left this deserted alley. A few hours later, Leyland emerged from a large building that had been built using gold and silver, a helpless look on his face. Behind him, a Magus that seemed to be the owner was watching him leave, an apologetic expression on his face. This was one of the top 3 commerce centers in the Bramble's Iron Door, and Leyland had just purchased some items. It was a pity that besides replenishing a few frequently used materials, there was no mention of the long-distance detection spell that Leyland had been hoping to obtain.
As for a method to solve the warped emotions from his warlock bloodline? Leyland didn't even bother asking about it.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 275, Trading Event. Trading Event.
The inheritance of the warlocks had been lost from the south coast for many years, so Leyland did not think that he would be so lucky as to be able to find a remedy so easily. In addition, he did not want to reveal his trump card. I'm afraid I'll have no choice but to rely on the great Magus Serholm.
Leyland scratched his chin, walking as he pondered over this.
As a rank 4 warlock at the Morningstar level, the great Magus Serholm must have had certain methods to withstand the emotional side effects that ailed them. The potion of tranquility from before was evidence of that, but Leyland planned to find some vestiges or ruins that had been left behind by him, and hopefully discover something. Leyland, who had already made up his mind, proceeded to the outer layer of the Bramble's Iron Door. He urgently needed some information or news regarding the great Magus Serholm. From this, he would be able to find some methods to relieve himself of the side effects of his bloodline.
Is our guest here planning to leave already?
Just as Leyland was planning on leaving the Bramble's Iron Door, he was suddenly stopped by a strange person who was wearing a hood.
Who are you? I don't know you.
Leyland, whose appearance was now that of a middle-aged man with a dangerous aura emanating from him. The person he was facing could definitely sense this. He was currently like prey that had been marked by an ancient creature, and his 2 legs began to tremble involuntarily.
Wait. My lord, I have no evil intentions.
The strange person began to wave his arms.
To prove his identity, he even produced a metal disc and showed it to Leyland.
On the surface of the black disc, a symbol of the Iron Crown had been deeply engraved. There was no ornamentation on it, and the style in which it had been carved was with smooth, firm lines.
Someone from the Iron Crown? Leyland's tone became less aggressive, and his aura also calmed down.
He sized up the strange man, who was also an official magus. "What do you want from me?"
"My lord,
We from Iron Crown are extremely respectful and humble towards the many powerful Lord Magi.
to be honest, the moment you entered the market, we had already noticed you."
The strange person bowed towards Leyland. "Please come with me." Leyland scratched his chin and followed behind him. From this person's actions, Leyland could assume that the Iron Crown had already discovered his true strength. Then again, as the ruler of this area, a rank 2 magus like him could easily disrupt everyday life here if he was not monitored. Iron Crown must have developed some sort of probing methods.
"How did you find me?" Leyland, who was behind the strange person, couldn't help but ask this question. After hearing this question, the hooded person in front proudly patted the pouch on his waist.
Shio, a black shadow instantly crawled up to his shoulder. This was a high-energy being that was similar to a mole, with eyes that brightly shone like shining sapphires.
As it looked at Leyland's body, it couldn't help but shiver, even wedging its tail in between its legs. "Pardon me."
The hooded man patted the head of the mole-like being to comfort it. "This is my lifelong magical companion, a crone mouse. Crone mice have a heightened awareness for powerful spirits. Hence, I was able to take charge and become the leader of the defense team of the Iron Crown." But Leyland glanced at the mole on this leader's shoulder, a look of understanding in his eyes. "To be able to make this creature that has already gone extinct your pet, it seems like you have pretty good luck."
A magus magical pet or companion wasn't just some mount.
They needed to sign a strict spirit contract, and could only have one magical pet or companion in his or her entire lifetime. Not only did many top-grade magical pets have amazing battle power, they could also enhance a magus magic or body.
It was said that some legendary magical pets were able to help Magi break through bottlenecks.
Leyland had been looking for a magical pet that was completely compatible with him, but alas, such a thing was difficult to find. One could only depend on their luck, and as a result, Leyland still had yet to make a decision on his pet. The crone mouse completely lacked the ability to fight, and did not have any special abilities that could increase the might of one's magic or his resistance to spells.
Its meager ability to sense things was basically useless.
This magus had completely abandoned all these possibilities in favor of obtaining a powerful ability in detection, and it was hard to determine whether or not he had made the wrong choice.
Leyland followed the defense team leader into a private room that was opened up by other Magi. It was extremely quiet, and there were even a few Magi. It seemed that the entrance was tightly guarded, and was only open to members.
"All right.
Can you tell me why you brought me here now?"
I'll give you 5 minutes.
Leyland was becoming a little annoyed.
The leader, who had realized this, quickly launched into the main topic.
"If I'm not wrong, you must already have stepped into the realm of rank 2, right?"
The team leader seemed to be probing as he asked. Upon seeing Leyland admitting to this by staying silent, he straightened even more in his excitement and bowed once again.
In the South Coast, rank 2 Magi were the absolute highest level, and were the leaders of large-scale academies or the wielders of power in families. No matter where they went, they would enjoy treatment that was reserved for honored guests.
"O revered Lord rank 2 Magus. We of the Iron Crown have recently been holding a small trading gathering between highly ranked Magi.
Seeing that you did not look very satisfied, I was hoping you would be able to obtain what you wanted there."
The leader began to explain, and a look of understanding shone in Leyland's eyes. In general, though the resources on the South Coast were quite plentiful, this was only so for acolytes and regular Magi. The moment one was promoted to become a peak rank 1 Magus or even a rank 2 Magus like Leyland had been, it would be difficult to find a market that could meet their needs. Hence, trade meetings that were held by individuals, in which only Magi of a certain level were invited, became mainstream. Many Magi resumed their habits of using material items to make trades after being promoted to a higher ranking, exchanging items for what they needed with Magi at the same level of strength as themselves. Before, Leyland lacked power, and was not qualified to participate. Now, however, he had been especially sought out and invited. "Is this a trading event organized by the Iron Crown? When is it? Where will it be?" Leyland questioned. He already had plans to take a look there. Meeting with other Magi at the same level of strength as him would be extremely helpful to him, and in this sort of setting, the appearance of amazing items was almost certain. "We are extremely honored to have you participate." Seeing that Leyland had agreed, a hint of joy appeared on his face. With both hands, he then passed a black card to Leyland. "The trading event will be held 3 days later, and the address is on the card. When the time comes, you'll just need to bring the card and reach the place on time. In addition, the sages of the Iron Crown would like to have a long talk with all who are at least rank 2 Magi before the trade meeting. You'll definitely not be disappointed." This leader provided more news, which seemed to be the most important part of this invitation. "A meeting with them?" Leyland was surprised. The sages of the Iron Crown were naturally not those who started the organization, but they had the strength of at least peak rank 1 or even rank 2 magi. Without this much strength, the Iron Crown would long since have been destroyed countless times over by magi who harbored bad intentions towards them.
May I know what it is about?
Leyland fiddled with the black card in his hands. It was made out of some crystal and was cool to the touch. There were even rings engraved onto it that connected to form an intricate pattern that formed a large metal sword. I can't really reveal the details, but I can tell you that it has to do with the incident at the Eternal River Plain's secret plane. The leader of the defense team smiled, but Leyland began to get nervous.
The incident at the Eternal River Plain's secret plane? Was my identity revealed? Beneath his clothes, black scales protruded through Leyland's skin. However, he quickly reacted, and asked without changing his expression, "Are you talking about Alistair?" "Yes. He's the lord who betrayed the Light Magi Alliance."
At the mention of Alistair, this leader's tone was still one of reverence towards a rank 2 magus, causing Leyland to nod inwardly. Of course, this had to do with his neutral stance. If this leader was a light magus, he would not call him a lord, or else he would be punished by the enforcement team.
Interesting. Very interesting.
After coming out of the private room, Leyland touched his chin, and a smile appeared on his lips. He quickly disappeared into the throngs of people.
After finishing up this business, this defense leader politely encouraged Leyland to partake in the services provided here, which he did.
It must be said that these places that were catered to service highly ranked magi were truly different, whether it be in terms of food, liquor, women, or anything else.
Whatever Leyland could think of, they could provide, and the quality was also first-rate.
For large organizations like this, any rank 2 magus was worth roping in.
In addition, Leyland was extremely unfamiliar to them, which had piqued their curiosity.
The Iron Crown obviously did not dare look into his background, though some sorts of observations and investigations were definitely underway.
However, Leyland paid this no mind.
This middle-aged man that he currently looked like was completely different, and there was absolutely no information regarding him. By the time the Iron Crown might have found anything out or linked him to anything, he would probably have been long gone.
But Alistair? Leyland suddenly felt as if this was fate.
He had already been prepared to let this man go, but somehow, he was nearby Leyland again. He's thought to have fled towards the endless ocean, but in actuality, he escaped towards the west.
He's a little shrewd, but that's it.
The diversion made by a rank 2 magus was not so easily seen through. From Leyland's guesses, there was probably a rank 3 magus involved. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 276, Entry. After having lived in the South Coast for so many years, Leyland now had a basic knowledge of the situation there. Geographically speaking, though the South Coast was said to be a coast, it was a huge continent that covered mountain ranges, marshes, plains, snowy areas, and all sorts of topography. There were even a few concealed, savage ruins that even official magi did not dare explore. The largest population on this continent consisted of the native people.
There were around 100 million of these regular human, and were divided into hundreds of dukedoms in various sizes. Behind these dukedoms were the dark and light magi controlling them. The nobility and lords who were in power were basically the descendants of many official magi. Every once in a while, large magi organizations in the South Coast would test the spirit and talent of these noble families and recruit them to become acolytes. They would provide them with knowledge for them to continue governing for generations. Though these academies would also bring in peasant acolytes, the percentage was very low. Only those of exceptional talent would be considered, and most of the times, their lives could not be guaranteed. Some light magi academies would not even recruit peasant acolytes, only the dark magi were willing to do so. Even with such a large population, the number of peasants with spiritual talent was simply too small. Out of over 10,000 plebeians, only one would be lucky enough to be born with talent to become an acolyte and a magus. Even amongst them, their talent was nothing exceptional. If one talked about 3rd or 4th grade aptitudes, one really needed quite some luck. Hence, a lot of academies and schools disappeared not due to enemy invasions, but from not being able to find a successor. This resulted in the gradual diminution of their power and their eventual demise. The dark and light magi both divided their powers well and forbid the recruitment of acolytes at certain boundaries. Due to their conflicting ideas about management, the population that was under dark magi jurisdiction and their prosperity could not compare to the light magi. Hence, the method of recruiting acolytes from outside their region became another way for dark magi organizations to gain more acolytes. In Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, this was also the case. They eliminated so many acolytes every year and were not able to steal people from the light magi domain. This sometimes resulted in a lack of new students to recruit, and they had no choice but to try getting students from the Chernobyl Islands. Though there were so many methods that could be employed, there were still few official magi in the South Coast. In addition to this, the difficulty of the process of advancing to a new rank made this problem even worse. Those acolytes with grade 1 or 2 aptitude would basically be unable to advance.
Their limit would be becoming a level 3 acolyte.
Advancement to an official magus was even more difficult, and the method to being promoted was controlled. Acolytes who were peasants had not even heard of a high-level meditation technique, and even if they were lucky enough to advance, they would be mediocre at best.
Rank 2 magi were even more rare. In the entire South Coast, there were only less than 100. For this reason, the Light Magi Alliance's might was diminished after the loss of 4 rank 2 magi, and caused the Dark Magi to be stirred up.
If it was said that a rank 2 magus was the highest level that could lord over rank 1, then rank 3 magi were basically the real owners of the entire South Coast. Based on what Leyland knew, rank 4 Morningstar magi had virtually vanished, and rank 3 magi were truly the ones in control. This was so much so that of all the rank 3 magi who had had notable achievements, there were less than 10, and every one of them were leaders at the level of magi from the Lighthouse of the Night. From Kamoyan's pupil and descriptions from the Book of Giant Serpent, after a magus entered rank 3, one would awaken a lot of mysterious abilities.
The difference between rank 3 and rank 2 was like that between heaven and earth.
If he was pursued by a rank 3 magus, no matter what preparations Alistair had made, then all of them would come to naught. That Alistair is probably being pursued by a rank 3 magus, and has been fleeing in this direction. Leyland felt like he had deduced the truth. That scamming and actually dared to fool me with false news.
If I ever see them again.
When comparing the Inn and Iron Crown, Leyland was naturally more inclined to believe that local tyrant. In addition, he was quite interested in that exchange meeting.
An exchange meeting held by the Iron Crown?
I think I really should go take a look. Leyland pondered, and turned in a corner.
Next, a silver-haired old man walked out, quickly vanishing into the market. 3 days later. Not far away from the Bramble's iron door, at an overhanging cliff. The high black cliff seemed to cross the horizon.
In the air, there was a little platform that was formed from a large protruding rock. On its surface was some soil, and weeds as well as vines and flowers that nobody knew the names of were growing.
Hoo-hoo!
A black ray of light shot out from a distance away, arriving on the platform. Rumble, a pit appeared in the soil, revealing a middle-aged, burly magus. Based on the directions provided by the AI chip, this should be the place. The burly man took out a black card and came beside the rock stratum. The simple methods used by regular magi to conceal things were easily seen through, and the burly man laughed, sending out spiritual force waves towards a layer of rock wall.
Asterisk bow. Bow, star. The rock walls were separated like waves, revealing 2 magi in uniform, a metallic insignia on their chests.
At the sight of the man, they were extremely polite, so it's Lord Black Snake.
We are the Black Iron Guards of the Iron Crown, and we've been here waiting for you.
Upon seeing him tossing out a card, these two were even more respectful as they bowed. Please come with us.
They then entered a hallucinatory spell formation, and the burly man expressionlessly followed them.
Within the spell formation was a flight of stairs, and after walking hundreds of meters, the Magi respectfully guided the burly man into a luxuriously decorated room. After sending away the servants, the burly man surveyed the area. In front of him was a huge crystal glass, through which one could see a large dome of spectators' seats and raised platforms. There were a few Magi already seated, and the energy waves on their bodies were concealed well.
However, under the eyes of this burly man, nothing could be hidden.
This might was that of a peak rank 1 magus, on the verge of breaking through, but... Recalling the many passageways and large number of Magi, the burly man could not help but sigh. Iron Crown has really worked hard to open up a passageway for us rank 2 Magi. This burly man was naturally Leyland's disguise. After receiving the invitation, Leyland lost his desire to look around Bramble's iron door, and found a random cave. He spent the day training in his high-grade meditation technique, and quietly waited for the time of the exchange meeting to arrive. For Magi, meditation was something that had to be done every day, and this was even more so for Leyland.
Kamoyan's pupil was a meditation technique that was extremely compatible with him.
Every time he meditated, he could feel his power increasing bit by bit, and this speed was basically astonishing. Based on his estimations, his current speed was several times faster than those rank 2 Magi that also had high-grade meditation techniques. The reason had already been analyzed by the AI chip, and it had to do with his bloodline of the giant Kamoyan serpent. After his heart had been remodeled, Leyland thoroughly fused with this bloodline. The mysterious strength held within was beginning to be activated by Kamoyan's pupil, thus increasing his strength. Each high-grade meditation technique had a different nature.
As a Magus trained more, this could even increase a Magus in a certain area, raising one's elemental resistance or even creating a mysterious ability.
In Leyland's eyes, a high-grade meditation technique like Kamoyan's pupil allowed one to modify one's body and strengthen it through training.
A Magus body would draw closer to that of the ancient giant Kamoyan serpent. As for that incomplete sacred flame, a Magus would train and produce a special spiritual force. It did not have any uses other than to extend into the extensive consciousness of the continent, and from the huge amount of historical information, pick out useful fragments and get some premonition. However, this ability had a large amount of uncertainty, and were sometimes ineffective. The technique was also incomplete, which Leyland found to be a pity. Behind the crystal glass covering, there was a comfortable white sofa, as well as a communication device that was covered in runes beside it. Leyland sat without a word, dull silver spiritual force instantly connecting with the communication device, and instantly understanding the way to use it. This was a communication device, which was also used to send the quoted price to Magi. Magi could manipulate their spiritual force to proceed with all sorts of exchanges, and avoid being recognized by people they knew. The South Coast was not that big, and there were plenty of rank 2 Magi who held resentment against each other. If they were to flare up and fight, then Iron Crown would definitely be in a difficult position. Hence, they did not dare hold this exchange meeting at the headquarters, but rather set up this place. For rank 2 Magi, Iron Crown was even more eager to please. On the little table beside the sofa, all sorts of snacks and fruits were placed. Some of them even had the ability to increase spiritual force and the effects of meditation, and their value was something that would even cause regular official Magi to become green with envy. All these items were silently displayed here, letting Leyland pick as he pleased. Metal-leafed fruit. Leyland easily picked out an apple that was emitting a metallic luster, and bit into it.
The metal-leafed fruit was truly the specialty from the secret plane that the Iron Crown controlled. It had the ability to condense spiritual power and increase the effects of meditation, and was highly sought by some official Magi.
However, Leyland almost could not feel any effects.
After advancing to become a rank 2 warlock, most of these resources that were useful to rank 1 Magi had lost their effectiveness. For items like this, the Iron Crown's special product, it was only a means for him to quench his thirst. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 277, First Glimmer of Dawn. First Glimmer of Dawn. Ding-ling-ling.
Accompanied by ringing sounds, an old Magus suddenly appeared on the high platform. His golden attire looked extremely formal. Beside him were 2 female servants, who were more attractive than him, holding silver plates. They displayed something that looked like a root and showed it to the Magi below. Surrounding them were multiple projections of enlarged images. The Devil's Antenna is an object retrieved from the body of a beast that had the strength of an official Magus. It has been well preserved within a liquid, and its worth is from 200 to 500,000 magic crystals.
It's a pity that it's of no use to me anymore.
Leyland merely scanned the item that appeared on the platform, and immediately lost interest.
Before the trade meeting begins, is there a need for this auction? How pointless. Though Leyland found it boring, the item on the platform seemed to be extremely attractive to the rank 1 Magi below.
The shouts of people haggling could be heard, and the auction was extremely lively. The items on auction by Iron Crown could be said to be of good quality and quite inexpensive, making them highly sought after by the rank 1 Magi. Magic artifacts, high-level slaves, precious materials, knowledge, and even potions that could increase one's spiritual force were displayed one after the next, allowing the Magi below to compete with them and choose. These were obviously not attractive to the rank 2 Magi.
Neither Leyland nor the other rank 2 Magi in the VIP room shouted out a price.
Leyland simply closed his eyes and rested, using the AI chip to simulate the spell models of rank 2 spells. Though the spell models of the 3 rank 2 spells in the Book of Giant Serpents were already in his head, he had realized the other uses of the simulation methods of the AI chip while mending the teleportation spell formation. Through the AI chip's simulations, he could actually accelerate his own understanding of the activation and firing of these spells, allowing the once robotic movements to be more agile.
This was a function that the AI
chip did not have before and was something that had been created after his advancement.
With this function, Leyland's understanding and manipulation of rank 2 spells could almost surpass that of rank 2 Magi who had been accumulating knowledge over many years.
However, the number of rank 2 spell models that I have is just too small.
Leyland practiced Scorching Touch once more and furrowed his eyebrows.
A rank 2 Magus would usually be backed by a powerful organization that would have no lack of spell models as they would have been accumulated over time.
However, Leyland was different since he was now going solo.
The difficulty of this path was exacerbated by the strict regulations for rank 1 Magi in the South Coast, which were even worse for rank 2 Magi. Even when he was in Four Seasons Garden, Leyland didn't even have the qualifications to come into contact with Rank 2 spell models. From killing Cabourn and Dismund, he had gained some experience and realizations regarding the use of Rank 2 spells. However, what he lacked was the most important thing: spell models.
Leyland only had these experiences as a reference.
It's not quite possible to buy this sort of thing using magic crystals. Perhaps if I lie low for a period of time, I can try to use other methods. As the auction went on, some items that could attract Rank 2 magi began to appear, and some prices were shouted from several VIP rooms.
At this moment, the announcer's voice from below attracted Leyland's attention: middle-grade magic artifact, Saber of the Dawn.
This is a saber found in an ancient ruin, and it is said that its previous owner was a mighty branded swordsman. Starting price, 5 million crystals, or any precious materials of the same value.
Leyland opened his eyes, and through the transparent glass screen, focused on the platform below.
At this moment, there was a dull gold metal long sword put on display by the servants behind the announcer. This long sword was around 1.5 m long and 2 fingers wide. For branded swordsmen, such as number 2 and number 3 who used swords that were the size of regular humans, this was merely pocket-sized.
However, a hint of glee appeared on Leyland's face.
On the surface of the long sword of the Rays of Dawn, there were some strange runes which were quite similar to the runes he had branded onto the bodies of number 2 and number 3.
Looks like it's the real deal.
He nodded, and a slither of spiritual force quoted a price through the communication device: 5 million magic crystals. A middle-grade magic artifact naturally was not so valuable, but this long sword was evidently worthy enough to do research on, which garnered the interest of the Rank 2 magi.
Quickly enough, a price was quoted from a VIP room not far from Leyland: 5.5 million. What? Leyland's face darkened and he looked towards that VIP room. It was a pity that he could see naught but a blurry shadow. The glass in the VIP rooms had naturally been processed. Guests could see outside through the glass, but people on the outside could not see anything inside the room.
6 million.
Leyland immediately increased the price.
Other than the magic crystals he possessed, he also had materials he had obtained from the secret plane and the wealth of 2 Rank 2 magi. This would obviously cause Rank 2 magi to be jealous, and it was natural that he could be so generous. As if able to sense Leyland's resolution and immense wealth, the Rank 2 magi nearby stopped raising the price and this long sword became Leyland's.
The guest at VIP room 7, please take note.
Our staff is bringing your auction item to do the exchange.
Please prepare magic crystals or items that are of similar value.
News traveled through the communication device, and after just 5 minutes, an expressionless man brought the servant who had been holding the silver plate to Leyland's room.
May I know where this long sword was created?
After the delivery, Leyland's eyes flashed as he questioned them.
My apologies.
This belongs to the client and it is our duty to keep this a secret for him. Though they were speaking to a Rank 2 magus, the staff still rejected Leyland's demands.
This exhibited their manners and professionalism. Very well. Leyland nodded and waved for these 2 people to take their leave.
Next, he picked up the long sword on the table, and gold rays shined in Leyland's hand. A regular middle-grade magic artifact could no longer satisfy the needs of a Rank 2 magus. What was more useful was a high-grade magic artifact or even a magic device. However, Leyland had no desire to use it. He was merely interested in the runes on this long sword.
AI.
Chip. Scan and record the runes, and then compare it with the runes of the branded swordsman. Leyland thought in his mind.
Beep.
Recorded runes, now comparing with the runes of the branded swordsman. The AI chip loyally intoned. Right after, Leyland received the results. Similarity to fire elemental branded swordsman runes recorded by host body is 67.1%. Similarity to foundation metallic runes, 34.2%. Similarity to basic sharpness, 13.9%. Estimated to be the runes of the weapons of the branded swordsman. Estimated time required to perfect and alter, 294 hours.
Like I thought. Glee appeared on Leyland's face.
The information he had on the branded swordsman was extremely limited. Even with the AI chip perfecting and supplementing information, he was still only able to gain the fire elemental runic spell formation suitable for males. As for the runes for other elements and the weapons suitable for branded swordsmen, he had no clue at all. Now, with the appearance of this long sword of the Rays of Dawn, Leyland could finally see some hope. He also had another thought. The Fallen Star Pendant, which was a magic artifact that had accompanied him all these years, was beginning to be unable to meet his needs. He had hence sent it back to his family.
He now lacked an offensive-type magic artifact.
Perhaps, he could carve these branded runes on a magic artifact by imitating those on the long sword and create a weapon that was meant for him. Leyland touched his chin and pondered over the feasibility of this plan. While Leyland scanned and analyzed the sword in his hands, a few magi were quietly discussing in the VIP room that had been competing with him for this magic artifact.
Torp, why aren't you quoting another price? It's just 6 million magic crystals. That's nothing to you, right?
A female in purple gold magus robes spoke to a red-bearded old man, a bewitching aura surrounding her. The magic crystals aren't much, and I don't actually want that magic artifact that much. I just want to analyze the runes on it, and I'm sure this kind of special magic artifact has very strict requirements for users. I've even come to suspect that those who aren't branded swordsmen will be unable to use this long sword. The ancient branded swordsmen have already vanished from the south coast for thousands of years.
It's not worth it to spoil our plans for this item.
The red-bearded Torp touched his beard.
N. You are truly a master blacksmith.
To be able to glean this much information from just a look, the woman seemed to be in awe and then continued unworriedly, I keep having this feeling that the plan is much too hurried.
Will he really come? Don't worry. He'll definitely be here.
The red-bearded Torp spoke with conviction, we've put out bait this time that is definitely irresistible to him. In order to use that item more effectively, he'll definitely come.
That's great.
The woman patted her chest, and then glanced at Leyland's room with some conjectures in mind.
Say, do you think he's inside? Should I sound him out? Don't do it. Torp immediately stopped her. Don't act rashly. If it really is him, would he dare be so bold as to compete with us?
Besides, offending an unfamiliar rank 2 magus would probably be unfavorable to us.
I'm just joking. You actually took it seriously.
The woman giggled coquettishly, and her figure disappeared into the darkness, leaving behind the old man who looked to be in a difficult position.
On the platform, the last item on the public auction was sent out. The announcer went on, the auction has ended, and we will now enter the segment of the exchange meeting. Those who wish to leave may exit through the passages at both sides. Rumble, along with his words, the large doors at two ends of the hall opened loudly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 278, Bait. Bait.
Many rank 1 magi left the hall on the first floor through the 2 doors. Though they did not know much, from the serious atmosphere that emanated through the hall after the announcer's words, they felt as if they were being pushed down by a mountain.
Hua la la.
The masses dispersed quickly, and in an instant, only a few rank 1 magi were left in their original seats.
On the second floor where the VIP rooms were, not one magus left. Boom, the doors closed, and the solemn atmosphere shot up to the extreme. Oh? Is it starting?
With a smile about his lips, Leyland watched the center and prepared for a good show.
All right. Let's start with me. From a VIP room on Leyland's far right, there traveled a very robotic voice that was neither male nor female.
It had obviously been heavily processed.
I have 1 portion of the potion sea of the ocean.
I wish to exchange it for the hearts of 3 fire scorpions, or the core of a lava tyrant.
Is anyone willing to make this trade?
Along with the words, a projection of the potion was sent over, and could clearly be seen by everyone in the hall. I have 2 fire scorpion hearts, and wish to replace the rest with magic crystals.
How does 6 million sound?
A hoarse old voice sounded.
No, I only need fire elemental materials.
However, I can buy those 2 hearts from you for whatever price you name. It was a pity that this offer was rejected by that magus. Next, these 2 magi spoke through the communication device, their conversation now a secret to the magi outside. The MC on the platform was already just standing aside, leaving the area for the rank 2 magi to use. Leyland waited silently and watched as all kinds of precious items were traded. His expression was calm, like that of a cheetah waiting for its prey to rise up to the bait. After discussions with Iron Crown and Leyland's own judgment, he could now confirm that this exchange meeting was a setting that Iron Crown or the Light Magi faction were using to lure out Alistair. All that they were putting out were items that Alistair could not resist.
At this moment, an item that made Leyland's eyes twinkle was exhibited in the hall. A high-leveled alchemy notebook, recording terrifying information from the abyss. Those who possess too little spiritual power will see illusions while flipping through it.
The previous owner has already gone completely crazy and died, so the next buyer has to be careful. Along with this voice, a book that was black on the outside and had blood-red eyes projected in the middle of the notebook was displayed. This notebook looked to be extremely torn, and even a few corners were damaged. However, the red eye in the middle was still extremely agile. Though it was just a projection, Leyland felt as if this eye was focusing its attention on himself, causing him to tremble inside.
In addition, Leyland also noticed something interesting on the surface of this black notebook.
Beside the red eye, there were countless veins and black runes. These runes were all twisted together, and actually seemed to resemble little black snakes. This silver light flashed at Leyland's palm, and the book of giant serpent that had been kept in his spatial pouch appeared in his hands. The runes on the surface of the book of giant serpent were extremely similar to that on the notebook.
The great Magus Serhom.
This is likely to be the notebook left behind by him, Leyland mumbled to himself, eyes shooting out crimson rays. At the same time, blood-red rays furiously exploded forth from the crystal on Leyland's wrist.
89. Warning! Warning!
Too much adrenaline is being secreted, and there is an 89% chance that this will stimulate the nerves indefinitely, and result in a detrimental effect on the mind. The AI chip sent out blue words before Leyland.
How? How? How troublesome!
Leyland roared lowly, and then loosened a black water flask from his waist and gulped deeply. The water that had the potion of tranquility mixed inside calmed the impulse that had risen in Leyland. At this moment, the sounds of people quoting prices out there could be heard again and again. It was evident that this notebook that recorded information about the abyss had garnered the interest of many Rank 2 Magi. After advancing to become a Rank 2 Magus, a lot of Magi who did not possess high-grade meditation techniques had lost their direction. Hence, they were extremely enthusiastic about researching information regarding the ancient era as well as other geographical locations, hoping to discover methods for them to advance. The aura of the abyss on this notebook was extremely strong, to the point that Leyland's face paled slightly. For this reason, this alchemic notebook had received the attention of numerous Rank 2 Magi.
I really like this notebook. What do you want?
Leyland contacted the Magus selling this notebook through the communication device, speaking in a low voice.
What do you have for me?
Evidently, this notebook was extremely popular and the seller was waiting for something good before he would sell it.
3 standard portions of an ancient spiritual force potion that can be said to be useful in helping a Magus breakthrough.
I can even add in 500G of filthy magic dust.
Since you have this notebook, you must have done some research on items in the abyss. This filthy magic dust is a precious ingredient that came directly from the abyss. Leyland thought for a moment and immediately showed his bottom line.
The Tears of Mary potion was now of little use to him.
In addition, after advancing to Rank 2, they were now nothing in his eyes.
Also, he was now disguised and this person would not be able to investigate his background.
Even if that happened, would anyone dare make things difficult for a Rank 2 Magus?
Leyland now had the power to take care of himself on the south coast, and was not afraid of any challenges.
HSS. Ancient spiritual power potion that's useful in breaking out of a bottleneck? And filthy magic dust from the abyss?
It was evident that after Leyland quoted this price, the Magus was shocked into silence for a long while.
After a few minutes, Leyland received his reply. Show me the potion. Fine.
Leyland pondered for a moment and then produced a test tube filled with the Tears of Mary. Some silver light bundled up a bit of the potion and disappeared into that Magus room.
It really is an ancient potion. All right. Let's proceed with the trade.
Though the Magus tried his best to suppress it, Leyland could still hear the impatience in his voice.
All right.
However, I'm not getting the better end of the deal here, so you need to tell me about the origins of this alchemy notebook. Leyland, on the other hand, was extremely composed and hoped to gain more clues.
All right, I'll tell you everything I know.
The voice was quiet for some time and then sent some information over to Leyland's room.
Leyland carefully skimmed through the information and then nodded. The trade between these 2 VIP rooms was extremely rapid.
Outside were the spiritual forces of many Rank 2 Magi, seemingly extremely curious about the trade between these two people.
However, Leyland nor the Magus had any intentions to reveal anything.
A moment later, Rank 2 Magi continued with the exchange and one after another, all sorts of precious and rare items were displayed. Next up is a treasure from the Eternal River Plain's secret plane. A lazy voice sounded from the VIP room right smack in the middle. In a split second, people seemed to even stop breathing, focusing on the VIP room from which this voice was produced. The secret plane was now a hot topic and all the precious materials from there were sold at a very high price. Upon hearing that the Rank 2 Magus in the VIP room wanted to make a sale, even the few Rank 1 Magi downstairs began to whisper amongst themselves after getting over the shock.
Is it coming? Kamoyan's scales surfaced on Leyland's skin as he stared hard at the room.
From the information he had gathered, Leyland knew that the Rank 2 Magus Alistair had only stolen a treasure from the ruins. What he did not know was that this treasure could display its might only when coupled with another item in the ruins.
It could even help a Rank 2 Magus to advance.
With his fervent desire to break through, Leyland could confirm that even if he knew this was a trap, there was a high chance that Alistair would still come charging in. What appeared on the screen was a concentrated green liquid that formed a ball, floating in midair.
This is the extract of a wisdom tree. Its purity is at 5, the highest level.
The ancient wisdom trees have the intelligence of an enlightened magus, and its extract has the effect of raising one's spiritual force. When used with other treasures to break through, it is extremely effective. The hall broke out into a large commotion. Even potions that could help acolytes or rank 1 magi to increase their spiritual force would result in a mad scramble for them. A precious item like this that could help a rank 2 magus break through to rank 3 was something that had not ever appeared in the entire South Coast.
Wisdom tree? Understanding flashed in Leyland's eyes.
Indeed, only the crystallization of ancient wisdom like that in the legends has enough spiritual force to help a rank 2 magus breakthrough. In myths and legends, the wisdom tree was a very amiable old being, and many famed ancient magi had received its teachings and enlightenment, and even its blessings and gifts, which helped them to accomplish much. In the information in ancient texts, Leyland had seen how magi had received gifts from the wisdom tree.
After drinking the extract, the magi were able to break through.
For rank 2 magi, just the effects of the extract are hardly enough. It needs to be stored for a period of time, and for this reason, the item in Alistair's hands is necessary.
Leyland quickly discovered the entire story. We'll just have to see if Alistair's coming.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 279, Lone Wolf. Lone Wolf.
Usually, the extract of the ancient wisdom tree would be stored securely in the Light Magi headquarters, and there might even be a rank 3 magus keeping watch over it. It would basically be impossible for Alistair to obtain it.
To lure him out, they had brought the real essence of the ancient tree. That rank 3 magus had also temporarily left his post.
Magi were not idiots, and Alistair was no exception. Before confirming that there was no rank 3 magus around, he would definitely not appear.
Alistair's nickname is Lone Wolf.
He's definitely used to working alone, and has the strength to overpower groups of people. He must have a certain level of confidence and strength. To be able to heavily injure 2 rank 2 magi in a single move, he himself must be rather difficult to deal with.
Leyland was sure about this. Even within rank 2 magi, Alistair was definitely above the middle level and might even have reached the peak, and was just a step away from advancing to rank 3, but once he verified there was no rank 3 magus here, there was a large possibility that he would attack and attempt to rob this item. When that happens, it's all up to us. Leyland surveyed the VIP rooms. How many of the ones inside were dark magi, and how many were light magi? How many were like him and harbored ulterior motives?
Evidently, the extract of the wisdom tree had attracted the attention of all the rank 2 magi present. One after another, spiritual force from multiple magi, each carrying a strong desire to complete the trade, rushed into the room that Magus was in. For regular magi, rank 2 was usually the limit if they did not possess high-grade meditation techniques. When that happened, Magi's innate spells would have already been finalized, and even if they were to switch to a high-grade meditation technique, it would be impossible to advance further. To forcefully alter a crystallized core consciousness that had already taken shape required a method that did not exist in the South Coast. There were rumors that it could be found in another world or in the central continent, but this was not something that Magi in the South Coast would ever have the chance to come into contact with. Hence, the essence of the wisdom tree that could provide enlightenment and help a rank 2 magus raise their spiritual force was their only hope to being promoted to rank 3. They were willing to pay any price for this. While rank 2 magi in the VIP rooms were fiercely communicating by way of their spiritual force, a voice broke the silence. 100 million magic crystals, and 50 standard portions of the crystallization of spirits. This voice used no spiritual force and was instead shouted from one's throat. The place where this voice originated made Leyland even more surprised. It was actually from a rank 1 magus on the lower level. Interesting. He's just a rank 1 magus, but he dares to stick his hand into this contest between rank 2 magi. Leyland sized up the magi who was shouting with interest. There was a certain set of rules in private trade meetings like this. Rank 2 magi formed their own circles, and it was impossible for rank 1 magi to participate. This rank 1 magus actually dared to speak so loudly. If he didn't have outstanding might, then it meant there was a huge organization backing him. Or could it be that their target had appeared? Leyland focused his attention on this rank 1 magus. He was of average build and donned a black robe. His face wasn't able to be seen, but under the gazes of numerous rank 2 magi, he was still able to maintain his composure. This Lord rank 2 magus did not specify any materials, and only stated that the person who can give the most valuable materials will obtain it. I wonder, is what I'm offering of the highest value here? For lower-ranked magi, having the attention from rank 2 magi was like being a weak, frail rabbit that had been dropped into a pride of lions. Most magi would long since have been scared stupid, yet this rank 1 magus was still very calm.
How is it? Can you confirm that it's Alistair? In the room of the Magus that Leyland had vied with for the rays of dawn, the lady asked the old man, Torp. I can't tell for sure. The old man, Torp, who had a red beard, stroked his chin. His attire is extremely unfamiliar, and I don't feel the aura of anyone I know. Out of all the people who were invited here, we have the least information about him. That means there's a high possibility that it's him. The woman extended a forked tongue and licked her lips. It's very possible. Prepare to attack. Torp nodded, and concealed waves from a spirit imprint began to spread. Target is suspected to have appeared. Prepare to attack. All right. Understood. Clear. Different voices sounded in the surrounding VIP rooms. All right. The place became silent, and the voice of the rank 2 Magus who was selling the extract of the wisdom tree was heard from the VIP room. As he spoke, golden yellow rays of light wrapped around the green extract that was filled with vitality, and it slowly floated out of the VIP room. Many thanks, my lord. A glint of excitement appeared in the eyes of the rank 1 Magus who had bid, and he bowed slightly. A bunch of materials and crystals flew from his body. The items that were to be traded met in mid-air. Bang, all of a sudden, fierce red light shone from the green extract. The extremely dazzling red light looked intense, and was very similar to an alert signal. It's him. It's Alistair. Move. As if triggering some switch, the VIP rooms belonging to rank 2 Magi exploded. Each and every one of the Magi who had reached rank 2 brazenly showed off their strength, and immense energy waves were constantly produced, causing an earthquake in the surroundings. Binding of Azora. A streak of golden white light fiercely attacked the area where the rank 1 Magus was. Awah! At this moment, the Magus that was suspected to be Alistair suddenly ripped off the clothes on his chest, revealing fangs and a black tattoo of a huge wolf still dripping blood. With his roars, a large black wolf leaped out of the Magus chest, its large and sharp claws reaching forward. Bang, golden yellow binding lights were smashed by the giant claws and were rendered to bits of gold light that quickly dispersed. The totem of the giant wolf. It can't be wrong, this is Alistair. More Magi charged out of the VIP rooms, streaking towards the rank 1 Magus like sharks that had found their prey. An immense repressing force field suddenly appeared in the arena of the trade. The wandering rank 1 Magi that had been on the first level quickly retreated, looking pitiful as they left. Some were even more unfortunate, the powerful spells of rank 2 Magi having brushed past them and causing serious injuries. Damn it! I shouldn't have come here. A black figure had been caught by the intense red rays and could only dodge pitifully, their body charred over. The figure's hood was pushed back, revealing the face of the black figure. Surprisingly enough, it was the lady boss who Leyland had seen before, specializing in selling information. Damn it! Damn it! Are the leaders of the organization stupid? Everyone here is a rank 2 Magus. They hid this information from the other Magi and wanted me, a puny rank 1 Magus, to coordinate with their plans and go into the lion's den? Did they want me dead? Bang! At this moment, the sparks from a huge green fireball brushed past and crashed into buildings behind her. There was even a corroded crater from the aftermath of the attack. The female Magus was stunned for a second and then ran for the door without looking back. Damn it, do whatever you want. I don't care anymore. Compared to a rank 1 Magus, the spells of rank 2 Magi may not be as flashy, but the strength within were like mountains or seas. Just brushing against an object would cause it to turn to dust. Ka-cha! Numerous black figures that were like ancient savage beasts pounced out from the surroundings and sealed all the entrances from which Alistair could escape. Amongst these Magi were white-haired elderly, grand and dignified ladies, as well haughty gentlemen in formal attire. The common trait between them was the symbol of the Light Magi Alliance on their chests. Alistair, you actually dare betray the glory that represents the Light Magi. The Supreme Alliance will punish you. The red-bearded Torp yelled, and with a wave of his hand, immense flames and lava were produced from his hands, turning into a fiery red hammer. Lava hammer. Lava kept boiling at the surface of the red hammer, emitting energy waves that belonged to rank 2 spells. Kiki. I only temporarily entered the Light Magi Alliance. All that I have obtained are items I've gained through trade. How have I betrayed anyone? Alistair, who was in black robes, laughed in a strange manner that sounded like the howls of a wolf. This is definitely Alistair's voice. Go! What else is there to say to traitors who can't even repent? The many rank 2 Light Magi roared and colorful spells surrounded Alistair. The black totem of a large wolf that Alistair had let out quickly turned to dust under the combined attacks of the rank 2 Magi. Surprisingly, Alistair opened his arms and sneered at the rank 2 Magi that surrounded him. I have done no wrong. I need to advance to rank 3,
and after that, darkness will eventually descend on this land. He chanted words that sounded like a prophecy, and his body began to crack under the continuous onslaught of spells.
Pack, black fragments flew in all directions. This is a dark magus corporeal body puppet. Noticing that something was not right, Torp immediately yelled, "Beware!
This is not Alistair's real body, but a temporary flesh puppet." A ring of lava surrounded the puppet's body.
Pack.
The black fragments from the flesh puppet melted into liquid in midair, forming large black nets that were similar to spiderwebs, which covered all the nearby rank 2 magi.
Boom!
The roof of the exchange hall shattered, and a magus that looked exactly the same as the flesh puppet from before emerged from the rubble and dust. He howled at the magus who was selling the extract of the wisdom tree. Faced with the wolf howl, that magus' eyes seemed to glaze over, and he seemed to have been temporarily stupefied.
The howl of the lone wolf. Alistair's unique mental attack.
The rank 2 magi who were trapped let out expressions of immense hatred. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 280, Rank 3. Rank 3. However, it was too late.
With a sly grin on his face, Alistair suddenly transformed.
Muscles bulged, and thick, coarse fur that was characteristic of wolves covered his body.
Fangs grew, and there was even fur on his face.
Even his ears had turned into those of a wolf. He threw himself forward, and in that moment, he turned into a werewolf.
Pack, sharp wolf claws twisted in the air, and a rank 2 magus head was smashed into pieces. Red and white brain juices spilled all over the ground. The large werewolf did not stop and fished out a vial of green liquid from the corpse. His eyes revealed craziness along with his elation, and he was prepared to jump and leave the area.
Alistair.
At this moment, the announcer, who had retreated to the sidelines, suddenly stood forward. Under white rays of light, the announcer's body underwent a huge change. His face became elongated, and a white beard dragged across the ground. An overwhelming, tremendous, and unparalleled spiritual force descended onto the area.
Giant tree.
As the old man spoke, a huge plant suddenly grew from the center of the platform. The thick vines on the tree constantly extended, even crushing firm rocks into powder. The huge tree blocked the entrance at the top, giving the werewolf no routes to escape.
Awo, the werewolf that Alistair had transformed into howled at the old man. A rank 3 light magus. Lyle, who was in a VIP room, widened his eyes in surprise.
This was the first time that he had seen someone at the most powerful rank amongst the light magi.
A rank 3 magus was the absolute peak in the South Coast.
They were indomitable powers that controlled both the dark and light magi. The moment this light magus attacked, magnificent and splendid life spells ignited within the auction area. The wooden tables and chairs seemed to grow lives of their own, spores growing on their surfaces and turning into vines and plants. In that instant, the entire area turned into a green plant heaven, with the giant, ancient tree right in the center.
It reigned like an emperor, standing tall and unyielding.
When plant-type spells reach this level, it's already touching the surface of being a domain. Lyle, who had the guidance of the Book of Giant Serpent, had foresight that far surpassed all the rank 2 magi present. He was able to recognize how remarkable this rank 3 magus was.
But, plant type?
This somehow feels very familiar. Dark energy particles exploded in Lylan's hands, and the green plants in the VIP room instantly turned to dust. This rank 3 spell immediately made him think of Reynold, the rank 2 magus from Four Seasons Garden. Whether in terms of spells or aura, they were much too similar.
Could it be that this rank 3 magus is Reynold's mentor or relative? With this thought, all of Lylan's plans to participate disappeared.
In the auction hall, there were very few magi who had chosen to just observe without lifting a finger. There were 2 or 3 magi in VIP rooms that still maintained their silence, not planning to do anything. Alistair had dared to utilize a flesh puppet to hinder the light magi, even risking his life to steal the essence from the wisdom tree. Furthermore, he had almost succeeded.
Lyle could not help but be in awe at his decisiveness and patience.
It was a pity that with the suppression by a rank 3 magus, any plans were all in vain.
No matter how well Alistair was able to deal with rank 2 magi, he was definitely not a match for a rank 3 magus. Kacha. Star.
Within the boundaries of the green plants, the large black nets of mucus were quickly broken through by the many vines from all sorts of plants. The rank 2 magi that struggled free quickly assembled behind the rank 3 magus and secretly dispersed, trapping Alistair, who had turned into a werewolf, in the middle. The furry werewolf in the middle kept howling at the magi, a cunning look glinting in his eyes.
Something's wrong. Lyle suddenly found an issue. Alistair, who was being surrounded, was much too calm about his current situation. Grab him!
The rank 3 magus whose beard reached the ground seemed to have noticed something. His brows furrowed, and he quickly commanded the magi behind him.
Asterisk bang. 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 Bang, star dot.
Several streaks of translucent magic arrows cut through the skies and produced whistling sounds, causing several magi's heads to explode.
Asterisk bang. Bang, asterisk a few light magi immediately collapsed. What's going on? The light magi around quickly retreated, all sorts of innate defensive spells flashing and appearing on their bodies. Unfortunately, this was all useless. The translucent arrows seemed to possess some terrifying magical power, and even the defenses that rank 2 magi spent all their energy on could not withstand them at all. Greta Abyssal Arrow? Fedlon, it's you!
The rank 3 light magus roared in surprise, and green rays of light were produced from the foliage. Under the green rays, the green vines turned into large hands that seemed to break through space and appear in front of the translucent arrows, canceling each other out. The light magi that had survived stuck close to the rank 3 light magus, surveying their surroundings fearfully.
You dark magi actually dare betray the contract with the Alliance. Aren't you afraid of punishment? The rank 3 old light magus seemed to know his opponent's identity and immediately exclaimed. He.
Light magi, the contract with the Alliance, they've long since become things of the past.
From here on, darkness shall unify the continent.
Along with the strange laughter, a dark green figure suddenly appeared within the auction hall. After the figure appeared, green fluids and light rays began to take over half of the area, competing with the plant domain of the light magi. There were immense energy waves emitted from the body of the dark green figure that were on par with a rank 3 magus.
Hoduk, my old friend, isn't it obvious?
The continuous betrayal and fall of rank 2 magi implies that there's a large issue with your light magi's values. Only dark magi are qualified to rule the south coast. The dark green figure seemed to be narrating some sort of insignificant issue, but the faces of the light magus who heard this immediately underwent a violent change. With the huge temptation of the Eternal River Plane's secret plane, as well as the continuous damage dealt to the Light Magi Alliance, the Dark Magi finally decided to break this fragile balance and bring war to the rest of the south coast.
Come out!
Schwa schwa, as the Dark Magus spoke, a few figures suddenly appeared in the middle of the hall. All these people had used black head covers to cover their face, and there was an overpowering scent of blood on their bodies. On top of that, the energy waves they emitted were not lower than that of a rank 2 magus. Upon seeing this, the rank 3 light magus expression worsened. Rumble, black mucus reached the heart of the giant tree, and covered by white gas, the tree shriveled up at a rate that could be seen by the naked eye. Eventually, it toppled and revealed a black rock with a hole in it.
Let's go! Don't forget our agreement.
Fedlon spoke to Alistair, who was still in his werewolf form.
Awah!
The werewolf howled at Fedlon a few times as if in reply, jumped into the black hole that was a passageway and then vanished. The essence of the wisdom tree is extremely precious.
They absolutely can't gain possession of it.
Hoduk, whose beard touched the ground, turned pale. Upon seeing that Alistair had fled, he quickly ordered the magi behind him, "I'll hold back the dark magi.
You need to get the essence back." As a rank 3 magus, Hoduk was well read and knew that the dark magi were not very prepared.
Whilst they were at a huge disadvantage, they couldn't just let Alistair leave. If not, it wasn't going to be just the problem of losing a few rank 2 light magi. This was a matter of imbalance of power between rank 3 magi. A portion of the extract of the wisdom tree might not be enough to help a rank 2 magus breakthrough, but with the treasure in Alistair's hands, it was a real possibility.
Hoduk knew very well that the treasure in Alistair's hands would create a heaven-defying effect when paired with the essence of the wisdom tree. My old friend, we haven't exchanged blows in 200 years.
I wonder what kind of changes your wailing earth technique has undergone. Hoduk muttered, while the power from vegetation began to vibrate.
He.
20 years ago, I finally succeeded in my experiments and refined 3,000 pure-blooded quarks, and I blended their innate talents into wailing earth.
I'm sure the result will not leave you disappointed. Fedlon laughed again.
A huge phantom image filled with skulls and gravestones appeared, and it struck against the green mirage filled with plants.
Is this the domain of rank 3 magi?
Leyland observed the two rank 3 magi exchanging blows and commanded the AI chip to record everything down carefully. Battles between two rank 3 magi were very rarely seen, so this was extremely precious information. Leyland, who possessed Kamoyan's pupil, the Book of Giant Serpent, as well as much information from the Four Seasons Garden, naturally knew that the power displayed by these two rank 3 magi was still not a true domain. A real domain was a terrifying might that only rank 4 Morningstar magi would be able to produce. In a domain, all magi who were weaker than rank 4 would have their abilities suppressed by a few levels, perhaps even to the point that they became like regular humans. These two rank 3 magi were only able to grasp a hint of this concept, and lacked the terrifying ability to suppress a magus might. However, now that he had been forced into these two rank 3 magi's domains, Leyland couldn't help but emit a few large darkness elemental runes, as if wanting to have a standoff with the domains. The domains of these two rank 3 magi are already beginning to affect the magi around them. Though the effect is very slight, it still isn't weak enough to be ignored. Leyland gave the two figures, who were now hard to differentiate, a long look, and stood without any hesitation. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 281, Sage. Sage.
Shadow Stealth. After standing up, Leyland used the spell that had the most outstanding concealing abilities out of all of the rank 1 dark elemental magic he knew. With the added bonus from his solidified spiritual force as a rank 2 magus, Shadow Stealth was now terrifyingly formidable. Leyland's figure disappeared from the VIP room in an instant, such that even the rank 2 magi outside were not able to detect him.
Alistair actually sided with the Dark Magi.
With him as the leading cause, this sets the background for the Third Magus War. Leyland was unmoved by this, his body like a mirage as he hurried along.
He's not my business anyway. I just need to know if he has anything I need in his possession. The essence from the wisdom tree must have some extraordinary effects for ancient magi to view it so highly.
Though Leyland possessed a high-grade meditation technique, he wouldn't mind some extra assurance for when he wanted to break through.
Boom! Alistair leapt, his powerful hind legs leaving behind two deep pits in the ground. With much momentum, he fiercely jumped out of the hole and began to run wildly on the field. He's over there.
Following closely behind him was that group of rank 2 magi from the Light Magi Alliance.
Upon seeing the situation, the leader immediately waved his sleeve. Wang Wang.
A concentrated volley of countless bugs was produced from his sleeves, and immediately after, a huge gray cloud floated out from the large sleeves of his robes. Upon closer inspection, this cloud was actually comprised of many densely packed bugs. These bugs had two compound eyes, and their mandibles were fierce and sharp. A pair of translucent wings flapped at a high frequency, producing waves of an ear-piercing sound that would cause one to feel fidgety.
Go!
This light magus pointed at Alistair. The bugs chirped in a way that shook the heavens, forming the image of a human face without eyes, and chased after Alistair, who was currently still in his werewolf form. The huge human face streaked across the sky, looking like a black cloud of gas in the air. It quickly caught up to the werewolf who was fleeing, opened its mouth, and roared at him.
Awah!
The werewolf faced the heavens and howled, gathering two large masses of wind elemental energy particles that turned into wind blades, one horizontal and the other vertical. It turned into a huge cross shape, and chopped towards the human face in the air. The wind blade trembled slightly as it streaked past the face.
In that moment, the bugs scattered and then regrouped, completely unharmed by the attack.
Chi-chi, along with the cries from the numerous bugs, a great gray flood was spat out from the human face, which engulfed the werewolf within. Upon closer inspection, within the flood were several worms that were even tinier than most insects, their sharp mouths glinting with light.
Asterisk Chi-chi. Star.
The grey worms wrapped around the werewolf in an instant, and the horrifying sounds of something being gnawed into were heard. Woo-woo, from within the grey worms, the werewolf's pitiful howls could be heard.
All right. Now that he's been caught by the death insects, he can't run.
The light magus who manipulated the worms grinned. Go, get him.
Steal the treasure and essence of the wisdom tree.
As expected from the death bug manipulator, Jajone. The rank 2 magi following him exclaimed in admiration and hastened towards their target. At this moment, a beautiful melody from a recorder traveled from some distance away. The formless sound waves swept through the area, and swarms of grey bugs fell one after another.
Boom, the surface of the earth cracked open, and two rank 2 magi donning the robes of the dark magi rushed out, accompanied by two huge white fireballs striking the human face in the air.
The human face emitted a sound similar to the shrieks of a female, and the face then began to distort. In merely a couple of seconds, the face was shrouded with white flames, and large groups of death bugs dropped. It looks like you've long since sided with the dark magi. The huge face formed out of bugs seemed to be connected to the spiritual force of the light magus. After it had been burnt through, he visibly paled. However, he cared not about his injuries, and instead focused his attention on Alistair, who had escaped from the attack of the worms. The werewolf was now in a pitiful state. More than half of the pretty fur on his body had disappeared, revealing patches of pink skin and flesh. On his body were some very large wounds, revealing muscle tissue that had been severely damaged.
One could even see bone.
Chi-chi, the blood vessels and muscles visible on the wounds constantly wriggled, and layers of flesh covered the injury and stopped the flow of fresh blood. At areas which were barren of fur, a fine layer of fur began to grow. The abnormal healing ability of Werewolf exhibited its strength here.
Let's go!
With a wave from a rank 2 dark magus, countless white ribs and bone spurs appeared in front of the light magi, forming a large wall. The wall seemed to have a life of its own, cunningly moving and trapping the light magi within.
Then, with Alistair in tow, the 2 dark magi left.
Bang.
Bang, star.
From within the white bone cage, the dull thuds of people ramming into the cage were heard.
One after another, hemisphere-like shapes appeared all around the cage, and around these shapes were even some minute cracks.
These cracks increased in size, and eventually, the cage exploded open.
The white dust from the broken spurs dissipated, revealing the figures of a few light magi. There are still rank 2 dark magi reinforcements. The situation is getting more troublesome. Send out the signal.
The magus who was the leader of the light magi roared. A magus nodded and swiped upwards, and a shooting star with alternating red and green colors streaked through the sky.
Shio,
star. Minutes later, 13 magi in black robes with iron crowns on their heads arrived at the scene.
Alistair has already sided with the dark magi. There's now a rank 3 magus holding Lord Hodok back, and there are also 2 dark magi who took Alistair away. The light magus looked to be in a difficult position. It's the same situation that we are in. Don't worry though.
We sprinkled large amounts of the pollen of the 9-threaded flower at the auction area. As long as he was there, he'll definitely be unable to escape the pursuit of the patchy bees.
A magus whose crown was a lot larger than everyone else answered.
We are extremely confident in the setup of the great sage. The leader of the light magi bowed, displaying his respect towards the sage. These 13 magi were actually sages of Iron Crown, and were absolute existences in terms of their might. Their neutral stance also caused the light magus leader to have to do away with his haughty attitude. Now that the dark magi are also involved, we may not be able to provide you with more help. You know that the very reason why we have been able to maintain our reputations as towering existences is our neutral stance. The great sage continued. Great sage, the leader of the light magi's face fell, and turned icy.
We signed a contract stating that you would pursue Alistair. What do you mean by those words, great sage? But, what about the dark magi?
The great sage looked to be in a difficult position. Meanwhile, the leader of the light magi had a vile look on his face.
Just attack. We will take on the pressure from the dark magi. The conditions in the contract we agreed on can be altered, and I can even concede on some matters. The leader was silent for a moment and then chose to make a compromise. Besides, they did not have much time left.
After hearing this, the great sage of Iron Crown smiled, looking as if a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. He produced a transparent glass bottle from within his robes, a creature with numerous compound eyes at the center within the bottle. This creature looked like a bee with an image of a black eye on its yellow wings, and was quietly resting within the glass bottle. Traces of intelligence and quick-wittedness flashed through its eyes. The great sage opened the neck of the bottle, and after flying in circles a few times, the little creature, the patchy bee, began to fly in a certain direction.
It has found them!
The great sage exclaimed, dense metal plating appearing on his body and forming the armor that knights usually wore into battle.
Bang!
The white skeleton of a large horse rose from the ground, green spiritual flames burning in its eye sockets and being snorted from its nostrils.
My old buddy, I'll have to use you again.
The sage in armor stroked an old and tattered pair of reins and sighed with regret. He fiercely rode the skeletal horse, and roared from deep within his throat.
Iron Crown.
Glory for life.
Advance for our responsibilities.
The sages present answered in a loud voice. The skeletal warhorse neighed, and black liquid metal covered the entire body of the horse. In an instant, the skeletal warhorse turned into a giant metallic beast with sharp barbs protruding from the surface of its body.
Lulu.
One after another, metallic warhorses struggled out of the ground and carried the other sages. Some of the sages wore dazzling magic robes, while others donned metallic armor. Powerful spells were sent out in a constant stream. In an instant, the 13 sages with iron crowns turned into steel knights possessing immense power.
Chase after them.
Following the orders of the great sage, the 13 warhorses charged forward, leaving behind traces of burning hoofprints.
The inheritance from ancient magi. This is definitely a branch of the ancient magi.
The light magi's eyelids twitched as they uttered these words in their hearts. In the south coast, there was a rumor floating around about the Magi organization with a neutral stance, Iron Crown. These 13 sages of Iron Crown had received the power of the inheritance from some ancient ruins, and were henceforth able to set up and establish Iron Crown. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 282, Obstruction. Obstruction.
A full body armor, and a spirit animal with formidable attack power as a mount. The light magus mumbled to himself.
This must be the inheritance from the ancient steel knights.
Beside him, another light magus sighed in admiration. In ancient times, magi were able to obtain very abundant resources. Even high-grade meditation techniques weren't anything special, and mere official magi were able to obtain them as well. Many magi discarded all prejudices they had towards factions and sects, learning and improving together. They even formed a huge alliance, conquering one world after another.
That was the golden era of the magi,
he repeated, eyes burning with fervent passion. But for some reason, the ancient magi received some huge blow, and historians made a conjecture that there was a world that was especially strong, and our magus world's attack on them was thwarted. In order to prevent the war from spreading to our world, the ancient magi made the painful decision to close the channel that connected them to this world, and sealed the other channels that were connected to other worlds. Even then, the ancient magi who had suffered greatly lost their ability to pass on their abilities, and eventually declined. But
the leader of the light magi sighed ruefully and then narrated this history like it was some ancient poem.
Even if magi were able to receive the inheritance from ancient magi, they still lacked some of the required materials from other worlds, which made it impossible for them to progress. Hence, the magi of today now use meditation techniques to progress, because this is the best route, and many could use the experiences of their seniors to advance. The ancient magi who had acquired the inheritances were extremely pitiful. If they were lucky, they were able to find resources that were compatible with their bodies and improve, but most of them were stuck at rank 1 for their whole life.
The leader said.
The ancient steel knights are said to be from a world close to us. It's a specific profession unique to the steel lava world. After conquering that world, the ancient magi altered our bodies with some methods, which resulted in the special state of evolution that the steel knights can achieve. Without an enormous amount of luck, their strength will stay at this point forever, so you don't have to envy them.
What should we do now? Should we proceed at a faster pace?
A magus with an inverted crimson cross in his eyes asked.
Asterisk whoosh.
Whoosh. Whoosh, star. While traveling, the rank 2 magi used their minds to continue their conversation. With the help of their solidified spiritual force, their thoughts were processed at a rate many times faster than that of a rank 1 magus.
With just a wave of spiritual force, large amounts of images and words could be contained within. No. We're going to slow down.
With a cold glint in his eyes, the leader of the light magi slowed. Just let those iron-crowned steel knights charge at the front lines, but a portion of the essence of the wisdom tree and that treasure should be enough to motivate them to go all out.
We'll follow behind them,
the leader exclaimed coldly.
This was actually a ploy.
The steel knights were well aware that the light magi might take advantage of them by following them behind, but under the temptation of the treasures, they still chose to pursue their targets.
As for the contract with the light magi, if they really managed to obtain treasure, the light magi would pay a large amount for it anyway.
These steel knights were very confident in their abilities. They were sure that they would be able to end the battle before the light magi arrived. Alistair and the dark magi who were fleeing at the front also stopped at this point. In front of them, a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air and blocked their path.
This man looked to be extremely plain, and if he were ever to be in a crowd, he would be difficult to be picked out.
However, he had the unique energy waves that belonged to rank 2 magi, causing the three's faces to change.
Hand over the essence of the wisdom tree and the treasure you possess.
The middle-aged man sounded extremely haughty, taking a large gulp from the flask at his side and looking unperturbed.
The 2 dark magi behind Alistair became extremely annoyed. So what if this middle-aged man was a rank 2 magus? They had 3 magi who had reached rank 2.
Oh whoa!
Alistair's answer was extremely simple, howling at Leyland.
His face, which had already turned into that of a half-wolf, produced an angry expression as he pounced towards Leyland. Poo-pee-you. While running, he opened his mouth and 2 balls of giant wind elemental energy particles flew towards Leyland like explosives. Meanwhile, the werewolf seemed to transform into wind and hid in the intense draft, approaching Leyland like a hurricane, his sharp claws filled with an iciness and bloodlust.
The second stage of beast transformation.
Leyland focused on the werewolf who was nearing him, blue lights occasionally flashing in his eyes. With a sweep of his right arm, red powder spread in the air.
Scorching touch.
2 streaks that brought about intense heat penetrated the wind elemental energy balls and shot towards the werewolf.
Oh whoa!
Alistair howled repeatedly, his body constantly changing directions. However, the 2 lines of scorching torch seemed to have a navigation system and turned a circle in the air, blocking the werewolf's path. Based on the drills from the simulations performed by the AI chip, the way in which Leyland was using the scorching torch was similar in familiarity to one who had been analyzing it for decades. He had even researched and created a few tiny tricks that were uniquely his. Woo! The werewolf tried his best to dodge the attack on his chest, but instead, his right arm was directly struck by the red ray of light. Alistair howled, a furry arm with a claw on it flying away. Bind! Leyland stretched his arms forward, and slight shadows formed two black figures that twined around Alistair, who had now lost an arm. Come help! Bang! Under the pester of the shadows, Alistair was forced to undo his werewolf transformation and roared, producing the voice of a human. The two dark magi with him exchanged gazes, and suddenly made their move. A bald magus placed his hands on the ground, chanting a few mournful-sounding incantations that sounded like the howls of a spirit seeking vengeance. Chi-chi, a black thorny bone spur forest suddenly emerged from the surface of the ground. Whether rocks or plants, they were all penetrated through by these black bone spurs. The thorny bone spur forest increased in area, its blackness approaching Leyland. Bow. The two black figures were pierced by the bone spurs, but it did not hurt even a hair on Alistair's body. Hee, Siley, you did well, ... Another dark magus laughed, and the black rod in his arms extended. Spirits laying silent in the weeping abyss, come back to life. A green fireball suddenly formed in front of the black rod and exploded, turning into starry specks that shot into the bone spur forest. Kacha. Kacha, star. The black bone spurs Siley had summoned forth levitated, forming thousands of large skeletal soldiers holding bone nail hammers and white giant hatchets, charging towards Leyland. A combination spell. Leyland cried out involuntarily. Within rank 2 spells, if the spells displayed by two magi were similar in terms of their effects, there could be a combo effect if they utilized secret methods that allowed them to combine attacks. This type of magic would then be called a combination spell, and its power far exceeded that of regular rank 2 spells. However, there were few rank 2 magi whose body and spiritual force were at a similar level. The conditions for releasing this type of magic were very harsh, and there was only a small number of magi who fit the requirements. Leyland never imagined that he would get to see this. Bang! The large white nail hammer slammed down, bringing with it the ear-piercing sounds of an explosion. The air nearby seemed to have its pressure sucked away by the strong wind, and Leyland momentarily felt suffocated. Estimated might of target's purely physical attack, 90 degrees. The AI chip provided in time. Leyland dodged the hammer, and a red layer appeared on the surface of his body. Purely physical attack? Does that mean there's still a magical attack? Gaga. At this moment, a large skeletal soldier that saw Leyland escaping opened its mouth. Multiple white bone spurs flew powerfully like white raindrops, covering all the areas that Leyland was planning on retreating to. Rumble, the white bone spurs slammed into the layer on Leyland's body and then exploded. The immense energy waves wreaked havoc on the red layer, and the rays flickered inconsistently, illustrating its difficulty in withstanding this attack. Gaga. Behind that skeletal soldier, large groups of soldiers began to shoot out spurs as well. Kacha. Kacha, star. Under their attacks, the red protective layer on the surface of Leyland's skin shattered loudly. Bang. Bang, star. Large amounts of black, densely packed scales appeared as his body was thrown a long distance away by the undulations from the explosion. Yellow rays flashed as the shapeshifting effects were destroyed, revealing Leyland's true appearance. Latent fireball. Scorching touch. Red and white flames extended, and the bone spurs that filled the skies were burnt to ashes. Black flames? You're Leyland. The bald magus who produced the black bone spurs couldn't help but exclaim, stunned. Long time no see, Director Siley. Leyland grinned as he greeted Siley. Siley. Is this the student that betrayed the academy? He's actually advanced to rank 2. The rank 2 magus who cooperated with Siley gained interest as he looked Leyland up and down. He's quite talented. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 283, Goodbye. Goodbye. Leyland, do you also wish to obtain the extract from the wisdom tree? Siley looked at what could be said to be the most outstanding student in the history of the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, a complicated expression on his face. On one hand, there was no need to prove Leyland's talent as a magus. To be able to advance to rank 2 at such an age and at such a speed was something rarely seen in recent years of magus history. Siley believed if Leyland could maintain this rate, it was definitely possible for him to become a rank 3 magus before he turned 100, and advance to the most powerful ranking in the entire South Coast. If he was still in the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, the school would definitely be in its golden age. On the other hand, Leyland had already betrayed the academy, and his fierce strike back had resulted in the death of Marb, the elder of the Lilytell family, one of the 3 large families in the academy. He had even killed off a large number of rank 1 magi, causing the Lilytell family's power to decline by a large amount and almost have their name removed from the Magus world.
Hence, Siley had many thoughts regarding Leyland's appearance.
Yes, Director. Since his shapeshifting spell had already been removed, Leyland no longer had anything to hide. I hope you don't interfere, as the essence of the wisdom tree and the treasure Alistair obtained are items that I need. Leyland bowed slightly. Looking back on things, the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy had treated him quite well, not taking into account the actions of the Lilytell family. They had abided by the basic principle of trading using equal values, allowing Leyland to be enlightened as a magus and walk the path of the strong. Hence, unless there were some special circumstances, he did not wish to exchange blows with Siley.
How arrogant! You're just a newly advanced rank 2 magus, and yet, you actually dare.
Before Siley had the chance to react, the dark magus with him had already furiously lashed out. In his eyes, no matter how much of a genius Leyland was, he had only just advanced. Though he had the terrifying battle achievement of killing 2 rank 2 magi, who knew if he had taken advantage of the situation and killed them while they were seriously injured.
Hence, his attitude towards Leyland was a little too much.
Young man, let a senior like me teach you how you should act in the circle of rank 2 magi. 2 masses of black rays were produced from this rank 2 magus hands, forming a skull. What pointless preachings! How bothersome! Leyland muttered to himself, the red in his eyes becoming increasingly intense. On his wrist, the transparent crystal had begun to emit a dim red color. What did you say? The rank 2 magi who was speaking was startled. I said you should do something about your habit of preaching. Otherwise, I don't think you'll live to see the sun tomorrow.
Leyland suddenly raised his head, smiling brilliantly.
TSS. Large amounts of white smoke poured out of the body of one of the large skeletal soldiers from before. Suddenly, the frame of the soldier scattered, turning into a pile of bones on the ground. The fragmented bones were corroded again, and ended up as a pile of black powder. From a circle of charred earth, corrosion began to spread in all directions with Leyland at the center of it all, the grass rotting in an instant and turning into something similar to mud. Numerous bugs fell to the ground, and a mole flipped over, body stiff as it lay upside down, rotting.
As if the Grim Reaper had arrived, the entire region sank into deathly stillness. *slam.
Thud, star. One after another, the large skeletal soldiers fell, their frames falling apart as they turned into powder. You used a poison attack that affects a large area. Alistair was already injured from before, and under the powerful attack of Leyland's toxic bile, his right arm began to fester. Alistair looked miserable as he gritted his teeth, producing a test tube and pouring it on the wound on his right arm. Rumble, a tongue of flames covered the area down from his right shoulder, and the smell of flesh burning was produced.
Alistair grimaced.
After the flames disappeared, blood was no longer flowing freely from the wound on his shoulder, and the festering from before had disappeared.
Go! I'll stay behind and teach him a lesson.
The dark magus exclaimed coldly, with a hint of bloodlust.
All right.
Be careful of the light magi, I suspect that they have made some agreement with Iron Crown. Alistair quickly replied, moving to ride a magnificent flying carpet that appeared from his body. All of a sudden, his eyes glazed over and he fainted. Bang! Alistair's body hit the ground. There were mysterious black patterns that looked like snakes slithering on his face. Even the flame potion from earlier was unable to deal with the toxins. What ferocious neurotoxins! It can lie dormant before it completely flares up.
This is bad.
The expression of the dark magus who found Leyland a nuisance changed vastly.
Immediately after, a pitch-black gas surrounded his body.
The toxins of the terrifying ancient beast, the giant Chamoyan serpent, began to corrode his body and spirit.
I told you before. You can't stop me.
Like a grim reaper that had descended to earth, the phantom image of a huge python appeared behind Leyland as he headed straight for Alistair, who was in a dead faint. After taking the essence of the wisdom tree from his lap, Leyland went through the pouch on Alistair's waist, and dug out a crudely made wooden cup. The surface of this cup was an aged dark yellow, with the unique lines of the ancient tree. It also produced the slightly sweet smell of vegetation.
Though the appearance was nothing spectacular, Leyland could feel a very ancient and aged aura.
Even if it was an inanimate object, the cup still gave off a feeling of intelligence. This is a wooden cup made from the bark of the wisdom tree.
Leyland touched his chin.
The reason why he was so sure was that besides the AI Chip's tests and his own conjectures, the essence of the wisdom tree he now possessed was beginning to emit a slight green luster, which was a huge indicator.
Bo!
Leyland relaxed his right hand, and the green bundle of light disappeared into the wooden cup.
Like ice melting, the extract of the ancient tree and the wooden cup fused together. The cup was instantly covered by a layer of green light, and the inside of the cup was filled halfway with a transparent liquid. This liquid emanated an aura of vitality and intelligence. Leyland sniffed the liquid for a moment and felt his mind clearing. The usual myriad of thoughts that went through his mind kept appearing, and the questions that he had been faced with while training began to be solved, causing him to feel more open-minded.
Is this enlightenment? Joy appeared on Leyland's face, and a layer of light from his hands sealed the cup.
The ancient wisdom tree.
It truly is the crystallization of ancient intelligence. Just breathing in a little resulted in such a dramatic effect.
What will happen if I use it all?
A fiery look appeared on Leyland's expression, and with a flash of silver light from his hands, the wooden cup and the essence within disappeared.
Unexpectedly, the person who had been a student has already surpassed me.
Siley was also surrounded by a layer of black gas.
While glancing at Leyland, a bitter smile appeared.
With the corrosion from the toxins, neither he nor his partner was able to exhibit even 70% of their true strength. Even if they worked together, it would still be difficult to win against Leyland. The dark magus who did not like Leyland had long since fled, body flashing with the energy waves of spells used to dispel toxins. Unfortunately, the black poison became denser, and did not seem to be able to be removed. At the thought of what he had said, this dark magus face turned red. Thankfully, his face had been completely obscured by the black gas, so nobody could see what sort of expression he had.
Seeing Leyland holding the target of their mission, this dark magus had all sorts of thoughts and his lips twitched, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Leyland's might far exceeded his expectations.
He was basically at the level of the elite within rank 2 magi, and he or Siley were unable to handle him by themselves. Attempting to fight may incur the hatred of their opponent, as well as cause more unnecessary deaths.
Dark magi were very shrewd people.
Even if he was able to hold on to the essence of the wisdom tree, there was no way he would have the chance to use it for himself.
Why would any dark magus risk their lives for it then? Leyland naturally did not know about the complex thoughts running through their minds.
Based on experience, however, he was largely able to guess their train of thought.
Hence, after nodding briefly towards Siley, he turned to leave. Step. Step, star.
The sounds of the hoofsteps of horses constantly sounded, and from the horizon a distance away, a team of steel knights appeared. Though there were just 13 people there, the knights were like a flood of steel that was charging towards them.
It's the 13 sages of Iron Crown, who formed the Steel Knight Squad. Siley gulped. Since when did they work together with light magi? Or was this just a simple dispatchment?
At this point, he couldn't help but chance a glance at Leyland. Their target could only be Leyland, who had stolen the essence.
Lulu.
13 giant steel beasts that spewed out flames and had green light in their eyes stopped before the group.
They fanned out and surrounded the magi. Kacha.
Kacha, the leader's helmet automatically opened, revealing the face of the great sage.
Who has the essence of the wisdom tree?
He looked around with suspicion. Their target, Alistair, was now collapsed on the floor, and nobody knew if he was alive or dead. There was a high possibility that the essence had been divided amongst the magi here, or had been stolen. He naturally did not recognize Leyland, who had only just showed up. What made him the most annoyed was that all of the magi present were staring at him the way they would a dead man. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 284, Prowess. Prowess. What's going on?
The great sage was surprised, and all of a sudden, his body lost all its strength. Boom, multiple steel creatures fell to the ground, the spirit flames in their black eye sockets died out.
In a few seconds, they turned into dried-up bones once again. Old friend.
The great sage wailed sorrowfully. His connection with his steed had been completely severed. In other words, the spirit of his companion of many years had been destroyed and no longer existed in this world.
Who is it?
His eyes turned red. That dark magus, and Siley turned in the same direction to look at Leyland, who had a helpless look on his face.
It's you!
The great sage's face began to twitch.
You wretched trash! You dare! How pointless!
Solidified blood-red rays shot out of Leyland's eyes, and the red light on his wrist was now extremely intense, to the point that it hit its limit. Bang, the early alert warning system crystal exploded, turning into sparkling powder.
Shadow domain. Toxic bile.
Total blackness filled the entire region, and behind Leyland, a large number of shadows that looked like snakes forming the terrifying features of a devil king. The large shadow was like a beast that swallowed everything as it spread, the terrifying sounds of corrosion and the low huffs of those meeting the face of death sounding at the center.
Bang!
A moment later, the black shadow disappeared, leaving the 13 sages with no light in their eyes as they collapsed. Even the spirits in their bodies had been eaten through by the poison.
Demonic Poison King. It's Demonic Poison King Leyland.
In an area not too far away, the few like magi who were planning to take advantage of the decision turned pale in fear at the rotted corpses under the black mist. Though they had heard of Leyland's nickname as the Demonic Poison King before, they had never understood how terrifying he could be.
Leyland, you.
Not just that dark magus, even Siley was a little stunned as he looked at Leyland, whose eyes were still shooting out blood-red rays. The 13 sages of the Iron Crown were a firm force that had been safeguarding this region. Every one of them had the strength of a peak rank 1 magus, and their leader, the Great Sage, was even at rank 2, but Siley knew that if he were to be trapped by this group, things would very troublesome.
Even fleeing would be an issue.
The terrifying vitality of the spirit beasts was something that magi who developed their strengths based on spells were unable to contend against.
Now, however, this little group of steel knights that had been around for hundreds of years had died, just like that? And their killer was a newly advanced rank 2 magus, Leyland?
Siley scratched his bald head, wondering if he had been caught in some rank 3 magus illusion.
Who else is there?
Leyland's expression was a little strange and he began to roar, the blood red in his eyes more prominent as they swept in the direction where the light magi were hidden.
This is bad. He's found us.
The leader whispered softly, and the entire group rapidly withdrew a large distance.
It couldn't be helped. Leyland's poisonous attack that could affect a large area had terrified them. Leyland's current situation was not good.
Not only were there a few small wounds left behind by the retaliation of the Steel Knights, his expression was also crazed. White streams of air exited from his orifices. Liveliness of blood cells in host's body has exceeded threshold.
Beginning procedure to forcefully control situation.
All of a sudden, a flash of bright blue rays covered Leyland's body, and his body temperature lowered.
The white mist condensed into fragments of ice inside and scattered all over Leyland's body. Damn it, I got emotional again.
Under the control of the AI chip and the stimulus from the biting cold, Leyland was finally able to regain his senses, eyes flashing with intelligence. I can't fight anymore, or else I'll descend into a crazed state and go on a killing rampage till I die. Leyland surveyed the area, keeping the sight of the battlefield in his mind. The walking the path of a warlock with a bloodline allowed him to possess an incredible might, to the point that he could use his innate talents from his bloodline to achieve victory against experienced rank 2 magi or even kill them and gain a reputation for himself. This branch of ancient magi, the warlock, had quite a few flaws. The issue of becoming overly emotional was one of the problems. Compared to the rational magus, warlocks were easily affected by the external world and were often extremely emotional. Slaughter and battles would easily result in fury for warlocks, causing them to descend into a crazed state and lose part of their rationality. If he were to be surrounded by enemies, he would not be able to escape at all.
My bloodline is much too pure.
The moment it flares up, even the potion of tranquility will be rejected from my body.
Leyland checked his stats. Leyland Farlier. Rank 2 Warlock, Bloodline, Giant Kamoyan Serpent. Strength, 21.1, Agility, 14.
For Vitality, 27.9, Spiritual Force, 104.3, Magic Power, 53, Magic Power is in synchronization with Spiritual Force. Status, large amounts of adrenaline is being secreted. Similarity to Emotional Outburst of Warlock, 98.7%.
Dispelling Potion of Tranquility. AI Chip, use Plan C. Leyland could only laugh bitterly and give out the command. Received authorization, beginning small operation on host's body. The AI chip loyally answered.
In that moment, Leyland's pupils turned sky blue, and cold energy particles were produced from all over his body.
He seems to have a problem. Go!
The light magi who had been pursuing them saw Leyland acting weirdly. Excited, the light magus who was the leader waved his sleeves and countless flying bugs came together to form half a human face, flying towards Leyland.
You just don't know when to stop.
A fire rose in Leyland's heart, but with the force from the chilliness, it was quickly suppressed. His right hand slashed downwards, and a formless, translucent ripple spread like a wave in the air. The formless ripple immediately collided with the sea of bugs. Bang! The half-formed human face stopped moving for a moment, and large amounts of flying bugs fell to the ground, their compound eyes no longer moving. The bodies became stiff and began to rot. Wah 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 wah, like rain, the bugs fell from the sky and formed grey droplets. The formless poison seemed to be able to go through the void and connect to the magus' spiritual force, corroding his actual body. The magus who manipulated the flying bugs staggered back, black tendrils that looked like snakes spreading on his face.
Quick, protect me and help me leave.
At this moment, the leader of the group of light magi finally regretted his greediness. Even when Leyland was in a strange state, he was not somebody he could handle.
You're thinking of leaving?
Not far away, Leyland's lips curved up in a sly smile, and the black defensive item on his hand exploded.
Black rays were pulled into a shape, turning into a longbow. Toxic bile.
Leyland used his innate rank 2 spell once more, his left hand pulling the string and releasing an arrow in the direction of the fleeing light magi.
Bang!
With vibration from the string, a formless toxic arrow streaked through the sky, distorting the air as it passed. On its way, the ground was charred black, plants died, creating a unique path that showed the arrow's route.
No! You can't kill me!
My father is dashed. The light magus who was in the middle of escaping was so terrified that it seemed as if his spirit had departed. Next, his body trembled and his expression changed.
Kacha, the clothes on his back were ripped open, revealing a translucent palm.
This palm was the size of that of a regular human, and it grabbed towards the transparent toxic arrow. Bang! A formless ripple spread, and the surrounding magi quickly retreated, fearing the toxins.
The protection from a rank 3 magus?
Leyland watched on not far away, his desire to kill even stronger now. Nobody can save you today.
He pulled the string again. Bzz.
Along with the sounds of vibration, the toxic arrow that had been at a deadlock with the transparent palm exploded, forming countless tiny arrows that went flying in all directions.
TSS, the translucent palm exploded in such a manner that there were numerous holes in it, which caused it to break down.
From within, the roar of an old magus could be heard. With an expression full of disbelief, that light magus stiffly collapsed. On his back, a large wound from the explosion had been inflicted. His innate defensive spell that he had been so proud of had not been the slightest bit useful.
You actually killed him. His father is a rank 3 magus.
Silei's voice trembled. Leyland, who was still under the influence of the warlock bloodline effects, paid no heed to this. He turned, cold glaze piercing as he focused on Siley.
Siley quivered, suddenly remembering that his life was still in the hands of his opponent. He forced a smile. All right. I was just pointing it out. You can do whatever you want.
Hesitation and struggle appeared in Leyland's expression, and dense black gas wrapped his body.
Whoosh whoosh. Strong black gales blew madly towards the distance, and in a moment, disappeared into the horizon. That crazy guy is finally gone.
Siley and his partner glanced at each other, and then Alistair, who was heavily injured and unable to get up, with bitter smiles.
What should we do? Jones dead. Lord Eric won't let us off.
The other light magi made sounds of indignation in unison.
Kill those dark magi and avenge Joan.
A light magus stared hard at Siley and the rest with deep hatred. Siley steeled his expression and stood with his partner, a ring of defensive energy particles appearing.
Poo. Poo. Poo, star.
In that instant, the looks on the faces of the magi present changed.
The fierce toxins suddenly flared up.
In the havoc that Leyland had wreaked previously, the magi present had somewhat been affected by the toxins of the giant Chamoyan serpent, and this was difficult to remove. The light magi had been affected by the attack towards Joan, and their injuries were even more serious. The two groups of people exchanged gazes, and eventually decided on leaving in a huff, rather than clashing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 285, The Chase. The Chase.
In a grassland filled with blood-red pastureland. An old male magus with a head of white hair and a kind smile was guiding a few acolytes along the pasture. In their hands were a few metallic items used for harvesting.
The reason for our existence is to seek truth.
The path of a magus is a continuous search for the truth, researching about phenomena and objects, and finding the rules in them and applying these concepts to ourselves.
This is the source of motivation and strength for magi.
While walking, the old magus taught the acolytes who were following behind him.
I've already told you about the unique characteristics of the bloody grass.
However, you've only seen pictures and samples.
Now, I've brought you here, where it is naturally grown. Arnold. Take a look at this. Is this bloody grass any different from the rest? The old magus asked a male acolyte with freckles on his face. Yes.
It's thinner than others of its kind, and the veined pattern of blood on the surface isn't very clear. It might have met with some natural predator, specifically. Arnold was still a large boy, with some hair growing above his lips.
He walked ahead and extended his right hand towards the bloody grass, wanting to take a closer look. Shio.
In that instant, a red shadow shot out from the bloody grass, heading straight for Arnold's face.
Ah! Arnold staggered and fell back, alarmed.
Pack, a black flash of light was shot out from the old Magus' hands, striking the shadow down. It was a red beetle-like organism with gray spots on its back. Its sharp mouth let out cold glints, its teeth that were half the size of its body still moving.
This is the sawtooth beetle, the natural predator of the bloody grass. It loves to gnaw at the roots of the bloody grass. If it is cultivated by hand, one must patrol every day and eliminate this sort of insect. Arnold! You didn't even perform the most basic defense before observing the grass.
This carelessness will cost you your life in the future, but... The old Magus shook his head and then headed off into the distance. Arnold turned a little red as he rubbed his head, quickly stood up and caught up.
Hey, big guy! You really are lucky.
The spiral sawtooth attack of the sawtooth beetle is something even level 2 acolytes might not be able to take on.
If not for Mentor, you would now be a cold corpse. A female acolyte approached him, snorting in disdain.
Hee, Arnold scratched his head, making him seem even more thick-head.
Let's go. How could you even become an acolyte with that level of intelligence?
It's basically a disgrace to us and to our mentor. A boy wearing fancy clothes and seemed to have received education on the etiquette of the nobility walked past, leaving Arnold far behind.
Mentor. The bloody grass can strengthen one's body to a certain extent, and is a huge temptation to some high-energy beings.
It is usually found in places where high-energy beings hunt, so should we be a little more careful?
The acolyte of nobility ran in front of the old Magus.
You're on the right track, but I've already scouted the area. The only high-energy being here is just a gale-shackled weasel, which is about the limits of what you are able to handle with your abilities. The old Magus nodded, praising him. Though bloody grass can strengthen the body to a certain extent, its poison is too strong for us humans.
It needs to be processed before it can be turned into a potion.
Your mission now is to harvest enough bloody grass to brew a standard portion of body-strengthening potion, as well as remove the poison within. The old Magus began to issue the task.
Understood, Mentor.
A few acolytes immediately brought out their apparatus and separated, with the old Magus at the center so that he was able to help every one of them in time.
Good.
Seeing this, the old Magus nodded in satisfaction. *Show, a sawtooth beetle shot out of the bloody grass, brushed past Arnold's face and scared him so much that he fell.
Ha ha! Look at that idiot!
Mentor had already demonstrated that there could be beetles hidden in the bloody grass that looked less healthy, and yet you still try to harvest it.
The acolyte of nobility coincidentally walked past. He raised his hand and chanted a few syllables, and a corrosive ball shot out, putting an end to the beetle before mocking him relentlessly.
Look! I've almost gathered the required amount of resources, and you haven't even filled the bottom yet. The acolyte opened his bag and proudly showed it to Arnold.
Don't bother with him. Levi, come help me. The roots of this bloody grass are too hard.
The girl from before hummed in dissatisfaction.
All right, I'll be right there. Levi quickly cast Arnold away, approaching the girl and being particularly attentive to her.
Though they were still children, the youngsters of the South Coast usually matured early. There were already indications of this early on. Upon seeing this, the old Magus reminisced, this is youth. He mumbled to himself, producing a pipe with golden decorations on the surface and beginning to smoke. White circles of smoke were constantly puffed out and appeared in the air. However, while he was recalling the past, a slight tremble of the ground began.
Ha! This is?
The old Magus immediately put out his pipe, this peculiar situation immediately arousing his interest. In the next few seconds, the tremors became more intense till the ground began to shake substantially. From a distance away, a group of strange beings, such as two-headed wolves, four-legged mutated elks and all sorts of high-energy beings, normal beings, carnivorous and herbivorous animals banded together that formed a wave that was hard to avoid. At the very front, the old Magus even found a few large terrifying beasts that gave him a sense of danger.
Assemble! Assemble here!
The old Magus yelled, his voice a little hoarse from his nerves.
What the hell is going on?
The acolyte of nobility, Levi, raised his head and stared at the scene, stunned. All of a sudden, he was drowned by the large numbers of sawtooth beetles that flew out from the bloody grass. The girl with him could not escape the fate of death either, the sound of flesh and blood being gnawed on constantly being produced. The group of beetles were like gray spots constantly rising from the bloody grass, forming a cloud that entered the wave.
What's going on? Why are there animals fleeing from danger in this season? Is there some extremely dangerous being chasing after them?
The old Magus wondered to himself, not even sparing a glance at Arnold who had been running pitifully.
Shio.
A human figure streaked through the sky at an incredibly fast rate, creating two air waves that had long ripples trailing behind.
You can't escape.
A massive voice traveled from behind the figure. Following the sound, a large bundle of white light immediately appeared in front of the black figure, turning into a large shield.
Scorching touch.
With a wave of his hand, two streaks of red rays shot out from the shadow and created two large holes in the shield. Under the constant shimmering of the white rays, the shield quickly returned to its prior state. Under the hindrance of the shield, the black figure stopped, revealing the appearance of a young magus. He had black hair, his features handsome yet sinister. Behind him, a line of white light brought with it immense pressure as it burst towards him. Wang, a formless energy boundary dissipated in all directions with the light at the center. A fantastical land of light and beauty suddenly descended upon this region.
This is the domain of a highly ranked magus. It's a rank 3 magus.
The old magus gaped, his eyes on the verge of popping out. Who in the world is he chasing after?
Is it also a rank 3 Lord Magus?
The rays dissipated, revealing the figure of a blonde magus.
Poison King Lyle. You dare kill my blood. Even though Jejone was just trash, our family name must not be tarnished.
Countless rays were emitted from his body, forming a huge pike made of countless other pikes.
Heavenly pike. The large numbers of pikes shot towards Lyle like raindrops. Toxic bile.
Lyle spread his arms and a wave of toxins rippled towards the pike's TSS. A large amount of white gas sizzled out, and the sounds of corrosion was produced from the pike formed of heavenly rays.
It quickly began to fill with holes. However, though the pike's power seemed to have been weakened, it still charged towards Lyle. Kamoyan scales.
From the surface of Laylan's skin, countless black scales with incomplete runes on it emerged. The black light exploded from the scales, forming a huge shield in front of him.
Kacha. Kacha, star.
The pike penetrated the shield with black runes, focusing on Laylan's body and created a large number of sparks.
An unnatural flush appeared on Laylan's face, and he retreated. While flying backwards, he waved fiercely. Latent fireball.
Large amounts of black flames wrapped the shield of light from before, combusting fiercely. The shield of light had become slightly thinner after the attack of the scorching touch. Now, with the attack from the latent fireball, white rays constantly flickered and eventually exploded, turning into little milky white lights that were burnt till nothing was left by the black flames.
Light domain.
The blonde rank 3 magus suddenly spread his arms, looking ready to give a hug. Boom, the boundaries of light shifted such that it increased in area, including Lyle within. A huge suction power exploded from the light magus, and Lyle was involuntarily dragged closer to him.
As expected of a rank 3 magus.
Though this light domain is but an imitation, it is still slightly able to suppress my strength. Feeling the rapid increase of the number of light elemental particles in the air and the huge decrease in dark elemental particles, Laylan's expression became grim.
Die.
A white bundle of light carrying with it a terrifying destructive power rose from the rank 3 light magus hand, advancing towards Lyle. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 286, Possession. Possession. Activate gravitational spell formation at full power, 100 times gravity.
Lyle pressed his temples and ordered.
Wang.
A large, dark brown formation lit up and rose from the ground and tore apart the milky white domain. The light magus was stunned for a moment, the ball of energy in his hands changing its course and missing Lyle.
An ancient spell formation? When did he set that up?
The light magus saw the terrifying formation that spanned for kilometers, shock apparent in his expression.
I'll take advantage of this. Suction spell formation.
An inverted L-shaped rune brightened on Laylan's body, and as if he was being sucked in by a black hole, he turned into a black streak and vanished.
What an interesting little guy. It's a pity that all your methods are useless against me.
The light magus calmly looked in the direction in which Lyle had fled, and suddenly laughed, shooting a glance at the old magus from the corner of his eye. He turned into a ray of light and quickly left the area.
Poison?
Then he should be the demonic Poison King Lyle, whose name has been going around.
I wonder which faction and organization that rank 3 magus is from.
The old magus mumbled to himself in a daze, not noticing the look of envy in Arnold's eyes.
Boom, a black shadow slammed into the spell formation, the powerful suction spell formation smashed to pieces.
Lyle let out a long sigh. A rank 3 magus is someone I can't deal with yet. In the beginning, under the influence of his emotional state, Lyle had killed off Jojane, who had a powerful backing. Under his enraged state, he had not even taken the most basic protective measures.
When he had killed Jojane, the death mark from a rank 3 magus was left on Laylan's body. All magi usually had this method.
For Leyland, a mark from a rank 2 magus basically had no effect on him. However, the mark from a rank 3 magus was evidently not so easily dealt with.
Leyland forced a smile and took a look at his sea of consciousness.
Within the Crimson Sea was a little, maggot-shaped, milky white ray of light. While Leyland was not paying attention to it, it would expand. A large amount of time and spiritual force would be needed to wear down and expel this mark. This was the best solution provided by the AI chip, but Leyland would be found by his opponent every so often.
There was not enough time to deal with this.
After a few battles, Leyland had a better understanding of his own strength. In his current state, he was a terrifying existence to rank 2 magi who were lucky enough to rank up. With a high-grade meditation technique, as well as a powerful bloodline, Leyland's advancements in rank as a warlock always brought immense benefits and increases in strength. However, for similar rank 2 magi who also possessed high-grade meditation techniques, the gap was not so obvious. In my current state, I am considered an elite amongst rank 2 magi. However, in the face of any rank 3 magi, I have no confidence at all. Even being able to escape would depend on my luck.
Leyland shook his head and walked out.
In front of him was a small, desolate little town, with dust, rubbish, and all sorts of vines growing on the ground.
No. The mark on my body is constantly emitting waves to track my location. No matter where I am on the south coast, I'll easily be found. I need to go to a place far, far away, to the point that the distance can interfere with the mark's transmission of information. Leyland's eyes showed his resolution. This was the desolate town where the ancient spirit-slaying sect's secret plane had been.
If this really doesn't work out, I can just use the teleportation spell formation and leave this place. If I'm quick enough, he won't be able to find out about this place, and I may still be able to return, but... If the Magus did not find out about this secret plane, Leyland could remove all traces of the mark, and then confidently strut back into the south coast. The moment the entrance to the secret plane was found, no matter how much Leyland did not want to do so, he could only hold back the pain of having to abandon this place, destroy the teleportation spell formation there, and leave this place forever. I didn't think I'd need to use my last resort so soon. Leyland laughed bitterly, and from a spell formation at the villa, entered the secret plane. While going through the spell formation that went through the void, Leyland moved his hand and a red ray disappeared into the wall. I haven't been able to obtain probing spells for spiritually branded slaves.
If I'm going over, I'll need to do it myself.
Though I've already ascertained that the teleportation spell formation is alright after checking with the AI chip, gambling like this really leaves a sour taste in my mouth, but... Leyland furrowed his brows and came to the secret room in the narrow pathway. Though he was sure that the teleportation spell formation was fine, the state of the surroundings around it might not be alright. What he could confirm, though, was that the other side of the spell was in a place that was very far away. As long as he escaped and broke the connection between the two spell formations, he would be able to break away from the chase of the rank 3 Magus.
I'll take a look over there, and if it really isn't a good environment there, I can still come back.
Leyland consoled himself. Pooh, all of a sudden, a bright, milky white beam shot out from Leyland's body and up into the sky, heading upwards in a straight line as if penetrating the hindrances of the secret room.
Leyland covered his head and staggered back.
In his sea of consciousness, that milky white light was spreading outwards, and no matter how Leyland used his spiritual force to obstruct it, it was of no use. Leyland seemed to see a blonde rank 3 Magus rushing towards him. The time he takes to detect me has shortened.
He's found this place.
Leyland's expression turned grim. I'll have to use my last resort and completely give up on this place.
Not only that, even the teleportation spell formation had to be destroyed as well.
If not, the Magus could give chase through the spell formation. With the mark, it was impossible for Leyland to hide.
TSS, numerous black tendrils of smoke were emitted from Leyland's body.
Meanwhile, in his sea of consciousness, a vast amount of red rays charged towards the milky white spiritual force and encircled it, temporarily isolating it from external influences.
Rumble.
The secret plane began to shake as if there was a powerful existence attacking the area from outside.
Alric is attacking the secret plane. Leyland grit his teeth as the crimson ring on his finger exploded.
The alert spell formation that the Gargamel had set up on the wall had been damaged by Leyland in the past. However, the moment the red rays shone, it began to work once more, and a hidden spiritual force traveled through a special path.
Walala!
In an area surrounding the little town, the grass and soil flipped over, and a strange corpse crawled out. This corpse was shriveled up and small, and resembled an old woman.
Moreover, it had a couple of deformities.
Not only were there 2 extra arms and legs, there was also a young face growing at the back of the head of the old lady.
It looked like a body that was shared by 2 people. The alert system set up by Master has been activated.
The only person who can find this place has to be Leyland. Wisps of green light shot out of the old woman's eyes.
It has to be him. Leyland? The offering that escaped?
The young woman's face behind the old lady opened her eyes.
Yes.
If not for him, you would have gained a body of your own and not have ended up in this state. The old woman grit her teeth, a deep-rooted hatred apparent in her eyes.
She was Old Devil, the female magus who had conducted secret dealings with Leyland in Nightless City.
She had tried to use him as an offering to the Gargamel in the secret plane, in order to allow her daughter, Jay, to regain her physical body. Unfortunately, due to Leyland's escape, her wish had been realized with a strange method. Somehow, the Gargamel had forcibly induced half a corporeal body onto the old woman's body, and had placed Jay's spirit within. It could be said that Leyland had played a very big part in causing the two of them to end up in this way.
I want to kill him. Old Devil roared. Have you forgotten Master's orders? He's an offering for Master, so only Master is qualified to enjoy him.
Jay's eyes, behind Old Devil's head, suddenly glazed over as she muttered.
No. I wouldn't dare offend Lord Gargamel.
The old witch quickly knelt down and begged for forgiveness. Then say your prayers, and report the happenings here to the great Lord Gargamel. Jay closed her eyes after speaking, and the next time she opened them, she seemed to have turned into another person.
Mother! My illness seems to be getting worse.
After implanting the spirit, the Gargamel had mixed in a few things into Jay's spirit, and had set up a core of consciousness that would oversee the old witch. Old Devil, whose daughter was being controlled, had no choice but to submit to the Gargamel.
Oh, great Gargamel, home of all spirits.
You are the master of all, as well as the beginning and ending of all.
Please listen to the prayers of your servant.
The old witch took out something like a communication device and chanted a long verse of prayers from a scripture.
Wang Wang.
After Old Devil explained the current situation, the communication device began to vibrate.
Yes, Lord Gargamel. It will possess me.
The old witch was stricken with fear, but her body involuntarily knelt to the ground. After the modifications, her body was now no longer her own. A powerful spirit that was brimming with evil thoughts used a special method to rush out of the communication device and possessed the old witch's body. Old Devil's body trembled violently, her eyes rolled back, and white foam frothed at her mouth. Finally, her body was wrapped up in a black spiritual body and turned into a large, black, human figure. On the figure's face, there was a mask of a devil's skull with a horn on it, which looked immensely strange.
Chi.
The Gargamel that had possessed Old Devil's body made a sound and charged towards the secret plane. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 287, Teleportation. Teleportation. Oh.
A unique, diseased spiritual force, and spiritual power full of hatred and resentment. You are a Gargamel, the main cause of the plague in the West. The rank 3 light magus, Alric, immediately identified the Gargamel. Chi. What came in response was a loud roar from the Gargamel. The human figure with a bone mask waved his cape, and a great number of crazed and indistinct spirits pounced towards Alric, many of which began to self-detonate in midair. Rumble, the power of the explosion of spirits brought with it toxins of an ancient plague, causing Alric's face to change as he staggered backwards.
Light of Saints' glory!
He shouted, like a bishop not at all afraid of death, his face radiating with a dazzling light. A large amount of milky white, divine light was produced from Alric's body, and the silhouette of a large building that commanded respect appeared behind him. The moment these spirits met with the sacred light, black gases emerged from their bodies, and their crazed expressions became peaceful. Afterwards, with their faces full of tranquility and smiles, they threw themselves towards the building behind Alric. It really is the Gargamel, with a body constructed of resentment.
The light magus roared, and like a madman, rammed into the huge figure.
The divine, milky white cleansing light and the black power of loathing offset each other. At this moment, Leyland was currently placing a black, magic crystal into an energy slot. Rumble, the teleportation spell formation came to life, rings of light brightening in 4 energy balls that represented earth, fire, wind and water hovering on top of the 4 stone pillars. The red, yellow, green, and blue lights came together, sparkling brilliantly all this while. I never expected the rank 3 magus to come so quickly. Luckily, I made some preparations. Leyland looked at the spatial passage that was forming, and heaved a long sigh of relief. He had anticipated that the rank 3 magus would follow him. After all, every once in a while, the rank 3 magus would use the mark to detect his position, not giving Leyland the slightest chance to rest or remove the mark. To give himself more time, Leyland immediately thought of the Gargamel. It had obviously remembered Leyland, and had determined that Leyland would definitely return to the secret plane. Hence, it had set up a secret alerting spell formation at the entrance. However, with Leyland's powers of detection, this was very obvious, and the spell formation had been temporarily damaged and sealed by him. Leyland's previous actions had completely activated the alerting spell formation and had drawn the Gargamel here, which would give him more time.
Since the rank 3 Magus was from the Light Magi Alliance, how could it just let the Gargamel, a body formed from resentment, go? In addition, the Gargamel was directly responsible for the recent huge plague in the West. From the looks of it, everything was going according to plan. A pitch-black spatial passageway that emitted silver rays of light was constructed from nothingness on top of the spell formation. I need to leave this place, and I don't know when I'll be able to return. Leyland turned back to look at this region, suddenly feeling reluctant to leave. No matter what, this was the place that he had grown up in. The memories of this place had already been branded into his heart. If the other side was a place with terrible conditions, and if the rank 3 Magus was unable to find this place, Leyland might even make use of the teleportation spell formation on the other end and return. However, it was evident that this was no longer possible. Leyland had no idea how long it would take for him to use his own strength to return instead of using the teleportation spell formation. Goodbye, South Coast. Leyland murmured. Rumble.
Just as he put one foot into the teleportation passageway, a rumble sounded out, and everything around him began to shake, as if there was a magnitude 10 earthquake.
Voila!
The roof of the secret room was torn open, and boundless amounts of sacred light flooded in.
Leyland! Don't even think of running!
Alric roared, bearing terrifying injuries from spirits detonating themselves on his body. The Gargamel was an ancient being after all, and its might even reached the thresholds of the level of a Morningstar Magus. Though its power had not fully recovered and it was merely using a borrowed body, it was still able to cause some trouble for Alric.
An ancient teleportation spell formation?
Upon seeing the spell formation with its 4, glimmering, colored lights, he shouted. As a rank 3 Magus, he had lived a few centuries.
How could he not know what an ancient teleportation spell formation represented?
That signified another continent with endless resources and boundless benefits.
Stay here. Alric's eyes turned red as he approached the ancient teleportation spell formation.
He could give up on anything for access to this teleportation spell formation. He roared, 2 large arms made of sacred light grabbing towards Leyland. However, Leyland merely gazed at Alric coldly, and 2 words came out of his mouth.
Too late. Rumble.
A layer of Chamoyan scales covered Leyland's body, and with a huge leap, the silverish spatial passageway swallowed him.
TSS, after teleporting one person, all the energy of the spell formation was sucked dry, and the various rays of light dimmed. The passageway disappeared.
No, seeing the spatial passageway, which was gradually closing like a beast's mouth, Alric shouted. Whoosh, he appeared in front of the teleportation spell formation, fishing out a high-grade energy crystal and throwing it into the energy slot.
Quickly! Activate!
Though Alric did not know the Tauran language, he still had other methods. Under the solidified milky white holy rays that wrapped up the spell formation began to work. With large amounts of effort on Alric's end, the spell formation worked at twice the speed that it had with Leyland.
Faster! 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 However, Alric was still not satisfied, and kept inserting his immense spiritual force into the spell formation.
He knew very well that the moment Leyland reached his destination, he would immediately destroy the spell formation at the other side. When that happened, they would be on 2 different continents, and his revenge for his son, as well as the benefits from the teleportation spell formation, would come to naught. All he needed now was a little bit of time. With the urging of Alric, a rank 3 Magus, the spell formation worked quickly, and rings of energy constantly ascended.
Once again, a pitch-black passageway opened up. Exactly. That's how it should be.
Alric mumbled, eyes full of excitement as he watched the spatial passageway begin to open.
One, bang.
However, just as it was about to completely open, the teleportation spell formation suddenly halted, the lights turning dim and the space cracking. The passageway then disappeared. This situation meant that Leyland had already destroyed the spell formation on the other end.
Damn it!
Alric roared, milky white holy light that could be seen by the naked eye emitting from his body and destroying the items in the secret room around him. Next, a light beam struck the teleportation spell formation, turning it into a huge crater. Without the spell formation on the other side, this spell formation was merely a decoration. He obviously wouldn't leave any chances for Leyland to make use of this spell formation again.
Despicable. Repulsive. Damn it!
Alric yelled, the pain of being on the verge of gaining something only to lose it right after feeling like a poisonous snake devouring his soul.
Chi.
At this moment, with the wails of spirits that had departed unjustly, the secret plane of the ancient spirit-slaying sect began to shake. A pair of translucent, black arms broke through the hindrance of the secret plane, as if tearing through cloth, and charged towards the center of the secret plane.
The main body of the Gargamel has actually reached rank 3. Alric's face turned grim.
Without even having the opportunity to lament over letting Leyland go just like that, his clothes began to flutter despite there being no wind, and he flew in mid-air, confronting the Gargamel.
After Leyland entered the spatial passageway, regret was apparent in his expression.
The immense spatial power was like several hundred tons of seawater pressing against him from all directions and tearing his body apart. Kamoyan's scales constantly produced crisp explosive sounds, as if about to crumble under this power. If that happened, Leyland, who no longer had an innate defensive spell, would turn into minced meat in the flow of space.
I miscalculated.
I overestimated my own body's capabilities and the defense of Kamoyan's scales.
Leyland's expression was serious. This is a spatial passageway connecting 2 continents.
The pressure within is something that not even rank 2 magi are able to withstand.
There must have been some method used in ancient times to avoid this, but I haven't found it yet. This can't go on. Leyland saw his Kamoyan scales contracting, so he produced a red test tube from his pouch and smashed it.
Puff, a defensive layer formed from the red potion appeared on the surface of his body, and it began to vibrate for a while. After only 3 seconds, it shattered.
A middle-grade defensive potion can only withstand this for 3 seconds? Leyland was expressionless as he produced another potion.
As a potioneering master, he had tens of different types of defensive potions in his spatial pouch, which would be enough to last him for a long time. Bang, the layer formed by the potion cracked, and was then quickly replaced by another layer of defense. Leyland constantly went through his reserves to withstand this.
Finally, the potions were completely used up and a large pressure was once again put on Kamoyan's scales.
Ah, Leyland shouted in a low voice, spiritual force and magic constantly being consumed as incomplete black runes that formed a full-body shield was produced from his scales.
Kacha. Kacha, star dot.
After being in a deadlock for a period of time, Leyland's spiritual force was exhausted and the defense of the Kamoyan scales shattered into pieces.
A tremendous pressure began to tear Leyland's body apart.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 288, Injury. Injury.
Under the pressure of the space tearing, the sounds of bones cracking were constantly produced from Leyland's body, and fresh blood spurted out like a stream.
Alert! Alert! Host body is currently in critical condition. Estimated time until cells completely fall apart from the pull of space, 8 seconds.
The AI chip projected a paragraph of red words in front of Leyland's eyes.
This is happening even with the sturdiness of my body. What method did ancient magi use to deal with the power of space?
Leyland's expression suddenly turned sinister, his veins all popping out and his eyes turning red. Just as the AI chip counted down to the last second, the silver rays of light dissipated to reveal a pitch-black cave.
Leyland's mind jolted and he rushed towards the cave.
As if penetrating a shapeless water membrane, Leyland arrived in a physical world, and the immense pressure from space vanished.
That was close. It was all a blur in front of Leyland's eyes.
With all his strength, he drew a red line and destroyed the runal on the spell formation beneath his feet, and went into a dead faint.
Drip. Drip, star.
The stalactite above him in the cave constantly dripped light red droplets that fell on the ground, producing a rhythmic sound.
Leyland's eyelids flickered and he opened his eaves. Ugh!
He held onto his forehead, feeling the pain that was all over his body.
AI chip. Check my current stats. Leyland immediately spoke inside. Leyland Farlier. Rank 2 Warlock, Bloodline, Giant Kamoyan Serpent.
Strength, 15, 21.1, Agility, 4, 14.4, Vitality, 19, 27.9, Spiritual Force, 0.01, 104.3, Magic Power, 0, 104, Magic Power is in synchronization with Spiritual Force.
Status, serious injuries all over body, exhaustion of spiritual force.
The AI chip quickly intoned. At the sight of his condition, Leyland could only force a wry smile. As he had underestimated the dangers of spatial teleportation, he had not made enough preparations. This trip through the spatial passageway had almost cost him his life. Not only had his overall stats decreased, even his spiritual force had been nearly completely exhausted. This state would probably spell the end for regular magi.
However, Leyland had a shocking vitality, and was even able to maintain his consciousness. I really got seriously hurt. Alric, I will return one day.
A cold glint appeared in Leyland's eyes, and he shifted his gaze to his waist. Seeing that the black leather pouch was still there, a look of relief appeared on his face. This spatial leather pouch was a high-grade magic artifact. Though it did not have any offensive powers, its own defense was extremely startling, and with the spatial runes on the surface protecting it, it was not the least bit damaged.
Thankfully this was the case, if not all of Leyland's assets would have vanished into thin air.
Any regular magus lucky enough to survive my injuries would also require a large amount of time to restore their strength.
Their strength might even go down a rank from the injuries. Leyland checked the state of his body.
Though there were serious injuries all around, he could feel a cold stream of air full of life and vigor being sent out from his heart. With his blood being pumped to all parts of his body, the stream of air within began to help heal his injuries. Though this process was very slow, the good thing was that this was a continuous process.
The regenerative abilities of a warlock's bloodline are this powerful.
A hint of joy was seen in Leyland's eyes. With the potions that I currently possess, I can even further increase the speed of my healing. With this thought, he expended a great deal of effort to raise the only limb that he could move, his right arm, and took out a red healing potion from the pouch. He used his teeth to remove the cork and began to drink in huge gulps. Rumble, a pink layer of light encompassed Leyland. Due to the effects of the layer, the horrifying injuries on his body began to recover at a frightening speed.
Kacha. Crack, from Leyland's body, the sounds of bones hitting each other could constantly be heard.
The muscles on his face constantly twitched, and he huffed through his nose, even his breathing was becoming more serious.
After a few minutes of this, the pink layer on Leyland's body dissipated.
Leyland soared into the sky, and from his previous position of half-sitting on the spell formation, he was now standing upright. All of my external injuries have now been healed. Though the internal injuries are a lot more troublesome, they won't affect simple movements. Leyland exercised his 4 limbs, did a few motions that were standard in night drills, and furrowed his brows.
No.
With my body, I can only withstand the movements equivalent to that of a preparatory knight. If not, it would affect the recovery of my internal injuries. In other words, before his injuries were completely healed, Leyland could only use the strength and speed of a preparatory knight. Leyland touched his skin, retrieving armor from his pouch and putting it on. His magus robes had been torn apart by the pressure of the space, and they had long since turned into what looked like a beggar's rags, hanging from his body while being full of holes. Leyland simply tore his old clothes off. After inspecting his body, Leyland focused his attention on the sea of consciousness within. The state within was even worse. As a large amount of spiritual force had been used, his sea of consciousness even showed signs of drying up. The crimson color had turned dimmer, and there wasn't even a hint of silver spiritual force. Leyland's expression immediately turned grim, as even fine cracks had appeared on the walls of his sea of consciousness.
If his sea of consciousness shattered, it wouldn't be as simple as falling in rank.
Upon seeing a little white ray still stuck in a corner in the sea of consciousness, Leyland's face turned even darker. This was the mark that Alric had left on Jajon's body. After Leyland had killed Jajon, this mark had transferred itself to Leyland's sea of consciousness, sticking like a piece of sticky candy.
No matter what Leyland did, it just would not disappear.
The only way to deal with this sort of mark was to use large amounts of spiritual force and slowly wear it down. Though it was from a rank 3 magus, they were currently a huge distance apart, and without boosts from the original magus, the mark would not be able to persist under Leyland's spiritual force. However, this required a lot of time, which Leyland did not have.
Now, however, it seemed like this was the time to deal with this thorn in his side. Leyland sat down cross-legged, recalling the core information regarding the high-grade meditation technique, Kamoyan's pupil. Meditation in your spirit.
With your eyes, make eye contact with the giant Kamoyan serpent and gain its strength.
The daily training of meditation techniques was something every magus had to do.
Every time Leyland used Kamoyan's pupil, adjusting the frequency of his spiritual force until it was the most compatible with the operation of the meditation technique, he was able to penetrate through time and space and see the ancient, terrifying amber vertical pupils of the giant Kamoyan serpent. This state was a phenomenon written about in the Book of Giant Serpent, which only occurred after one had studied it to a very profound level. As Leyland meditated to a deeper level, the crimson rays in his sea of consciousness gradually grew stronger, and traces of silver spiritual force welled from the bottom from his sea of consciousness, refilling the dried-up spring with new vitality. In the dark cave, spots of dark red light fluttered in the air like fireflies, and entered Leyland's body.
This entire process was silent, but the terrifying apparition of a giant serpent appeared behind Leyland.
The huge body kept rotating, becoming more and more substantial physically. After one round of meditating, Leyland had regained half of his spiritual force, and a look of satisfaction appeared on his face.
As expected of a high-grade meditation technique.
Whether in terms of rate of improvement or recovery, it's the best on the South Coast.
It's a pity that there are only 3 levels. Worry appeared on Leyland's face.
Though Kamoyan's pupil was a high-grade meditation technique, of all the inheritance he had gained from the great Magus Serhom, there were only 3 levels of information. The level of a high-grade meditation technique and a Magus rank corresponded to one another. In other words, unless he could find the rest of the information regarding Kamoyan's pupil, his spiritual force would be at a standstill due to the lack of a meditation technique. Based on the information that the great Magus Serhom provided, the second half of Kamoyan's pupil should be on the central continent.
Where exactly am I right now? Leyland stood up, surveying his surroundings. I'll go out and take a look.
Hopefully, this is the central continent.
Before anything else. AI chip, are there any remedies for the damage to my sea of consciousness and the mark by the rank 3 Magus? Leyland inquired in his mind.
Large amounts of data, images and graphs flashed past, and the AI chip worked at an extremely high speed, quickly giving an answer. Based on host body's requirements, as well as comprehensive calculations of current conditions, this is the best solution: solidify large amounts of spiritual force in host body's sea of consciousness, until all damage is healed and the mark completely disappears.
Solidify large amounts of spiritual force?
Leyland was surprised. This meant that before all his injuries were recovered, he would always need to solidify a portion of his spiritual force in his sea of consciousness, and would not be able to use that part at all. In that case, his overall strength would largely diminish.
How much do I need to solidify?
Leyland glanced at the cracks that were constantly expanding in his sea of consciousness, face falling while he asked cool-headedly.
Requires 51.2% of host spiritual force. The AI chip quickly answered. In other words, before completely taking care of all damages, I can only use the strength of a rank 1 Magus? Leyland stroked his chin.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 289, Baron. Baron.
To heal the damage done to my sea of consciousness, as well as to spell the mark from Alric, half of my spiritual force can't be used during this period, right?
Leyland stroked his chin while contemplating. A moment later, he decided. Let's start. Wang Wang.
The moment he gave the order, silver spiritual force in his sea of consciousness clung onto the nearest cracks at the edges, and then crystallized and solidified. The silver crystals covered about half of the sea of consciousness, and within the crystal, the milky white spot was frozen, like a little worm frozen in amber. After solidifying about half of his spiritual force, Leyland realized that the fine cracks in his sea of consciousness had stopped expanding after having been reinforced by the solidified spiritual force. He heaved a huge sigh of relief. This way, he had completely dealt with the troublesome parts of his body. The price he had to pay for this was that he could only use the strength of a rank 1 Magus. After stabilizing his injuries, Leyland was now in the mood to survey his surroundings. It was rather dim, with some moss that gave off some faint light, which allowed him to see just a few meters away. Everything else was just pitch black. This must be somewhere within a cave. I wonder what direction leads to the outside. Leyland gave a long sigh and took another look at the teleportation spell formation. The spell formation here was the same as that in the ancient Spirit Slayer sect's secret plane. However, a rune at one of the corners had already been destroyed by Leyland. Leyland believed that if he was the rank 3 Magus on the other end, if he was not going to personally keep watch, he would destroy the spell formation at the other area. Hence, this teleportation spell formation would not be able to be used for a long period of time. On one end, the setup by the Magi of the Spirit Slayer sect was very simple. There was only the spell formation in the cave, and other than that, there was a very long and narrow passage that seemed to be carved out from the stone walls. Night vision. Leyland used a support-type acolyte level spell on himself. A black glint flashed in his eyes, and darkness no longer hindered his sight, and he took his surroundings in. The dark elemental particles here are very dense. It seems to be more than in the south coast. While using this spell, Leyland could tell the large difference between the two continents. If it was said that the concentration of dark elemental particles in the air in the south coast was 1, it would be at least 1.5 or even up to 2 here. AI chip. Test the concentration of elemental particles in the air and make a comparison with that in the south coast. Mission established. Beginning collection of data. Generating comparative diagrams. Quickly enough, the AI chip transmitted 2 different pie charts to Leyland. In the pie chart, the ratio of colors that represented different elemental particles had various percentages. These were all presented in front of Leyland clearly. On the right is the average data found on the south coast, while the one on the left is the newest data. Leyland compared the differences between the two. The newest set of data revealed that the concentration of dark, shadow and death, as well as other negative energy particles, rose to about 2 times that of in the south coast. The positive energy particles such as that of light, plant and life were a little lower. Also, the concentration of earth elemental particles is quite high, while fire and water are quite meager.
Leyland touched his chin, looking thoughtful. In other words, there is approximately the same concentration of elemental particles here as in the south coast, though the composition is a little different. The concentration of negative elemental particles is almost equal to that of a small-scale secret plane, while the positive elemental particles are only like that of the Chernobyl Islands. Leyland made a few conjectures and took a few large steps forwards, entering the long and narrow stone passage. This passage was quite long, and only after 10 or so minutes of strolling did he reach the end. At the end of the passage was a large stone door. Calling it a door might even be a stretch.
From what Leyland could tell, it was just a large rounded rock that was blocking the exit.
Through the chinks in the rock, Leyland could hear the faint sounds of wind entering. It's best to keep this stone door. When I need this teleportation spell formation in the future, I can still come back.
With a thought, he used a rank 1 spell. Shadow Stealth. Black rays surrounded Leyland's body, and within the rays, he started to become transparent. The effect of Shadow Stealth was that the user would temporarily become hard to see, and would be able to hide within tiny shadows. He could pass through most physical objects, but in this mode, he would be unable to attack, else the stealth mode would disappear. Area of effect attacks using energy or sound waves were also the bane of this spell. Now, however, this was just meant to pass through a rock, so it was a simple task. The faint image that Leyland turned into easily passed through the shadows of the cracks on the rock and he reached the outside.
Ha! This is...
Leyland looked at the view outside, and was stunned for a few moments. He was standing on a little hill formed from large rocks, and surrounding him was a vast plain. There were also a large number of shrubs. A gloomy darkness encompassed the whole area, making it so that there was no light at all.
The sky was dim and looked as if it would collapse at any moment. Vastness, gloominess, a deathly stillness. This was Leyland's first impression about the place.
With the help of his night vision, Leyland did not have any trouble looking at his surroundings.
This plant looks quite strange.
Leyland picked up a dried-up twig on the ground. It has no leaves and at most, just has some thorns. On top of that, it seems like all the plants I can see share this characteristic. Leyland grabbed forward with his right hand, a little mole-like creature was captured from the ground.
It constantly made chick-chick sounds.
Its eyes are small and don't seem to serve much of a purpose.
It also looks like it has albinism.
This is a mutation from not being able to get sunlight for a long period of time. Leyland mumbled to himself, clearing up his doubts. He tossed the mole aside and pushed himself into the sky using a dull, red light.
Leyland kept ascending, and he could feel pressure on his head.
Finally, after who knows how long, Leyland reached the end. This was a large rock rampart. It had a metallic sheen to it, which made it look like the canopy of heaven. So the top of this place is the Earth's crust. Leyland descended slowly, his expression still revealing his shock. This is a subterranean world.
On a plain made entirely out of rocks and moss.
2 gray boar-like animals that were a lot smaller used their thick and coarse snouts to dig into the earth, searching for edible food. Shoo! 2 black arrows were suddenly released, and the sharp arrowheads penetrated the back of these 2 little beasts, pinning them to the ground.
It's not a bad harvest today. There are 2 gray boars. I can change the menu.
On a hill, not far away, Leyland saw this scene, and joy was present in his smile. Just 10 or so minutes later, he used a wooden frame and made a fire. On top, the gray boars that had been skinned and washed were being roasted, a little grease rolling off the boiling hot skin. There was also an aroma that could make anyone drool mixed with the scent of pine wood, and Leyland's forefinger couldn't help but twitch. It's been around a month since I exited from the large rock hill where the teleportation spell formation is. After gnawing away at an entire gray boar, Leyland sighed contentedly and kept the other one for later. After a month of wandering around, he now had an idea of how barren this subterranean world was. Here, it was possible to not see any life despite walking for days, and only moss and bugs were tenaciously surviving. The pig-like creature that Leyland named Grey Boar was the biggest animal he had seen thus far. It was also the tastiest.
At this thought, Leyland couldn't help but feel a little regretful.
While the precious spatial leather pouch was extremely spacious, there was a limit to how much could be stored within. It was already full of precious items that Leyland had gained through various methods, the value of which was something even rank 3 Magus would be envious of. Unfortunately, there was no good food or wine at all. Compared to precious materials, their value was much too low and it was not worth being stored within. Hence, Leyland found himself living the life of a barbarian.
Water was not an issue.
He was a Magus, and with a water elemental spell, he could easily produce large amounts of fresh water. If it was food, however, he had little in the way of options. Because he was a rank 2 warlock, it was fine if he didn't eat for 10 days or half a month, but if it was a full month, it wasn't possible for him not to eat at all. In addition, his living environment in his previous life, and even now, were all not unsatisfactory. He was used to having 3 meals a day, and even had some stringent requirements regarding the content of his meals. Currently, after a long search, Leyland could somewhat find a few starchy plants and roots that he could consume. He might also be able to have some birds or berries. Leyland was beginning to get tired of these meager meals. This boar-like creature that he had named Grey Boar was, by far, the tastiest out of everything else that he had seen here up until now.
Damn it! I hope this isn't a completely barren land.
After walking for a full month, besides this desert area, Leyland had also seen some plains. Leyland began to have some suspicions, as even large animals were rarely seen. Honestly speaking, as he was accustomed to sunlight, Leyland had never realized how precious it was. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 290, Assistance Required. Assistance Required.
Leyland had previously seen information regarding the resources of the subterranean world in an ancient book. Legend has it that the ancient Magus world was only a small part of the surface of the earth, and before the ancient Magi's focus had switched to the other worlds, their goal had been the subterranean world. The ancient Magi all wielded formidable power, even the sun and the moon would lose their splendor when put in front of these Magi. Many of the natives of the subterranean world had been subdued by them, and these Magi had then exploited layers and layers of the subterranean world to obtain endless wealth and resources. It was recorded that the ancient Magi had exploited the 7 layers of the subterranean world. It was said that the further down the layers one visited, the more powerful the ethnic race of that layer would be, and that at the core of the earth, there was an extremely terrifying female existence. But these did not stop the ancient Magi from venturing further, and finally, the whole subterranean world had acknowledged them as their conqueror.
This was all a part of the golden age of the ancient Magi.
Later, the still dissatisfied Magi shifted their attention to different worlds, and conquered world after world until they ran into that extremely powerful world. After what was known as the final confrontation, although that opposing world did not end up getting any benefits, neither did the Magus world, they deteriorated instead. Even the passage that led to the subterranean world had been destroyed by this war. Since then, the subterranean world had only appeared in legends. At the least, within the entirety of the southern coast, Leyland had not seen any of the subterranean world's lifeforms, nor had he heard of any passages to the subterranean world. From the previously gathered information and the sightseeing, this must be the subterranean world, I just don't know which layer this is. However, based on the dangerous lifeform that approached, it ought to be, at most, the 3rd layer, else I would have ran into many dangerous, high-energy lifeforms. Also, the probability of the lifeforms I ran into being from the 1st or 2nd layer is really large.
Leyland kept on pondering this over.
Although he was uneasy that this place was a barren region, Leyland continued forth. The recent appearance of the Grey Boar supplied him with huge confidence to proceed on his journey.
While walking the whole journey, Leyland also made a record of his surroundings.
At the location of the ancient magic spell, which Leyland had named Giant Stone Hills, the signs of life were so weak that, at most, one could see only moss and some insects, and nothing else. As Leyland went about his journey, the signs of life gradually increased, and later, he saw something like bat-like birds. He would occasionally see the Grey Boars, and as he traveled further, the rate of encountering them grew higher.
Thus, Leyland was certain.
He had already walked away from the life-restricting region and come to the outside world.
Deep. Discovered energy waves.
The estimate is that these waves are the aftermath of level 0 magic.
Direction, 15 degrees east, at 3,123 meters. Now, the AI chip had issued a message. Ha! Leyland's thoughts shook. Finally, there are some traces of an organism with energy.
He quickly packed up and soon went in the direction from which the energy waves were emitted. Although there was still a grave injury upon his person, and his sea of consciousness was even more injured due to him solidifying large amounts of spiritual force, he could still display the approximate might of a level 1 Magus. However, he did not pay any attention to this small point, and rushed to the scene of those energy waves. What appeared in Leyland's sight was the scene of 3 males and 2 females confronting a high-energy organism.
These 5 people seemed to be a standard small squadron.
2 males dressed in leather, who were at the very front, served as human shields, constantly swinging their huge iron swords. They, at the very least, had the power of a Grand Knight. The other 3 wore grey robes that looked like what the magician apprentices of the southern coast wore, but the style of these robes was very old-fashioned. They were simple and unadorned.
There are humans here. And they are acolytes. Leyland inwardly felt elated at this prospect.
What the 5 acolytes were confronting was an organism that was similar to the huge grey board, but with a physique that was almost a dozen times bigger, and 3 pairs of huge, crescent moon-shaped teeth beneath its snout. Hard fur grew all over its body, and it was entirely covered in pine resin, mud, and other forms of muck. It formed thick lumps that, like a battle tank that had donned armor on. The level 0 magic spell that had been previously used by those apprentices seemed to have only left burn marks in the region. It had been incapable of breaking through even the outermost defenses. Hoo-hoo, 2 puffs of white gas were emitted from the nose of this organism that looked like a suckling pig. After pawing the ground, it suddenly charged, and its whole body was like a derailed train as it ran towards those 2 Grand Knights. Ah! The floor shook, causing one of those Grand Knights to lose his footing. Soon after, he slipped and was sent flying by this huge boar-like beast. Upon having been gored upon his waist and back by the organism's huge tusks, blood poured out from his wounds like spring water. Seeing this scene, the other Grand Knight let out a loud shout and immediately retreated, thus exposing those 3 apprentices.
With the Grand Knight no longer impeding it, the boar fiercely bared its teeth at those apprentices with a bloodthirsty glint in its eyes.
The 2 female apprentices were scared, and kept retreating backwards.
Thud.
Thud, the 2 of them tripped on something and fell down, expressions of despair coloring their faces. The remaining male apprentice displayed a gentlemanly bravery, quickly appearing in front of these women with an expression of firm resolve. Still shouting something, he lifted his hand, from which small fireballs were emitted and aimed at the middle of the nose of that big-headed boar.
Pat.
Pat. The big boar's nose was blackened, but that did not slow down its assault speed by even a bit. On the contrary, the boar seemed to have been infuriated by that male apprentice, and its charging speed even seemed to have increased a little. That male apprentice smiled helplessly, and then turned his head toward the 2 female disciples behind him and muttered something. His demeanor gave one the feeling that this youth was not afraid of dying. Hoo-hoo, the wild boar got closer and closer, and the 3 apprentices could now see clearly the blood vessels in the big boar's eyes and the thick pores below its fur. Of course, what they would find very hard to forget was the cold radiance of the 3 pairs of snow-white, fierce, crescent moon-shaped teeth of the boar.
Shadow binding.
At that moment, Leyland suddenly made his appearance, and several tentacles made of shadow extended outwards from below the belly of the wild boar, and transformed into several hands that firmly dragged the boat by its front hooves. Pang each as if a magnitude 9 earthquake had suddenly occurred. That boar, which was charging at a high speed, suddenly fell down while making a huge noise. Even the sounds of bones breaking could be heard from its body. Soon after, the 3 apprentices saw a youth in leather armor walking out from behind the fallen boar. Several black, shadowy ropes trussed up that fallen boar, not even leaving the smallest of weaknesses in the bindings.
Are you all right? Asked Leyland, with a gentle smile on his face. Those 3 apprentices saw Leyland, their expressions those of shock, and they opened their mouths to say, GNKMFSK. The smile on Leyland's face drooped, and then he sighed. This is really not the common language of the continent. What Leyland had just spoken in was the common language of the southern coast magicians, but what these 3 apprentices had spoken was not a language that Leyland recognized. This language's endings sound a bit familiar to the Mattia language, but the syllables in between resemble the language of the Highlands. Leyland did not feel surprised in the least about the differences in the language. After all, after the ancient era, the subterranean world had been isolated from the Earth's surface. It would be strange if the language was still similar. Hello? I am a nomad. Can you tell me what is this place?
Leyland immediately switched to another language. This time it was the ancient Byron language. The ancient Byron language brought with a strange power. It held power over rules and regulations. It could draw upon the power of the energy particles within the atmosphere, and was the foundation of all magic spells. Thus, the ancient Byron language was also a language that all magicians were required to learn. Whether it was the surface world or the subterranean world, the ancient Byron language was passed down from the ancient Magi, and there would not be even the tiniest bit of disparity in its usage.
Sure enough, upon hearing Leyland asking in the ancient Byron language, those 3 apprentices immediately reacted, and finally, that male apprentice took the lead to reply, "Respected sir. Hello? This here is the woody wastelands of the Twilight Zone."
He gave a respectful salute. Although Leyland's actions were suspicious and the language that he initially used to speak was very different from their own language, from the way Leyland had easily subdued this huge, 6-toothed boar that had almost caused a complete wipe for their team, it was obvious that the other party's strength was superior to theirs. This was the wilderness, where the strong preyed on the weak. If they got on bad terms with Leyland, then they would be killed, and no one would come to know of it. Thus, this male apprentice's mannerisms were very deferential.
Twilight Zone?
Leyland frowned, and the AI chip quickly searched through the storage database but did not find any details related to this.
You might need this.
Leyland pointed at the Grand Knight who had been sent flying, and threw a blood-clotting medicine towards them.
Thank you.
Those two fallen female apprentices also stood up, and one of them immediately clutched the medicine and smeared it on that Grand Knight's injury.
After hesitating for a while, she bowed to Leyland.
Asterisk hiss. Hiss, star. At that time, a snake formed entirely of black gas slithered forward and spat out an armored Grand Knight who had lost consciousness from within its mouth.
This one is also your partner, right?
I had also conveniently picked him up. Leyland pointed at the Grand Knight who had just been spat out, and those three apprentices, who had been scared by the sudden appearance of that huge black snake, retreated many steps.
This coward.
Leyland heard that female apprentice mutter, but he only smiled indifferently.
After that, he asked, "Oh, by the way, do you know which towns are close to here and where the Magi's Bazaar is?"
These three apprentices looked each other in the eyes, and then that male apprentice, seeing Leyland's agreeable demeanor and speech, gathered his courage and stepped forward as he said, "The closest town from here is Little Burt Town in the west, and its distance is 1.5 days from here. About the Magi's Bazaar, the official Magi's meeting point is located only in the capital city of the Twilight Zone. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 291, Treasure. Treasure. As if baffled by the kind smile on Leyland's face, this acolyte mustered up his courage and asked, "My lord, are you, perhaps, not from here? May this humble servant know what your name is?" I am Aaron." "Me? I'm obviously not from around here." Leyland laughed as he looked at these three acolytes. "Though there are still a lot of things I'd like to ask you, I suddenly realized that it would be much faster if I were to see it for myself." Due to the look that Leyland was giving them, the three acolytes began to tremble, as if they were being stared at by some predator. "Let's go!" Aaron yelled, getting in front of the two female acolytes and chanting incantations. "What a joke! You're too slow." Leyland shook his head, and 3 black streams of air shot out and entered the foreheads of the 3 acolytes. They turned dizzy, and without being able to even make a sound, they fainted. Leyland approached the male acolyte called Aaron, his right hand directly pressing on the top of his head. The acolyte's eyes turned jet black, and even his pupils vanished. Large amounts of images and voices were like a video, replaying in front of Leyland's eyes. The AI chip worked at full speed, gathering all the information it thought to be important and organized them. This was a spell that was like searching through one's spirit. It allowed Leyland to look through the memories of lower-ranked magi. However, this spell was not actually all that useful. It was only effective against beings weaker than official magi, and the targets couldn't be resisting. When Leyland had first seen this technique in the library at the Four Seasons Garden, he had merely gotten the AI chip to record it in passing. Unexpectedly, he was able to find a use for it here. Though it was a simple task for him to sneak into this little team and gain information with all the methods he had, Leyland couldn't be bothered to do all that. He didn't want to waste time either. In addition, no matter how hard he tries to conceal it, there were many differences between magicians of the South Coast and this subterranean world. This wasn't something that could be easily covered up with acting. Rather than being considered suspicious when the time came, it would be better to do something about it right now. Gathering information regarding subterranean language, named the Twilight language. Storing in database, the AI chip first collected information regarding the language. It would organize these data and transmit it to Leyland's memories. After some practice, Leyland would be able to quickly grasp the language used in this world. Next was information regarding the geography and factions here. Though Aaron was weak and had never left the Twilight Zone, his memories had been enough to allow Leyland to gain a better understanding of this subterranean world. After he had gathered all of the valuable information, a cold glint flashed in Leyland's eyes and he forcefully began to modify Aaron's memories, removing all traces of his existence and the happenings today. He left behind the false memories of a high-ranked magus with unclear facial features that had suddenly appeared and had helped them subdue the 6-toothed giant boar. These acolytes did not have anything Leyland found useful, and he did not want to kill anymore. In a situation where he would not suffer any negative consequences, Leyland didn't mind doing some good deeds. After all, he wasn't some homicidal maniac who killed people for the fun of it. However, this method of altering memories carried a very high risk. Leyland paid no heed to Aaron's original memories and forcefully did it. If there were no aftereffects, his luck must be unbelievably good. Afterwards, Leyland repeated the process on the other 4. Though the information he gained was about the same, it created a rather complete set of information. The 6-toothed giant boar shall be your compensation. Leyland looked at the acolytes who were unconscious on the ground and laughed. The black ropes that bound the boar suddenly tightened, and splat. Blood flew in all directions. A long time after Leyland left, Aaron woke up while clutching his head. "Ugh, my head hurts, where am I?" Next, fragmented memories entered his mind, scenes appearing in his eyes. We met a six-toothed giant boar. That guy, Blake, actually ran away first. We were lucky that a lord who was passing by saved us. Aaron looked at the corpse of the huge six-toothed giant boar. He hooped with excitement. How many magic crystals would such a large amount raw material fetch? I've struck the jackpot. Ha ha.
Fine streams of air streaked past Leyland's ears, as the scenery around him became long images, before further distorting and forming into streaks of light. Leyland hurried towards Potter Town, recalling the information he had gained from the five. This was indeed the underworld, and was the first layer, which was the closest to the continent on the Earth's surface. It was a pity that this was but a small region that was disconnected from the rest of the underworld.
The Twilight Zone. This was the name of this region.
Around the Twilight Zone, if there weren't gathering points for fearful, sinister beasts, there would be a wide expanse of a lava ocean. These dangerous regions isolated the Twilight Zone from the external world, and without the power of a Morningstar Magus, it was impossible to escape from the isolation caused by these regions. The only pathway that connected it with the external world had long since been abandoned. Legends had it that thousands of years ago, there were two Morningstar Magi who had engaged in a great battle near the channel. The resulting fluctuations resulted in the crust of the Earth collapsing, and causing terrifyingly large rocks that were almost several 100 million tons to thoroughly seal the channel and stop all communications between Twilight Zone and the external world.
It was for this reason that the Twilight Zone instantly turned into an isolated island. Luckily, the Twilight Zone itself was rather large. Based on Leyland's estimations, it was about half the size of the south coast. However, the population was only about 4,000 to 5,000. So, the resources were self-sufficient and able to maintain the upkeep till now. Based on Aaron's memories, this whole place is called the Twilight Zone, and it can be divided into the east, west, south, north and central regions, which makes up 5 in total. It is governed by zone, and there is no such thing as a kingdom or realm. From Leyland's perspective, every city here could be said to be an independent power. As land was vast and there were few people, it was no surprise that organizations would flourish and decline quickly. Hence, it was rather chaotic. Leyland was not interested in battles between mortals. What caught his attention was the information regarding the Magus world here. In the Twilight Zone, the Magus world here had preserved the traditions from the ancient era, still developing through taking in personal disciples and forming schools of thought. As for academies or anything of the sort, there was no mention of that in Aaron's memories. Aaron and those two female acolytes were taught by a single mentor, and the Grand Knight was an assistant that they had employed while they went on this expedition. However, what caused Leyland the most excitement was the information regarding high-grade meditation techniques in Aaron's memories. That's right.
In Aaron's memories, there were mentions of great amounts of high-grade meditation techniques. His mentor had once even promised that if he proved to have enough potential, he could even apply to obtain the qualifications to get a high-grade meditation technique to train in. Compared to the situation in the South Coast, where large organizations were very strict regarding this matter, Twilight Zone was evidently much more relaxed regarding the restrictions against obtaining high-grade meditation techniques. These Magi schools of thought set their foundations on different types of high-grade meditation techniques. Basically, all high-ranked Magi a given organization would train in a single high-grade meditation technique. The earliest schools of thought were formed from a group of Magi who trained in high-grade meditation techniques, and for the better exchange of ideas, had set up their own organizations.
A high-grade meditation technique.
A flame began to burn in Leyland's heart.
However, he quickly came back to himself. The underworld was the most similar to the ancient era and had received much inheritance from the ancient Magi. In addition, with the isolation of the Twilight Zone, the Magi environment here still retained the style of the ancient era.
Hence, inheriting high-grade meditation techniques was not unusual. However, from the fact that a school headed by a rank 2 Magus can be considered a large school of thought, the high-grade meditation techniques must not be that effective.
If it isn't damaged, there might be specific ingredients that cannot be found here.
In Aaron's memories, the might of the Magi here in general was similar to that on the South Coast. Official Magi were highly regarded and rarely seen. Rank 2 Magi were the big shots, perhaps a few cities in the 5 zones were under the control of rank 2 Magi.
In general, the Magi here get to encounter even more high-grade meditation techniques.
However, since these techniques are the core of every school of thought, besides a few specific people, Magi or acolytes will at most obtain a small part or a simplified version.
This was the case for Aaron's meditation technique.
While searching his mind, some memories regarding meditation techniques were naturally recorded by the AI chip. Through comparisons, Leyland found that the meditation technique Aaron trained in was quite interesting.
It had an ancient aura to it, similar to that of Kamoyan's pupil and sacred flame. However, the requirements were all lower, and it did not have the ability to really increase any ability or affinity towards elements.
After a careful search through Aaron's memories regarding the meditation technique, Leyland found out that he was training in the high-grade meditation technique from his mentor's school of thought, Aegilis. It was the simplified form of the course flame technique. This simplified version was a lot more effective in raising spiritual force as compared to the willpower runic meditation techniques that acolytes in the South Coast used. After reaching a bottleneck in spiritual force, there was a certain probability of passing through the limits to become an official magus by using items to assist this process. This probability was a lot higher than those who used grindwater. In addition, as he trained in the simplified version of a high-grade meditation technique, there would be no problems if he were to obtain a genuine copy of the technique and train in it. Hence, these simplified high-grade meditation techniques were given out to screen acolytes who were suitable for training in it.
A treasure trove. The Twilight Zone is a large treasure trove of high-grade meditation techniques. Leyland's eyes were suddenly so bright that it was frightening.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 292, Potter Town. Potter Town.
The high-grade meditation technique Leyland trained in was what he had inherited from the great Magus Serhom, Kamoyan's pupil.
This high-grade meditation technique had very stringent requirements, as only warlocks with the bloodline of the giant Kamoyan serpent could train in it. In addition, there were only 3 levels for now.
Though the great Magus Serhom had hinted that there was another part of the central continent, Leyland didn't even know where this central continent was.
He wasn't going to have any high expectations.
To give himself a way out, Leyland set up a mission for the AI chip a long time ago to simulate the second half of Kamoyan's pupil. It was a pity that he lacked a database of information regarding high-grade meditation techniques that he could refer to. The AI chip's research was going very slowly, almost akin to running on the spot. Though Leyland had found the high-grade meditation technique Sacred Flame, which he was quite interested in, it was even more incomplete than the others he had. There was even a whole bunch of residual effects from practicing that technique that caused Leyland to shrink back. Now, there seemed to be a possibility for him to completely restore these 2 meditation techniques. Based on Aaron's memories, he knows about at least a dozen schools of thought. Even if the high-grade meditation techniques they have aren't complete, based on my abilities, I will still be possible to plunder a few.
Leyland's eyes shone.
The high-grade meditation techniques here were strictly restricted, so he most probably had to sign some contract in order to enter the school and become a core member in order to receive them.
There might even be more strict requirements. However, Leyland was not planning on somehow sneaking in and secretly learning them.
He was now a rank 2 warlock, and with the added bonus from his bloodline, his battle power far exceeded that of a regular rank 2 magus, which was already rarely seen in Twilight Zone. If he used his brains in some methods, ordinary schools would be unable to obstruct him. In addition, he was quite interested in some special information available here in the subterranean world. Though the South Coast, as well as the subterranean world, did research on the knowledge passed down through the inheritances of ancient magi, the subterranean world had preserved more of the styles and academic knowledge from the ancient era. This was extremely tempting to Leyland. He naturally did not think that anything from past times would be better than what was in the present. After all, after developing for so many years, the academic knowledge and foundations were more suitable for the current magi's progress in learning. However, this did not mean that knowledge from the ancient era was useless. The might of the ancient magi was deeply embedded in Leyland's mind. He was desperate to find out the secret behind the ancient magi's power. Based on Leyland's speed, he naturally did not need to spend a day and a half to get to Potter Town, as Aaron had said. With the use of a few spells that increased his speed, the town appeared in front of him after about half an hour.
Potter Town's architecture was very different from what Leyland had seen on the South Coast. It had an elegant yet formal style. Most of the buildings were rather tall, perhaps to properly utilize every single bit of land available. At the heart of the little town was a tall minaret, which practically pierced into the skies. A bright little ball of light was at the peak, emitting light and warmth. So this is the most basic material that the people of the subterranean world rely on, sunstones. It really is similar to the sun.
At this sight, Leyland suddenly felt a little moved. Though he specialized in dark elemental particles, he had been underground for such a long period, and suddenly seeing the bright sunlight got him quite excited. Based on the memories he had gotten from Aaron, this light did not come from the shine of a real sun. It came from a high-energy mineral, the sunstone. This mineral from the subterranean world was able to emit ultraviolet rays and warmth similar to that produced by the sun for a long period of time. Every town here in the subterranean world had this type of lighthouse, which stored sunstones of different sizes. Every day, the people would depend on this method to have sunlight and provide energy to crops. At the beginning, Leyland had already noticed that there were very little green plants growing here. This was because there was no sunlight, which meant that no photosynthesis could take place. Carbon dioxide and the like were absorbed by a gray moss, which could perform the conversion to oxygen. Here, however, he finally saw a bit of green. At the side of Potter Town, there was a large area of densely packed farmland. As the range of the light produced by the minaret was limited, every bit of space was important. At the place closest to the town, a type of oat similar to that which grew on the south coast was grown here, though it did not seem to be growing that well. At the area where the sunlight was directly shining, a type of large mushroom was being cultivated. This mushroom was very large, even reaching Leyland's calf. It was gray on the outside and looked extremely juicy. This mushroom made up around 80% of the crops being cultivated in the outer regions of the town. This was a terrifying ratio and meant that this mushroom was probably the staple food of the residents here. This was the truth. This type of mushroom was called the gray-spotted fungus, and it was a high-yield fungus that did not require much sunlight. In Aaron's memories, it had always been the staple food for people of the Twilight Zone. In the Twilight Zone, nobility and magi enjoyed oats, meat, and other precious ingredients, while peasants could only live off of the gray-spotted fungus. Wherever there were people, there would be a certain hierarchy. In a Magus world where some people possessed extraordinary might, this was especially so, and Leyland had no desire to change anything. Walking along the road, Leyland saw a wooden fence that was like an enclosure. There were also 2 guards in tattered clothes, holding lances that were rusted all over.
Halt! What are you doing? Upon noticing Leyland, the guards immediately gripped their lances, evidently on guard. Leyland's leather armor made them feel a little wary.
The guard who had spoken was speaking in the Twilight language. This language had already been sent to his memories by the AI chip while he was on the way here, and after practicing for 1 or 2 days, normal conversation was a simple task.
I am a tired wanderer hoping to enter the town to get some rest and supplies. Don't worry, I will abide by the rules of the town.
Leyland gave a slight smile, answering fluently in the Twilight language.
Hearing Leyland's words, the 2 guards dropped their wariness.
This also had to do with Leyland's harmless smile and handsome face, which easily gained him a favorable impression.
Of course. If you show your identification documents to prove you aren't any of the fugitives, it's fine.
The slightly shorter guard curled his lips.
Of course, I know the procedure.
Leyland grinned, producing a piece of parchment and dangling it in front of the 2 guards.
Is this it?
His voice immediately became faintly discernible, and it seemed as if some red rays flashed from his eyes.
Of course. No problem.
The 2 guards momentarily felt a little dizzy but quickly regained their senses.
Welcome to Potter Town. The person in charge here is Baron Joseph. His emblem is a long sword and a giant eagle. I wish you a pleasant. Good. One more question.
Leyland obtained more information he wanted from the guards and bade them farewell with a gentle smile.
He then entered the town.
Based on the directions from the guards, Leyland came to a small inn. After paying a few gold pieces, the lady boss, who was pleasantly surprised, led him to the best room of the inn. The dinner was simple, with oats and salted meat, but this was enough to gather the attention of the children, who stood in a circle and watched him. Oats that emitted the aroma of fresh milk, as well as meat, were a luxury that only the upper class of the Twilight Zone could have. If there were fruits or vegetables, they were also something that was reserved for nobility and magi. Though this inn had already brought out the best it had for Leyland, he still found it a little hard to stomach. After the meal, he gave the boss lady a bit of silver as a tip. He then instructed her not to let anyone disrupt him, and closed the door to his room. Though only a coarse sackcloth was spread on the bed, it was still much better than the hard rocks outside. Leyland half lay on the soft bed, hands behind his head, and went into a daze. Next, he retrieved a green wooden goblet from his leather pouch.
The extract of the wisdom tree.
It's rumored to provide enlightenment to magi and increase spiritual force, as well as aiding in breaking through bottlenecks, which is something that goes against the heavens, but... Rays of gentle, green light shone on Leyland, illuminating his bewitched expression.
AI chip. How's the analysis on this thing? Leyland contemplated in his mind. Pure extract from the wisdom tree, possessing a powerful life force.
Can increase vitality, and help a rank 2 magus break through to a certain extent.
Nature, unknown. The AI chip sent out some information.
The essence from the wisdom tree, coupled with the goblet made from the body of the wisdom tree, definitely would not only have one effect when they're combined together. Leyland focused on the green wooden cup, eyes exhibiting regret.
It's a pity that this sort of thing will be wasted if I use it now.
It can only increase my spiritual force by a bit. At most, it can only let me reach the level of a peak rank 2 magus.
As for advancing through the bottleneck to rank 3,
Leyland had only recently advanced to be a rank 2 warlock. He was still a long distance from the peak. Hence, he gave a long sigh and kept these two items in his spatial leather pouch. Dang dang, a melodious chime resounded from the top of the minaret at the heart of the town. As if switching off a light, the sunstone stopped emitting light and the entire town sunk into a darkness like the external world.
It must be the night.
The sunstone is now being changed to be maintained and protected. Leyland was naturally aware of this. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 293, Opening a Shop. Opening a shop.
The subterranean world was shrouded in darkness. The towns and cities here where there were sunstones were the areas in which human traffic was high. In the human cities of the Twilight Zone, the sunstone would be changed every 12 hours to be maintained, and kept the same light conditions as the surface of the earth.
However, a small area like Potter Town wouldn't have a high-grade sunstone. At most, it would be the size of an egg. Based on rumors, the larger a sunstone was, the higher its value and better its function was. It was said that at the capital of the 5 regions, there was a sunstone the size of a small mountain. The moment a sunstone was lost, the entire area would be engulfed in darkness and surrounded by countless dangers. Hence, at every area populated by humans, the sunstone was always placed in an area with the highest level of security. Seeing the darkness outside the window, Leyland heaved a gentle sigh and pulled the curtains shut. After setting up a defensive spell formation, Leyland sat up on the bed and began to meditate. Dark red specks of light were pulled out of the air one after another, and gathered at Leyland's body. In a sea of consciousness, the silver-white crystals became even more solid, and the slight cracks at the side seemed to be repairing themselves. As for the mark, with the seal from Leyland's solidified spiritual force, that milky white light had become dimmer.
He could tell that in the near future, the mark would be completely destroyed.
It's going well.
After seeing this, Leyland, who had been on edge this entire time, could finally relax. Afterwards, he collapsed onto the bed and went into a deep sleep.
Morning.
With the regular pattern from the alarm clock, a ray of light passed through the curtain and entered Leyland's room.
I finally got some rest.
Leyland opened his eyes, feeling extremely comfortable. The tiredness accumulated from camping outside for a month dissipated with just a single day of rest.
This had to do with his frightening vitality.
Even in his heavily injured state, all of his fatigue could be restored with a night's rest.
Good morning, sir.
In the dining area within the inn, the slightly plump boss lady brought oatmeal bread and milk for breakfast, a smile on her face. A few children with sullen, yellow skin and some dust on their face were all gathered at a corner, staring hard at Leyland's breakfast with desire apparent in their eyes.
However, they only dared look from afar, gulping down some saliva but not approaching him to beg for some food.
Whether it was Leyland's elegance or his armor, all of it was something that regular people did not possess.
These people usually held a lot of power and a high position.
They had once seen someone with a huge hammer use his black hand to crush a child's head because he was annoyed by him. After that incident, that murderer was merely imprisoned by the enforcement team for a few days and subsequently released after paying a fine. Hence, these children had a clear understanding of the situation: never provoke anyone with weapons.
Go away. Don't bother this lord who wants to enjoy his meal.
Seeing these children harassing her important guest, this lady boss shouted.
It's all right. Leyland picked up a slice of oatmeal bread. Let them have it.
Yes, of course. My lord has such a kind heart. The plump boss lady's expression revealed her thought that this was a waste. However, she still tore the bread into several pieces and gave them to the children. You're so lucky to have met such a kind-hearted lord.
Eat and leave.
The children quickly stuffed the oatmeal bread into their mouths, the aroma of food spreading inside their mouths. They cupped their hands over their mouths, on the verge of tears. The children had argued and even almost fought amongst themselves for just a bit of bread. There was a boy who was a little older than the rest of the group who had kept the oatmeal bread he had received in his clothes, probably to bring it back for someone to eat. Though gray-spotted mushrooms could fill one's stomach, they tasted horrendous. In addition, not everyone was able to even eat gray-spotted mushrooms. From the state of the children's clothes, they must have come from poor families, and might not have even had decent meals. Leyland merely glanced at them for a moment, and then shifted his focus away. He tossed out a piece of gold, which flew through the air and fell into the palm of the lady boss hand.
I really like Potter Town and wish to settle down here. I also want to open a shop here. Do you know what procedures I have to go through?
Until his injuries completely healed and he regained his strength as a rank 2 magus, Leyland decided to temporarily live in seclusion. He had a long life anyway and could afford to waste this bit of time.
You want to open a shop here? The lady boss was shocked. What kind of shop do you want to open? What do you think of a weapons shop? Leyland spoke nonchalantly. The purpose of this was to have a cover while he analyzed the long sword of the rays of dawn. Hence, he had chosen a weapons shop. He could clearly see that the woody wastelands was near Potter Town, and was an area where adventurers would go to. It wasn't a bad idea to make and sell some weapons here, and it would definitely be profitable. A weapons shop, the boss lady hesitated. My lord, you'll need to go through the Department of Internal Affairs and the guards. Also, weapons are restricted items, so you'll need to get approval from the capital and Joseph. I see. Leyland stroked his chin, and asked where the Department of Internal Affairs, guard post and the Baron's residence were before leaving the inn. In just a few days, a weapon shop called Blazing Hammers covertly opened on the Commerce Street in Potter Town. For others, it might be a little troublesome to go through so many procedures, but Leyland was a magus. With just some spells to confuse the target or alter memories, a lot of issues could be solved. Besides, he could afford to spend a lot of money, so the opening of the shop was obviously a smooth sailing process. The shop took up a large amount of space. At the front was the counter and shop, and behind was the storeroom and smelting room, as well as the rooms of Leyland and a few workers. The moment one entered, they would see sharp weapons displayed on the wooden shelves lining two walls, glinting in the light. An icy feeling spread in the room. This is a first-rate steel weapon. A huge man who dressed like a mercenary entered, immediately attracted to a large steel sword. This tempering technique is usually only found in a few large weapon shops. The huge man caressed the sword, the silvery blue luster at the edges causing his eyes to be fixated on it. The price marked on the shelf almost had him biting his tongue, 50 gold. This really is the price that would be found in the capital. But this is just a small town. The people in the Twilight Zone naturally had their own currency. The gold and silver used here were even more valuable than that of the South Coast, and the currency was completely different. In order to help mask his identity, the gold and silver pieces that Leyland used were actually the money he had gained from the South Coast, the shapes of which he had forcefully changed to match the currency used here. What would you like? An intelligent-looking young man wearing the uniform of an attendant, who Leyland had hired, quickly asked with a smile. That sword is too expensive. The large man waved the sword around for a while, reluctant to part with it. Can it be cheaper? My apologies. He had an apologetic smile on his face. Our shop does not allow bargaining. This is a rule set by our boss, Nut. The large man's face turned red, and he almost had the urge to cause a ruckus. However, he suppressed it. Those who could make a living off of selling weapons usually had very powerful backgrounds. He wasn't planning on dying just for this. In addition, the shop owner wasn't any regular person either. It was said that he was an adventurer of noble blood who had retired. Not only had he taken care of the Department of Internal Affairs and the guards with an insane speed, even the Baron had treated him as an important guest. What was even more shocking was that the shop owner had a terrifying might that far exceeded that of the average adventurer. This man had personally witnessed the young, black-haired shop owner take care of a few thugs, who wanted to extort protection fees, in a few seconds. They had subsequently been taken away by the guards, who had been informed and had arrived very quickly. It was said that their fate was to become a laborer until their deaths. These methods had intimidated a lot of people. After caressing the sword for a long time, as if it were his wife, the large man eventually reluctantly left. Before leaving, he even had the young man reserve the sword, saying that he would return once he had enough money. That night, after the last customer had left, the young man closed up and went to the room at the back. Knock, knock. Boss, can I come in? The young man tried to make his voice sound calm. Every time he saw his boss, he felt like he would suffocate. The imposing aura from his new boss was too intense. The young man swore that he had once seen a real count, but even he had lacked the elegance and dignified aura this man exuded. Perhaps my boss really is the successor of a very ancient noble family, and is merely experiencing the life here. The young man thought in his heart, before thinking it funny. He was imagining the wildest of fantasies. Is it Balin? Come in. A very youthful voice sounded. Balin composed himself, opened the door and entered. In the room, a handsome man in a loose robe was lying on a soft chair, occasionally drinking a beverage with peppermint mixed into it. He even had a huge black book in his hands. He was literate and had books. This was the biggest sign of nobility in the Twilight Zone. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 294, Meteor Sword. Meteor Sword. Balin. Is anything the matter? Leyland gazed at the servant the Baron had introduced to him and smiled. No, I'd just like to report the situation in the shop to you. Balin tried his best to be less nervous. Though there are a lot of people who show interest in our shop, boss, your prices, they're a little too high, so it's not good for business. I even think our shop will make a loss this month. Is that so? I understand. You can go back now.
Leyland waved his hands, looking as if he hadn't been paying attention.
Alright, you're the boss. You call the shots.
Upon seeing this, Balin could confirm that this Lord Leyland was probably a successor from an ancient noble family who was out here to experience life.
If not, he definitely wouldn't be taking things so lightly.
After Balin left, Leyland started reading the book in his hands again. On the yellowed parchment paper, red runes constantly moved like flames.
To make a weapon from the rays of dawn is extremely difficult. Leyland sighed.
The reason why he had opened this shop was to have his own smelting area while he recuperated.
He could do some experimentation here. As for those blades outside?
They were only the products made on the side during experimentation.
2 years passed in a blur. The residents of Potter Town were already used to this Master Leyland, the boss of the weapon shop.
Leyland rarely went outside, and barely took care of his weapons shop. Everything was left to Balin, and he only would occasionally come over to supervise.
As he masked his identity well, nobody found out he was a magus.
At the most, they thought he was a young master from a noble family that was a wastrel. In time, the words blazing hammers at the top of the shop were beginning to become mottled and show signs of decay.
The shop still had that lifeless aura to it.
Though the weapons were known to be of superior quality, the prices were so expensive that people could only shrink back. Leyland had no plans on relying on this shop to earn money. If the prices were too low, not only would business pick up, the other shops in the same industry would become jealous. Though he wasn't afraid, Leyland didn't want to stir up trouble over these small matters.
Brother Balin. I'm here again.
Along with the voice, a boy with brown hair walked in through the entrance to the shop. He wore a linen short-sleeved shirt with some patches on it, and his eyes shone with intelligence.
So it's Longbottom.
Balin had no choice but to greet him.
Brother Balin, let me help you.
Longbottom snatched the cleaning rag from Balin's hands and began to wipe at the wooden shelves and cabinets. His movements were practiced, and he was very familiar with the places that were often overlooked. Evidently, this was not the first time he was doing this.
After wiping the shelves and cabinets until they were sparkling clean, Longbottom expectantly looked at Balin, waiting to be rewarded. Ugh, not again. Not again.
Balin held his head, helpless.
I told you.
You're only allowed to use it for 5 minutes, and you can't tell anyone about this.
You especially can't let the boss find out. If not for this little kid's beautiful sister, Balin wouldn't bother with him. I know, dot.
Longbottom quickly nodded his head like a chick pecking at rice, and came before a shelf and took out a silver crossblade. This crossblade was quite short, which was very fitting for Longbottom's stature. It was about 2 fingers wide, and the hilt was made from pure silver. There was even a red diamond embedded within, making it seem very luxurious.
Evidently, with Longbottom's financial background, he would definitely not be able to buy it no matter how much he saved up.
Longbottom held the crossblade carefully in his hands as if he were clasping some precious treasure.
Ha!
Longbottom slashed forward while holding the blade with both hands, making a crooked attack.
Sigh.
Little Longbottom, I'm not trying to be mean, but you'll never be able to become a knight by learning with those normal soldiers.
Balin couldn't help but shake his head.
Potter Town was but a small one, and only the guards of the Baron were knights.
The rest were all made up of peasants, so what power could they have?
This Longbottom had wanted to become a knight from a very young age. For this reason, he would secretly watch the soldiers training. After discovering this place, he would come over to help free of charge, with the price of having Balin lend him something in the shop for him to play with for a while.
Out of everything in the shop, Longbottom's favorite weapon was this crossblade. Brother Balin, then who should I learn from?
Longbottom held the blade, his expression desolate. I'm only the son of a regular hunter, and we can't pay the expensive fees to go through training.
Longbottom had someone in mind.
Ever since he had found out that the boss of the shop, Master Leyland, was a powerful knight, he was even more diligent in coming over. He might even become like the main characters in stories about knights, having a great talent in this area and ending up with Leyland taking a fancy to him, but...
Sigh, looking at this, Balin could only sigh.
In Twilight Zone, it was extremely difficult for a regular person to become outstanding. Little Longbottom, I think you should give up on this impossible dream, and come over here to learn how to read from me every day. Balin proposed seriously, though I don't know that many letters, it's enough for you to be able to read the accounts. When the time comes, you'll be able to find some kind of bookkeeping job.
Thank you, Brother Balin.
Longbottom was extremely touched. Even if he wanted to study from someone, he would need to pay an exorbitant fee, yet Balin was actually willing to teach him for free.
This was something that he was very grateful for. It's nothing, it's nothing. Balin turned red. It's for my own sake too. If boss were to see this, I might not even be able to keep my job. See what? Leyland's voice sounded, and Balin was stunned.
Balin stiffly turned back to the sight of Leyland, who had just entered.
Boss. Why are you here now?
The smile on Balin's face was extremely stiff, and he was even stuttering while speaking. He had let others play with the products in the shop, and that was already a huge offense. Leyland could fire him just like this. However, the pay here was so high to the point that Balin was not willing to give up this job. Balin inwardly grumbled. Leyland had always been reclusive, and often stayed in his room or the smelting room, not making himself known for days on end.
How could he be so timely today and meet with this sight? Thud.
Longbottom's hands trembled, and the crossblade fell, producing a low thud as it hit the floor.
Master Leyland.
Longbottom called out while stuttering. For regular people like him, Leyland, the boss of a weapons shop, was an incredible person. Longbottom now felt like a thief who had been caught on the spot, and even his calves began to tremble.
Oh.
Leyland shot a glance at the blade, and smiled at Balin. It looks like you've been having a lot of fun while I wasn't around.
Boss. No, my lord. Please forgive me.
Balin was so scared that he quickly knelt, while Longbottom's body was already limp and he was unable to speak.
I'll settle this matter with you later. Leyland glared at Balin and spoke to Longbottom.
Kid, you have been touching the things in my shop as you pleased without gaining permission.
How are you going to make it up to me?
My lord, Longbottom's teeth chattered and his voice sounded like he was crying. There were only regular people in his family, and they were perhaps even of a lower status to others.
What could he give to make it up to Leyland?
All right. From today onwards, you are to report here and do some odd jobs here for 2 hours every day as compensation. Having teased him enough, Leyland touched his chin and made his decision.
Longbottom was stunned.
What terrified him the most was that Leyland might have wanted him to pay money, and then get the guards to throw him in jail.
Odd jobs? What kind of punishment was that? What are you in a daze like that for? Quick, thank my lord. Balin quickly reacted and pressed Longbottom's head down. Thank you so much, my lord. Thank you so much. Longbottom only now reacted, gratitude apparent on his face.
To have a good reason to touch the weapons in the shop was basically a dream for him. He was even able to make a connection to Leyland, a legendary, powerful knight.
It was something he never imagined would happen. All right. Come and work here starting tomorrow afternoon.
Leyland nodded, turned, and went to the back of the shop.
Actually, Leyland had long since noticed Balin and Longbottom's actions, but he couldn't be bothered with them.
However, a few of his experiments were going quite well, and he was in a good mood.
After he entered his room, Leyland thought, AI. Chip. How's the progress of the weapon blueprint simulation? Beep. Weapon blueprint simulation, 100%. Completed setup of blueprint and runes.
The AI chip quickly intoned, and then sent an image of a weapon before Leyland's eyes.
This was a black crossblade that looked to be very ordinary.
It could be said to be ordinary to the extreme, but the cross-section was filled with lines to loop energy, as well as runes. Design of exclusive weapon is complete, named Meteor, the AI chip's robotic voice sounded. In these 2 years, Leyland had finally completely analyzed the middle-grade magical artifact that was the weapon for the branded swordsman, the Rays of Dawn. He had combined all his knowledge on smelting and spell formations, in order to create his own exclusive weapon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 295, Toying. Toying. Warlock class specific weapon, Meteor Sword. Length, 1.67 m. Width, 0.03 m.
Carved within are the following: high-grade energy converging runes, fire elemental brand runes, dark elemental amplification runes. Estimated grade of product, high-grade magic artifact. The longsword the AI chip projected in front of Leyland constantly rotated, and listed large quantities of data around it.
The design is completed. All that's left is to find the materials and actually make it. Leyland was excited. However, when he entered his sea of consciousness, this joy quickly dissipated.
After 2 years, the silver-white crystal in his sea of consciousness was still as resilient as ever, and had only shrunk a little in size. The spiritual force it produced allowed Leyland to increase his might from that of a regular rank 1 magus, to the strength of a peak rank 1 magus. As for the cracks at the edges of his sea of consciousness, they had yet to be completely restored. The mark left behind by the rank 3 Magus, Alric, on the other hand, had been completely expelled by Lyle. However, the stubbornness of the mark of spiritual force left behind by the rank 3 Magus had exceeded Lylan's expectations. He had estimated that it would take around 2 months to dispel, but in reality, it had taken an entire year before he was able to completely remove the mark from his sea of consciousness. Perhaps I should find an opportunity to make contact with the Magi of the subterranean world. Due to his serious injuries, Lyle could only display the strength of a regular rank 1 Magus. Hence, he had chosen to lie low. However, now that he had regained enough of his strength to reach the peak of rank 1, he could be considered the best in the Twilight Zone, and it was natural that he would want to explore. In addition, the progress of the reparation of his sea of consciousness was going very slowly, which made Lyle furrow his brows. He was prepared to find some methods out there to hasten this process. If not, and he were to rely on just time, he had no idea how long this would take. At this thought, Lyle began to feel jittery. His expression twitched, and he untied a black water flask and took a drink. Lylan's facial muscles then relaxed, and he forced a smile. Also, I have to find a way to control the overly emotional side effects of being a warlock. For warlocks, the ancient bloodlines did give them formidable power, but they also negatively impacted their emotions. These emotions would lie dormant deep in one's blood or even one's spirit, occasionally causing trouble and causing the warlock to sink into a state of extreme emotion. For the Magus who sought truth and control, this was not tolerable. Hence, Lyle had been searching for a method to solve this problem. The inheritances found in the South Coast are only useful up to a certain point, and the items left behind from the ancient era are very few. There is very little information regarding warlocks, and there doesn't seem to be any sorts of methods there. But this place is different. Lylan's eyes shone with hope. This is the Twilight Zone, a part of the subterranean world. Due to the lack of connection with the outside world, it has very little external influences, and preserves the inheritances from ancient times in their entirety. In other words, aside from the central continent, there are still places that might have research material regarding warlocks. This must be one of those areas. At this thought, Lyle touched his chin. Potter Town is in a very remote area, and the resources at the woody wastelands can, at most, attract only a few acolytes. I haven't seen any magi here. It looks like I have to go deeper into the Twilight Zone. Potter Town was only a small town in the vastness of the Twilight Zone, and while he had stayed here for over 2 years, Lyle had seen very few magi. Apart from this town, there was an even bigger city. If he advanced layer by layer, he would find the eastern capital. Lyle was sure that there were many magi in the city. The rules in the subterranean world were different from the South Coast. The existence of magi were made public. They would not hide in some unknown location and isolate themselves from the world. The magi who wielded power were naturally of a high status. Even the nobility had to bow to them. Though the population of Twilight Zone is only half of the South Coast, with the extensive spread of high-grade meditation techniques and their simplified versions, there are still many instances of magi appearing. The hierarchy of magi is similar to that on the South Coast, though I don't know how many rank 3 magi there are, or if there are any Morningstar magi here. Lyle propped up his chin using his hand, sinking into deep thought. The candle on the table burned with dull yellow flames, reflecting Lylan's long, flickering shadow onto the wall. During the afternoon of the next day, little Longbottom punctually came to the shop. You are very punctual. I like kids who obey rules. Lyle was bored to death, so he took over what had been Balin's position, and was yawning at the counter. He pointed towards the storeroom at the side. Your task is to move those metals over there to the backyard. Boss. Is this? Balin endured for a while, but could not take it any longer, and pointed to the storeroom as he spoke to Lyle. Every single one of those metals is even heavier than Longbottom's own body weight. Following his finger, one could see, through the half-open door to the storeroom, chunks of metal that were the size of a human head. This were the raw materials that Lyle used while smelting. They were very dense, and their weights were terrifying. When they had been transported here, Lyle had called for 3 strong men, and it had taken an entire afternoon for them to transport them. In Balin's eyes, Lyle was obviously making things difficult for the little kid by assigning him to such work. It's his choice whether he wants to do it or not. Lyle shrugged his shoulders, found a chair, and began to doze contentedly. Brother Balin, I want to give it a try. Seeing the mountain of metals, he gulped, but at the sight of Lyle beginning to nod off, he made his mind and began to work. The metals were very heavy, and just lifting it a centimeter off the ground caused Longbottom's arms to tremble. Asterisk thud, asterisk Longbottom curved his back and slowly moved to the open space at the back, the metal sounding a low thud as it fell. Ha, just moving one piece of metal was enough to cause Longbottom to pant, large drops of perspiration dripping from his face. Longbottom, you can't continue, or else you'll sustain long-term injuries. Balin naturally knew that the terrifying amount of work he had to do would permanently harm, or even disable, a growing child's body. Even if he wasn't doing this for Longbottom's pretty sister, Balin felt that he could not let this youngster he got along with to continue like this.
No!
Longbottom looked in the direction of Leyland, who had stalked off, with a resolute expression on his face.
In that whole afternoon, the residents of Potter Town could see a strange sight at Leyland's weapon shop.
A petite young boy was slowly working, moving pieces of black metal that were half his size. That day, after completing 2 hours of work, Longbottom's arms and legs constantly trembled, and he had no more strength to fiddle with any blades, dragging his fatigued body back home. This went on for 10 days, and only then did Longbottom finish moving all the metals to the open space at the backyard.
You really work very slowly. Leyland judged, dissatisfied. Next, I want you to move them back to the storeroom. Is that understood? But Master Leyland, upon hearing this task, Longbottom's body trembled.
This physical labor had caused him a sore back, and it was so painful that he could not sleep at night.
And now, he had to move them back? Longbottom felt like he would die from the fatigue. He wasn't just having fun here.
He still needed to help his parents with work.
Boss, you're just toying with him.
Balin could not take this any longer, and jumped out while roaring at Leyland.
Shut up.
Leyland spoke indifferently, but his glare caused Balin to retreat while holding onto his chest and being unable to say a word. I'm the boss here, and what I say goes.
A teasing smirk was still about Leyland's lips.
Youngster, you can leave right now, but if you do, you are to never return to my shop again. Longbottom was quiet, and then went to the metals without a word, and began to work.
What an interesting fellow.
Leyland poured himself a cup of peppermint beverage, leisurely watching Longbottom moving back and forth. Leyland still needed to prepare for a period, and was quite rather bored. He only needed to pay brief attention to the calculations of the AI chip, and could find time to toy with this youngster. This labor was not something a child would be able to handle. In addition, it was easy to sustain injuries while working. Leyland had already discovered some bruises on Longbottom's calves and arms.
How long can he sustain this for? I look forward to it. Leyland touched his chin, a profound smile on his face.
For the next few days, Longbottom's eyes were lifeless and he wobbled as he walked, causing people to be worried that this kid might just collapse and die.
An unexpected person also visited Leyland's shop. Esteemed Master Leyland.
A beautiful young girl wearing a coarse sackcloth as a skirt curtsied towards Leyland. Could you please forgive my brother?
Longbottom has been doing physical labor here for about 15 days, and I'm afraid that he might not be able to hold on.
This young maiden sobbed while she produced a white handkerchief. After opening it, Leyland found that there were some silver coins and copper, as well as a small broken piece of gold coin that was about a quarter of the original size.
If it's for what he has done wrong, I'm willing to compensate you here. Leyland glanced at this young maiden and shook his head. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 296, Plot Twist. Plot twist. I've mentioned it before. This is a mutual agreement. If your brother doesn't want to do this, he's free to leave at any time.
Leyland spoke slowly.
If you don't believe me, you can ask him.
Leyland pointed at Longbottom, who was standing towards the side.
Sister.
Longbottom ducked his head, a little afraid, but he sounded resolute. It's my own choice to work here at Master Leyland's. It has nothing to do with him.
Please don't stop me.
This young maiden was exasperated and pulled at Longbottom's arm, revealing a large bruise. Look at this. How are you still engrossed in these night fiction novels?
Cough, cough. Leyland suddenly coughed, interrupting her.
This is my shop. If you wish to discipline your brother, please do it elsewhere and do not disrupt my business.
Leyland said this boldly, though there were no customers in his shop right now. My apologies, my lord.
The young maiden covered her mouth, realizing that her words just now were offensive to Leyland.
She bowed, revealing her fair breasts, and quickly left with Longbottom in tow.
The sounds of them arguing could still be heard. Balin watched her back, looking enchanted.
What a pure, kind-hearted lady. Don't you agree?
Leyland looked at Balin, revealing a smile full of bad intentions. Of course. Miss Venus is a very diligent young lady, and works at 3 jobs outside in order to help with her family's finances.
Balin subconsciously answered. I have no right to say anything about her kindness, but regarding her purity?
Leyland's grin widened. Boss. You can scold me, but you can't tarnish her reputation. Balin clenched his fist, and even his face turned red. Oh, love. Love. How beautiful it is. How vibrant, for it to even attract a moth into the flames. To make cowardly little lambs turn into savage, mighty beings. Leyland chanted some proverbs, and without waiting for Balin to ask, he continued, while Miss Venus was wearing coarse clothing, although she had tried her best to hide it, there was still the smell of cheaply priced perfume. It's not from today, and there's still some eyeshadow on her face. Her handkerchief is a good quality product from old Walker's shop. She seems to have too much money. In just that short contact with her, she seemed to have tried to entice me at least 3 times.
This must be some occupational habit.
With every sentence that came out from Leyland's mouth, Balin felt like a sledgehammer had struck his chest, and he fell back. However, Leyland continued on with a fatal blow. If I'm not wrong, you might find Miss Venus at midnight at the well-known Night Warbler Alley.
No. What you said can't be true.
Balin's face distorted, but his pale expression evidently meant that he believed Leyland's words. He was stunned and suddenly roared, dashing out of the door.
He.
The senseless dreams of youths. Leyland laughed, having a great time. It's really quite fun to destroy fantasies and let youths find out about the cruelty of life as soon as possible.
Longbottom quickly returned with 2 very red handprints on his face. He didn't say anything to Leyland and began his daily work.
As for Balin, that poor fellow was said to have drank at a bar for an entire night. He only came to the shop the next day but was chased out by Leyland, who looked at him in disdain, wanting him to take care of the lingering smell of alcohol, lest he wouldn't need to return.
Boom!
Seeing the last piece of metal move to the storeroom, Longbottom, who was riddled with scars, finally sighed with relief, glancing at Leyland with expectant eyes. Youngster, you're smart and can persevere. From here on, I declare that you are able to come to my shop for 5 minutes every day when nobody is around, and browse my products.
Leyland tried his best to resist his laughter while announcing. Ha! Longbottom raised his head, stunned. What's wrong? Did you think I would take you in as my disciple and help you become a knight, and then you'd be a head above the rest, marry a princess, and live happily ever after? Leyland had on a teasing smile. Kiddo, you're still too immature. Longbottom turned pale in embarrassment now that his plan had been seen through. You liar! You're a liar! He yelled, and quickly ran out.
As he had run too quickly, he had tripped by the road and fallen onto the ground, getting soil all over him.
Ha ha! Ha, come look! Isn't that the fool from Blazing Hammers? The pitiful sight of Longbottom attracted the unfeeling attention of the passers-by. Under their ridicule, Longbottom yelled and frantically left as soon as he could.
Leyland supported his weight by the door, beaming as he watched.
Boss, you're so mean.
No, you're terrible.
Balin stood behind Leyland with dark circles under his eyes.
His face had become gaunt as he muttered at Leyland.
He. It's not like this is the first day since you became acquainted with me.
Leyland shrugged and came to the backyard. He produced a black crossblade, the design of which was extremely similar to the Descent longsword designed by the AI chip.
However, there were no energy waves emanating from this sword at all.
This was the imitation that Leyland had made using the design for the Descent sword. Only the outer appearance and weight were similar, and there were no energy runes or anything of the sort within.
Ha!
Leyland lifted the blade and thrust forward, doing a move that looked like it came straight out of a textbook. The sharp blade slashed out and cut the air, producing a piercing, explosive sound. Though the long sword of Descent had yet to be made, Leyland had begun to make preparations beforehand so that he could get used to the weapon quicker.
Thrust. Slash.
Strike. Leyland suddenly turned into multiple figures on the ground, each of which held poses that were paused in midair. At the end, Leyland leaped, cross-slash. A huge cross streaked across a huge rock in the area.
Asterisk bang. 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 Bang, star.
Under Leyland's cross-slash, the rock turned into 4 large parts. Balin was dazed at Leyland's terrifying might and gaped like a huge toad.
I've seen the knights from the Baron's residence attack, but their offensive power isn't to this extent. Could Master Leyland be a legendary Grand Knight?
Balin was so stunned that he could not even close his mouth.
What? Do you want to learn?
Leyland picked up a white towel and wiped his hands.
Seeing Balin in this state, he smiled and asked. Yes. No, I.
Don't. Balin was confused, and his speech became incoherent.
So? Do you want to, or do you not want to?
Leyland grinned. Balin only managed to react after a long while, still disbelieving that he would get such an opportunity. He was afraid of being cheated by Lyle.
Boss. Oh, no, master.
I mean, I'm already 19 and I'm quite old.
I've never had any official training and can only recognize a few words. Isn't it best to start training to become a knight as soon as possible? If you want a disciple, I think Longbottom is even more suitable than I am.
Though he said this, Balin's breathing became rough in the face of such a huge temptation.
If you really want a reason, there's only one.
Lyle spoke slowly, and Balin's ears couldn't help but perk up.
Because I'm happy. Is this reason enough?
Lyle beamed. Warlocks were really quite impulsive beings. In addition, Lyle felt that it wasn't good to keep suppressing the emotions of a warlock. He needed to find some way to vent, and since he found Balin pleasing to the eye, he decided to do as he wished.
All right.
In the face of such a mighty reason, Balin could only laugh helplessly. If Longbottom found out that this was the reason, he'd definitely cry himself to death.
Balin thought inwardly. So? Do you want to learn?
Of course.
I do. Balin agreed right away. He would be an idiot if he were to reject at this point.
Pack, a wooden sword was thrust, striking Balin's face. This poor guy collapsed, finding it difficult to climb back up.
Your footwork is too slow.
You need to ensure your footsteps and breath are in sync.
Understood?
Lyle was dressed in black as he stood in front of Balin. Get up.
Ununderstood, my lord.
Balin sucked in a cold breath and was somewhat able to get up. Lyle had been controlling his strength well. He had used just enough strength to cause Balin pain, but not inflict internal injuries. When Lyle had first agreed to train him, Balin had planned to call Lyle mentor, but Lyle naturally did not want a disciple, and had rejected his idea without a second thought. After an hour of swordplay practice, they came to the breathing method. For knights, what they are training is their life energy, which is also known as their life essence.
Lyle instructed with zeal. About 5 centimeters below the lower abdomen, in an inverted triangle area. This is where we think we can cultivate the spirit.
Training to become a knight happens by manipulating the frequency of breathing, adjusting the secretions within the body, and hence producing more life essence. Lyle began to impart his knowledge regarding the crossblade breathing technique, which he had reorganized, to Balin. He was now extremely knowledgeable, and the information stored in his mind was plentiful. He also had experience from grooming his branded swordsman. He had simply optimized his Farlier family's crossblade breathing technique and had upgraded it quite a bit. Based on Leyland's estimations, his version of the breathing technique could probably be considered the best, even amongst Grand Knights. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 297, Balin and the Girl. Balin and the Girl. Breathe out. Breathe in. Focus. Pay attention to the frequency.
Balin had taken off his shirt, revealing some muscle that he had gained after all these days of training. He sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and inhaled deeply. The muscles on his body shook as he breathed. No, your abdominal muscles are moving incorrectly. With a swing of his arms, a wooden sword mercilessly hacked at Balin's lower abdomen.
Balin's face twisted, and the muscles there withdrew.
Ha! 2 white streams of air exited from his nostrils.
Remember it? This is the feeling.
Lyle patted using the wooden sword. Ha! After training a complete round in the breathing method, Balin expelled a long breath. Some black impurities could be found in the white gas that he let out.
He opened his eyes. Are you a pig?
It took you 10 days to understand the surface of this simple breathing technique. Lyle scolded, and Balin could only rub his head and laugh, continuously apologizing. After so many days of training, he could feel the sturdiness of his body increasing. With the help of the breathing technique, he could begin to feel some warmth flowing in his body. The intoxicating feeling he gained from achieving power made Balin addicted to it.
Even if Lyle wanted to kill him now, he wouldn't leave no matter what. Go.
1,000 times of the sword swings, and 5,000 squats. Lyle pointed, and Balin immediately complied. I didn't think that this random fellow that I decided to teach would actually have some talent. The corner of Leyland's lips curved up into a smile as he watched Balin perspire in the small field. Balin was evidently suited to the path of the knight. If Lyle had not used the AI chip, Balin might not even be able to scratch the surface of the improved crossblade breathing technique in 10 days and grasp life essence.
However, he had done it. However, I've never really had the talent to become a knight. In comparison, this speed would probably mean Balin is an unprecedented talent. I wonder how his spiritual aptitude is. The spiritual aptitude of regular people was not very obvious.
Unless he had access to specific spells or supplementary tools, even Leyland could not tell the talent that one had for magic.
It looks like I have to stay here for a period of time. Leyland's expression darkened.
Though he had planned on looking for other magi, the sudden explosion of his emotions due to his warlock blood had delayed his schedule. Leyland could only use a few common methods to slowly let out the emotions in his heart. Also, he could only brew a few potions of a higher grade than the potion of tranquility to suppress his symptoms. His plans after arriving in the Twilight Zone would be related to the obtaining of high-grade meditation techniques. He would not allow himself to wander around while he was still in this highly emotional state. If he did, there was an 80% chance that things would turn out like when he was robbing the essence of the wisdom tree and incited the anger of multiple people, who then chased after him.
Unwittingly, 6 months passed.
Without knowing it, since the whole process was so smooth, Balin activated the life energy in his body and became a real knight. This miserable fellow saw that he was unable to withstand even one move from Leyland and thought that he was still a regular human. Therefore, he worked hard towards his goal of becoming a knight. The one effect of his becoming a knight was being able to withstand one strike from Leyland before collapsing.
As for Longbottom, Leyland did not see him anymore.
It was said that that kid, who was unwilling to admit failure, had followed a bunch of traders going to trade at a city, and was hoping to get lucky. It was a pity that Leyland had seen plenty of youngsters struggling outside with their dreams in mind. Out of 100, 90 would die without reason, and the majority of the remainder would become beggars, disabled, thieves, or criminals.
Only 1% would be successful.
Leyland had listened to Balin talk about this for a while and had thrown this matter to the back of his mind.
Ha!
Balin brandished the large steel sword in his hand, the blade glinting with a cold, sharp light, roaring as he charged towards Leyland. Kill! He struck with his large sword, which in its wake brought a fierce gale. On the other hand, Leyland was holding a wooden sword and shook his head, too many excess movements.
With just a gentle thrust forward, the wooden sword entered the metallic rays of light.
What seemed to be a gentle, slow attack from the wooden sword pushed Balin's steel sword away, and the wooden sword pierced Balin's armpit.
Ugh, Balin groaned and collapsed. Disappointing. Too disappointing. Leyland bluntly struck him down.
During his free time after researching, he would tease this guy. It was one of the many pleasures he had in his spare time.
My lord, can't you let me win a little?
Balin huffed and puffed, complaining as he sat on the ground, I'm always defeated in one blow.
Gosh. I feel like I haven't been improving at all. Stop with the nonsense. Continue training. To punish you for being unable to withstand one move, you are to do 1,000 more push-ups. Leyland tried his best not to laugh as he showed a poker face. In fact, Balin was improving extremely quickly.
He was on the verge of advancing to become a Grand Knight.
On one hand, this had to do with the effectiveness of the breathing method Leyland had provided. On the other, Balin's talent and diligence could not be disregarded.
Leyland reclined on a deck chair, watching Balin sweating, but his thoughts were all on the AI chip.
Beep.
Based on the real-time monitoring, host body's secretion of adrenaline is at a low level, and mental status is becoming stable.
Estimated to reach normal level in 341 hours.
Through the diagrams and curve that the AI chip analyzed, Leyland was overjoyed to find that after all his efforts, his emotions were stabilizing. Based on this pace, I'll be able to completely suppress the explosion of my emotions in 10 or so days, Leyland grinned.
Boss. Is the boss here?
At this moment, a young man's voice traveled over, we want to buy something.
Is the boss of Blazing Hammers around?
Upon hearing this voice, Balin stopped his training.
Oh, my heavens. There's someone actually coming to boss shop? Has the sun risen from the west?
Due to Leyland's unconventional pricing, only a few items were sold every year despite the excellent quality of the weapons in the shop.
What are you talking about? Go and entertain the customer.
Leyland's sword knocked on Balin's head.
At this moment, Balin remembered that his real identity was a worker employed to man the weapon shop.
He immediately put on a white shirt and jogged out to receive the customer.
Leyland was a little curious and followed him out. My lady, please come in.
Balin seemed to be fawning over a girl of noble blood, who was wearing sophisticated clothing and had a ring with strange inscriptions on it. He made eyes at Leyland, indicating they were going to make a huge sale. Behind this noble girl was an old man with silver hair that seemed to be a butler. Behind this man were two young guards wearing armor made of iron mail. The one who had shouted was evidently one of the guards. On the shoulder of the guard, there was a large crest with sunbinds adorning it. In the middle were a sword, shield, and a crown. Leyland was learned in the area of the coat of arms, and naturally knew that no matter which society they were in, only the first-rate nobility were able to use a crown in their crest.
Interesting. A daughter of a noble? She even has an acolyte and 2 knights protecting her.
Leyland gazed at this group of people with interest. The butler behind the girl was obviously a level 3 acolyte, and he even had a low-grade magic artifact, judging from the energy waves it gave off. The guards behind them were guards with the strength of knights. Even this girl herself also produced undulations from energy particles and had the power of a rank 1 acolyte. All sorts of amplification-type rings were on her fingers. At this moment, the 4 guests were surprised at Baylin, who was treating them so politely. Not every shop had a knight that would service guests. Baylin, who was still oblivious to everything, was politely introducing to the girl, "My lady, if you wish to go to the woody wasteland, I recommend this steel sword. Its workmanship is first-rate, and there won't be any nicks even after killing thousands. If you couple it with these arrowheads, it's even more perfect." Baylin's saliva flew everywhere as he opened another cabinet, revealing a bunch of arrowheads that looked completely new and was giving of a turquoise luster. This eagerly attentive display that might even be seen to be overly humble had Leyland laughing inside. The 2 soldiers behind the girl turned, a little embarrassed at seeing a knight just like them, who seemed to be tarnishing their reputation. In fact, if not for their owner being right in front, they would long since have drawn their swords and taught this fellow who knew nothing about the dignity of knights a lesson. "Look!" The noble girl spoke to the old butler behind her. The butler with the strength of a level 3 acolyte went forward, touching the steel sword with his wrinkly hands and then touching the arrowhead, shock apparent on his face. "The quality is not bad. It can even be compared with the works of the great Master Yoda." "Oh?" The surprise was evident on this girl's face. This was the first time she had seen her butler praise any item, and even more so comparing it to great Master Yoda. That was a master who had earned a reputation in the eastern capital from forging weapons, and was extremely popular with the public. "Who forged the weapons here?" she asked, looking at Baylin. After all, his bulging muscles were very enchanting. Leyland, who concealed his power very well, was naturally ignored. "Oh, those." Baylin was about to brag about his boss, but upon seeing Leyland's warning look, he corrected himself. "That's obviously a secret. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 298, Rescue. Rescue. Is that so? The girl lifted her brows, and even Baylin couldn't bear to keep eye contact. "Please pass on this message to that great master. I would like to meet him, and our Argus family welcomes him to our door." She spoke in an aloof manner. The guard behind her immediately took out a sculpture that looked similar to the crest on his shoulder and passed it to Baylin. This, and those arrows. We want them all." The girl pointed at the display cabinet. All right. Baylin was so excited that he was flushed red. He didn't even have the time to analyze the crest in his hand, and immediately packed up the swords and other weapons, passing them to the guards behind her. "The total is 1050 gold. Thank you for your patronage." Baylin nodded at the girl, and the butler passed a small bag of gold coins and a purple gold card to him. Baylin was on the verge of becoming stupid as his hand trembled while holding the bag. The girl saw his movements and a glint of mischievousness appeared in the young noble's eyes. "I wish to go to the woody wastelands. Can you be my guide?" "I'll pay 10 gold per day." 10 gold? Baylin's breathing became rough. While working in Leyland's shop, the pay was 3 gold per month. This was already a pay grade that made the residents of Potter Town incomparably envious. 10 gold a day? This was something Baylin had never even dreamed of. But Baylin looked at Leyland and gritted his teeth as he rejected the suggestion. "My apologies, my lady. I must work here every day." Though Baylin wanted to make some quick money, he was still able to make a distinction between the present and the future. Leyland was currently teaching him how to train to become a knight. This was only available in specific noble families of the Twilight Zone, and he would not have another chance to get it, even with over 1,000 gold. But if he gave this up just for a little gold, that would mean giving up his future as a knight. Baylin felt that he would completely regret that choice of action. Interesting. I never thought I'd discover such an intriguing shop on this trip." The girl laughed like a skylark. "My name is Jenny, and I live in the largest inn in the town. If you change your mind, you can come look for me at any time." After the girl and her companions left, Baylin carefully placed the gold and purple gold card on the table. The purple gold card that is valued at 1,000 gold. "It's the first time I've ever seen this, and in addition, there are so many gold coins. My lord, we've struck it rich." Baylin's eyes were full of little stars. Yeah. Leyland nodded, paying no mind as he kept the purple gold card. The rest of the gold shall be yours as a commission.
Oh, boss, let me praise you.
You're really the master of fairness, the embodiment of compassion. Balin immediately began to cheer. He tossed the crest up and down in his hand, puzzled.
This seems quite familiar. I recall hearing something about this Oscar family from somewhere before.
Suddenly, he shrieked, "Damn it!
Son Vine Argus. It's the Marquis family in the eastern capital. What did I just give up?"
However, although Balin sighed, he did not pursue this matter any further. After all, they weren't going to take him in as a servant, but only as a guide. It would be a very stupid decision to reject Leyland's teachings here. The appearance of the Marquis daughter here obviously made her the topic of conversation in Potter Town.
Leyland could hear the latest news about this group from Balin. My lord! My lord!
Apparently, Miss Jenny came to this place in order to prepare to obtain a very special birthday gift for her mother.
She's preparing to look for it in the wastelands. What a filial daughter she is! Ha ha!
I found out that Miss Jenny is looking for a special plant called the dragon-blooded flower bud. It's said to help women maintain their looks for 10 years, and can even be sold off at an auction in the eastern capital for almost 100,000 gold. After offering a reward for it, all the adventurers, mercenaries and even residents of the town have begun to pour into the woody wastelands to look for it, dreaming of getting rich quickly.
My lord! I just saw Miss Jenny entering the woody wastelands while being guided by the Baron's knights.
Balin was as excited as a sparrow, chirping in front of Leyland. Leyland just rolled his eyes.
Have you completed your homework for today?
With that single sentence, Balin completely quieted down and scratched his head. No, but I'll be done soon. Having said this, Balin quickly rushed to the training grounds and began to wave around a large sword that was about the height of a person.
You still have the mind to think about running around outside of training. You seem to have a lot of excess energy. Leyland grinned. I'll multiply the tasks you have to do for today. Oh. No. Hearing Balin's anguished wailing, Leyland felt his mood improve. Oh, dragon-blooded flower bud? Leyland touched his chin and searched up some information recorded by the AI chip from the ancient ruins.
He seemed to have seen records about this sort of precious plant in ancient books. It was said that it lived in a very harsh environment and needed to coexist with a high-energy being, taking in the blood of this being every once in a while, or else it would wilt. I remember that the high-energy being coexisting with the dragon-blooded flower bud is called the goat-horned earth dragon.
It's said to be a mix between an ancient dragon and some demon, though I have no idea how true that information is. Leyland pondered deeply. In addition, the beautification effect of the dragon-blooded flower bud is just a side effect.
The main use of the dragon-blooded flower bud is to combat specific toxins.
Interesting.
I was just searching for a good reason to enter the eastern capital. Leyland glanced at Balin, who was still wailing but did not dare stop training, a fierce light glinting in his eyes. 3 days later, a small group laden with injuries returned to Potter Town, bringing back horrifying news. The team with the Marquis daughter had met with unexpected danger while chasing after the goat-horned earth dragon and were stuck somewhere. Even the Baron's night team captain had sacrificed himself. This team had risked their lives to return and seek help.
The entire town sank into terror.
The fury of a Marquis was something Potter Town could not take on, and the person most afraid of the headstrong daughter were the owner of the area, Baron Joseph.
My lord! My lord!
I heard that. Balin rushed into the yard like a gust of wind, to the sight of a plump man in luxurious clothes, constantly using a gold-colored handkerchief to wipe the sweat on his face. He was instantly like a duck held by the neck, his words stuck in his throat as he bowed. Hello, sir.
This plump man was obviously Baron Joseph, the man in charge of Potter Town. Even Balin's current job had been introduced to him by this man.
For Balin, someone with land and an inheritance could be said to be an amazing person, and as a result, he was so shocked that he quickly greeted the Baron, his head at his chest.
So it's Balin. Do your job well.
Baron Joseph did not seem to have any interest in conversing with him, and instead bowed towards Leyland with a smile. Well then, I'll leave it to you, Great Master Leyland. In order to settle down, Leyland had used mental spells as well as having left a very powerful image in Joseph's mind. Hence, now that he had met with trouble that he could do nothing about, Joseph quickly came to Leyland as soon as he could.
My lord! What happened? Balin waited until Joseph left before asking. What else could it be other than to save that willful girl?
Leyland spoke indifferently, picking out a shining set of armor from the storeroom.
Ooh. Oh. My lord, are you going to take action? As Leyland's shop assistant and semi-disciple, Balin was very curious about Leyland's past and his power, extremely excited. Bring me, my lord. I'm sure you'll lack a servant in the woody wastelands, right? Bring me. You have to bring me, dot. Asterisk boom, asterisk a large set of knight's armor was thrown at Balin. Try it on. Oh. Alright.
Wearing armor was part of training to become a knight. Balin had trained a lot, but it was his first time officially wearing armor. He was so excited that he was slightly flushed. This shiny armor unexpectedly fit him very well. There were even some patterns at the sides of the metal, and the leather plating underneath. Not only was it beautiful, it could also protect a few areas. Balin loved it. After training for such a long period of time, Balin had also grown taller. He had beautiful muscles, and after wearing the armor, he looked extremely brave and courageous.
How is it? I'm handsome, aren't I?
Balin patted his chest narcissistically, and two pieces of metal struck each other, producing a loud sound.
Next.
Leyland tossed a steel sword to Balin, and after he had worn and put everything into place, Leyland nodded in satisfaction.
I can relax now, dot.
Of course.
Ha? Relax? What about? Balin was bewildered. Young man, the mission to save the princess will fall to you?
Leyland tried to hold back his laughter, patting Balin's shoulder while speaking in a heartfelt, meaningful manner.
Balin was stunned. Ha? Ha? Me? You want me to go to the woody wastelands alone? Balin finally reacted, pointing at his own nose. My lord, I'm not even a knight. Are you trying to kill me? It can't be helped.
Leyland spread his hands. Someone must stay behind to look after the shop.
Youngsters like you need to be more energetic.
My lord, forgive me for my being so direct about this, but you sell but a few items per year. It doesn't make a difference whether you watch the shop or not. In addition, there's a large difference between being energetic and sending myself to my death.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 299, Dragon-Blooded Flower Bud.
Dragon-Blooded Flower Bud.
Don't worry.
You're my employee after all. I won't just send you to your death like that.
Leyland waved his arms, saying things that were not helping Balin calm down. I've already received more information.
Jenny and the rest were trapped in a valley by explosive flaming wolves, and temporarily will not meet with any danger.
I even prepared this for you. Leyland passed a bag of medicinal powder to Balin. Balin curiously sniffed at it, and then choked, sticking out his tongue. What is this? Stimulating medicinal powder.
It can cover the smell of your live body scent and prevent the explosive flaming wolves from finding you. Leyland gave a brief explanation, and that alone caused Balin to light up, looking at the bag in his hands like it was filled with gold coins.
Think about it.
If you sprinkle the powder on yourself and walk into the valley, you'll be able to rescue the princess easily. Reputation, power, money, and even beautiful girls, they'll all be yours. Leyland's voice was enticing. But, Balin struggled, but his tone was already not as resolute as before.
No buts. Leyland looked serious. This is in order. Baron Joseph has given me the rights to authorize this. To save Jenny, I can give out orders to any peasant of Potter Town. Leyland glanced at Balin, obviously with bad intentions. I remember that you're a free resident of Potter Town, am I right? Do you want to go now, or do you want to be demoted to a slave and then go?
In the face of Leyland's methods using both the carrot and stick, Balin could only raise his arms in protest. All right, I'll go.
That's the way. Leyland nodded in satisfaction.
That afternoon, Balin had an expression like he was going to his death and, under the gazes of many residents of the town, he entered the woody wastelands. Meanwhile, Leyland was lounging on a deck chair, his eyes closed as he took pleasure in the brightness given out from the sunstone.
There was even a pot of hot tea and some snacks. A leisurely afternoon. I like this.
Leyland contentedly poured himself a cup of black tea and blew away the rising steam.
Shouldn't the explosive flaming wolves have long since migrated from the woody wastelands? And they bumped into them? This is getting increasingly interesting. He felt reassured sending Balin.
Not taking into consideration the fact that Balin was just one step away from becoming a Grand Knight, just the powder Leyland had given him was enough for Balin to return unscathed, as well as save Jenny and her companions. But this is just the start. Leyland had a feeling that the power struggle in the circle of aristocracy around Jenny had become very troublesome. It would involve everyone around her involuntarily. However, this level of trouble was just like a few children playing house. If not for him feeling quite bored, as well as needing a reason to enter the eastern capital, he wouldn't even bother playing with them. The situation was just as Leyland predicted. 2 days later, Balin energetically burst in, excitement apparent on his face.
My lord, I did it. I successfully rescued Miss Jenny and her companions. Ha ha. I'm a hero. If you failed even with the powder I gave you, you'd be an idiot. Leyland rolled his eyes, and then glanced at the entrance. Are there customers?
Next, Jenny, her butler, and the others walked in a pitiful state. There was only one guard left, and his right arm was in a sling. He could tell that they were in a difficult situation in the woody wastelands. However, they had directly come here without finding a chance to clean themselves first. Though there was still some dust on her, Jenny's face was still quite clean as she curtsied towards Leyland. I heard from Balin that it was all thanks to Sir that he was able to save me. Jenny is here to express her thanks. Sir's powder is extremely miraculous, and even James couldn't tell what the components were. It's nothing much. It's part of my collection while I was still an adventurer. Leyland put up his arm, evading any further explanations. He was clear of the intentions this noble girl had in coming here. One part of this was to thank him, but more importantly, she was here to invite him to obtain the dragon-blooded flower bud. At this thought, Leyland shot a glance at Balin. Under his gaze, the young fellow ducked his head, embarrassed. This naive young man betrayed Leyland after being taken in by Jenny and the rest, leaking the information that Leyland used to be a powerful adventurer. Jenny's smile was forced as she ground her teeth, kneeling on the ground. Sir, I'm here for the dragon-blooded flower bud. It's not for my mother, but for my father. Then, there came the expected story of the power struggle between nobility. The gist of it was that her two uncles coveted her father's position as Marquis, and had used a strange toxin to harm him. In order to heal her father, this young girl had no choice but to bring her butler and guards to search for a cure. Mr. Leyland, my father is a benevolent and wise leader. If the title of Marquis and its associated territories were to fall into the hands of one of my uncles, the people under him would definitely meet with a calamity. Please help them. Jenny pleaded, giving a very thorough and brilliant act of a pure, kind-hearted innocent victim. Balin had already clenched his fist, and Leyland kept shaking his head. He naturally knew about the conflicts there were between the upper class. After growing up in that circle, even the most innocent child would be influenced. Besides, could there be an absolute right or wrong in these power struggles? On the surface, however, Leyland had a righteous expression. I admire the kind and fair old Master Marquis. I am duty-bound to help. Balin. Ha? Yes. Balin suddenly felt like something bad was going to happen. This was an intuition he had developed after being cheated by Leyland on countless occasions. As expected, Leyland ordered, go accompany Miss Jenny and enter the woody wastelands again until you obtain the dragon-blooded flower bud. I knew it. I knew this would happen. Balin roared in his heart, but upon seeing the grim look on Leyland's face and the pitiful young girl, he could not bring it upon himself to reject. All right then. Letting Balin help was evidently not on Jenny and the others' agenda. However, after seeing Leyland's courteous but obvious refusal, this bright young girl knew it was impossible to get Leyland himself to act. She could only retreat regretfully. Can you tell if he's a magus? On the way, and after ensuring that there were no passers-by around them, Jenny spat out coldly. Her voice was cold, and her expression haughty. Where was that frail and delicate young girl seen only a few minutes back? I'm not sure. I couldn't tell. If an official Lord Magus really wants to conceal himself in front of me, I definitely won't be able to tell at all. The butler, James, who was a level 3 acolyte, forced a laugh. Not being able to tell would be the best clue. A retired, powerful adventurer who was able to teach Balin to become a knight in a year, his strength must be far beyond our imaginations. Jenny was astute. Not bad. I probed into this matter, and that young lad, Balin, is quite lucky. The breathing technique he's training in is at least that used by Grand Knights. James sighed in admiration. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the guard behind Jenny darkened. He had risked his life for the Argus family for so many years and gone through many loyalty tests before he was conferred a knight's breathing technique. He was only lucky enough to advance after bloody battles, and listening to this story gave him the urge to kill Balin. However, he quickly buried this at the bottom of his heart, not daring to think about this further. Supporting Balin was a lord who seemed to be an official magus. Even the Argus family would not dare offend him. Though the Argus family was a marquis family with a high standing, this was only so by regular people's standards. In the eyes of Magi, the well-known Sunvine family was just as significant as a speck of dust. Even in the entire Argus family, there was only one rank 1 magus whom they all respected. There was no need to choose who would be considered more important, an official magus or a guard who was just a knight. My lord. After Jenny and her companions left, Balin immediately gazed at Leyland with tears in his eyes, like a puppy that had been abandoned.
Give it to me. He stretched his hands out. What?
That secret potion, which is a powerful treasure.
Don't you want me to obtain the dragon-blooded flower bud? Balin thought it was only right that he receive this.
Bang! He was struck heavily on the head by Leyland's wooden sword, causing him to grimace from the pain.
Balin. Leyland stood up, his tone sincere. After this experience, you should know where your strength lies, right?
Of course.
Thanks to the guidance from my lord, I am now a knight.
Now that they were talking about business, Balin's expression became solemn. Though he had gotten past the pack of explosive flaming wolves with Leyland's powder, the woody wastelands had more dangers than just the wolves. When he had split a large stork into two halves with a single strike, Balin realized he had been played by Leyland. He had long since advanced to become a knight. In addition, through conversations with Jenny and the rest, he found out that Leyland had taught him very precious things. Hence, though Balin appeared frivolous out of habit, he revered Leyland more and more.
Being a knight is just the start, and it's not the end.
Leyland put his hands behind his back, putting on the airs of a powerful person. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 300, Goat-Horned Earth Dragon. Goat-Horned Earth Dragon. Your goal is to become a Grand Knight.
The distant stars are your goal. Leyland's voice was filled with emotion, causing Balin's blood to heat up. Though your knight training method came from me and is said to be the best of the best even by the standards of Grand Knights, you lack something important that the strong possess.
The strong? Something important? Confusion appeared on Balin's face. Exactly.
That is real bloody battles and confidence. The knights who lack the training methods you have developed their unrivaled confidence through constant bloody battles, smoothly stimulating their life energy and becoming knights.
You lack this process.
Hence, you need to take on an even more difficult task to stimulate your potential.
Leyland's expression looked like he was trying to tell Balin it was all for his own good. How about it? Can you see what I'm doing for you? Though I don't understand, it seems cool.
Balin clenched his fists. I'll work hard, my lord. Next, this little fool who had been duped by Leyland began to truly prepare to leave the following day.
Seeing him in a frenzy of preparation, Leyland shook his head as he gave a gentle smile. Youths really forget things quickly. He was duped so easily.
However, to make use of Jenny, this noblewoman, to enter the capital, Leyland didn't mind helping them. Your sword. Leyland took Balin's steel sword, which he had been holding. Having gone through numerous forging, it still held a cold glint, but a chip the size of an ant had appeared on the blade. This kind of nick could only be formed from countless strikes made by a knight using his full power.
It was evident that Balin had met with more dangers in the woody wastelands than just those explosive flaming wolves. What's wrong, my lord? Balin's expression displayed his puzzlement. This sword is too old and not suitable for your expedition. I'll give you a new one.
The corner of his lips lifted in a smile.
Thank you. Thank you so much, my lord.
Balin was so excited that he was almost incoherent in his gratitude.
After this battle, he finally discovered how difficult it was to groom a knight.
On one hand, there was the secrecy of the breathing techniques, and on the other hand, there were the immense expenses in training and obtaining equipment. Equipment forged by experts had a value of over 100 gold. However, after explosively using his life essence a few times, a chip had appeared.
Wouldn't regular weapons have simply snapped?
Knights grew through battles, and he wondered how many of these weapons would have to be used for this growth. Balin had originally intended to repair this sword and continue to use it. After all, he was used to living in poverty and couldn't bear to waste resources.
However, Leyland had simply given him another one.
Don't worry, I'll send the bill to Miss Jenny. However, Leyland's next words caused Balin's grateful heart to burst into smithereens. She's the daughter of the Marquis and probably has more gold than their family will ever need.
It doesn't matter if they pay a little, right? Leyland tossed a new sword to Balin. Ah, my lord. Can't you let me continue to feel touched by your actions for a while longer? Balin lamented, though his hands were not the least bit dissatisfied as he caught the sword.
Clang! Balin gently caressed the sword, the blue edge of the blade having detailed, complicated patterns, and a cold air was emitted from it. Based on his intuition after working here for so many years, Balin could tell this was absolutely one of the best steel swords in the shop. What he didn't notice was that before his lamenting, Leyland's palm had stroked the blade of the sword and left behind a dull red imprint. This imprint had been carved into the sword itself and disappeared, and Balin had not noticed at all.
Jenny's team had rested and reorganized themselves in Potter Town and set off.
Though most of the adventurers and mercenaries who had followed her the last time had died or been injured, there was no lack of people who were so poor that they wanted to take the risk and strike it rich.
Jenny had simply given out a large amount of gold and gathered enough people.
Of course, their strength was nothing much.
She had little choice. In Twilight Zone, the goat-horned earth dragon was a very rarely seen high-energy being.
Only recently had people found traces of it in the woody wasteland. If she let this opportunity go, she had no idea when she would get another chance to come across it. Even if Jenny could wait, Marquis Argus, who was being tormented by poison, could not wait that long.
Baylin, we're depending on you. There was another person in the group, and it was Baylin in his new armor. He had repaired it through the night, and he was somewhat able to continue using it. On his back was the sword that Leyland had messed with, giving him a very brave and formidable aura, and even caused some girls in the town to throw him coquettish glances. Now, however, with just a word from Jenny, Baylin was elated. Feeling the reverence of the adventurers around him, as well as the ardent pleas from the noble girl, Baylin felt like he had downed several bottles of strong alcohol, and was beginning to feel giddy. I never imagined Baylin, would have such an impressive moment. Baylin nodded as he glanced at Jenny, admiration apparent in his gaze. Don't worry, I'll definitely obtain the dragon-blooded flower bud.
Sigh, that pitiful fellow. Seeing Baylin so crazy over his young miss, James, who was standing to one side, couldn't help but sigh under his breath.
So what if he was a Grand Knight? With the might of the Argus family, they could easily summon a dozen of them.
The person they really cared about was Sir Leyland, the person backing Baylin, but in Twilight Zone, only the mysterious Lord Magi were suitable for his young miss to bow her head to.
In addition, our young miss is an acolyte.
Though her level is low, not just any regular person can do it.
James sighed even more deeply.
The aptitude to become a magus was a very mysterious thing. However, after many years of research, Magi found that if one of the parents was a magus, there was a high likelihood that their descendants would have an increased aptitude.
If both were Magi, the chances of acolytes could even rise up to 33%.
In addition, within this group of acolytes, there was a higher chance of them having outstanding talent. For this reason, unless there were exceptions, any females in noble families who had the aptitude to become a magus were not allowed to marry outside of their family. Their only fate was to marry their close relatives and produce an heir who would have greater aptitude. The Argus family might be happy to have a female peasant with an aptitude to become a magus marry into the family. However, they would absolutely not tolerate it if Magi in their family married outside, even if they were merely acolytes.
Of course, neither Baylin nor Jenny was thinking that far.
Even Baylin himself had automatically gotten serious after entering the woody wasteland, blindly hurrying in order to preserve energy.
He had grown up in Potter Town and naturally knew of the terrors here.
Many areas that seemed to be safe ground might take the lives of any adventurer at any time.
He was Baylin, someone about to become a Grand Knight. How could he die here? There's something in front.
All of a sudden, the team in front cheered, and Baylin immediately braced himself, approaching them.
We discovered this. Come take a look.
Jenny had changed into garments suitable for hunting and now looked more capable and experienced. She was now pointing at a large footprint on the ground as if she had seen some treasure.
Baylin crouched down. In front of him was a footprint almost a meter long.
The owner had left a very deep footprint, with 4 claw marks sunk deeply into the ground.
There are 5 joints in the middle toe, and the smell is correct. This is it. This was left behind by a goat-horned earth dragon. James had also approached them.
After using some strange item in his hands to probe it, he spoke to Jenny with conviction.
What are we waiting for?
She had a smile on her face. Though her target was right in front of her, she did not impatiently forge ahead.
We'll find a place to set up camp for today.
All scouts are to move out and follow the footprint, and you must find the lair of the goat-horned earth dragon.
Jenny's purpose in coming here was to obtain the dragon-blooded flower bud of the goat-horned earth dragon.
This special plant only coexisted with the goat-horned earth dragon, and it was hence necessary that they find its lair. I shall reward anyone who can find the lair of the goat-horned earth dragon with 100 gold coins. In order to find the dragon-blooded flower bud as soon as possible, Jenny did not mind giving out large rewards, and it immediately resulted in loud roars. Many adventurers who were originally not scouts left as well, wanting to try their luck. If they received this reward, and if combined with their own savings, they could practically retire already. Baylin had a look on his face that showed he couldn't bear to watch these adventurers leave. He was not an idiot. In contrast, he was rather intelligent and knew Jenny's intention in doing that.
These adventurers lacked strength or any special abilities.
Their only function was to act as cannon fodder and bait. Now that they had entered the territory within which the goat-horned earth dragon was active, they would inevitably attract its action with all these adventurers running around. They would be able to find the dragon as long as they followed the blood-curdling screams or blood.
It can't be helped, Balin. Jenny laughed bitterly. I'll make it up to their families later. When the sun descended, 3 people did not return.
Jenny was overjoyed as she chased in the direction that the 3 had moved in.
Here.
Balin picked up a rock on the floor, his expression complicated as he looked at the bloodstains and some bits of cloth on that stone. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.